Chapter 1, She Should Wake Up. When Rong Ci arrived at the airport in country A, it was already past 9 o'clock, significantly delayed. Today marked her birthday. Upon unlocking her phone, she was greeted with a flurry of birthday wishes from colleagues and friends, yet there was no word from Feng Ting. Rong Ci's smile faded. By the time she reached the villa, it was well past 10 in the evening. Aunt Lu, upon seeing her, paused for a moment. "Madam, you. How did you come here?" "Where are Ting and Xan?" Rong Ci handed her luggage to Aunt Liu. As she ascended the stairs, she noticed her daughter, dressed in a little nightgown, engrossed at a small table, diligently crafting something, completely oblivious to her. Entrance Xan. Hearing her name, Feng Ting turned and joyfully exclaimed, "Mommy!" Rong Ci rushed over to embrace her, but was swiftly pushed away. "Mommy, I'm still busy." Having not seen her daughter for 2 months, Rong Ci longed for her, feeling that no amount of affection would suffice, and she yearned to converse with her child. Seeing her so focused, she refrained from interrupting her enthusiasm. "Are you making a shell necklace, Xan?" "Yes." Feng Ting replied, her interest piqued. "In a week, it will be Aunt Wu's birthday, and this is a gift from Daddy and me. We've polished these shells together, aren't they beautiful?" Rong Ci felt a lump in her throat, and before she could respond, her daughter continued joyfully, "Daddy has also prepared other gifts for Aunt Wu, for tomorrow." Rong Ci's heart sank as she could no longer hold back. Xan. "Do you remember Mommy's birthday?" "What?" Feng Ting glanced at her briefly before returning her attention to the beads, complaining, "Mommy, don't talk to me, the beads are all out of order." Rong Ci released her embrace and fell silent. She stood there for a long time, but her daughter did not look up at her. Pressing her lips together, Rong Ci finally left the room without a word. Aunt Lu, seeing her, remarked, "Madam, I just called the sir. He mentioned he has matters to attend to tonight and suggested you rest." "I understand," Rong Ci responded, momentarily recalling her daughter's earlier words. She then dialed Feng Ting's number. After a while, the call connected, but his tone was indifferent. "I have matters to attend to, let's talk tomorrow." "Who is it at this late hour?" It was Lin Wu's voice. Rong Ci tightened her grip on the phone. Nothing. Before she could utter another word, the call was abruptly terminated. After so many years of marriage, he had always treated her this way, cold, distant, impatient. She had grown accustomed to it. Perhaps exhaustion had taken its toll today, rendering her unable to muster the enthusiasm to engage in this charade any longer. The following day, she contemplated reaching out to Feng Ting once more. There was a time difference of nearly 17 or 18 hours between country A and her home country. Today in country A was still her birthday. Her visit to country A was primarily to reunite with her daughter and Feng Ting, hoping they could share a meal together as a family on this special occasion. This was her birthday wish for the year. Feng Ting did not answer her call. After a long while, he sent a message. "Is there something?" Rong Ci replied, "Do you have time for lunch? Bring Xan, let's have a meal together." "Understood, let me know the address once it's settled." Rong Ci, "All right." After that, there was no further communication from Feng Ting. He had forgotten that today was her birthday. Though she had braced herself for this reality, a sense of disappointment crept into her heart. After finishing her morning routine, she prepared to head downstairs when she overheard her daughter's voice mingling with Aunt Liu's. "Is Mommy here? Is the young lady unhappy? I've already promised Daddy to go to the beach with Aunt Wu tomorrow. If Mommy suddenly joins us, it would be quite awkward. And Mommy is so mean, always scolding Aunt Wu. Miss, Madam is your mother, you mustn't say such things. It would hurt her feelings, do you understand?" "I know, but Daddy and I like Aunt Wu more. Can't I have Aunt Wu as my mommy?" What Aunt Lu said next was lost on Rong Ci. Having raised her daughter single-handedly, she had noticed that in the past 2 years, their bond had deepened, leading her daughter to grow more attached to Feng Ting. Last year, when he came to country A for work, her daughter insisted on accompanying him. She was reluctant, naturally hoping to keep her daughter close. Yet, she could not bear to see her daughter in distress, so she conceded. Unexpectedly, Rong Ci felt as if she were frozen in place, her face pale, unable to move for a long moment. She had taken leave from work to come to country A, hoping to spend more time with her daughter, and now, it seemed that was no longer necessary. Sitting on the bed, Rong Ci felt an overwhelming emptiness within her. She had set aside her career to come here, only to discover that no one truly needed her. Her arrival felt like a cruel joke. After a lengthy pause, she stepped outside. Aimlessly wandering in this familiar yet foreign land. As noon approached, she suddenly remembered her lunch appointment with Feng Ting. "I have urgent matters, lunch is cancelled." Rong Ci read the message without a trace of surprise, for she had grown accustomed to it in Feng Ting's mind, whether it was business affairs or social gatherings with friends. Anything took precedence over her role as his wife. Plans they had made together could be dismissed at his whim, with no regard for her feelings. Did she feel disappointed? Perhaps in the past, yes, but now, she had become numb, unable to feel anything. Rong Ci felt increasingly lost. She had come with excitement, only to be met with indifference from both her husband and her daughter. Unwittingly, she found herself driving to a restaurant she had frequented with Feng Ting many times before. As she was about to enter, she spotted Feng Ting, Lin Wu, and Feng Jingxan seated together inside. Lin Wu was affectionately situated next to her daughter, chatting with Feng Ting while playfully engaging Feng Jingxan. Her daughter was gleefully bouncing her legs, sharing in the fun with Lin Wu, even reaching for a pastry that Lin Wu had bitten into. Feng Ting smiled as he served them both, yet his gaze remained fixed solely on Lin Wu, as if she were the only one who mattered. This was what Feng Ting called having matters to attend to. This was also the daughter she had brought into the world after enduring 9 months of pregnancy, nearly losing her life in the process. Rong Ci smiled. She stood rooted, watching her. Upon returning to the villa, Rong Ci prepared a divorce agreement. He had been the dream of her youth, yet he had never truly seen her. Had it not been for that fateful night and the pressure from his father, he would never have married her. In her naivety, she once believed that with enough effort, she could earn his attention. The truth, however, had dealt her a harsh blow. Nearly 7 years had passed. It was time for her to awaken. Placing the divorce agreement into an envelope, she instructed Aunt Lu to deliver it to Feng Ting. Then, Rong Ci dragged her suitcase to the car and instructed the driver, to the airport. Chapter 2, the madam packs her things to return home. Feng Jingxan clutched Feng Ting's coat, her descent from the car slow and reluctant. However, she still felt a twinge of concern and murmured, "Daddy, what if Mommy insists on accompanying us when we go out tomorrow?" "She won't," Feng Ting replied with unwavering certainty. Throughout their years of marriage, although Rong Ci always sought opportunities to spend more time with him, she was also quite sensible. As long as he expressed his stance, she would not dare to provoke his displeasure. In Feng Jingxan's memory, Rong Ci had always been obedient to Feng Ting's words. Since he stated it would not happen, she felt assured it truly wouldn't. Finally at ease, Feng Jingxan's mood lifted, and she bounced into the house, announcing to Aunt Lu that she was going to take a bath. All right, Aunt Lu replied, recalling Rong Ci's instructions and handing an envelope to Feng Ting. "Sir, this is from Madam for you." Feng Ting accepted it and casually inquired, "Where is she?" Indeed, Feng Ting did not allow Rong Ci the chance to explain her sudden arrival in a country, nor did he show any interest in doing so. The news of her departure did not weigh on him. Feng Jingxan was somewhat surprised. Upon hearing it, a hint of disappointment washed over her. She had been thinking that if her mother did not accompany her and her father on their overseas trip, having her mother around in the evening would still be quite nice. Moreover, her hands would likely ache while polishing shells, and she had hoped her mother would assist her in completing that task. Feng Ting and Rong Ci had not seen each other for several months. Now that Rong Ci had finally managed to come, she did not even catch a glimpse of Feng Ting. Remembering that her expression had seemed off when she left, Aunt Lu could not help but remind him, "Sir, Madam appeared rather upset when she left, as if she were angry." Angry, Rong Ci had always displayed a patient demeanor in his presence. Was it possible for her to feel anger? This was indeed a novelty. Feng Ting let out a nonchalant chuckle, dismissing Aunt Lu's comment before heading upstairs. Upon returning to his room and about to open the letter from Rong Ci, Lin Wu's call interrupted him. After answering, he carelessly tossed the envelope aside and exited the room. Moments later, the envelope slipped from the bedside to the floor. The next day, when Aunt Lu came to clean, she spotted the envelope on the floor and recognized it as the one Rong Ci had asked her to deliver to Feng Ting. Assuming he had already read it, she casually placed it in a nearby cabinet. After disembarking from her flight, Rong Ci went straight upstairs to unpack her bags. It had been 6 years, and there was still quite a bit of her belongings in the house. However, she only took a few outfits, 2 sets of daily necessities, and some professional books. After their marriage, Feng Ting provided her and their daughter with a monthly allowance, dividing it between 2 cards, one for her and one for their daughter. Yet, Rong Ci had become accustomed to using her own card for expenses, never once touching her daughter's. Furthermore, she adored Feng Ting, often purchasing suitable clothing and accessories for him whenever she went shopping. As for herself, due to work commitments, she did not spend much. Her thoughts and affections were consumed by her husband and daughter, always desiring to provide them with the best. Consequently, most of the funds Feng Ting allocated for her were spent on them. Given this situation, her card should have been nearly depleted. However, during the past year when their daughter resided predominantly with Feng Ting in a country, her opportunities to purchase items for them had significantly diminished. Thus, she still had over 30,000 remaining in her account. While such an amount would not impress Feng Ting, it was not negligible for her. Since it was her rightful money, Rong Ci did not hesitate to transfer the funds. She owned a modest apartment not far from her workplace, spanning just over 100 square meters. She had acquired it 4 years prior to support a friend who had run away from home, but had never lived there until now. Now, it would finally serve a purpose. The apartment had been regularly cleaned by someone previously, so it was not dirty. A simple tidying up would suffice for her to move in. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. The jarring sound of an alarm clock jolted Rong Ci from her dreams. Startled awake, she experienced a moment of confusion. Once her mind cleared, she realized it was 1 o'clock in the morning, around 7 in the morning, in a country where Feng Ting and their daughter resided. Feng Ting and their daughter typically had breakfast at this hour. Since their daughter had gone to a country with Feng Ting, she usually called her at this time. However, due to her tiring work schedule, she had grown accustomed to going to bed early, fearing she would miss their telephone conversation, thus setting this alarm. Initially, when their daughter first accompanied Feng Ting to a country, she struggled to adapt and longed for her mother, constantly thinking about calling her. Yet, as time passed, her feelings of attachment and yearning during their calls gradually morphed into indifference and impatience. This alarm had long ceased to be necessary. It was her reluctance to let go that kept it in place. With that thought, Rong Ci offered a wry smile. After hesitating for a moment, she deleted the alarm and turned off her phone to sleep. Meanwhile, Feng Ting and Feng Jingxian had nearly finished their breakfast. Although Feng Ting was aware that Rong Ci typically called their daughter at this time, he was not home every day and did not focus on the matter. When Rong Ci failed to call that day, he did notice but did not mind. After finishing breakfast, he went upstairs to change his clothes. Feng Jingxian felt that Rong Ci was becoming increasingly nagging, and her enthusiasm for conversing with her on the phone was waning. Noticing that Rong Ci had yet to call even after so long, she speculated that something might have delayed her. Her bright eyes darted around, and she grabbed her backpack, racing toward the door. Aunt Lu, seeing this, hurried after her. "Miss, it's still early, you have plenty of time to leave later." Feng Jingxian did not listen and joyfully dashed towards the car. How rare it was for her mother to be occupied and miss her scheduled call. If she didn't leave now, when her mother eventually called, they would have to chat, and she was not keen on that. After their marriage, Rong Ci began working at Feng's group. Her initial motive for joining Feng's group was Feng Ting. Now, with the impending divorce, she saw no reason to remain at Feng's group. The following morning, upon arriving at the office, Rong Ci handed her resignation letter to Jiangzhe. Chapter 3. No longer calling them. Jiangzhe was one of Feng Ting's personal secretaries. Upon reading her resignation letter, he was taken aback. He was among the few within the company who was privy to the relationship between Rong Ci and Feng Ting. Those familiar with Feng Ting understood that his affections did not lie with Rong Ci. In her pursuit to get closer to him, Rong Ci made the decision to join the Feng group. Her initial ambition was to become Feng Ting's personal secretary. However, he did not acquiesce. Even with the patriarch's intervention, Feng Ting remained unmoved. Ultimately, Rong Ci had no choice but to settle for a position within the secretarial department, becoming one among many ordinary secretaries serving Feng Ting. At first, Jiangzhe harbored concerns that Rong Ci's presence in the secretarial office would lead to chaos. Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly contrary to his apprehensions. Although Rong Ci may take advantage of his position to approach Feng Ting, he is also adept at discerning the right moments and would never overstep his bounds. Over the years, Rong Ci has risen to become the head of the secretariat. Rong Ci's feelings for Feng Ting have always been evident to him. To be honest, Jiangzhe never imagined that Rong Ci would resign. He could hardly believe that Rong Ci would willingly choose to step down. Now that she has decided to resign, it is likely that something transpired between her and Feng Ting, of which he remains unaware, prompting Feng Ting to compel her resignation. Rong Ci possesses remarkable work capabilities. It is unfortunate, yet Jiangzhe remains professional, stating, "I have received your resignation letter, and I will promptly arrange for someone to take over your responsibilities." After a brief period of busyness, Jiangzhe reported on work matters to Feng Ting online. As their conversation progressed, he suddenly recalled Rong Ci's resignation. "By the way, Mr. Feng, regarding her." Although he assured Rong Ci that he would swiftly arrange for someone to succeed her, he still wished to ascertain Feng Ting's thoughts on when exactly she should depart. If Feng Ting preferred that Rong Ci not come to the office tomorrow, he would arrange for that immediately, without concern for her. Indeed, this has been the case. Over the years, Feng Ting has never inquired about Rong Ci. Whenever they encountered each other at the company, he maintained a demeanor akin to that of a stranger. Despite Rong Ci's exemplary performance, when the company contemplated promoting her 2 years ago, they had deliberately brought it up in front of Feng Ting. Considering his apparent disfavor towards her, they implied that if he was opposed, the matter would be dropped, and he would no longer be approached regarding Rong Ci's affairs. Noticing Jiang Zhi's prolonged silence, Feng Ting frowned and inquired, "What is it?" Since Feng Ting was already aware of Rong Ci's resignation but had not broached the subject himself, it indicated that the matter held little significance in his eyes. He intended to proceed as usual, adhering to company protocols. With this thought in mind, Jiang Zhi chose not to elaborate further. Feng Ting ended the video call. During lunchtime, a colleague suddenly tapped Rong Ci on the shoulder. "Aren't you supposed to call your daughter today?" "No, I don't need to," she replied. Typically, she would call her daughter twice a day, once at 1 in the morning and once around noon. This was common knowledge among her office colleagues, however. They remained oblivious to the fact that her daughter's father was none other than their company's esteemed boss. After lunch, Rong Ci went online to check for updates on the technology exhibition. Upon gathering the information, she made a phone call. "Please reserve a ticket for me for next month's technology exhibition." "Are you certain?" came the indifferent response. "You promised to reserve tickets for the previous 2 events, yet you did not attend even once. Many people yearn for tickets that you have wasted." The annual technology exhibition in the country is a significant event in the tech industry, and tickets are not readily available to everyone. Their company had secured several exhibition slots, and many of their elite employees were eager to participate. For them, every single slot held immense value. "If I miss this one too, I shall never ask you again." The other party remained silent and hung up the phone. Rong Ci understood that this signified his agreement. Rong Ci smiled faintly. As a partner in the company, she had chosen to marry and have children at the outset of their business journey, withdrawing from the company to focus on her family. This decision had thoroughly disrupted their developmental plans and led to the loss of numerous opportunities. Her colleagues felt a mixture of anger and frustration towards her. In recent years, their communication had dwindled significantly. She had been distanced from the circle for far too long. Over the next few days, Rong Ci dedicated herself to her work during office hours and busied herself with personal matters after work. She refrained from reaching out to her daughter or Feng Ting. And naturally, they did not contact her either. She was not surprised by this, for over half a year ago, their communication had become solely her arrangement, which they passively accepted. In Country A, Feng Ting had developed a habit of calling Lin Wu every morning upon waking. On this particular day, she promptly dialed Lin Wu as usual. However, before long, she found herself in tears, for Lin Wu had delivered devastating news. Heartbroken, Feng Ting immediately called Feng Ting. "Dad, are you aware of this matter?" In his office, Feng Ting perused through documents. "Yes." "When did you find out?" Feng Ting replied calmly, "I am already addressing it." Confused, Feng Ting asked, "What do you mean?" Chapter 4, Preparing for Divorce. Feng Ting leapt from her bed in shock. "Really?" "Yes." "Then why didn't T and Wu tell me just now?" "The situation has only just become clear. She hasn't had the chance to inform you." "All right. You're the best, Dad. I love you so much." After ending the call, Feng Ting remained elated, singing and dancing on her bed. Moments later, she suddenly thought of Rong Ci. For the past few days, her spirits had been buoyant due to her mother's lack of calls. After 2 days, however, she began to worry that her mother would be upset if she discovered that Feng Ting had intentionally missed her calls, prompting her to cease such behavior. To her surprise, her mother had not reached out in the following days. Initially, she assumed that Rong Ci must have realized her deliberate oversight. Yet reflecting on past experiences, she concluded that if her mother were aware of her mistake, she would have insisted on rectifying it immediately rather than withholding communication out of anger. After all, in her mother's heart, she was of utmost importance, and she could not believe that Rong Ci would truly refrain from calling her out of displeasure. With this thought, Feng Ting found herself missing Rong Ci for the first time in many days. Unable to resist, she dialed her mother's number. She could no longer enjoy the freedom of seeing Aunt Wu whenever she pleased. Contemplating this, her mood suddenly soured. Meanwhile, it was the early hours of the morning back in her homeland. Rong Ci had already fallen asleep. She was roused by a phone call from Feng Ting. Upon awakening and seeing the call from Feng Ting, she was just about to answer when Feng Ting, in a fit of anger, abruptly terminated the call. Although Rong Ci clearly stated in the divorce agreement with Feng Ting that she relinquished custody of Feng Jing Xin. The fact remains that Feng Jing Xin is her daughter, and she bears a certain responsibility towards her. Upon seeing this, Feng Jing Xin turned her little face away, unwilling to accept. Rong Ci grew increasingly anxious and promptly dialed the landline at the villa. Upon hearing Aunt Lu's words, Rong Ci felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Thank you for your trouble," she expressed gratefully. As Aunt Lu ascended the stairs, Feng Jingxin was already in the bathroom attending to her hygiene. After Aunt Lu explained the situation, Feng Jingxin, while rinsing her mouth, lowered her head and uttered a falsehood. It was an accidental press. Feng Jingxin glanced over and let out a hum, her mood finally lifting a little. Upon hearing Aunt Lu's words, Rong Ci felt a sense of relief. However, having been abruptly awakened, she found it difficult to fall back asleep. Consequently, when she rose to go to work the following day, she was not in the best of spirits. Rong Ci handed the envelope containing the divorce agreement to Feng Ting, yet since that day when he received Lin Wu's call, it had slipped from his mind entirely. On the day of his return, Feng Ting placed the last document into his briefcase, ensuring nothing was overlooked before he turned and descended the stairs. All was set. It was time to depart. The elongated Lincoln swiftly left the villa, heading towards the airport. No one had spoken to her. It had been half a month since she moved out of the villa. During this period, she gradually adapted to and came to cherish the tranquility and leisure of living alone. Today was the weekend, and she had risen a bit later than usual. After getting up and freshening up, she drew back the curtains to find the sunlight streaming in perfectly. Stretching luxuriously, she watered the flowers and plants she had nurtured. And just as she was about to prepare a simple breakfast for herself, the doorbell rang. It was Mrs. Fong, her neighbor from across the hall. "Miss Rong, I hope I haven't disturbed you?" Rong Ci gently remarked. "No, I am already awake." "That's good to hear," Mrs. Fong responded warmly. "Here are the freshly steamed buns and dumplings we made this morning, brought over for you to enjoy." "Thank you, but you are overly kind," came the reply. "It is only proper. Had you not rescued my sweet Tian a few days ago, who knows what fate awaited her at the jaws of that rabid dog? I've been wanting to express my gratitude, but my husband and I have been so occupied with work that we haven't found the time. I feel quite embarrassed." "It was merely a small effort. You are far too gracious, Mrs. Fong." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Mrs. Fong took her leave. Later that afternoon, a notification regarding the centenary celebration of T University popped up on my phone. After a moment of reflection, she glanced at the date and remembered that today indeed marks the anniversary of T University. A quick search online revealed several trending topics related to the centenary celebrations of T University. These esteemed alumni are prominent figures in various fields, garnering significant attention. Rong Ci gazed several times, and upon seeing several familiar faces appear on the screen, his hand holding the phone trembled. Memories of his school days flooded into his mind, and his heart suddenly became chaotic. Rong Ci closed his laptop and, after a moment of hesitation, drove towards T University. By this time, it was already afternoon. Yet the flow of people on campus remained substantial. As Rong Ci wandered aimlessly through the campus, she was halted by a familiar voice as she reached the foot of the well-known experimental building. "Xiao Ci?" 20 minutes later, in a tea house outside T University, Umo soon poured a cup of tea for Rong Ci and inquired, "How have you been lately?" Rong Ci cradled her teacup, her gaze lowered with a faint smile. "It's quite good, but I'm preparing for a divorce. It's nothing serious. It's just a consideration, but I. Observing Uemo-sun's earnest demeanor, Rong Ci found herself at a loss for words. It wasn't that she didn't wish for it, rather, the rapid advancement in the field of AI left her overwhelmed. Chapter 5. The madam has gone on a business trip indeed. Over the years, Uemo-sun and Rong Ci had seldom crossed paths. Yet, in those brief encounters, he could discern that the woman before him was a far cry from the spirited individual he once knew. Reflecting on the Rong Ci of yesteryears, he could scarcely fathom that the term inferiority would one day be associated with her. Yuma-san possessed limited knowledge regarding the marital life of Rong Ci and Feng Ting. However, he was somewhat aware of certain aspects. While he harbored suspicions, He refrained from voicing them outright. Instead, he earnestly remarked to her, "It is inconsequential to lag behind temporarily. Your abilities and talents are unparalleled, far exceeding those of ordinary prodigies. Shall I, as long as you possess the resolve to pursue this path, it is never too late to start anew. Do not forget. You are the most cherished student in my teaching career." Rong Ci listened and smiled. If the teacher were to hear this, he would likely scoff, saying that he is merely selecting the tallest among the short. It is rather amusing, as it is precisely our group of students who consistently bring him embarrassment that appear before him from time to time, much to his great annoyance. Rong Ci could not help but chuckle, reminiscing about the days spent under the guidance of his mentor, when he was compelled to write papers daily. Rong Ci tightened her grip on the teacup, inhaled deeply, and nodded affirmatively. All right. She had embarked on her journey into the realm of artificial intelligence from a young age, truly passionate about this field. For the sake of her love for Feng Ting, she had forsaken her own aspirations for 6 or 7 years. After such a prolonged absence, she knew that catching up would undoubtedly require considerable time and effort. Yet, she held firm in her belief that with diligence, there was still ample opportunity to reclaim her path. There was no rush, time was on her side. Rong Ci shook her head, expressing her unfamiliarity with the individuals under your command, suggesting a postponement for another occasion. Very well. Just as Yuemo Sun had departed, Rong Ci noticed Feng Tinglin, the sister of Feng Ting, approaching her. Rong Ci also spotted her in the news. However, she never anticipated encountering her here by such coincidence. She greeted, "Sister Tinglin." Feng Tinglin did not respond but furrowed her brows and gazed at her, questioning, "How did you end up here?" Without further ado, Feng Tinglin had almost forgotten that she too was an alumna of T University. What was the purpose of her mingling among the masses as a mere unknown? Never mind. As long as she refrained from tarnishing the Feng family's reputation with her words, Feng Tinglin could hardly be bothered to concern herself with her. With this in mind, Feng Tinglin candidly expressed her intention. "Xiao Ming mentioned that he craves the dishes you prepare. Later, I shall arrange for someone to deliver him to you in Tingshan." Xiao Ming was Feng Tinglin's son, a year or two older than Feng Jingxin. The relationship between Feng Tinglin and her husband was fraught with discord in previous years. She had been so engrossed in her career that she scarcely attended to her child. Consequently, their son had become increasingly rebellious over the past 2 years. And now that she wished to exert some influence, it proved quite challenging. Upon learning of her son's fondness for her cooking, Feng Tinglin began sending him to her in Feng Tingshan whenever she had the opportunity. Adolescents are notorious for imitating their surroundings. Although Feng Tinglin's son cherished her culinary creations, he secretly held her in disdain, treating her more like a servant than an aunt during his visits. Previously, out of consideration for Feng Tingshan, Rong Ci had devoted herself to the well-being of Feng Tinglin's child and overlooked the boy's lack of respect. However, now that both she and Feng Tingshan were preparing for divorce, she was no longer inclined to endure such indignities for his sake. After their separation, she would sever ties with both Feng Tingshan and Feng Tinglin. She would no longer squander her time on them. Feng Tinglin was taken aback by Rong Ci's unexpected refusal. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it for long. In the past, Rong Ci had never turned her down. And now when he claimed to be occupied, she believed that he must indeed have something pressing to attend to, otherwise, how could he possibly forego the opportunity to please her? Yet, she remained somewhat discontented, with Tingshan and Xin no longer by his side. What urgent matters could he possibly have? Rong Ci listened, unable to suppress a bitter smile within her heart. Over the years, she had forsaken her own identity, centering her life around Feng Tingshan and her daughter, revolving entirely around them. Receiving such a remark from Feng Tinglin was indeed justified. However, she resolved that this would no longer be the case. Just as she contemplated speaking, a few individuals approached them. "Miss Feng." It was evident they were seeking Feng Tinglin. Upon noticing Rong Ci, they scrutinized her and inquired, "Miss Feng, who is this?" Feng Tinglin, without introducing Rong Ci as her sister-in-law, coldly replied, "A friend." "Oh, a friend." Seeing Feng Tinglin encounter acquaintances, they initially assumed her companion to be someone of significance. now observing Feng Ting Lin's demeanor towards Rong Ci. Apart from a few who admired Rong Ci's striking appearance and couldn't help but steal glances at her long, fair legs, no one spared her another look. They clustered around Feng Ting Lin and swiftly departed. Feng Ting Lin's unwillingness to acknowledge her sister-in-law's identity would have saddened Rong Ci in the past. Yet now, she found herself indifferent. After Feng Ting Lin left, she picked up her bag and turned to exit. Later that night, shortly after 10, Feng Ting and Feng Jing Xian's flight arrived punctually at the airport. By the time they reached home, it was nearly dawn. Feng Ting carried Feng Jing Xian upstairs and, passing by the master bedroom, noticed the door ajar, yet the interior was cloaked in darkness. Rong Ci was absent. At that moment, the steward happened to assist him in carrying his luggage upstairs. Feng Ting loosened his tie and inquired, "Where is she?" The steward promptly replied, "Madam has gone on a business trip." A fortnight prior, when Rong Ci was packing to leave, Feng Ting happened to be away. He heard from other servants in the villa that Rong Ci had departed with her luggage, presumably for a business trip. Curiously, Rong Ci rarely traveled for work. Even when she did, it was typically for just 2 or 3 days. Feng Ting merely acknowledged this with a grunt, refraining from further questioning. Chapter 6: Who allowed you to come here? The following day, Feng Ting encountered Rong Ci unexpectedly at the company. Startled by the sudden appearance of Feng Ting, Rong Ci's steps faltered momentarily. He displayed an emotionless demeanor, treating her as a stranger, coldly bypassing her before entering the building. In that moment, even if she could not rush into his embrace, her heart would swell with excitement and joy at the sight of him, and despite his indifference, she would greet him with a cheerful good morning. However, now, after casting a fleeting glance at his striking visage, Rong Ci lowered her gaze, her face stripped of the excitement and joy it once held. Yet, Feng Ting remained oblivious to her feelings and departed ahead of her. Half an hour later, Zhang Jia called to instruct her, prepare 2 cups of coffee to deliver to President Feng's office. Initially, in her quest to win Feng Ting's affection, she learned of his fondness for coffee and devoted considerable effort to mastering the craft of brewing it. Her diligence bore fruit. After sampling her brew, Feng Ting insisted on having her coffee, whether at home or in the office. When she discovered that he genuinely adored her coffee, she was elated, believing it to be the first step towards success. In truth, she had underestimated Feng Ting's aversion and wariness towards her. Indeed, he relished her coffee, but that was the extent of his feelings. His demeanor towards her remained consistently cold and distant. Thus, when he desired her coffee, he would typically instruct Zhang Jia to contact her, and after she prepared it, it would be Zhang Jia and others who would retrieve it. He afforded her no opportunity to draw near. Only on rare occasions, when Zhang Jia and the others were unavailable, did she have the chance to deliver the coffee to his office personally. This time, Zhang Jia's tone suggested it was expected that she would bring the coffee directly to Feng Ting after preparing it. After Rong Ci brewed a cup of coffee, she placed it on a tray and carried it over to Feng Ting. The door to Feng Ting's office was ajar. As she approached the entrance, intending to knock politely, she caught sight of Lin Wu seated on Feng Ting's lap, the two seemingly engaged in a kiss. Rong Ci halted her steps, her complexion suddenly paling. Upon seeing her, Lin Wu hurriedly descended from Feng Ting's lap. Feng Ting's expression darkened considerably as he coldly exclaimed, "Who permitted you to come here?" Rong Ci tightly grasped the tray in her hands. "I have come to deliver coffee to you," she said. Just then, Secretary Chang Yuan, another close aide to Feng Ting, happened to arrive. He was well aware of the nature of the relationship between Rong Ci and Feng Ting. "What you are doing is rather pointless," Chang Yuan remarked. Though he did not state it directly, Rong Ci suddenly grasped the implication of his words. She realized that he believed she was aware of Lin Wu's arrival at the company and was attempting to disrupt the interaction between Feng Ting and Lin Wu by using the pretext of delivering coffee. Observing Feng Ting's expression, it appeared he shared the same suspicion. In the past, she might have indeed resorted to such tactics. However, now that she was on the verge of divorce, how could she possibly engage in such behavior? Yet, they did not afford her any opportunity for explanation. Chang Yuan coldly commanded, "Please leave at once." Rong Ci's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her hand trembled slightly as she held the tray, causing the coffee within the cup to spill over and scald her fingers. Despite the sharp pain, she silently turned away, stifling any sound of distress. Yet, after taking merely 2 steps, Feng Ting's voice resonated from the office, "If this happens again, you need not return to the company." She had already resigned. Even without this incident, once a successor was found to take over her responsibilities, she would depart from the company without delay. However, she was acutely aware that no one here cared about her affairs, voicing her feelings would serve no purpose. Rong Ci remained silent, gracefully holding the tray as she turned to depart. Before leaving, she heard Lin Wu gently soothing Feng Ting. "It's all right, Ting. I believe she did not mean any harm, you needn't stay angry." Rong Ci discarded the coffee, rinsed her scalded fingers under the faucet, and deftly retrieved an ointment from her bag to tend to her wounds. Although she now possessed exceptional culinary skills and brewed coffee remarkably well, the truth was that before her marriage to Feng Ting, she was utterly inept at household chores, cooking, and had never even tasted coffee. However, post-marriage, for the sake of Feng Ting and their child, she diligently acquired these skills. She devoted a considerable amount of time to learning, transforming her initial ineptitude into a state of perfection. The struggles she endured were known only to her. As for the ointment in her bag, what mother wouldn't habitually carry a few supplies for injuries? Nevertheless, since Feng Xin and Feng Ting departed for country A, the ointments she had prepared saw little use. Fortunately, they had not yet expired. Just as she organized the documents at hand, she suddenly overheard someone exclaim, "I heard that President Feng's girlfriend has arrived at the company." "A girlfriend? President Feng has a girlfriend? Who could she be? What is her background? Is she beautiful?" While the details of her background remained unclear, the receptionist downstairs mentioned that she also hailed from a prestigious family, possessing stunning beauty and exceptional grace. The 2 colleagues were engrossed in conversation when they noticed Rong Ci rising to leave for a meeting downstairs. They quickly hushed their chatter, approaching her with awkward smiles, saying, "Let's focus on work first, we can gossip later." Rong Ci was aware that the reference to Feng's girlfriend was, in fact, Lin Wu. However, upon hearing this, her expression remained impassive as she turned and exited the office, joining her 2 colleagues in the elevator. Upon disembarking, as they proceeded towards the conference room, they encountered Lin Wu approaching them, flanked by 4 senior executives of the company. The executives surrounded Lin Wu, their demeanor cautious, fawning, and obsequious. Lin Wu remarked with a smile, "It has truly been a laborious task for you gentlemen to accompany me on this tour of the company." Clad in designer attire, her every gesture exuded the poise of a wealthy heiress. While her words were courteous, they carried an air of entitlement, as if she had already assumed the role of the company's matriarch, treating the executives as if they were her subordinates. The executives responded with forced smiles. "Given your relationship with President Feng, we are merely fulfilling our duties. You are too kind, Miss Lin." "Indeed, they echoed, as they spoke. Upon noticing Rong Ci and her colleagues emerging from the elevator, despite their efforts to stand aside and not obstruct the executive's path, their brows immediately furrowed at the sight of them. What is the matter with their walking? What if they were to bump into Miss Lin? They truly lack any sense of decorum. Chapter 7, Returning home together. Rong Ci's 2 colleagues discreetly observed Lin Wu while taking a couple of steps back, pressing themselves against the wall. Lin Wu also caught sight of Rong Ci but promptly averted her gaze, clearly dismissing her presence. She then entered the elevator, surrounded by several managers. Once the elevator doors closed, Rong Ci's colleagues heaved a sigh of relief and eagerly delved into gossip. "That must be President Feng's girlfriend, right? Goodness, she's stunning. She's adorned in designer brands, it must be quite expensive. No wonder she hails from a prestigious family, exuding such confidence and poise. Her aura is truly distinct from that of ordinary people." Absolutely. They continued to speak in hushed tones, turning to Rong Ci and asking, "What do you think?" "Rong Ci?" Rong Ci lowered her gaze and spoke softly, "Indeed. Lin Wu was, in fact, the illegitimate daughter of her father. Perhaps labeling her as such was not entirely accurate. After all, when she was merely 8 years old, her father, determined to spare Lin Wu and her mother from suffering, insisted on divorcing her mother to marry Lin Wu's mother. Following the divorce, she lived with her mentally unstable mother, alongside her grandmother and uncle. Over the years, her uncle's business had deteriorated, while the Lin family's enterprise flourished. It was said that in an effort to compensate for the grievances Lin Wu endured during her childhood, her father spared no expense in providing her with the finest opportunities, investing considerable wealth in her upbringing. Lin Wu, living up to expectations, was rumored to be exceptionally talented. Thus, the once illegitimate Lin Wu had transformed into a legitimate heiress of a prestigious family. Having been a young lady of high society for over a decade, her aura now surpassed that of her earlier status as a true heiress. She had believed that after childhood, she and Lin Wu would never cross paths again. Yet, fate seemed particularly fond of Lin Wu. She and Feng Ting had grown up together, but despite her relentless efforts, he had always overlooked her, falling utterly in love with Lin Wu at their very first encounter. Rong Ci, are you alright? Seeing the pallor of her face, her two colleagues expressed their concern. She was on the verge of divorcing Feng Ting, whom he loved from now on would no longer concern her. That day, Rong Ci did not pay any further attention to the matters between Feng Ting and Lin Wu. She worked diligently until nearly 9 o'clock. And as her workload began to ease, her phone rang. It was a call from her dear friend, Chu Zilan. Rong Ci hastily completed the tasks at hand and, seizing the car keys, departed from the company. 20 minutes later, she arrived at her destination. As she alighted from the vehicle and was about to make her way towards the entrance, a young girl emerged from the adjacent parking lot. Gazing at the child's distinctly shaped profile, Rong Ci's steps faltered. Xin? With this thought, she tightened her grip on her handbag, silently trailing behind the lively little figure that bounced ahead. Upon reaching the corner of the lobby, she spotted Lin Wu and several friends of Feng Ting at the end of the corridor. Rong Ci swiftly turned to the side to evade. And then he heard his daughter joyfully call out, "Aunt Wu Wu!" as she dashed forward and leaped into Lin Wu's embrace. Rong Ci settled into the sofa beside them, her back turned, cleverly using the greenery and the chair's backrest to obscure her figure. "This necklace was crafted by my father and me. Happy birthday, Aunt Wu Wu!" "Wow! Is this truly handcrafted by Xin and your father? It must have taken a great deal of effort. You are truly remarkable, Xin. Auntie adores it, thank you. I'm so glad you like it, Aunt Wu Wu." Feng Ting nestled closer to Lin Wu, playfully pouting, "I haven't seen you for a week, Aunt Wu Wu. I've missed you so much. If it weren't for our daily phone calls, I could hardly bear to stay in country these past few days." "I miss you too, Xin." At that moment, footsteps approached from the side. Rong Ci paused for a moment, recognizing Feng Ting's presence merely from the sound of his footsteps. Even though she had not laid eyes on him, she was certain it was him. The certainty stemmed from the 6 or 7 years of waiting for him, day after day, since their marriage. Feng Ting's footsteps mirrored his demeanor, unhurried and composed. Even with his close relatives in the Feng family, he maintained his calm, seemingly indifferent, as though the sky might fall and he would remain unperturbed. She once believed that nothing and no one could disturb his tranquility. Yet, the appearance of Lin Wu introduced an unexpected variable. As memories of the past flickered in her mind, she was abruptly brought back to the present by her daughter's joyful call for daddy. Feng Ting's friends greeted him warmly, to which he responded before turning to Lin Wu, wishing her a happy birthday. Lin Wu smiled in return, "Yes. Daddy. Didn't you prepare other birthday gifts for Aunt Wu Wu? Hurry and give them to her." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, followed by a burst of laughter from one of Feng Ting's friends, who playfully pinched Feng Jingxian's cheek, saying, "That is a personal gift from your father to Aunt Wu Wu. He will likely give it to her privately, so let us not meddle, haha." Others joined in with knowing smiles. At that moment, Feng Ting interjected, "I have already given it to her." "Ah? When?" Feng Jingxian exclaimed, then added, "Daddy. You went to meet Aunt Wu Wu without me again, umph." Laughter erupted among Feng Ting's friends. Rong Ci was reminded of Lin Wu's visit to the Feng group that morning. It was likely around that time when the gift was delivered. Lin Wu smiled shyly and said, "Let us not linger here any longer, let us hasten upstairs." The sound of their footsteps gradually faded away. Although Rong Ci was reluctant, his mind was utterly blank. In fact, the private dining room where Chu Zilan and Lin Wu were gathering was located on the same floor. As Rong Ci assisted Chu Zilan into the elevator, Feng Ting's close friend Shi Yuming halted momentarily. Chapter 8, no need for that. The person beside him inquired, what's the matter? It seems you have spotted someone familiar. Having grown up alongside Feng Ting, they were well aware of Rong Ci's affection for him. To speak frankly, Rong Ci was undeniably beautiful, yet her tranquility rendered her somewhat unremarkable. Her allure lacked the distinctiveness that captivated Feng Ting. He maintained a respectful distance from her, and they regarded Rong Ci with a degree of disdain. Their encounters with her had been infrequent, and when they did meet, they could scarcely muster the inclination to greet her. Truthfully, Rong Ci's visage had become somewhat hazy in his memory, leaving him uncertain whether he had indeed recognized her. Nevertheless, even if it were truly Rong Ci, he dismissed the thought without concern. Rong Ci did not notice Qi Yuming. When Chu Zilan awoke and saw Rong Ci there, she expressed her gratitude with a warm embrace, saying, "Thank you for your hard work last night. I shall treat you to a meal another day." Rong Ci had already prepared breakfast and gently patted her head, urging her to get up and wash up, lest the meal grow cold. Chu Zilan, clinging to her, buried her little face against her waist, reluctant to part, murmured, "Xiao Ci, you are so fragrant and soft. Holding you feels so delightful." After Chu Zilan finished her morning routine, she beheld the delightful breakfast prepared by Rong Ci on the table, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. She sincerely believed that whoever married Rong Ci would be fortunate indeed. However, contemplating the marriage between Rong Ci and Feng Ting, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing it might sadden him. She took a seat, savoring her meal while engaging with her phone. Rong Ci, Chu Zilan handed her phone to Rong Ci. Rong Ci glanced at her phone and discovered it was a social media post from Qi Yuming, a close friend of Feng Ting. The post featured several photos from a gathering they attended the previous evening. The caption read, "Happy birthday to the beautiful birthday girl." Although it was meant to celebrate Lin Wu's birthday, 4 or 5 of the images showcased intimate moments between Feng Ting and Lin Wu. Notably, there was a picture of them jointly cutting a cake with a single crystal knife. As for Feng Ting, she was conspicuously absent from the photos, likely to avoid drawing attention from the elders of the Feng family. After all, Grandma Feng and her grandmother were friends, and due to the complicated history between their mothers, Grandma Feng had never been fond of Lin Wu. If she were to find out that Feng Ting allowed Feng Ting to grow close to Lin Wu, she would undoubtedly be incensed. To an outsider, the photos could easily suggest that Feng Ting and Lin Wu were indeed a couple. However, it was evident that this birthday celebration was meticulously arranged by Feng Ting for Lin Wu. Reflecting on the cold treatment she received during her birthday a fortnight ago, Rong Ci averted her gaze. Chu Zilan looked at her with concern. "Xiao Ci, are you alright?" "It doesn't matter, their affairs are no longer my concern," Rong Ci replied as she returned the phone to her. "I've initiated divorce proceedings with Feng Ting." "What?" Chu Zilan was taken aback. You proposed the divorce?" "Yes." Chu Zilan had never harbored animosity towards Feng Ting. In fact, she had admired him greatly and had even experienced a flutter of affection for him in the past. This admiration stemmed primarily from his exceptional qualities. Rong Ci ascended 3 levels in quick succession, graduating from the nation's top university before the age of 18, and swiftly establishing her own technology company, securing several patents. To her, this was already a remarkable achievement. However, it is said that Feng Ting graduated from university at the tender age of 13. Shortly thereafter, he pursued further studies abroad, all before he had turned 20. Feng Ting's enterprises span various fields including technology, medicine, entertainment, and tourism. In the following years, while founding his own companies, he also took the reins of the Feng Group, effortlessly elevating it to new heights. Within their circle, anyone who speaks of Feng Ting cannot help but extol his virtues. Moreover, Feng Ting's striking appearance only adds to his allure. Thus, Rong Ci's downfall at the hands of this prodigy does not surprise Chu Zilan. Nevertheless, Feng Ting's indifference towards those he disdains is truly ruthless. Reflecting on the years during which Feng Ting misinterpreted Rong Ci and callously disregarded her sincere affections, she felt utterly disenchanted with him. Rong Ci's profound affection for Feng Ting has always been evident to Chu Zilan. Over the years, she has urged Rong Ci to consider divorce. Yet Rong Ci consistently shook her head in silence. Therefore, she was genuinely taken aback when Rong Ci took the initiative to propose a divorce. Unable to swallow her breakfast, she gazed at Rong Ci with concern and asked, "What has transpired?" She knew that something unknown must have occurred to prompt the steadfastly devoted Rong Ci to seek a separation from Feng Ting. After contemplating for a moment, Rong Ci remarked, "It is not truly a significant matter, perhaps it is merely the accumulation of disappointment that has led to an overwhelming sense of fatigue, prompting the desire for divorce." Chu Zilan understood Rong Ci's temperament. She knew that once Rong Ci made a decision, even if she might not be able to completely let go of Feng Ting at this moment, she would not easily change her mind. She was resolute. Chu Zilan embraced Rong Ci in the past and reassured her, saying, "It's all right, a separation can also be a blessing." After having breakfast, Rong Ci departed from Chu Zilan's residence to head to work. Prior to her moving out, although she and Feng Ting worked at the same place, they would leave at different times and had never commuted together. Furthermore, he was always on high alert around her. And it was not uncommon for them to go an entire month without encountering one another at the office. Now that she had moved out, however, they fortuitously crossed paths for 2 consecutive days. Today, Feng Ting appeared as strikingly handsome and composed as ever, exuding a sense of dignified elegance. Yet, as was customary, each time he caught sight of her, the indifference on his face became all the more pronounced. Like yesterday, Feng Ting merely glanced at her before swiftly averting his gaze. Rong Ci lowered her gaze and, as she had done the previous day, softly called out to Mr. Feng. After Feng Ting had walked away, she stepped into the company. She was oblivious to whether Lin Wu had arrived at the office that day, nor did she care. She remained engrossed and silently dedicated to her work. When noon arrived, her grandmother called her. Aside from their morning encounter, Rong Ci did not cross paths with Feng Ting again that day. As she gathered her belongings, preparing to leave on time, Chang Yuan delivered a document to her, requesting her urgent attention. Rong Ci paused for a moment, stating that it was an urgent matter requiring her attention. However, a fleeting glance at the contents revealed that the document was not particularly pressing. In the past, she would have accepted it with a smile, promising to complete it swiftly, as she wished to avoid any semblance of favoritism. Yet today, she found herself disinclined to pursue perfection, especially concerning matters related to Feng Ting. Moreover, she was weary. Previously, she had endeavored to cultivate amicable relations with several of Feng Ting's personal secretaries, but now, such efforts seemed unnecessary. Additionally, Chang Yuan had unjustly accused her without discernment the day before, and she lacked the capacity to act as though nothing had transpired. She regarded Chang Yuan with an icy demeanor and stated, "I will not be undertaking this task at present, I am leaving for the day." Chapter 9. She was not home. Chang Yuan's expression darkened as she perceived Rong Ci's behavior as an abuse of her privileged status. "Secretary Yong, please adjust your professional demeanor. Do you believe this is your personal residence?" Rong Ci lifted her bag, maintaining her demeanor. "If you are dissatisfied, you may dismiss me at this very moment." Previously, he was aware that she accompanied Feng Ting to Country A, and that Rong Ci had already submitted her resignation. Although he enjoyed the profound trust of Feng Ting, the company was not a dictatorship under his command. He lacked the authority to simply order Rong Ci to leave. Moreover, Rong Ci held considerable esteem with elder Madame Feng. Should she choose to lodge a complaint, he was certain that even if Feng Ting would protect him, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Rong Ci paid him no heed and departed, leaving Chang Yuan with a sullen expression as he exited the secretarial department. Jiang Zhe, noticing his discontent, inquired, "What transpired?" Chang Yuan recounted the events to him, and Jiang Zhe was taken aback. Typically, he had more frequent interactions with Rong Ci and possessed a certain understanding of his character. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This doesn't seem like something Rong Ci would do." Could there be a misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding, the situation unfolded as described. In my view, Rong Ci is merely leveraging his position for preferential treatment. He is not nearly as commendable as you often portray. Jiang Jia paused momentarily, pondering, could it be that he is contemplating resignation and has begun to slack off? However, Rong Ci had been diligently engaged in his work recently, showing no signs of change from his usual demeanor. At that moment, Feng Ting approached from a distance, asking, "What is happening?" "It concerns Secretary Rong," Chang Yuan replied. "She left before completing her tasks. If you are dissatisfied, you can simply follow the procedure to terminate her," Feng Ting remarked, revealing his apparent indifference to the matter. Jiang Zhou and Chang Yuan exchanged glances, not because they felt Feng Ting's response was excessively apathetic, but rather because it seemed he was entirely unaware that Rong Ci had submitted his resignation. Wasn't that his intention? Had they misunderstood? Just as they were about to speak, Feng Ting's phone rang. It was a call from Lin Wu. He did not glance back at them, instead continuing toward the elevator while answering, "I'm off work now. I'll be there shortly." Jiang Zhou and Chang Yuan regarded each other in surprise. Jiang Zhou suggested, perhaps President Feng simply forgot? This was indeed a possibility, as Feng Ting had never shown much concern for matters regarding Rong Ci. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Jingxin shared a close bond with elder Madame Rong. Given this closeness, there was no need for her to force anything. Moreover, considering the current intimacy between Feng Jingxin and Lin Wu, it would undoubtedly infuriate the elderly matriarch if she were to discover it. As traffic was a bit congested, Rong Ci arrived at the Rong residence well past 6 in the evening. Old Lady Rong gazed at her, her smile faltering momentarily as she tenderly caressed her face, remarking, "You have grown thinner." Rong Ci's eyelashes flickered slightly as she spoke, "I've been quite busy with work lately." The elderly lady sighed, "No matter how busy you are, you must remember to eat well." "I understand, Grandma. I will be mindful of that," she replied. Rong Ci sat beside the elderly lady, resting his face against her shoulder, drawing warmth from her presence. Noticing that the lamb stew was nearly ready, the elderly lady instructed someone to ladle out a bowl of soup for her, to warm her body. "What about your uncle? Does he have social engagements this evening?" she inquired. However, as soon as the words left her lips, her brow furrowed again. "Why have you lost weight? Have you not been eating properly?" Rong Ci smiled, remarking that he had been exceedingly busy earlier, but promised to indulge in a hearty meal shortly. Rong Changsheng let out a sigh, and as the servant set the dinner on the table, he incessantly served her meat. Rong Changsheng remarked on her weight loss, and indeed, Rong Ci also noticed his own pallor. Although she had not joined the Rong family business, she was acutely aware of its current struggles. Each day, Rong Changsheng was engulfed in the turmoil of corporate affairs, yet he found himself powerless to revive the company. Over the years, there were several projects that, had it not been for Feng Ting's timely assistance, the Rong family would not have descended into such dire straits. However, aside from the 2 instances when old Madame Feng issued her stern orders, Feng Ting had never extended his help to her. She contemplated that had it not been for old Madame Feng's presence, given Feng Ting's misconceptions about her, he would not only refuse to assist but would likely seek to undermine the Rong family instead. With this thought, Rong Ci managed a bitter smile. The once delectable lamb in her mouth suddenly lost its flavor. Understanding her predicament, even in times of need, Rong Changsheng had never suggested that she seek Feng Ting's help. After their meal, while the old lady dozed, Rong Ci handed Rong Changsheng a card containing 70 million. "Xiao Ci, Uncle doesn't need this, it is of no use to me." Rong Ci returned the card to him, saying, "I cannot assist in other matters. This is all I can do." She had indeed excelled in her studies since childhood, capable of engaging in research and development. Yet she seemed ill-suited for the world of commerce. Fortunately, years ago, she had secured several patents in artificial intelligence, and the technology company she co-founded with Yu Mashuan and others yielded annual dividends. By the end of the year, the total amount she received, even without exerting herself, would amount to several tens of millions. Rong Changsheng felt a pang of shame. He had already provided his uncle with financial assistance numerous times, yet the company remained in a state of languor. It was evident that his uncle lacked the requisite capabilities. It is only natural for a company to undergo significant investments during a transformation. "Uncle, do not burden yourself excessively. When Feng Ting arrived home, it was already past 10 in the evening. "If you're tired, you should retire for the night," he remarked in a subdued tone. "Understood, good night, Dad." With that, Feng Ting ascended the stairs to her room, while Feng Ting took the glass of water poured by the butler, finished it, and also made his way upstairs. The bedroom was shrouded in darkness, seemingly unoccupied. Feng Ting hesitated before turning on the light. Indeed, no one was there. Chapter 10, Noticing her transformation today. It was uncommon for him to be without his daughter. Perhaps something had transpired at the Rong family. The words spoken by Chang Yuan earlier that afternoon echoed in his mind, confirming his suspicion. He paused momentarily but decided against intervening. The following morning, as Feng Ting enjoyed his breakfast, he informed Feng Ting, "The enrollment procedures have been completed, you will report to school tomorrow morning." "Got it," Feng Ting replied, scrunching her little nose. "Dad, can you take me to school tomorrow? I may not be available." "All right," her eyes sparkled as she quickly added. "Then I will call Aunt Lin Wu to take me." Before Feng Ting could respond, his phone rang. It was a call from the old residence. Upon answering, he was greeted by the voice of Grandma Feng. "Yes, understood." The old lady then inquired, "Where is Xiao Xi? Let me speak with her." "She is not here." "How could she not be at this hour? Shouldn't you, as her husband, know where your wife is?" Feng Ting remained silent. The old lady sighed and fell into silence. At this point, Feng Ting softened his tone slightly, redirecting the conversation. "Have you eaten?" "I've had my fill," he replied with a smile, continuing to eat breakfast in an orderly manner. The old lady recognized that her grandson had always possessed his own opinions. The current state of Feng Ting's marriage to Rong Ci was a considerable concession on his part. Given his temperament, even if it was for his own good, she could not press him excessively. With a sigh, she conceded, "Very well, I have no more words for you, humph. All right, see you tonight." "Humph," the old lady retorted before hanging up. Feng Ting, initially oblivious to the conversation, grew curious after overhearing a few exchanges and asked, "Dad, who was that?" Grandma Feng was quite fond of Feng Ting, and upon hearing this, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Great! I haven't seen Grandma for a long time, I've missed her." Feng Ting merely acknowledged with a sound. At that moment, Rong Ci was also having breakfast at the Rong family home. Seeing Feng Ting's name on her phone, she paused for a moment. She no longer felt surprise or joy at his call. After a brief hesitation, she answered, "Hello. Rong Ci. Very well. I understand. Why should she exert herself for no reward?" She suggested that the driver take her there, while she would drive herself after work. They were departing during peak hours, making this indeed the most convenient option. However, Rong Ci has always preferred to take matters into her own hands regarding Feng Jingxin's affairs, relishing in the process without ever finding it burdensome. Hearing Rong Ci's words, Feng Ting was somewhat taken aback. Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought, considering it a trivial matter unworthy of further contemplation. Understood. After saying this, he ended the call. At that moment, Feng Jingxin realized who was on the other end of Feng Ting's phone call. Was it Mother? Yes. Feng Jingxin's brow furrowed reflexively at the mention. It wasn't that she was unwilling to see her mother or did not miss her. In fact, it had been quite some time since she last laid eyes on her mother, and her mother had not reached out to her in over half a month. Now, thinking of her mother stirred a sense of longing within her. She felt particularly pleased that her mother was away from home, seizing the opportunity to spend more time with Aunt Wu Wu during her mother's business trip. However, regarding Aunt Wu Wu's racing event tomorrow night, she knew her mother would certainly disallow her attendance if she found out. The thought of this instantly dampened her spirits. Moreover, she had already asked Aunt Wu Wu to take her to school the following morning, and Aunt Wu Wu had readily agreed. What should she do? Feng Jingxin felt utterly dejected. Dad. Feng Ting glanced over. What is it? Although she could ask her father to persuade her mother to let Aunt Wu Wu accompany her to school, she feared that this would likely lead to an argument between her parents. How frustrating. Feng Jingxin had lost her appetite for breakfast. Nevertheless, she could concede the matter of going to school tomorrow and allow her mother to accompany her. But as for Aunt Wu Wu's racing event tomorrow night, she was resolute in her desire to attend. With this in mind, she playfully pleaded with Feng Ting, "You promised to take me to see Aunt Wu Wu race tomorrow night, but if mother finds out, she will definitely not allow me to go. So, this must remain a secret from her. If mother inquires tomorrow, could you help me deceive her?" Understood. With Feng Ting's assurance, Feng Jingxin's mood improved slightly. Shortly thereafter, Feng Ting finished his breakfast and departed. When Rong Ci arrived at the company today, she did not encounter Feng Ting again. At noon, old lady Rong called her, requesting her presence at Yanhao for lunch. Yanhao is situated in close proximity to the Feng group, and it took Rong Ci merely a few minutes to walk there. As Rong Ci exited the company and reached the corner near the banquet entrance, he overheard someone say, "Ting, if it weren't for your assistance earlier, I would have struggled immensely and still might not have secured this contract. I truly appreciate your help this time." That voice was unmistakably familiar. Rong Ci halted in her tracks, her gaze drawn to the unmistakable profile of her biological father, Lin Lihai, before her. At that moment, Feng Ting spoke up. Addressing him with courtesy, "Uncle, you are too kind." Rong Ci slowly clenched her fist. She could discern that Feng Ting's tone was gentler than usual at that moment. Those who received such treatment from him were typically individuals of significance to him. However, she did not believe that Feng Ting held Lin Lihai in high regard because of her. It was improbable that Feng Ting assisted Lin Lihai for her sake. After all, since Lin Lihai's divorce from her mother, their encounters had become exceedingly rare. Lin Lihai now publicly acknowledged only Lin Wu as his daughter. The bond of father and daughter between her and Lin Lihai had long since dissipated. As anticipated, Lin Lihai subsequently remarked, "Wu Wu is here alone. And both her mother and I are quite uneasy. I would appreciate it if you could look after her a bit more in the future." Chapter 11, No matter how hard I try, it's futile. As Rong Ci listened, she could hardly contain her laughter. Lin Wu and Feng Ting had only come to know each other after her marriage to Feng Ting. Lin Wu was fully aware of the relationship between her and Feng Ting. And she found it implausible that Lin Lihai was oblivious to the fact that Feng Ting was the husband of his other daughter. He must have known. Yet, he shamelessly continued to play matchmaker for Lin Wu and Feng Ting. This demonstrated the extent of his indifference towards her as a daughter. Feng Ting consented to the arrangement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Rong Ci observed Feng Ting waiting for Lin Lihai to enter the car. And only after the vehicle had departed did she herself get into her own car and leave. Given Feng Ting's current status, such deference was typically reserved for a select few elders within the Feng family. However, it was evident that Feng Ting held a certain respect for Lin Lihai, simply because he was Lin Wu's father. Reflecting on this, she recalled Feng Ting's rather indifferent demeanor when meeting her grandmother and uncle. In the past, even when she cautiously broached the subject with him, he had been reluctant to assist her uncle in any way. Yet, his attitude towards Lin Wu was markedly different, one of genuine concern and regard. This disparity illustrated the profound distinction between love and indifference. Before long, Feng Ting also departed. It was a considerable time later that Rong Ci turned to enter the banquet hall. The Feng family estate was situated on the outskirts of the capital, surrounded by picturesque mountains and serene waters, providing an ideal environment for the elderly. The only drawback was its considerable distance from the bustling city center. After an hour and a half of driving, Rong Ci finally arrived at the old residence. She parked the car and, holding the gifts, had not yet entered when she heard her daughter Feng Jingxin's cheerful laughter. Old lady Feng, facing the door, immediately noticed her and broke into a smile. "Xiao Ci, you're here. Come sit with your grandma." However, only old lady Feng wore a smile. Feng Ting's mother, her mother-in-law, along with Feng Tinglin and her child, had their smiles fade upon seeing her. Rong Ci noticed. Yet it no longer held the same significance for her as it once did. She feigned ignorance, smiled gently, and handed the gift she had brought to the approaching butler before making her way towards her grandmother. "Grandma," she greeted. The elderly lady beamed with joy, pulling Rong Ci down to sit beside her, but soon her expression shifted to concern. Why have you lost so much weight? Has Tingshan been mistreating you? With her head lowered, Rong Ci shook her head, saying, No, I've just been quite busy lately. This statement was a blend of truth and deception. Feng Ting had not bullied her, yet her mood was undeniably often swayed by him. Moreover, during the past fortnight, she had dedicated herself to the study of artificial intelligence every evening after work, often toiling until the early hours of the morning before finally succumbing to sleep. The elderly lady, unable to interject, was met with Feng Tinglin's scoff. With such words, one might think your work is of paramount importance to the Feng group. As if it could not function without you. Seated nearby, Feng Tingshan's mother, Sang Xian, exuded an air of refined elegance. After sipping her tea, she remarked coolly, If you find your work at the Feng group burdensome, you might as well resign. After all, no one is begging you to remain. Feng Tinglin laughed, Indeed. I fear there are those who would be reluctant to see you go. The elderly lady disapproved of others speaking of Rong Ci and was about to voice her thoughts. But Rong Ci spoke first. I have already submitted my resignation. Once I complete the handover, I will leave the Feng group. At this declaration, both Sang Qian and Feng Tinglin were momentarily taken aback. The elderly lady furrowed her brow. Xiao Ci, is your mother here? Feng Jingxian had just taken the elevator to the second floor and was now descending, her spirits lifted upon seeing Rong Ci. Especially since it had been over half a month since they last communicated. She interrupted the elderly lady's words and leaped into Rong Ci's embrace, exclaiming, Mom. Rong Ci paused momentarily, gently embraced her and murmured a sound of acknowledgement, yet refrained from uttering further words. In truth, the elderly lady did not wish for Rong Ci to depart from the Feng group. However, upon noticing Feng Jingxin's presence, she chose not to pursue the previous topic. Instead, with a warm smile, she addressed Rong Ci, saying, My dear, it has been quite some time since I savored the tea you brewed. Would you be so kind as to prepare a couple of cups for your grandmother? From a young age, Rong Ci had been by the side of the venerable matriarch. Rong Lao Tai. In her youth, she possessed a tranquil disposition and a calm demeanor, demonstrating an innate talent that had flourished over the years, particularly in the art of tea. This was undoubtedly commendable. However, dinner was fast approaching. Feng Tinglin preferred coffee over tea. Upon entering, she greeted both the matriarch and Sang Xian. The moment Feng Jingxin spotted Feng Tingshan, she eagerly left Rong Ci's embrace and dashed over, exclaiming, Father! Feng Ting-yi, significantly younger than both Feng Tinglin and Feng Tingshan, had yet to reach adulthood. With a sunny and cheerful disposition, he gracefully leaped over the armrest of the sofa and settled comfortably onto it. Observing the gathering, he cheerfully asked, Are you all waiting for me? Feng Tinglin playfully tapped his head, replying, Indeed, we've all been waiting with empty stomachs for you. Feng Tingshan, typically reserved and reticent, contrasted with Feng Tinglin's fiery temperament, while Feng Ting-yi served as the family's source of joy, enjoying a closer bond with their parents. Their party consisted of 9 individuals, and they proceeded to the small dining room for their meal. As they took their seats, the arrangement placed the matriarch, Feng Tingshan, Feng Jingxin, and Rong Ci together. The matriarch smiled and beckoned Feng Jingxin, saying, Xinxin, switch places with your father so that he can sit beside your mother. The matriarch tirelessly endeavored to bring Rong Ci and Feng Tingshan closer together, a pursuit that had become a familiar sight to the others, who regarded it as a futile endeavor. Despite the matriarch's persistent matchmaking over the years, Feng Tingshan's attitude towards Rong Ci had remained unchanged. Although he was not fond of the matriarch's schemes, he seldom contradicted her unless the matter was of significant importance, thus he remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to her wishes. Rong Ci no longer felt the same joy as before regarding the old lady's matchmaking efforts. Her expression was rather indifferent, yet when she gazed at the old lady, a gentle smile graced her lips as she said, It's all right, grandmother, let us just sit like this. In Chapter 12, the question arose, was Rong Ci unwilling to return to her room? The old lady felt a sense of helplessness. Believing that Rong Ci's lack of assertiveness and her excessive indulgence towards Feng Tingshan had resulted in missed opportunities, leaving their relationship stagnant for so many years. However, since Rong Ci had expressed her wishes, the old lady did not press the matter further. As the meal commenced, everyone engaged in conversation while dining, and the atmosphere remained quite pleasant. Rong Ci seldom spoke, quietly bowing his head to eat. It had already been over 10 minutes since Feng Tingshan entered the room, And the couple had not exchanged a single word. In fact, there was a complete absence of communication throughout the meal. This silence had become the norm in their marriage. Everyone had grown accustomed to it, failing to perceive anything unusual. When Feng Ting contemplated what to eat, she would have previously relied on Rong Ci's attentiveness. Now, she had become accustomed to requesting Feng Ting to serve her. However, when she desired to eat shrimp, her gaze unconsciously shifted towards Rong Ci, for in the past, he would always take the initiative to peel the shells for both her and Feng Ting. "Mom, I would like to have some shrimp." Rong Ci contemplated divorce. Yet she had no desire to contest for the custody of Feng Ting with Feng Ting. Nevertheless, Feng Ting remained her daughter. And she bore both the obligation and responsibility to care for her, striving to meet her needs as best as she could. Therefore, when Feng Ting requested her to peel shrimp, Rong Ci readily acquiesced, saying, "All right." She set down her chopsticks and began to peel the shrimp. The elderly lady observed her hands and suddenly paused. "Xiao Ci, where is your ring?" Upon her utterance, everyone, including Feng Ting, turned their gaze towards Rong Ci's hands. Despite the frigid nature of their marital life post-wedding, Rong Ci had consistently worn the wedding ring that the elder Feng had prepared for them. In stark contrast, Feng Ting had never once donned his. The wedding band that belonged to him was lost to obscurity, its whereabouts unknown. Throughout the years, Rong Ci had worn her ring wherever she went, reluctant to part with it, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. Feng Ting had frequently mocked her over this fact. Today, however, she had not adorned herself with the wedding ring, and initially, no one had taken note. For they seldom scrutinized her hands. Thus, had it not been for the elder lady's remark, others would indeed have overlooked this detail. Rong Ci deftly peeled the shrimp. Her movements subtle and untraceable, before she composed herself and remarked, "I left it at home in my haste this morning." In truth, the ring had been removed when she initially prepared the divorce agreement, and she had placed it in the envelope along with the document. However, she and Feng Ting had not yet formally divorced, and she was acutely aware that the elderly lady would undoubtedly oppose their separation. If she were to broach the subject of her desire to divorce Feng Ting now, it was likely that their marriage would remain unconsummated for the time being. Thus, Rong Ci chose not to divulge the truth to the elderly lady. Upon hearing her, the lady chuckled softly, "So that's how it is." Subsequently, everyone continued their meal as usual. After dining, they relocated to the living room, indulging in fruits and desserts while engaging in conversation. The elderly lady was keen to facilitate a union between Rong Ci and Feng Ting, encouraging them to sit together. Yet, Feng Ting continued to withhold even a glance from Rong Ci. Rong Ci was reluctant to take a seat beside the elderly lady. Yet it would be impolite to continuously refuse her. Thus, he settled down next to Feng Ting. This marked the first occasion in several months that they had sat so closely together. Rong Ci could distinctly perceive the familiar, subtle scent of men's perfume emanating from Feng Ting. However, at present, her heart was as tranquil as still water. And she merely nibbled on the fruit pudding before her, showing no inclination to engage in conversation with Feng Ting. The elderly lady, however, was quite pleased. Observing the two of them, she remarked with a smile, "They truly complement each other." One was strikingly handsome, while the other exuded a quiet grace and extraordinary beauty. Indeed, they appeared quite harmonious at first glance. Yet, their compatibility was superficial at best. In terms of other qualities, Rong Ci still had a long way to go. Nevertheless, given the elderly lady's evident delight, Feng Ting and Sang Xian chose not to dampen her spirits, even if they were somewhat skeptical. That evening, they followed the elderly lady's wishes and stayed overnight at the ancestral home. Shortly after 8, Feng Ting and the elderly lady retreated to the study to discuss matters of business, while Feng Xian took Rong Ci's hand, expressing her desire to take a bath and retire for the night. Rong Ci ascended the stairs to give her a bath. As she sat in the petite bathtub, Feng Ting gazed at Rong Ci and tentatively inquired, "Mom, are you busy tomorrow morning?" Although she could make a concession and allow her mother to accompany her to school the following morning, her heart secretly yearned for the presence of Aunt Wu. Thus, she hoped that her mother would be preoccupied the next morning. Rong Ci shook his head in response, "Not busy, what's the matter?" Hearing this, Feng Ting felt a sense of disappointment as she pouted her lips and replied, "It's nothing." She chose not to elaborate, and Rong Ci refrained from inquiring further. After Feng Ting finished her bath, Rong Ci gently dried her hair. Just as her hair was completely dry, Feng Ting expressed her desire to sleep. As Rong Ci observed her gaze fixated on her phone, he realized her desire to continue playing with it. He gently remarked, "You should only look for a little while before bedtime. It is not wise to stare for too long, understand?" "I know," she replied. Since her mother was free tomorrow, she deemed it necessary to discuss this matter with Aunt Wu. Feng Ting harbored concerns that Lin Wu might feel saddened or disappointed upon learning of it, and she pondered how to convey the news to her delicately. Already feeling vexed, she grew increasingly impatient with Rong Ci's admonitions and urged her to leave. "Mother, please go out. I will turn off my phone and go to sleep after 9:30. In this regard, Feng Ting indeed exhibited a commendable sense of discipline. Upon hearing this, Rong Ci bid her good night and departed the room. Feng Ting promptly shut the door and locked it behind her. As Rong Ci had just taken her first steps, she naturally heard the sound of Feng Ting locking the door from the inside. Rong Ci did not believe that she was guarding against others. Her defenses were solely directed towards herself. She would protect herself, likely because she wished to discuss something with Lin Wu, and indeed, that was the case. What they conversed about remained a mystery to Rong Ci. She did not dwell on it, nor did she feel inclined to. Over the years, she had accumulated quite a few personal items here. She found a set of pajamas and retreated to the bathroom for a shower. After bathing, she settled on her usual side of the bed, noticing that it was still early. She picked up a book she had previously placed in her bag and began to read quietly. Time slipped away, and she eventually felt a twinge of discomfort in her eyes. Closing the book, she glanced at the clock and realized it was already 11:30. In truth, even though Feng Ting initially believed she had orchestrated his design, by the third year of their marriage, his demeanor towards her had improved. Albeit he still did not exhibit much intimacy. However, shortly thereafter, Lin Wu entered the picture. He fell in love with Lin Wu and began to distance himself from her. From that moment on, he scarcely touched her again. Lost in thought, Rong Ci unconsciously left the bedroom and descended the stairs. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. It was Feng Tinglin's voice, asserting that Lin Wu indeed possessed the allure to captivate. Rong Ci turned her gaze towards the source of the morning sound. It was Feng Tinglin and Feng Ting. She paused momentarily. The distance was great, and Feng Ting was backlit, preventing Rong Ci from discerning the expression on his face. Feng Tinglin said, "I can actually understand you. I have encountered Lin Wu a few times and heard that she is only 25 yet has already obtained a doctorate from a top-tier global university. Moreover, she appears to manage her family's business adeptly, is strikingly beautiful, and possesses a wild and untamed spirit. Her excellence and brilliance are indeed attributes that most women lack, making her undeniably captivating. However, her background is not particularly illustrious, Tingshan. Have you given this matter due consideration?" Feng Ting replied, "I am quite clear about the type of woman I desire." Yet, Feng Tinglin frowned. Although she held little regard for Rong Ci, she also did not admire Lin Wu. She wished to articulate her thoughts, but upon noticing the displeasure in Feng Ting's eyes, she refrained from speaking further. So protective, not a word can be uttered. Shall I remain silent then? As Rong Ci listened, she clenched her hands, her cheeks stinging from the night breeze. A bitter smile crossed her lips, and she lost the desire to continue listening, turning away instead. Just as she left, Feng Tinglin recalled something. Didn't she hear Rong Ci mention that she had submitted her resignation, intending to depart from the company? Feng Ting replied, "The day before yesterday afternoon. I heard Chung Yuan say she made a mistake, and he was quite angry. I instructed him to follow company protocol to terminate her." Feng Tinglin scoffed lightly. "So that's it." When she spoke of this matter earlier, her tone suggested she was resigning of her own accord. "I thought as much. With her clingy nature, like adhesive tape, how could she willingly resign? It turns out she was dismissed, ha." Feng Ting remained silent, seemingly unaffected by the incident. Both of them were startled. Once they regained their composure, Feng Ting was the first to apologize and express concern. Sister-in-law, are you alright? Feng Ting was the only one in the Feng family, aside from the matriarch, who treated her kindly. Rong Ci shook his head and smiled gently. I am perfectly fine. When Rong Ci and Feng Ting were wed, Feng Ting was still very young and was unaware of many matters. Over the years of their acquaintance, he has always perceived Rong Ci as both beautiful and gentle. After their marriage, she has never initiated any quarrels with his brother, consistently displaying an admirable tolerance. If his future wife were to embody such qualities, he would undoubtedly cherish her deeply. Therefore, even after growing up and understanding the complexities of their relationship, he still holds a fondness for Rong Ci. Observing that she seemed somewhat unhappy, likely related to his brother, he scratched his head and sincerely said, Sister-in-law, you are truly wonderful. My brother will surely recognize that in the future. Please do not be too disheartened. Rong Ci paused momentarily, finding it difficult to explain their impending divorce. With a smile, she replied, Thank you, Ting. I shall head downstairs for a drink, it's getting late. So do rest early, sister-in-law. Rong Ci smiled and said, Alright, good night. Upon returning to her room, she turned off the main light and switched on the bedside lamp before settling into bed. Just as she had reclined for a short while, she heard the footsteps of Feng Ting entering the bedroom. Rong Ci opened her eyes. Feng Ting also gazed at her, their eyes locking in a mutual gaze. Rong Ci gazed at him. In the past, she would have eagerly risen to hang up his discarded suit, cheerfully assisting him in finding his pajamas, and then retreating to the bathroom to prepare his bathwater. Yet now, she had no intention of leaving the bed and instead slowly closed her eyes. Although Feng Ting remained indifferent to Rong Ci and disregarded her usual attentiveness, he could not help but notice the stark contrast in her demeanor. He was somewhat taken aback by her aloofness. However, he assumed she was merely sulking and paid little attention to her unusual behavior. He did not even care to inquire about the cause of her displeasure, coldly stating, The enrollment procedures for Xin have been completed. You will take her to school tomorrow morning. Rong Ci understood. Feng Ting fell silent, turning towards the cloakroom to fetch some clothes in preparation for a bath. This was indicative of his demeanor towards her. Rong Ci gazed at his retreating figure, contemplating their divorce, and felt an urge to inquire about when they could obtain the divorce certificate. However, Feng Ting had numerous matters to attend to, given his disposition. If he were to complete the necessary procedures, he would reach out to her without needing her to prompt him. After all, he was the one who yearned for the divorce more than she did. It was precisely for this reason that during the past half-month, she had quietly awaited his news, never once pressing him for updates. At that moment, Feng Ting's phone rang. As Rong Ci observed Feng Ting answering the phone, the simple utterance of hello sounded markedly different from their previous conversations. His tone was imbued with a gentle warmth. Rong Ci almost instantly deduced that the person on the other end of the line was Lin Wu. As she contemplated this, she was unaware of what was being said on the other side, when Feng Ting released his grip on the wardrobe and said, I will head over right now. Rong Ci watched him depart without calling out to him. After a while, she heard the sound of a car. Feng Ting had left the old residence. Rong Ci closed his eyes, calmly turned off the light, and fell asleep. The following morning, he awoke early, around 6 o'clock. As he needed to send Feng Xin to school, Rong Ci no longer cared. She glanced at the time with an expression of indifference and, upon realizing that Feng Jingxin had yet to rise, proceeded to rouse her. The door to Feng Jingxin's room remained locked. Rong Ci had no choice but to knock on the door. After a considerable amount of time, Feng Jingxin finally arose to open it. Upon seeing Rong Ci, Feng Jingxin pursed her lips and, in a displeased tone, remarked, Mom, why did you knock so loudly? It gave me a headache. She had confided in Aunt Wu about her troubles the previous night. Although Aunt Wu had reassured her that Rong Ci was indeed her mother and it was only natural for her to take her to school, the disappointment in Aunt Wu's voice lingered in her mind. This left her feeling particularly guilty. That night, she endured several nightmares, and now, being abruptly awakened by Rong Ci's knocking, her spirits were particularly low. Rong Ci gazed at her as she expressed her displeasure, remaining unperturbed. Calmly, she remarked, the distance to school is considerable. If you do not rise soon, you will be late. Since it was not Lin Wu who was accompanying her to school, Feng Ting felt averse to the idea of attending. She let out a soft huff, remaining silent. Yet, despite her stubbornness, she understood that she could not afford to be willful regarding her education. Lying on the bed, she expressed her discontent. I understand. After a moment of inactivity, she turned to Rong Ci and requested, Mom, could you please help me squeeze the toothpaste? After Rong Ci entered the bathroom, Feng Ting picked up his phone and sent a message to Lin Wu, wishing her a good morning, before he followed her into the bathroom. He then took the toothbrush that Rong Ci had prepared for her, with toothpaste already squeezed onto it, and began to brush his teeth. As Rong Ci was finishing her teeth brushing, she prepared a warm towel, wrung it out, and handed it to her to dry her face. She opened the wardrobe, glanced inside, and inquired, which outfit should I wear? Feng Ting looked at her and replied, Mom, I can change my clothes by myself, you may step outside first. Rong Ci closed the wardrobe, all right. After Rong Ci departed, Feng Ting changed into the outfit she had intentionally brought from home yesterday. It was an exceptionally stylish camouflage uniform, carefully selected for her by Aunt Wu. Today, she would don this attire to cheer for Aunt Wu. Chapter 14, Mother, are you aware of how annoying you are? Thinking of the exhilarating racing competition scheduled for the evening and the prospect of seeing the impressively dressed Aunt Wu once more, she felt a surge of joy. Once she had changed her clothes, Feng Ting picked up her phone to take a glance at it. Soon, however, her brows furrowed in concern. Could it be that Aunt Wu was upset? With this thought, she hurriedly sent a message to Lin Wu. Aunt Wu, what is wrong? Are you angry? Aunt Wu. You know I prefer not to have my mother drive me to school, I much prefer your company. Please don't be upset, alright? After Rong Ci tidied up her belongings, she approached her, Xin, have you finished packing? It's time to head downstairs for breakfast. With that, she huffily grabbed her backpack and descended the stairs. Rong Ci observed in silence as she followed behind, yet she couldn't help but notice that the garments adorning Feng Ting were unfamiliar. Previously, she had always assisted in selecting her attire, ensuring it aligned with her preferences. However, ever since Feng Ting accompanied Feng Ting to Country A, her taste had undergone a transformation. It was rumored that this change stemmed from her learning rock climbing and skateboarding under the tutelage of Lin Wu. Lin Wu was not only academically accomplished but also possessed a myriad of interests, embodying the essence of a dazzling and charismatic modern woman. She excelled in activities such as skateboarding, rock climbing, and paragliding. Feng Ting idolized her to the extent that her own preferences had shifted. Although Rong Ci initially felt a pang of sadness at Feng Jingxin's closeness to Lin Wu, she had never voiced her concerns, recognizing that these were Jingxin's choices. In fact, over the past 2 years, when purchasing new clothes for her, she had already taken her evolving tastes into account. Yet, the new outfits Rong Ci had bought for Feng Jingxin were merely glanced at and never worn. She exclusively donned the clothing chosen by Lin Wu. Rong Ci chose not to inquire, feigning ignorance as she descended the stairs with an air of nonchalance. As they made their way down, they discovered that Feng Tinglin and the others had yet to rise, though the elderly matriarch was already awake. Have you two been up this early? She inquired. Rong Ci smiled and greeted, Good morning, Grandma. Feng Jingxin, feeling rather gloomy, murmured in response, Good morning, great-grandma. The elderly lady inquired, My dear, are you feeling unhappy? What troubles you? Feng Jingxin remained silent. She simply did not wish to engage in conversation. The butler, having overheard Rong Ci knock on Feng Jingxin's door, remarked with a chuckle, It seems she was awakened before she was fully rested, which explains her sour mood. The elderly lady listened, chuckling softly, before asking, What about Tingshen? Is he still asleep? Rong Ci maintained a calm demeanor as he remarked, Tingshen went out last night for some matters. The elderly lady's expression instantly darkened. However, noticing the presence of children, she refrained from reprimanding Feng Ting in their sight and chose to remain silent. After breakfast, as they were preparing to leave, Feng Jingxin realized she had forgotten something and decided to ascend the stairs to retrieve it. Rong Ci sat downstairs awaiting her arrival. At that moment, Feng Jingxin's phone screen lit up with a notification. Someone had sent her a message. Rong Ci beheld the notification adorned with the 6 characters, Dear Aunt Wu Wu. Rong Ci paused momentarily. Although Feng Ting was still quite young, ever since she acquired a mobile phone, Rong Ci had always respected her privacy. She had never once peered into her phone. However, upon glimpsing the contents sent by Lin Wu, she hesitated and took the phone in her hand. At that moment, she finally comprehended why Feng Ting had been frequently irritable with her since early morning. She swiftly scrolled through their chat history and discovered that Feng Ting consistently initiated conversations with Lin Wu each morning, sending her greetings. They engaged in lengthy exchanges daily. After reading Lin Wu's messages, she couldn't help but smile joyfully. Once they were in the car, Feng Ting settled into the back seat and began to text Lin Wu. Occasionally, she would glance over to see if Rong Ci was paying attention to her. Noticing that Rong Ci was solely focused on driving, she felt reassured. However, as the distance to the school was considerable, their conversation dwindled after half an hour. At this point, Feng Ting's mood had significantly improved, and she felt inclined to engage with Rong Ci. Mom, do you have any free time this afternoon? Feng Ting didn't state it outright but rather playfully pouted, what do you say? Recently, I've been quite busy, so I might not have time. Why do you ask? Rong Ci replied. Feng Ting beamed with delight, oh, it's nothing. Since her mother was busy in the afternoon, it was clear that Rong Ci would not make a special effort to pick her up from school. This meant that after school, she could directly go to find Aunt Wu without the worry of being discovered by her mother. How wonderful! Upon arriving at the school, Rong Ci accompanied Feng Ting to have a brief conversation with her homeroom teacher. Under the teacher's guidance, they proceeded to Feng Ting's classroom. As they reached the classroom door, a sweet, melodious voice suddenly called out to Rong Ci, Sister Rong. Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback, only to find a delicate, rosy figure abruptly plunging into her embrace. Rong Ci, concerned that someone might fall, hurriedly bent down to embrace the newcomer. When the other person looked up, she swiftly recognized her, Tian. The visitor was none other than the young child from the neighboring house whom she had rescued a few days prior from a near bite by a dog. Indeed, Tian, with her 2 adorable little braids, appeared particularly rosy and charming, her smile radiating sweetness, embodying a delightful innocence. Rong Ci instinctively softened her tone and smiled, exclaiming, Tian, you are also attending school here. Before Rong Ci could utter a word, the sweet little child in his arms was forcefully shoved by Feng Ting. Rong Ci hurriedly embraced the child who had fallen to the ground. Tian, are you alright? Tian shook her head, her eyes brimming with tears of grievance as she gazed at Feng Ting, bewildered by her actions. How could you push someone? Initially, Feng Ting did not comprehend the situation when she saw another child rush into Rong Ci's arms. However, as she noticed the familiarity between them and Rong Ci's unwavering hold on Tian, her expression soured. Observing Tian on the verge of tears after her tumble, Feng Ting's face contorted with disdain. Delicate and fragile, all rosy and tender, how unsightly and revolting. Chapter 15, Sneaking off to dine without me. Tian possessed a sweet and adorable appearance, perfectly suited to her age, making it impossible for anyone to resist the urge to embrace and kiss her. She was in no way associated with anything unsightly or distasteful. She had grown up receiving compliments. This was the first time someone had spoken to her in such a manner. Overwhelmed by emotion, Tian immediately burst into tears, clinging to Rong Ci even tighter. Rong Ci gently embraced the person, reassuring, No, sweetie, you are not at all repulsive, in fact, you are beautiful and adorable. Do you not feel the same way about yourself? Upon hearing this, Sweetie's spirits were lifted slightly. Before she could respond, Feng Ting, witnessing Rong Ci still holding Sweetie and praising her beauty and charm, felt a surge of emotion, his eyes instantly welling with tears. I no longer like you. I don't want you to be my mother anymore. With that, he attempted to run away. Rong Ci hurriedly reached out to embrace her. The hurtful words she uttered took Rong Ci by surprise. Although she was infuriated, she did not wish to chastise her in front of a crowd, thereby causing her embarrassment. She held her close and gently kissed her, saying, All right, let us not be angry for now. Feng Ting was indeed very upset. But upon witnessing Rong Ci's affectionate gesture, her anger dissipated by half, leaving her feeling even more aggrieved. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face as she made a petulant demand. Then you must never hug her again, nor can you call her cute. Rong Ci finally comprehended the source of her discontent. It appeared that jealousy had taken root within her. Although she no longer desired Rong Ci as her mother, the sight of another vying for her affection stirred unwelcome feelings. She found this realization somewhat amusing. Though she did not acquiesce verbally, she offered a gentle kiss to soothe the child's emotions, cradling both children away from the crowd. Seizing the moment, Feng Ting managed to extricate Tian from Rong Ci's embrace. Tian possessed a rather pleasant disposition, despite her fondness for Rong Ci. She did not harbor a profound sense of possessiveness. Moreover, Feng Jing's fierce demeanor intimidated her somewhat. Rong Ci, holding Feng Jing's heart, spoke gently, "My dear. I understand that you feel quite cool at the moment. However, beauty is subjective, and everyone has their own tastes. While you may adore your cool and handsome self, there are others who prefer a cute and sweet demeanor. You must not disparage those whose aesthetic differs from yours, for we ought to respect each individual's preferences and sensibilities. You understand what I mean, don't you?" Rong Ci is aware that his daughter is exceptionally intelligent. Although she expresses herself in ways that other children may struggle to comprehend, Feng Jing undoubtedly understands her. Indeed, she grasps the inappropriateness of her feelings. Nevertheless, she cannot bear to witness Rong Ci embracing other children or showing them kindness. With her lips pursed, she remains silent. Rong Ci gently tousled her hair and took out a handkerchief to tenderly wipe away her tears. It's all right to make mistakes. What matters is to correct them. But you must never speak of others in such a manner again, do you understand? Seeing Rong Ci's unwavering kindness, Feng Jing's heart began to settle. She embraced her, nestled against her shoulder, sniffing as she nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Rong Ci smiled gently, kissing her daughter's small face before turning to Tian, saying, Tian, this is Xan, my daughter. She has acknowledged her mistakes. Would you be willing to forgive her? Although Tian felt some trepidation towards Feng Jing Xan, Rong Ci's tenderness made her feel at ease, and she obediently nodded, yes. I am willing. Thank you, Tian, Rong Ci replied with a smile, then turned to her daughter, Xan, what should you say? Feng Jing Xan looked up from Rong Ci's embrace and said, I'm sorry. Tian smiled shyly, it's all right. With the matter finally resolved, Rong Ci breathed a sigh of relief and led the two children to the classroom. The homeroom teacher took Tian away, and Rong Ci crouched down to look at her daughter, gently saying, all right, it's all over now. Shall we go into the classroom? Feng Jing Xan did not feel embarrassed by the earlier incident of pushing and cursing, nor did she cower at the thought of being watched. She had never been a timid child and was indifferent to the opinions of others. Suddenly, she felt a pang of reluctance to let Rong Ci go and clung to her, saying, Mom. She realized it had been a long time since she had tasted her mother's cooking, and she found herself missing it. However, just as the thought lingered on her lips, she recalled that she would be attending Lin Wu's competition that evening. Her eyes flickered, and she released Rong Ci, saying, it's nothing. Her mother's cooking was always available whenever she desired it, but Aunt Wu's competitions were rare. Thus, without hesitation, she chose to support Lin Wu. All right. Let us hurry inside so we don't keep the teacher waiting, she said. Okay. Rong Ci acquiesced, saying, all right. Only then did Feng Jing feel reassured to enter the classroom. Rong Ci observed her confidently standing on the stage delivering her self-introduction. After she obediently took her seat, Rong Ci waved her hand and departed from the school, heading to the phone group for work. Upon arriving at the company, she did not encounter Feng Ting but instead met Jiang Zhe, who brought someone to her workstation. This individual was Su Xuan'e, who would eventually take over her position. Su Xuan'e was strikingly beautiful, adorned in designer attire. She scrutinized Rong Ci for a moment, appreciating her clean and elegant demeanor. Her gaze tinged with a hint of appraisal, though she concealed it and extended her hand enthusiastically for an introduction. Hello, Sister Rong, I am Su Xuan'e. I look forward to your guidance in the coming days. Rong Ci shook hands with her, saying, no need for such formality. I just graduated with my master's degree from T University in June. Which institution did you attend, Sister Rong? Did you graduate only in the first half of the year? This implies that Su Xuanna may lack substantial work experience, yet she is expected to take over that position? Nevertheless, this is merely a general observation. Perhaps Su Xuanna possesses exceptional qualities that set her apart? For instance, in terms of academic credentials, there are many master's degree holders in the office. Yet she still became their team leader. Reflecting on this, Rong Ci gently interrupted Su Xuanna's discourse, stating, "Miss Su, we have a meeting shortly. Let us focus on work matters for now." With a charming exclamation, Su Xuanna replied, "Oh dear, I almost forgot the main topic. Let us discuss work first." On their way to the meeting, Su Xuanna lowered her voice and inquired, "Sister Rong, I've heard that President Feng is exceptionally handsome, is that true?" Candidly remarked. "Indeed." Su Xuanna expressed her anticipation, "Hearing you say that, I am even more eager to meet Mr. Feng. Unfortunately, I heard from Secretary Jiang that Mr. Feng will not be coming to the office today." The notion of Feng Ting not being present at the company today was unclear to Rong Ci. However, given Feng Ting's numerous personal enterprises, it was indeed plausible that he would not frequent the Feng group daily. By noon, Su Xuanna insisted on dragging her to the cafeteria for lunch. After procuring their meals, Rong Ci picked up her phone to call Feng Ting. Su Xuanna teased, "Calling your boyfriend?" "No, I am calling my daughter." "Your daughter? Are you married?" "Yes." Meanwhile, Feng Ting was engaged in a video call with Lin Wu, and Feng Ting was also present. Feng Ting pouted, "You two are naughty. Having a meal together without me. That's because, you have school. Later, after your classes end, I will personally pick you up. And we can all dine together in the evening, how does that sound?" "That sounds much better," Feng Ting replied, casting a glance at Feng Ting. Feng Ting, after serving Lin Wu a portion of food, inquired, "What would you like to eat tonight? I will have someone prepare it in advance." Chapter 16. It is understandable that Feng Ting would be captivated by her. This delighted Feng Ting, who eagerly listed her favorite dishes. Feng Ting listened attentively. Once she finished, Lin Wu complimented Feng Jing's attire, saying, "The clothes you are wearing are truly beautiful and suit you perfectly." "Really?" Lin Wu smiled, "Of course. It's true." She then asked, "How was school today, Xin? Did you get along well with your classmates?" Their conversation flowed effortlessly, filled with joy. While Feng Ting rarely interjected, choosing instead to savor his meal with a leisurely grace. Unbeknownst to the server, who observed them, thinking they were a family of three. A look of envy crossed her face toward Lin Wu. At that moment, Feng Ting noticed the video call from Rong Ci that she had requested earlier that morning. Yet now, engrossed in her conversation with Lin Wu, she was reluctant to end the call. Earlier that morning, seeing Rong Ci embrace other children had left her feeling disheartened. However, during class today, the teacher had mentioned that parents love their children the most, and in every mother's heart, her child is unique and irreplaceable by any other child. This thought brought her a sense of comfort. Upon noticing her prolonged silence in response to his calls, Rong Ci felt a twinge of concern and decided to reach out to the homeroom teacher. The teacher, situated in the children's lounge, chuckled upon hearing the reason for Rong Ci's call. She reassured him, saying, "Xin is perfectly fine, she is currently engaged in a video chat with her father and, it seems, another lady as well. Allow me to inform Xin that there is no need for her to trouble herself." Upon hearing this, Rong Ci realized that Feng Ting was engaged in a video call with Lin Wu and Feng Ting. This implied that Feng Ting was likely dining with Lin Wu at that moment. She softly remarked, "It's fine, let them converse, we should not intrude." After ending the call, Rong Ci sent a message to Feng Ting, inquiring about her experiences at school, whether she had made new friends, and what she had for lunch. She also reminded her to listen to the teacher and rest well when the time came. After a little over 10 minutes, she received a voice message from Feng Ting, "Got it, Mom. I will sleep well." In the afternoon, after spending the day with Su Xuanna, Rong Ci discovered that Su Xuanna had a cheerful disposition, was sociable, and possessed commendable work abilities. "This is my responsibility, there is no need for such formality, Secretary Su," she remarked. Just as Su Xuanna was about to persuade her further, Rong Ci's phone rang. It was a call from her mother-in-law, Sang Qian. Rong Ci had just seen it and thought she was mistaken. Sang Qian looked down upon her as a daughter-in-law, typically treating her with indifference. Over the years, the number of times Sang Qian had reached out to her could be counted on one hand. Rong Ci, filled with perplexity, answered the phone, "Mother?" Without uttering a single unnecessary word, Sang Qian issued her command and promptly hung up. A few moments later, she sent Rong Ci an address. Upon reviewing the message, Rong Ci discovered that the address sent by Sang Qian was that of a suburban racetrack. She turned to Su Xuana and said, "I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. I must take my leave." It was over an hour later when Rong Ci finally arrived at her destination. The racetrack was expansive, and despite the late hour, it was bustling with a considerable crowd, creating quite a cacophony. As she attempted to call Feng Ting, her efforts were met with silence, compelling her to search for someone in the throng. After nearly 20 minutes of searching, she finally located a familiar face. Upon seeing Rong Ci, Feng Ting was taken aback, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law? What brings you here?" The intention behind the request is to clarify. However, before Rong Ci could finish her words, a multitude of people ahead erupted in excitement, calling out Cici's name. "Is my goddess about to make her appearance?" Hearing the commotion, Feng Ting completely disregarded Rong Ci, joining the other spectators in their fervent shouts, even picking up a pair of binoculars to gaze intently at the starting line of the race. Her face was alight with the fervor and excitement of a devoted fan. Rong Ci, taken aback, inquired, "When did you develop an affinity for racing?" Although her interactions with Feng Ting had not been particularly extensive, she was aware of his prior disinterest in the sport. "I was once indifferent to racing, but that was before I encountered my goddess. Do you have any idea how stunningly beautiful and charismatic she is? Once you behold my goddess, you will understand why I fell in love with racing. Moreover, I am certain that you too will be captivated by her. After all, with someone as extraordinary and perfect as my goddess, it is simply impossible for anyone not to adore her." At that moment, Cici made her official entrance. Feng Ting once again erupted into frenzied cheers, momentarily forgetting Rong Ci's presence. Rong Ci had yet to dine for the evening. Moments later, Feng Ting handed her the telescope, fervently urging, "Sister-in-law, quickly behold my goddess." Number 38. The one clad in the red racing suit, absolutely breathtakingly alluring and wild. Rong Ci held little interest in racing. Yet she found herself reluctantly accepting Feng Ting's enthusiastic recommendation, which left her both amused and bewildered. However, she acquiesced. Peering through her binoculars, she paused after just a glance. Lin Wu. Could it truly be Lin Wu? Previously, she had heard whispers that Lin Wu excelled in all extreme sports, yet she remained unaware of her prowess in racing, nor of the fervent admiration she inspired among so many young men and women. At that moment, Lin Wu donned a dark red, form-fitting racing suit that accentuated her elongated figure, exuding a blend of sensuality and elegance. She was both strikingly wild and breathtakingly beautiful, captivating the attention of all who beheld her. Rong Ci adjusted the camera angle and inadvertently glanced towards the audience across from her, where she spotted Feng Ting. At that moment, he appeared equally captivated by Lin Wu, his gaze intently fixed upon her. Rong Ci tightened his grip on the telescope as the competition was about to commence. Rong Ci continued to gaze in the direction of Feng Ting. In truth, besides Feng Ting, their daughter Feng Jingxian and several of Feng Ting's close friends were also present. It was evident that they had come specifically to cheer for Lin Wu. A few racing cars sped past in a blur, quickly disappearing from sight, eliciting a chorus of excited screams. Feng Ting picked up the binoculars and observed for a moment before thrusting them into Rong Ci's hands, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you must look. My goddess drives with such boldness and precision, it's incredibly cool. You have to see this." Rong Ci took over and located Lin Wu. After a brief moment, Lin Wu daringly and impeccably seized the opportunity, executing an audacious overtake on the bend. The audience present was utterly astonished by her bold maneuver, with gasps of admiration echoing throughout. Rong Ci had never paid attention to racing before. At that moment, she was captivated by Lin Wu's boldness. She remained motionless for a long while, suddenly realizing that it was indeed reasonable for Feng Ting to be infatuated with her. Chapter 17. Unfortunately, his brother lacks affection. Rong Ci also noticed that even Feng Ting, who was typically composed and aloof, displayed a clear expression of astonishment and admiration at this moment. Feng Jingxian and Qi Yuming leapt from their seats in excitement. The competition had reached a fever pitch. Unbeknownst to Feng Ting, who seemed entirely focused on Lin Wu, he failed to notice that Feng Ting and the others were present. Lin Wu held the leading position. Rong Ci inquired of Feng Ting about the telescope. Feng Ting, taken aback, exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, you too have been enchanted by my goddess, haven't you? I always maintain that irrespective of gender, there exists no one who can resist the allure of my goddess." Rong Ci lowered her gaze and smiled faintly, remaining silent. At this moment, she contemplated calling Feng Ting, curious about his potential reaction upon receiving her call. It was highly likely that he would simply hang up upon seeing her name on the screen, as he had always treated her in such a manner. With this thought, she felt that the call was no longer necessary and lost the desire to make it, deeming it futile. However, she resolved to treat this as her final attempt. With that in mind, Rong Ci picked up her phone and dialed Feng Ting, then reached for her telescope. In his eyes, there was only Lin Wu. Rong Ci took a deep breath, smiled softly, and calmly returned the telescope to Feng Ting. In the subsequent competition, he did not glance at the events again. Nor did he pay any attention to Feng Ting's side. As all the matches concluded, Lin Wu emerged victorious. Feng Ting was incredibly excited. And he and his friends eagerly wished to approach her for an autograph. However, they had heard that CC was not only a scion of a prominent family but also a doctoral graduate from a prestigious university. Racing was merely a hobby for her. She had no need for fans and did not indulge in flattery. Typically, she would leave immediately after the race, never having signed for her admirers, rendering the prospect of obtaining her autograph nearly impossible. Indeed, this was a private competition, and the chances of securing a signed photograph were somewhat higher. However, the venue possessed a dedicated passage for the racers, and without connections, they could not gain entry. Alas! As Feng Ting and his friends were discussing this, they heard that Lin Wu had already departed with her companions to celebrate. Before leaving, Rong Ci had visited the restroom. Upon exiting, he collided with someone. "I beg your pardon. My apologies." Both Rong Ci and the other party took a step back simultaneously, offering their apologies. When Rong Ci raised her gaze to meet the others, she paused. He Changbai, another close friend of Feng Ting, was also acquainted with her. Upon seeing her, the already indifferent expression on his face grew even more frigid. Rong Ci naturally noticed this. She had known Feng Ting since she was 10 years old. Feng Ting, along with Yi Changbai and Qi Yuming, had grown up together, sharing a close bond. Whether in childhood or after marriage, Feng Ting had consistently kept her at arm's length from his circle. Therefore, despite having known Yi Changbai and Qi Yuming for over a decade, they were merely acquaintances. Yet, shortly after meeting Lin Wu, he introduced her to Yi Changbai and the others. Consequently, when Lin Wu celebrated her birthday, Feng Ting would ask Yi Changbai and the others to assist in the festivities. During Lin Wu's recent competition, Yi Changbai and his companions also attended to watch. It was said that Lin Wu had developed a strong rapport with Yi Changbai and the others, to the extent that even in Feng Ting's absence, they would include her in gatherings. Yi Changbai and the others had entirely embraced her as one of their own. Perhaps this very fact had led to their increasing aloofness towards her in recent years. Whenever they encountered her, their demeanor grew ever more distant. In the past, she had wished to cultivate a good relationship with them, but they had dismissed her entirely, offering her no opportunity to connect. They had always treated her with indifference. Possessing her own sense of dignity, she chose not to force the issue, especially when they had made their stance clear. Nevertheless, whenever they crossed paths, she would extend a polite greeting when necessary. Yet, more often than not, she was met with their disregard, or even disdain. This time, Rong Ci had no intention of speaking again. She turned away from them and prepared to leave. However, Yi Changbai spoke up, "Miss Rong, are you also interested in racing?" His tone was notably cool. Rong Ci keenly discerned his implications. He suspected that she had followed Feng Ting to this place. He Changhua felt no shame at being perceived through by Rong Ci, rather. He found it curious that someone like Miss Rong would not typically be inclined towards racing. Someone like me? Rong Ci locked her gaze with his. Mr. He? Are we quite familiar? Do you truly understand me? Since you believe you have insight into my character, why not enlighten me on what kind of person you think I am? Rong Ci always exuded an aura of tranquility and gentleness, even possessing a hint of shyness. However, He Changhua believed this was merely a facade. In reality, Rong Ci harbored profound schemes. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to such despicable acts to win over Feng Ting in the past. Yet, in the aftermath, she feigned innocence, still reluctant to acknowledge her involvement in that incident. He Changhua remained silent, merely gazing at Rong Ci. He found no inclination to comment on her, nor did he feel it worthwhile. Nonetheless, the manner in which Rong Ci conversed with him today was somewhat different from their previous encounters. It was as if she had cast aside her mask of pretense and no longer wished to conceal her true self. Yet, it also bore a semblance of the past. For the coldness in her gaze was sharp and untainted, yet tinged with a hint of irony, as if mocking his self-righteous belief that he had seen through her, thereby placing himself upon a moral pedestal to hastily judge her character. Sang Xian had rented an apartment for Feng Ting near the school. Feng Ting was still in his developmental years, although he had eaten dinner. Hunger gnawed at him once more. He remarked, "Sister-in-law, the late-night snacks over there are quite delectable, allow me to treat you." Rong Ci had yet to dine for the evening and desired something warm to satiate her hunger. So she acquiesced. Just as she settled down, her stomach audibly protested. Feng Ting paused momentarily, then suddenly realized, "Sister-in-law, you haven't had dinner?" "No," came the reply. Feng Ting immediately felt a pang of guilt. "I'm so sorry, sister-in-law, it's all my fault." "It's fine. I wasn't hungry before," Rong Ci reassured her. Feng Ting gazed at Rong Ci's gentle smile, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. She truly thought highly of Rong Ci. It was a pity that her brother simply did not appreciate her, alas. Chapter 18, she had even given up on Feng Ting. Feng Ting merely acknowledged with a grunt, offering no further commentary. "Madam? No, there isn't one." He responded, somewhat taken aback. Such frequent overnight stays were indeed uncommon. Could it be that something significant had transpired in the Rong household? The following day, Feng Jingxin was thoroughly enjoying her time spent with Lin Wu. Awakening in the morning with a beaming smile, she felt utterly content. In high spirits, she remembered Rong Ci and gleefully clutched her stuffed toy as she dashed towards the master bedroom. "Mom! Mom!" The door to the master's suite was ajar. Yet no one was in sight. Feng Jingxin's expression fell, and just then, Feng Ting emerged from the inner wardrobe, dressed and ready. She hurriedly inquired, "Dad? Where's Mom?" Feng Ting, methodically fastening his tie, replied coolly, "She is not home." "Not home? Why?" "If you wish to know, you should ask her." "All right then." Feng Jingxin picked up her phone and dialed Rong Ci. Aside from Chu's Island, no one was privy to her current whereabouts. At present, she relished her solitary life and did not wish to be disturbed. Thus, she had no intention of revealing her address to Feng Jingxin. With the call on speaker, she nestled on the bed shared by Rong Ci and Feng Ting, playfully expressing, "I miss you, Mom, I want you to take me to school." "All right," came the response. Feng Jingxin felt a slight disappointment, then, taking it for granted, added, "Then, Mom, you must take me to school tomorrow morning." Rong Ci remained silent, which puzzled Feng Jingxin. "Mother?" Feng Jingxin spoke on speakerphone, allowing Feng Ting to naturally overhear their conversation. He also noticed Rong Ci's hesitation, which took him by surprise. After all, despite the multitude of matters concerning the Rong family, given Rong Ci's past emphasis on his daughter's well-being, he assumed that, considering her character, she would undoubtedly respond affirmatively to such a modest desire. Rong Ci remarked, "How about letting your father take you?" Feng Jingxin truly wished for Rong Ci's company. Feeling unfulfilled in her desires, her eyes brimmed with tears as she implored, "No, I want you to take me. Aside from yesterday, it has been quite some time since you accompanied me to school. With her insistence, Rong Ci conceded, "All right, dear." Mother understands and agrees. Her promise stemmed not from pity for Feng Ting, but from the fundamental responsibility that came with bringing her into the world. At last, a smile returned to Feng Jingxin's face. Feng Ting, having donned his watch, noticed his daughter's eagerness to continue their conversation and gently reminded her. "If you don't come downstairs for breakfast soon, you'll miss it." Startled, Feng Jingxin exclaimed, "Ah! I haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face yet." "Mother! I must go brush my teeth and wash my face now, so I can't chat any longer." Without waiting for Rong Ci's response, she hurriedly ended the call. Rong Ci set aside his mobile phone, had breakfast, and then departed for work at the phone group. A significant meeting was scheduled for the morning, which Feng Ting would also attend. After Rong Ci and the others had settled in the conference room for over 10 minutes, Feng Ting finally made his entrance. The moment he appeared, Su Xuan gasped, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Feng Ting, unable to divert her gaze from him. When Rong Ci glanced up briefly as Feng Ting entered, she offered a nonchalant hum in response, her gaze remaining fixed. Noticing Rong Ci's apparent disinterest in Feng Ting, Su Xuan was somewhat taken aback, but upon recalling that Rong Ci was already married and her child was no longer an infant, she found it quite understandable. Throughout the meeting, Su Xuan's heart raced uncontrollably as she found herself unable to avert her gaze from Feng Ting, completely oblivious to the proceedings of the discussion. Rong Ci diligently typed on the computer, taking notes. After the meeting concluded, Feng Ting left first, followed by others who gradually departed. Jiangja glanced through Rong Ci's notes and couldn't help but remark, "Well done, you've worked hard." "Rong Ci, it is as it should be." After Jiangja departed, Su Xuan suddenly realized that she had not paid attention to what was discussed in the meeting. In her haste, she requested Rong Ci to send her a copy of the materials. However, it wasn't long before her head began to throb. "Sister Rong, did you study architecture previously?" Rong Ci, "No. But how come you are familiar with so many industry-specific terminologies?" "I have sought out books to learn, yet I have merely scratched the surface. The Feng family group invests in a plethora of projects, in order to excel in this role. She has devoted considerable time over the years to acquiring knowledge across various fields." "Ah. So you have also delved into literature related to the medical industry?" "Yes." Su Xuan, after 2 days of interaction with Rong Ci, Su Xuan realized that Rong Ci, at such a young age, had ascended to the position of head of their secretarial team, which indeed demonstrated her remarkable capabilities. "What books have you read previously? Could you send me the reading list later?" "All right, I will send it to you shortly." By noon, Rong Ci filtered through and sent a selection of beginner-friendly books that Su Xuan would find useful in the near future. Su Xuan gazed at the lengthy list of 40 to 50 titles, somewhat bewildered. At 3 in the afternoon, Feng Ting had a guest, and Jiangju instructed Rong Ci to brew several cups of coffee to serve him shortly. Su Xuan then discovered that the coffee she had been served was prepared by Rong Ci herself. However, upon seeing Rong Ci complete the coffee, Jiangja did not allow her to deliver it personally, opting instead to make the trip himself. She assumed this was Feng Ting's way of preventing those beneath him from approaching him under the guise of service. She tentatively inquired, "Sister Rong, have you never personally delivered coffee to President Feng?" "Not exactly, occasionally, when Jiangja and the others are busy, I am asked to deliver it myself." Su Xuan relished coffee but never intended to learn how to make it. Hearing Rong Ci's words sparked a gleam in her eyes. "Sister Rong, how do you brew coffee to suit the president's taste? Could you teach me?" Even if opportunities were scarce, she wished to seize this one. Observing Su Xuan's intentions, Rong Ci replied, "Certainly." Having relinquished her feelings for Feng Ting, she saw no reason to withhold her skill in brewing coffee, which he favored. Chapter 19, Is she not back yet? At that moment, Jiangja happened to arrive at the tea room and paused upon hearing this. He and Chang Yuan had always believed that Rong Ci would not truly part ways with the company. They were convinced she would find a way to stay. Yesterday, when Su Xuan, who was taking over her duties, arrived at the office, they expected Rong Ci to take some action. After all, Su Xuan was exceptionally beautiful. How could Rong Ci possibly feel at ease allowing such a woman to remain by Feng Ting's side? Yet, in the past few days, Rong Ci not only accepted Su Xuan but also seemed to have developed a harmonious relationship with her. Now, she is even inclined to impart her coffee-making skills to Su Xuan. This. Rong Ci could not fathom what Jiangja might think. Just as she left the company, her phone began to ring. It was a call from Feng Ting. Mother, have you finished your work? Rong Ci boarded the vehicle and inquired, what is the matter? Rong Ci paused for a moment. She and Feng Ting had not yet officially divorced, and he had not called to request that she move out. However, she found herself feeling somewhat weary and had her own plans to attend to. While it was true that Feng Ting was her responsibility, she also had her own life to lead. She would no longer unconditionally sacrifice her time for them. She stated, Mother has matters to attend to today, let us postpone it for another time. In the past, Rong Ci had always prioritized Feng Ting and Feng Ting above all else. Rong Ci seldom declines their requests, yet today, she unexpectedly refused them twice. Although Feng Ting did not take note of this, believing that Rong Ci was genuinely occupied, she, who had grown accustomed to being prioritized by Rong Ci, found such rejections to be rather unusual. A sense of grievance welled up within her. Mother, why have you been so preoccupied lately? I don't care. I simply want to indulge in crispy pork and sip on water chestnut soup. Rong Ci experienced a slight headache. Feng Ting huffed softly and, in a fit of anger, hung up the phone. Rong Ci sat in the car, her eyes reddened with unshed tears. She covered her eyes and remained silent for a while before eventually driving away. Upon returning home, she hastily consumed a bowl of noodles. Just as she opened her computer, Ma Xuan called, inquiring if she would accompany him to a banquet in a few days, where he wished to introduce her to several people. Sure, she replied. He continued. When will you be able to finalize everything on your end? Soon, it should be within a few days, she assured him. That's good to hear. On the other end of the line, she waited anxiously. Eventually, Feng Ting picked up the phone. What is it? He asked. The butler recounted the situation in detail. Give her the phone, Feng Ting instructed. Feng Ting took the call, her voice trembling. Dad. First, eat something, he replied. Feng Ting wiped her tears, stubbornly refusing to speak. Feng Ting remained silent as well, but her sobs only intensified. I'll take you out this weekend, you can choose the location, he said in a calm tone. Her sobs ceased momentarily. Really? Yes, but first, eat something. Have you eaten, Dad? I'm engaged in socializing. Oh, then go eat. Understood. Feng Ting pouted, yet her mood improved. She hung up and obediently went downstairs for dinner. Feng Ting took a sip of his drink, remarking, My daughter is throwing a tantrum, refusing to eat. I managed to coax her a bit. The others exchanged various glances. For years, there had been rumors that Feng Ting had married years ago, yet no one knew who Mrs. Feng was. Conversely, some claimed he was still single. The truth remained unclear to them, and they dared not inquire further. Hearing him mention having a daughter surprised many, yet they refrained from asking more. After dinner, Feng Ting eagerly awaited Rong Ci. She attentively listened for any sounds from outside. When she heard a car approaching around 10 o'clock, her eyes lit up, and she dashed downstairs, exclaiming, Mom! But her cheerful voice faltered when she saw Feng Ting entering instead. Dad? He handed his coat to the butler, noticing her disappointment. What's wrong? Feng Ting, unfazed, replied, She must be busy. Did she not promise to take you to school in the morning? Get to bed early, and you'll see her tomorrow. Hearing this, Feng Ting felt a bit happier. All right. After Feng Ting went upstairs, Feng Ting retreated to his study to handle some matters. By the time he finished, it was nearly midnight. It seemed that something truly was amiss with the Rong family. With this thought, he calmly entered the bathroom. The next day, Rong Ci rose early to take Feng Ting to school. She had a light breakfast before driving out of the community. As she entered the familiar villa area, she experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. In truth, every tree and blade of grass appeared unchanged. Rong Ci, however, has already begun to feel a sense of unfamiliarity with this place. When addressing the butler, she hesitated momentarily, ultimately choosing not to correct him, and simply replied with a question, "Where is Xin? She should still be asleep." In truth, the time is nearly upon them. If Feng Ting does not descend for breakfast soon, it will be too late. Nonetheless, she has no intention of going upstairs herself, merely instructing Aunt Lu to go up and urge her. The butler inquired, "Madam, has breakfast been served?" "It is ready, shall we?" With a faint smile and a gentle shake of his head, he replied, "No need, I have already dined." "I see, very well." At that moment, Feng Ting descended from the upper floor. Rong Ci gazed at him in silence, merely nodding slightly as a form of greeting. Feng Ting paused momentarily. Yet before he could utter a word, Feng Ting dashed down the stairs and leaped into Rong Ci's embrace. Rong Ci embraced her, gently tousling her hair, and remarked with a smile, "It's getting late, let us hurry and have breakfast." Indeed, waking up to see her mother was a delightful start to the day. Snuggling closer to Rong Ci and inhaling the familiar fragrance that enveloped her, Feng Ting felt a sense of contentment wash over her. Joyfully, she tugged at Rong Ci's hand, saying, "Mom, please join me for breakfast." Rong Ci had not yet risen. "Mom has already eaten, you should eat." Feng Ting, in a charming manner, replied, "Then, Mom, please stay and chat with me." While the mother and daughter engaged in conversation, Feng Ting had already taken a seat in the dining hall. Unable to resist his daughter's insistence, Rong Ci accompanied Feng Ting to the dining hall, where they took their seats directly across from Feng Ting. The butler poured a glass of water for Rong Ci, who sipped it quietly while attentively listening to Feng Ting's enthusiastic recounting of the events that transpired at school yesterday. As for Feng Ting, she chose to disregard him entirely. Feng Ting naturally noticed the shift in Rong Ci's demeanor towards him. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brows, momentarily pausing his dining activity. Chapter 20, Don't Move. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. At that moment, Rong Ci happened to glance over and coincidentally noticed the words "baby" displayed on the incoming call of his mobile phone resting on the table. Rong Ci believed that she had long ceased to care. Yet, after so many years of love, how could she truly let go? The two words pierced her eyes, prompting her to avert her gaze. The profound sorrow reflected in her eyes did not escape Feng Ting's notice, yet he unabashedly answered the call before her, his tone gentle as he inquired, "What is it?" Feng Xian also perceived the commotion from Feng Ting's side. In her memory, it was only in the presence of Lin Wu that Feng Ting revealed such tenderness. For a moment, she forgot about Rong Ci's presence and joyfully asked, "Daddy, is it Aunt Wu?" Feng Ting replied softly, "Yes." However, her cheerful mood was soon dampened. She furrowed her little brows, wondering if only her mother could get along well with Aunt Wu. On the other end, Lin Wu must have said something, as Feng Ting's expression darkened with concern. He hurriedly left without finishing his breakfast. Observing Feng Ting's hurried departure, Feng Xian felt a wave of worry wash over her. Nonetheless, with Rong Ci present, she refrained from voicing her concerns. Yet, her appetite had vanished. She tugged at Rong Ci and said, "Mom, I've finished eating. Let us hurry and head out." Although she did not articulate her feelings, Rong Ci noticed every reaction, understanding her urgency to learn about Lin Wu's situation. However, she remained silent, suggesting, "You haven't eaten much. Take some with you to eat in the car." "No, I'm not hungry," she replied. Rong Ci paused for a moment. She no longer insisted. Once she got into the car, Feng Ting did not hesitate for even a second. After taking a seat in the back, he promptly sent a message to Lin Wu. Rong Ci noticed but remained silent. However, Lin Wu's voice sounded somewhat hoarse, and Feng Ting was filled with concern, promptly sending a message to Lin Wu, stating that she would visit her after school. As she sent the message, Feng Ting felt a twinge of guilt. It had been quite some time since she had savored the dishes prepared by Rong Ci, and she had initially planned to have dinner with him that evening. Fortunately, she had not yet expressed this intention. Reflecting on this, she discreetly glanced at Rong Ci in the driver's seat, relieved to find that he was oblivious to her demeanor. Upon arriving at school, Feng Ting affectionately embraced Rong Ci, saying, "Mom, I'm heading in now." Feng Feng Ting failed to notice Rong Ci's indifference and skipped merrily into the school. Shortly after returning to the company, Rong Ci received a message indicating that Feng Ting had a sudden matter to attend to, postponing the meeting originally scheduled for 10 in the morning to the afternoon. The matter that Feng Ting referred to was, in fact, taking care of the ailing Lin Wu personally. Rong Ci remained unperturbed, engrossed in her tasks. During the meeting, as Feng Ting entered the conference room, Rong Ci's fingers paused momentarily over the keyboard. His attire had changed. It was not the same as the one he wore in the morning. Earlier, he had visited Lin Wu, who was unwell. They may not have engaged in anything inappropriate. Yet it was entirely plausible that Feng Ting, feeling a pang of sympathy for Lin Wu, had climbed into bed beside her to offer comfort and lull her to sleep. Lost in such thoughts, her expression momentarily turned vacant. Shortly after the meeting concluded, Jiangzhou approached her, informing her that her handover tasks were nearly complete, and she would not need to come to the office the following day. Rong Ci, I understand. Even if Jiangzhou had not mentioned this matter, once she completed her current tasks, she would have proactively sought him out to discuss it. Since he has come in person, it saves her the trouble of making a trip. Jiangzhou did not anticipate that Rong Ci would agree so readily. You. Rong Ci extended his hand, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the care received over the years. Rong Ci tidied up her belongings and departed. Jiangzhou could hardly believe that Rong Ci had truly left. What was he dazed about? Chang Yuan patted him on the shoulder. Rong Ci had indeed exited the company. Chang Yuan was momentarily stunned. Is it true? Has she really chosen to leave the company? Why was he so incredulous? Jiangzhou remained silent. Although it seemed unbelievable, given the recent aura Rong Ci had exuded, he sensed her sincerity. In the dead of night the following day, Chu Xilan fell ill with a fever. Rong Ci hastily closed her book, seized her car keys, and stepped outside. It had rained all day, and even at this hour, the downpour showed no signs of abating. Chu Xilan resided in the older part of the city, and at this time, the streets were nearly deserted, devoid of vehicles. She purchased some medicine at a pharmacy near Chu Xilan's neighborhood, and as she was closing her umbrella and getting into her car, the passenger door unexpectedly swung open, and a tall figure entered. As Rong Ci turned her head, a black gun muzzle was suddenly aimed at her. Don't move. The man was clad entirely in black. Wearing a mask, with the brim of his hat pulled low, obscuring his face, yet his gaze upon her was cold and piercing. Rong Ci raised her hand slightly, remaining still. The man took her bag and phone, stating, I will not harm you. After you take me to my destination, you may leave. Without waiting for Rong Ci's response, he coldly commanded, drive. As Rong Ci contemplated in his mind, he noticed an intense scent of blood permeating the vehicle. After a brief pause, Rong Ci started the car and inquired, where to? Just drive straight to the Rongdong Pier, he replied. I will provide you with specific directions along the way. No need, came the response, I am familiar with the route. Rong Ci spoke as she drove the car out. Subsequently, she focused intently on the road, while the man remained silent, allowing an air of tranquility to envelop the vehicle. The Yangdong dock lay half an hour away. And throughout the journey, Rong Ci exhibited an unflappable demeanor. Her driving was both steady and precise, with not a single wrong turn taken. The man's grip tightened around his gun as his gaze upon her gradually shifted. However, Rong Ci remained oblivious to this change. After a while, the man instructed, park beneath the banyan tree ahead. In the span of half an hour, the acrid scent of blood intensified within the vehicle, and she discerned that the man had likely sustained grave injuries. He paused momentarily but disregarded her presence, alighting from the car and swiftly disappearing into the shadows. Since he was unwilling to accept her goodwill, she did not press the matter further and turned the steering wheel to depart. A few minutes later, the man boarded the vessel that awaited him, removing his hat and mask. At that moment, his phone rang, while he had someone attend to his wounds. He answered the call. Before he could utter a word, Shi Yuming hastily inquired, Changbua, are you all right? My people reported they couldn't reach you, where are you? There was a slight mishap, I'm already at the dock. That's a relief. How could such a thing happen? You nearly frightened me to death. After a brief moment, he hung up the phone and gazed pensively at the towering banyan tree in the distance. Chu Xilan, after taking her medication and sipping some kanji, appeared somewhat revitalized. Yet she furrowed her brow. Why do I smell blood? Xiaozi, are you hurt? No, she replied. The man was injured. Blood got onto my phone and bag when he took them away. Chapter 21, She is worthless before you the following day. She had yet to prepare the gown for the banquet scheduled for the next evening. In the afternoon, Rong Ci ventured out. Upon arriving at the high-end evening gown boutique, she found the manager and several staff members busily attending to a particular dress. It was only when she approached that they acknowledged her presence. Apologies, miss. How may we assist you? I would like to take a look first. Certainly. Though she had married into the Feng family, she had scarcely attended any banquets over the years. After all, Feng Ting and Sang Xian rarely brought her along to formal events, and as for old lady Feng, she had long since retreated from the limelight, no longer concerned with the world of fame and fortune. Although Rong Ci has conducted limited research on formal attire, Chu Xilan specializes in high-end fashion and has developed a fundamental aesthetic sensibility through her exposure to it. However, the sheer abundance of exquisite gowns in the store is truly overwhelming, leaving one dazzled by the myriad of options. Rong Ci had no intention of being overly selective. She believed that as long as it was passable, it would suffice. Just as she was contemplating this, the complete ensemble of the gown, which the shop assistants had just been arranging, came fully into her view. Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback. Before her stood a delicate lilac gown crafted from sheer, ethereal fabric, cinched at the waist with an exquisite floral embellishment. The elegant and opulent necklace adorning the model's neck harmoniously blended the elements of grace and grandeur. Unable to restrain herself, she instinctively approached the gown. Just as she was about to reach out and caress the fabric, the store manager firmly grasped her hand, preventing her from making contact. Rong Ci winced in pain, furrowing her brows. The store manager hastily released her grip, apologizing, I am truly sorry, miss. It was unintentional. However, this gown is a bespoke creation for our elite clientele, with only one existing globally. The price is substantial, and any mishap would be beyond our capacity to bear. It's all right, Rong Ci replied, somewhat disheartened by the revelation of its exclusivity. The store's gowns were priced in the tens of thousands for the less extravagant, escalating to hundreds of thousands for mid-range options, and exceeding $1 million for the most luxurious. Yet, even the priciest gowns in the store appeared rather ordinary when juxtaposed with the one she had just encountered. Ultimately, Rong Ci selected an intricately embroidered, off-white silk gown. As she proceeded to the checkout and requested the gown be packaged, she overheard two nearby attendants whispering, this necklace and gown ensemble reportedly exceeds 30 million. It's akin to wearing a lavish villa. Indeed, the wealthy truly indulge in extravagance. Moreover, it is likely that this attire will only be worn once. 30 million. How astonishingly exorbitant. Even if it were unclaimed, she could not afford such a sum. Rong Ci shook her head and turned to leave. Upon returning home, Chu Xilan called to inform her that she would be treating her to a sumptuous dinner the following evening. Learning of the banquet that awaited her the next day, she hurried over in the afternoon, eager to personally style Rong Ci. Rong Ci's discernment is commendable. She has chosen an exquisite gown that, when complemented by the meticulous makeup crafted by Chu Xilan, beautifully accentuates her gentle, poised, and pristine demeanor. When Yuemo-sun arrived to escort her in the evening, he was instantly captivated by Rong Ci's stunning appearance. You look magnificent, it suits you perfectly. Thank you, she replied. By the way, Lin Wu, he continued. Realizing she was unaware of who Lin Wu was, she is the algorithm prodigy I mentioned to you previously. She will officially start her position tomorrow. And I will introduce you then. Yuemo-sun nodded, taken aback. Really, you know her? She is my half-sister, Rong Ci replied. Yuemo-sun was left speechless. He was somewhat aware of the circumstances at Rong Ci's home. He did not anticipate such a fortuitous coincidence. Rong Ci's gaze was indifferent as she added. She is also Feng Ting's extramarital affair. The car suddenly screeched to a halt. Yuemo-sun's eyes widened in shock. You. Rong Ci shook her head, stating, I am fine. Her expression remained remarkably calm as she continued, however, whether you accuse me of abusing my power or not. I do not consent to her joining our company. Ma Xuan was taken aback for a moment, yet without hesitation, he acquiesced, "No, I fully support your decision." Rong Ci felt a warmth in her heart and replied, "Thank you." After a brief pause, she added, "However, this means you are directly losing a genius." Mo shook his head with a smile and glanced at her, saying, "She may indeed be considered a genius in algorithms, but compared to you, she is utterly insignificant." He spoke the last few words with utmost sincerity. Rong Ci paused momentarily, finding Mo Sun's reaction rather exaggerated. Mo Sun, aware of her thoughts, chuckled, to speak candidly. He then shook his head. "She mentioned there are matters to attend to, but I did not inquire further." After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination, while Rong Ci remained contemplative. Mo Sun asked, "What troubles you?" "I simply do not comprehend why she would choose to come to our company. Although our firm is thriving, there are certainly larger and more prestigious companies in the country. Given Lin Wu's background and qualifications, she has an abundance of options. It is true that she holds a significant stake in our company, yet due to certain peculiar circumstances, her identity remains undisclosed. Lin Wu likely remains unaware of her connection to us. Hence, it is improbable that she is here for my sake." As Mo Sun stroked his chin, a sudden smile graced his face as he recalled, "During our conversation that day, she mentioned our programming language, expressing great interest in CUAP. This language was designed and developed by a team I led when I was merely 17. At the time, many considered it rather ordinary. Yet it has since become our company's most formidable asset. Over the years, its remarkable capabilities have become widely acknowledged within the industry. Numerous professional teams have attempted to dissect and analyze it, yet none have succeeded in unraveling its intricacies. Now, this programming language stands as an unattainable benchmark within the field. Undoubtedly, Lin Wu's interest lies in this very programming language. In fact, many of the exceptional talents who have joined our company in the past 2 to 3 years have been drawn here precisely because of it." Rong Ci never anticipated this. Mo Sun gazed at her, gently ruffling her hair, and remarked with a smile, "Thus, when I claim that she holds no value in your presence, it is truly not an exaggeration. How remarkably talented is Rong Ci in this regard? How could her senior, who is well acquainted with her, remain unaware of this? After all, prior to Rong Ci's emergence, he was also celebrated as a prodigy in his own right. Chapter 22, Allow me to introduce a genius. By the time they arrived, the banquet hall was nearly filled with guests. Possessing remarkable beauty and exceptional grace, captivated the attention of numerous guests as soon as he made his entrance into the grand hall. The host of the banquet, familiar with Ma Xuan, approached them with a warm smile, intending to greet both Ma Xuan and Rong Ci. However, just as he was about to speak, another guest arrived at the entrance of the hall. The host was momentarily taken aback, questioning his own perception. The other attendees also shared in the astonishment upon witnessing the newcomer, President Feng, President He, and President Qi. As Rong Ci listened, her heart skipped a beat, and a sudden speculation blossomed within her. The newcomers indeed included Feng Ting, He Changbai, and Qi Yuming. However, to her surprise, Lin Wu had also arrived. Not only that, but she was adorned in the exquisite lavender gown that Rong Ci had glimpsed at the boutique yesterday, a garment worth over 30 million. Lin Wu, already statuesque, possessed an alluring figure, and coupled with her commanding presence, the resplendent and ethereal dress enveloped her in an air of both sensuality and elegance, rendering her seemingly unattainable. To think that Feng Ting, He Changbai, and Qi Yuming were present. Were they not known for their infrequent appearances at such gatherings? What had prompted their sudden attendance today? And who was that stunning beauty accompanying them? Was she Feng Ting's partner? Her strikingly beautiful yet aloof demeanor was truly remarkable. It was no surprise that a man of such stature possessed an eye for exquisite women far sharper than the average. If I could possess such a woman, I would willingly sacrifice a decade of my life. Yet, I found myself more drawn to the enchanting lady in the beige gown I had seen earlier. Her aura was pristine, tranquil, and exquisitely graceful. I felt that such a rare essence was even more uncommon than that of Feng's companion. Alas, she was already with someone. Sigh. At that moment, another voice gasped in astonishment. Goodness, that gown! When I saw it yesterday, I was utterly captivated. The shopkeeper mentioned it was custom-made for a big shot's girlfriend, and I had been pondering which mogul it could possibly be. I never imagined it would be Feng Ting. Over 30 million, can you believe it? Upon hearing this, Rong Ci slowly lowered her gaze. She had already suspected that the gown adorning Lin Wu might have been prepared for her by Feng Ting. After all, while the Lin family's business was thriving, spending tens of millions on a single outfit for an event was beyond their current financial reach. Conversely, for Feng Ting, such an expenditure was trivial. One could not deny the genuine care Feng Ting exhibited towards Lin Wu. Moreover, the gown had been custom-made half a month in advance, indicating that Feng Ting had long intended for Lin Wu to accompany him to this soiree. It was well known that he seldom accepted invitations to such gatherings, a fact that Yu Emosun was well aware of. He had not anticipated this serendipitous turn of events, nor that Feng Ting would bring Lin Wu along. Yu Emosun cast a worried glance at Rong Ci and said, "Shall Ci?" Rong Ci smiled faintly and calmly shook her head, saying, "I am fine." Initially, she was indeed taken aback, but she had since grown indifferent. A multitude of people surged towards Feng Ting and his companions, and separated by a thick wall of bodies, they remained entirely oblivious to Rong Ci's presence. Rong Ci appears gentle and serene. Yet Yu Emosun is aware that she is, at her core, a person of great determination, unafraid to dream and act upon her aspirations. In her professional endeavors, whenever she is inspired or intrigued, she dedicates her entire being to her pursuits, regardless of whether the outcomes yield marketable benefits. She finds joy in the journey itself. To her, the utility of an idea can only be discerned through experience. The same principle applies to her emotional life. Her profound love for Feng Ting compelled her to wager her future, relinquishing opportunities for further academic advancement to wholeheartedly embrace family life. Now that she has ventured down that path, despite the significant sacrifices made, Yu Emosun has never detected a trace of regret in Rong Ci's eyes. Thus, when Rong Ci asserts that she is fine and expresses a desire to let go, Yu Emosun believes her. He smiles and inquires, "Would you like something to drink?" Rong Ci smiled, "Very well." The two of them made their way against the tide of the crowd towards the refreshment area. "Shall we indulge in some wine?" "A little. Perhaps." Rong Ci is not particularly fond of alcohol, yet her tolerance is not to be underestimated. They clinked their glasses and stood quietly, savoring the wine. After a while, someone approached them unexpectedly. "Emosun, you have come as well?" "Professor Liu." Upon seeing the newcomer, Yu Emosun hurriedly greeted him, expressing familiarity. "I was just about to seek you out, but I couldn't find you." Professor Liu chuckled teasingly, "Really? I find that hard to believe." "Indeed, as true as pearls. I came here specifically to introduce someone to you." "Oh?" Professor Liu's gaze fell upon Rong Ci, filled with astonishment yet laced with curiosity. She was undeniably remarkable and exuded a captivating aura, but why was she being introduced to him? Were it not for his knowledge of Yu Emosun's character? He might have presumed that the recent bottleneck in the language programming he was developing had led to this introduction. "This is..." Yu Emosun bowed slightly, gesturing elegantly to introduce her. "Rong Ci, my junior sister, a genius in language programming. I can assure you, she will be of great assistance." "Your junior sister?" Professor Liu was aware that Yu Emosun's mentor, Nan Jiji, was a prominent figure in the domestic AI sector. His students, though young, were already pillars within the realm of technology. However, he had never heard of Rong Ci. "Absolutely true," Yu Emosun replied with a smile. "CUAP is a project that my junior sister led 8 years ago. In terms of programming languages, few could rival CUAP in terms of significance within the country." Professor Liu could scarcely believe it. "Is that so?" "If it's true, after conversing with her, I believe you will soon find your answer." Professor Liu, brimming with excitement, cautiously posed a few questions to Rong Ci. After gauging her depth of knowledge, he began discussing the issues he was currently facing. The conversation grew increasingly animated, and their exchange became utterly engrossing. Yu Emosun sipped his wine, observing them with a smile, opting not to interrupt. At that moment, he looked up to find Lin Wu approaching him. Upon noticing his gaze, Lin Wu nodded politely and smiled. Remembering Lin Wu's status, Yuemosun paused. Yet before he could react, Lin Wu had already reached him. President Yu. Chapter 23, this matter is not resolved before Yuemosun could speak. Rong Ci. Having heard someone greeting him, turned to look and their eyes met Lin Wu's. Initially adorned with a courteous smile, Lin Wu's expression turned icy upon seeing Rong Ci. Yuemosun's statement bore three implications. First, he shared a close relationship with Rong Ci. Second, he was aware of the history between her and Rong Ci. Third, he made his stance clear, he stood with Rong Ci. Prior to this, Lin Wu had no knowledge of Yuemosun's acquaintance with Rong Ci, nor that their relationship was so amicable. Uncertain of their exact connection, she discerned Yuemosun's intent from his words. So, does President Yu mean that I need not report to Changmo tomorrow? Yuemosun responded with an appreciative smile, placing his glass down and clapping his hands. Miss Lin, you are indeed astute. Yuemosun could have conveyed his message to Lin Wu in a more nuanced manner, yet he chose not to. His actions clearly indicated to Lin Wu that there was no room for subtlety. He stood with Rong Ci, and it was because of her that he made this decision. Lin Wu understood this implicitly. She did not feel embarrassed or humiliated, for in her eyes, while Changmo was commendable, it paled in comparison to the Feng family. And Yuemosun was not of a caliber to demean her. She chose not to say anything further and calmly turned to leave. Rong Ci gazed over. A warm smile gracing her lips, just as she intended to engage in conversation with Yuemosun. However, she noticed Feng Ting and He Chang Bai, along with Qi Yuming, casting their eyes in her direction. It seemed they were more intrigued by Lin Wu, which prompted their attention towards her. Perhaps they were taken aback by her unexpected presence at the gathering. Upon seeing her, both Qi Yuming and He Chang Bai displayed expressions of astonishment, while Feng Ting's countenance remained utterly devoid of emotion, as if she were not his wife, but rather a stranger he had never encountered. What is amiss? Yuemosun glanced over. Rong Ci shook his head and replied with a smile, it's nothing. After Professor Liu departed, Rong Ci resumed her conversation with him. Taking a sip of her drink, she looked up only to find Qi Yuming gazing at her with an enigmatic smile. Meanwhile, Feng Ting was turned away from her. Upon noticing her glance, Qi Yuming raised his eyebrow and lifted his glass in a silent toast. Rong Ci furrowed her brows, perplexed by the meaning behind Qi Yuming's words. It appeared that Qi Yuming had let out a scoff directed at her before shifting his gaze away, no longer paying her any heed. Rong Ci suddenly grasped the situation. Realizing that Qi Yuming was conveying to her that their actions of bullying Lin Wu alongside Yuemosun were far from over, Rong Ci furrowed her brow. After exchanging pleasantries with them, she inquired of Yuemosun, are you acquainted with Miss Lin? Naturally, this Miss Lin referred to Lin Wu. Yuemosun chuckled. I suppose so. Why do you ask? During their previous conversation, he had gleaned some information, learning that she was not a native of the capital but rather hails from City L. Her family's business is currently thriving, and they have garnered a notable reputation in City L. However, in the context of the capital, such a background is rather modest, especially when compared to illustrious families like the Feng, He, and Qi clans, rendering it almost insignificant. Yuemosun continued, so what? Generally speaking, families like hers find it challenging to gain a foothold in our circle, and as for the prominent families of the Feng clan, aspirations of mingling with them are utterly futile. Yet, Miss Lin has effortlessly infiltrated the core circle and established such amicable relations with them. It truly is remarkable. I was puzzled as to why Feng Ting would suddenly attend my soiree, only to realize later that he was facilitating connections for Miss Lin. Given that Feng Ting personally forges networks for her, accompanied by He Chang Bai and others, it signifies his serious intentions regarding her. Otherwise, if she were merely a fleeting dalliance, he would not go to such lengths. With Feng Ting paving the way, it seems the Lin family is poised for tremendous ascendance. Both Rong Ci and Yuemosun listened in silence. Ultimately, the other party sighed, with a daughter like that, the Lin family must be truly blessed, it is indeed enviable. As the host concluded these remarks, Rong Ci lifted her gaze. Realizing that Feng Ting and the others had already departed the banquet hall, seemingly having left early, even if he had noticed her presence, Feng Ting had not spared her a single glance throughout the evening. Half an hour later, Rong Ci and Yuemosun also took their leave. Upon returning home, her phone rang. It was a call from Feng Ting. Rong Ci paused for a moment. Had he come to seek retribution? Did he believe she and Umo-sun had bullied Lin Wu? The warning from Chi Yuming at the banquet likely stemmed from Feng Ting's underlying intentions. 2 seconds later, she composed herself and answered the call. Hello. Xin has a fever and wishes to see you. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Yongxi was momentarily taken aback. She grasped the car keys, donned her shoes, and stepped outside. Upon arriving at the villa and exiting the vehicle, she noticed the absence of Feng Ting but paid it no mind, heading straight for her daughter's bedroom on the second floor. Feng Ting was enduring a high fever and was currently receiving intravenous fluids, feeling exceedingly unwell. Upon seeing her, she weakly called out Mama, reaching out for her embrace. Rong Ci attentively observed the needle mark on her hand, gently cradling her in his embrace. He inquired of Aunt Lu beside him, Have you eaten anything? Not long after she ate, she vomited everything. Rong Ci furrowed her brow. After inquiring about the specific circumstances from the doctor, she turned to Feng Ting, who nestled in her embrace and was reluctant to leave. Are you hungry? Mother will prepare some of your favorite porridge for you to enjoy after the 4 drip is finished. Feng Ting nodded. In the past, it was always Rong Ci who took care of her during her illnesses. She could not bring herself to eat the porridge made by others. She longed only for the comforting taste of Rong Ci's preparation. Upon entering, Rong Ci did not notice Feng Ting. She assumed he was in the study. Chapter 24. Surprisingly, he did not come to question her. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Father! Feng Ting entered and walked towards the bedside. As Rong Ci observed, she intended to set Feng Ting aside to grant Feng Ting some space, yet Feng Ting was reluctant to leave. Nestling in her embrace and reaching out toward Feng Ting, Feng Ting leaned in closer, lifting Feng Ting into his arms. As he held her, their proximity allowed Rong Ci to catch the familiar scent of his masculine cologne. However, mingling with that recognizable fragrance was a delicate hint of feminine perfume, one she had just encountered on Lin Wu during the evening banquet. Rong Ci averted his gaze, rising to distance himself from Feng Ting until the unpleasant scent was no longer detectable. Feng Ting, with a delicately crafted watch adorning his wrist, gently rested his hand upon Feng Jingxian's fair forehead, then turned to Rong Ci and inquired, What is the temperature now? Has it receded somewhat? Rong Ci could only reiterate the doctor's words. The high fever had subsided to a low one, yet it remained unstable, with the possibility of a relapse. Sitting at the bedside, Feng Ting cradled Feng Jingxian, who nestled in his embrace, reluctant to leave. However, she furrowed her brow and said, Daddy, your coat is so stiff. Feng Ting removed his coat and handed it to Rong Ci. Instinctively, she accepted it and held it close, until the intertwined scents of 2 perfumes wafted to her senses, prompting her to abruptly recall that she was on the verge of divorce from Feng Ting. In the past, she would have considered it a delightful joy to hold his coat, a happiness so profound that she would have been loath to release it easily. Yet now, she casually placed the coat aside and told Feng Jingxian, I'm going downstairs to make kanji. With both Feng Ting and Rong Ci at home, Feng Jingxian's spirits had improved considerably. Upon hearing Rong Ci's words, she obediently nodded, thank you, Mama. Rong Ci smiled gently and turned to leave Feng Jingxian's room. As she departed, Feng Ting's gaze lingered on the suit jacket she had placed upon the back of the chair. After preparing the porridge, Rong Ci began to gather other condiments. By the time she washed her hands and emerged from the kitchen, 20 minutes had elapsed. Rong Ci hesitated for a moment before ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, as she turned around, she spotted Feng Ting standing by the window at the end of the corridor, engaged in a phone conversation. The fever has subsided, there is no need for concern. Was he conversing with Lin Wu? Did Lin Wu truly worry for Feng Jingxian? Feng Jingxian had already finished her 4 drip and succumbed to sleep. She had perspired profusely, and Aunt Lu was diligently wiping her sweat. Upon noticing Rong Ci, Aunt Lu hurriedly made space and handed her the towel, assuming she wished to care for Feng Jingxian personally. After all, Rong Ci had always taken such matters into her own hands regarding Feng Jingxian and Feng Ting. Rong Ci shook his head. Aunt Lu paused momentarily, yet did not dwell on it. she gently and quietly helped Feng Ting into fresh, dry clothes. Rong Ci settled herself upon the sofa in the room. And only after Aunt Lu had completed her tasks did she venture to inquire, "Has the doctor departed?" "Yes," came the reply. "What did the doctor say?" "Will there be a recurrence of the fever?" She pondered whether to stay the night. "The doctor indicated that it is unlikely." "That is reassuring." Given that Feng Ting appeared to be in no grave condition, it was highly probable she would not need to remain here overnight. With congee still simmering in the pot, Rong Ci lingered for a moment before descending the stairs. Aunt Lu was in the kitchen, remarking, "I will tend to the fire, madam. You must be weary as well. Do take a seat and rest." As Rong Ci emerged from the kitchen, she beheld Feng Ting seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in reading the newspaper. Rong Ci paused momentarily. In the past, she would have certainly approached him, cherishing the moments spent together without disturbing him. But now, there was little left for them to discuss. Reflecting on this, she turned and ascended the stairs, while Feng Ting made no effort to call her back. Rong Ci, however, felt a twinge of confusion. She had anticipated that he would surely confront her regarding the matter of her and Yumashuan bullying Lin Wu. Yet he said nothing at all. As Rong Ci ascended the stairs, Feng Ting awoke, his countenance pale as he emerged from his room in search of her. "Mother, I am hungry. Is the porridge ready?" "Almost," replied Rong Ci. She turned to Aunt Lu and inquired, "Is it still cooking?" Aunt Lu smiled and said, "It is no longer on the fire." Rong Ci felt relieved and then turned to enter the kitchen. After 5 or 6 minutes, he peeked out and said to Feng Ting, "Xin, the porridge is ready." Rong Ci skillfully prepared the porridge and glanced towards the door, only to find Feng Ting following closely behind. Feng Jing's heart questioned, "Mother, why is there only one bowl? Father is supposed to eat with us as well." Rong Ci was unaware that Feng Ting was also to partake in the meal. Before she could utter a word, Aunt Lu chuckled and said, "I shall fetch a bowl." Although Rong Ci had no intention of eating, she was accustomed to preparing more than necessary. Feng Ting did not eat much. A modest portion for both her and Feng Ting would suffice. As the congee was served, Rong Ci sat down and silently savored it. Feng Ting had already removed his watch, his long fingers delicately holding the spoon, gracefully stirring the congee. His demeanor was elegant and pleasing to behold. After taking a sip, Feng Ting squinted her eyes in satisfaction, exclaiming, "I haven't had this in ages, it is so fragrant." Rong Ci listened in silence, momentarily taken aback. Yet she refrained from uttering a word. Feng Ting sat across from her, equally mute. However, Feng Ting felt a surge of joy. As if a delightful thought had crossed her mind, and she playfully pleaded with Rong Ci, "Mother, would you do me the honor of sleeping beside me tonight?" As Rong Ci was about to decline, she noticed that the other person's complexion remained pale, devoid of any color, and thus relented. "Very well." Feng Ting consumed only a bowl. And Feng Ting partook sparingly as well. The congee in the pot remained unfinished when they departed from the dining hall. Feng Ting, who cherished cleanliness, insisted on taking a bath even while suffering from a cold. Rong Ci, concerned that she might catch a chill, had no choice but to enter and keep an eye on her. After Feng Ting finished her bath, Rong Ci hesitated for a moment before turning and heading to the master bedroom. Feng Ting was not present. Rong Ci believed that her belongings had been thoroughly removed by Feng Ting. Upon entering, she discovered that the bedroom remained unchanged since her departure. Some of her daily essentials, such as slippers, hand cream, face cream, and a water cup, were still in their familiar places, showing no signs of alteration. It was as if she had never left at all. Rong Ci entered the cloakroom and, upon pushing open the sliding door, realized that her belongings remained untouched. It could be that, due to the pending divorce, Feng Ting refrained from disturbing her possessions to avoid alarming the elderly lady. Feng Ting sat on the bed, engrossed in her tablet, and upon noticing the clothes in her hand, curiously inquired, "Mom, are you going to take a shower in my room?" Rong Ci, Shortly after she entered the bathroom, Feng Ting stepped into Feng Jing's room. Chapter 25, Does Xin have two mothers? Noticing his gaze directed towards the bathroom, Feng Jing remarked, "It's my mother taking a shower inside." Feng Ting responded, and inquired further, "Did you ask your mother to come here to bathe?" "No. She brought her clothes over by herself," replied Feng Ting. Feng Ting refrained from asking any more questions, exchanged a few words with her, advised her to rest early, and then turned to leave. Hearing a noise in the bathroom, Rong Ci realized that Feng Ting had arrived, though she could not discern their conversation. Feng Ting, still recovering from her illness, found herself drowsy after taking her medication. Noticing the lateness of the hour, Rong Ci finished her bath and lay down beside her on the bed. Feng Ting nestled into her embrace, rubbing against her shoulder, exclaiming, "Mother, you are so fragrant and soft." She felt that her mother's arms were the most comforting, even more so than Aunt Wu Wu's. However, knowing that Rong Ci held a disdain for Lin Wu, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Feng Ting soon drifted off to sleep. Rong Ci, feeling fatigued, soon succumbed to slumber. After falling ill, Feng Ting developed a peculiar penchant for kicking off her covers. Perhaps out of concern, which had now become a habit. Rong Ci tended to her as he had in the past, awakening several times throughout the night to ensure her comfort, meticulously tucking the blankets around her until he felt assured she would not catch a chill, allowing him to drift back into peaceful sleep. That night, Rong Ci did not rest well, yet he found himself roused at dawn. Feng Ting remained in slumber, and with utmost care, Rong Ci rose from the bed, glancing out the window to confirm that Feng Ting was indeed jogging below. After Rong Ci finished her morning routine, she donned a fresh outfit and descended to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Half an hour later, she entrusted the remaining tasks to Aunt Lu. And upon confirming that Feng Ting's fever had subsided, she ascended the stairs to fetch her bag and car keys before departing. Not long after her exit, Feng Ting awoke. After searching in vain for Rong Ci, she inquired, "Where is Mama?" Aunt Lu replied, "Madam has gone out for some errands." Feng Ting pouted, "Oh." Aunt Lu added with a smile, "However, Madam prepared breakfast for you before she left." This news lifted Feng Ting's spirits slightly. Though she had not fully recovered from her illness, her spirits were relatively bright, and hunger beckoned her to head downstairs for breakfast. Shortly thereafter, Feng Ting also made his way downstairs. Noticing Rong Ci's absence, he paused and asked Aunt Lu, "Where is Madam?" "Oh, Madam has gone out," Aunt Lu responded. Feng Ting, upon hearing this, chose not to inquire further. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rong Ci cast a glance at the surveillance camera by the door, revealing Mrs. Feng, the neighbor, accompanied by her daughter, Tian. Rong Ci opened the door. "Mrs. Feng." Mrs. Feng appeared anxious. "Miss Rong, Tian's grandmother is ill, and I must take her to the hospital. Could you kindly escort Tian to school for me?" As it happened, the kindergarten attended by Feng Ting and Tian was conveniently en route to her destination, so Rong Ci readily agreed. 20 minutes later, upon arriving near the entrance of the kindergarten, Rong Ci was about to search for a parking space when she spotted Feng Ting, Lin Wu, and Feng Ting. Feng Ting looked quite spirited. She and Lin Wu held hands, skipping joyfully as they walked, radiating happiness. As for Feng Ting, he stood beside Lin Wu, attentively shielding both her and Feng Ting from the bustling traffic and crowd. Tian also noticed Feng Ting, "And Rong, it's my classmate Xin. Rong Ci cast her gaze downward and inquired, Auntie has seen it. Who is that beautiful lady holding Xin? Is she also Xin's mother? Does Xin have two mothers?" Tian nodded and replied, Tian knows. Last time, when she embraced Sister Rong, Xin became quite irritable. She is actually a bit afraid of her and usually doesn't dare to speak to her. It seems that Xin might still be upset. As she glares at her with a fuming expression every time they meet in the foreground, Feng Ting, Lin Wu, and Feng Xin resembled an exceptionally happy family of three. Rong Ci gazed upon the scene, genuinely feeling content. After a brief interval, once Feng Ting and Lin Wu had departed, she alighted the vehicle with Tian in tow. The teacher was aware that Rong Ci was Feng Xin's mother. Moments ago, having witnessed Feng Xin being escorted to school by her father and another woman, she had presumed that Rong Ci was otherwise occupied. However, now, upon seeing Rong Ci holding Tian's hand, she was momentarily taken aback. "Miss Rong, you and Tian?" "Mrs. Feng had an urgent matter and entrusted me with bringing Tian here. Oh, I see, the teacher sighed in relief, before delicately adding, it's just that. Feng Jing Xian had also arrived at school a while ago. I am aware, Rong Ci replied with a smile. The teacher remained somewhat bewildered. But seeing Rong Ci's composed demeanor, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Upon departing from the kindergarten and just as they entered the car, Osun's call came through. What time will you arrive? In about 10 minutes. All right. When Rong Ci arrived at Changmo, Osun was already waiting for her at the entrance of the company. Rong Ci smiled and embraced him. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the company building, Yiqiu was leaning by the window, engaged in a phone call. Upon noticing the commotion at the entrance and catching sight of Rong Ci's face, he was instantly captivated. However, he quickly averted his gaze as the call he made to Lin Wu connected. He smiled and spoke first, "Good morning, Lin, when will you arrive at the office?" The expression on Yiqiu's face shifted slightly in response to Lin Wu's reply. "Qiu, what's wrong this early? Are you unwell?" Yiqiu silently shook his head. Is she really a beauty? Don't deceive me, as I have read little. Indeed, she is a beauty, more stunning than a star, radiantly fair and extraordinarily lovely. Yiqiu immediately recalled the enchanting woman who had recently leapt into Yumashuan's embrace at the company entrance. At that moment, someone added, moreover, I heard that this beauty is our new colleague starting today. Yiqiu paused upon hearing this. Lin Wu was his junior. And knowing that she had been attracted to CUAP and wished to join Changma, he had promptly recommended her to Yumashuan. During their initial meeting, Yumashuan had clearly expressed satisfaction with Lin Wu. Today marked the day Lin Wu had arranged to commence her position. When he had just called Lin Wu to inquire about her arrival, she had informed him that due to personal reasons, Yumashuan no longer required her services. As for what those personal reasons entailed, just as Yiqiu contemplated this, Yumashuan entered, accompanied by Rong Ci. Chapter 26, Accustomed to flattery from men. Upon seeing Rong Ci, the crowd was astounded. Someone excitedly stood up, eagerly asking, is this beauty truly our new colleague? Well informed indeed, Yumashuan chuckled, introducing, this is Rong Ci, our company's new addition. Before he could finish his sentence, Yiqiu abruptly interrupted. Is this why you dismissed my junior, Yu? Yumashuan paused, nodding, yes. Regarding this matter, he intended to provide an explanation to Yiqiu later. Before the word explanation could escape his lips, Yiqiu turned to Rong Ci and stated, my junior has just obtained her doctorate from a top 10 university in the world at the age of 25. Since you managed to replace her at Changma, your personal credentials must be even more impressive, correct? Lin Wu had claimed that Yumashuan's decision not to employ her stemmed from personal reasons. Yet she had not elaborated on what those reasons were. Having observed the intimate embrace between Rong Ci and Yumashuan downstairs, Yiqiu felt their relationship was too close for comfort, leading him to assume that Rong Ci had leveraged connections to secure her position at Changma. While their company was indeed rich in talent, it was rare to find a candidate with Lin Wu's qualifications. He doubted that Rong Ci's credentials could surpass Lin Wu's. With this thought, he did not wait for Rong Ci to speak before taunting. However, Miss Rong appears rather youthful. One might think she hasn't even graduated with her doctorate yet. Yumashuan had actually planned to discuss the reasons behind Lin Wu's non-employment with Yiqiu later, as it involved the grievances between Rong Ci and Lin Wu and was not suitable for discussion in front of so many people. Yet, he did not expect Yiqiu to challenge him so suddenly. He frowned and said, Qiu. However, Yiqiu believed Yumashuan was attempting to shield Rong Ci and loudly interrupted, I am speaking with Miss Rong. Rong Ci calmly replied, I indeed have not yet obtained my doctorate, but... As soon as she spoke, Yiqiu laughed, confident in his assumption. After all, not every young woman could boast Lin Wu's caliber. He scoffed and, not allowing her to finish, coldly interjected, but... What do you wish to convey? That even without a doctorate, your expertise is not inferior to ours? What gives you such a misconception? Do you truly believe that because of your pretty face and the flattery you receive from men, you possess genuine merit? Upon hearing this, Yumashuan's anger flared, Qiu. Reasonable doubt is acceptable, but what you said is an outright insult to Rong Ci. How could he remain calm? Yi Qiuyu removed his ID badge hanging around his neck and declared, "I resign." Yu Ma Xuan was taken aback by Yi Qiuyu's impulsiveness. Yi Qiuyu looked at Yu Ma Xuan and stated, "I have always believed you to be someone who values talent and maintains a clear distinction between personal and professional matters. It seems I was mistaken." After saying this, Yi Qiuyu turned and left. Yu Ma Xuan, too, had his pride. No need. I shall never set foot in Changma again. Rong Ci places great importance on talent. She gazed at Yu Mo Sun, who shook his head, signaling her to remain patient. Yi Qiuyu possesses considerable ability, and he is reluctant to squander such a valuable individual. However, during their initial encounter with Lin Wu, he had already discerned Yi Qiuyu's peculiar feelings toward her. This matter is personal to Yi Qiuyu, and he had initially chosen not to concern himself with it. Yet now, driven by his emotions related to Lin Wu, Yi Qiuyu hastily rendered a negative judgment regarding Rong Ci's arrival, which is utterly excessive. Moreover, the core technology of CUAP is in collaboration with the government under a confidentiality agreement, thus Rong Ci's identity must remain undisclosed. Given Yi Qiuyu's impulsiveness due to Lin Wu, coupled with his inflated perception of her capabilities, even if Rong Ci were to later demonstrate her talents, Yi Qiuyu might not genuinely acknowledge her, instead believing that Lin Wu could potentially excel further in the future. It is inevitable that Yi Qiuyu will find himself overshadowed by Rong Ci. Should this lead Yi Qiuyu to perceive it as favoritism towards Rong Ci, he would become vulnerable to exploitation by others. If such a day were to arrive, it would not only spell disaster for him but also inflict severe losses on the company. Rong Ci was well aware of the situation, which allowed him to relax. Yu Ma Xuan cleared his throat and addressed the others. "Although Xiao Ci has not pursued a doctorate, please rest assured that his professional capabilities are undoubtedly sufficient." "I can guarantee that." The others in the office exchanged glances, uncertain. However, Yi Qiuyu refrained from elaborating, as they were not fully informed about the specifics. A similar incident had occurred last year, involving a girl who was the mistress of a senior executive in the company. She was charming and self-assured, possessing the gift of gab. She claimed to be a graduate student at a top domestic university, asserting a solid foundation. In reality, when questioned, she displayed a lack of knowledge, unable to comprehend even basic professional terminology. In the end, not only did they doubt her claims of attending a top-tier university, but they even questioned whether she had ever attended any university at all. Now, history seemed to be repeating itself, prompting Yu Ma Xuan to sever ties with a friend of impressive credentials due to this incident involving Rong Ci. It was entirely understandable for Yi Qiuyu to feel angered. Thus, it was not just Yi Qiuyu, others also perceived Yu Ma Xuan's inability to separate personal and professional matters. Yu Ma Xuan took note of the group's sentiments but remained unperturbed, simply inquiring, "What projects has Qiuyu been engaged in recently?" Su Yuchuan, who collaborated with Yi Qiuyu, briefly summarized the details. Yu Ma Xuan nodded and turned to Rong Ci, stating, "Then, could you take over the remaining tasks for Qiuyu?" Rong Ci expressed no objections, stating simply, "Very well." With that, he graciously addressed the others, saying, "In the days to come, I hope to receive your guidance." The others exchanged polite smiles, responding in kind, though they felt unqualified to offer any true counsel. At this juncture, their only hope was that Rong Ci possessed some genuine capability and would not delegate all responsibilities to them, while the others seemed relatively at ease. Su Yuchuan, who had previously collaborated with Yi Qiuyu, appeared to be in a precarious situation. His expression was indeed rather grim, yet he could only politely inform Rong Ci, "The materials are all here, feel free to reach out to me with any questions." Rong Ci, "All right, thank you." Su Yuchuan, "Never mind. At least the attitude is quite commendable." Chapter 27, Is this the new strategy your wife devised to pursue her husband? After leaving Changma, Yi Qiuyu promptly called Lin Wu. "Rong Ci has joined Changma?" Yi Qiuyu found it peculiar. "Were you not aware of this matter? Did Rong Ci not push her away in order to gain entry into Changma?" "It remains uncertain." She believed that Yu Ma Xuan's refusal to hire her was merely an act of retribution against Rong Ci. Since Rong Ci has gone to Changma, does that mean she has already departed from the Feng family? Yi Qiuyu hesitated for a moment, What about the personal reasons you mentioned earlier? Lin Wu preferred to say little, just some personal grievances. But what happened? It was a misunderstanding. His resignation had nothing to do with Lin Wu. Reflecting on this, Yi Qiuyu couldn't help but inquire, how capable is Rong Ci? I heard that she hasn't even passed her doctoral exams. In truth, she has not only failed to secure a doctoral position, she only holds an undergraduate degree and has never pursued a master's. Ah? Is that true? Indeed. At this point, Lin Wu's tone became noticeably indifferent. Rong Ci's decision to leave the Feng family was unexpected. However, what astonished her even more was that after departing from the Feng family, she had not contemplated furthering her education, but rather chose to secure employment at another company through connections. It must be said that she truly lacked vision and ambition. Yi Qiuyu inquired, Lin, what are your plans moving forward? Ah, I see. Lin Wu was adept in many areas, as Yi Qiuyu was well aware. At times, he found himself puzzled. With her involvement in so many activities, could she really maintain her expertise? Nevertheless, considering Lin Wu's exceptional capabilities, he felt she was undoubtedly different from others. He believed that since Lin Wu dared to pursue such a path, she must have her own understanding of it. Meanwhile, at Feng Group, Feng Ting was engrossed in documents, not lifting his gaze as he instructed Cheng Yuan, have someone prepare a cup of coffee. Understood. This was Su Suena's first time personally making coffee for Feng Ting, and she felt both excited and anxious. Following the steps taught by Rong Ci, she meticulously brewed the coffee, which Cheng Yuan then presented to Feng Ting. Setting down the documents, Feng Ting raised the cup, gently stirring it. And as he brought it to his lips, he hesitated. The aroma seemed somewhat off. After a moment, he decided to take a small sip. However, upon tasting it, he immediately set it down and instructed, have her make it again. Cheng Yuan was taken aback. Understood. Su Suena, upon receiving the news, felt a pang of urgency. Make it again? Was it too sweet, or was there something wrong with the flavor? I followed Rong Ci's steps precisely, and the amount of sugar was correct. There shouldn't have been an issue. I'm not quite sure about that. Su Suena had no choice but to brew another cup. Perhaps Secretary Su is a bit nervous. Being her first time making coffee for you, which may have affected her timing. Feng Ting furrowed his brow. Secretary Su? What Secretary Su? Where is Rong Ci? Cheng Yuan was taken aback. Rong Ci has already left the company. You weren't aware? Feng Ting fell silent. He truly had no knowledge of this. He was aware of the previous incident regarding Rong Ci's work attitude that displeased Cheng Yuan, leading to the discussion of her resignation. However, when had she departed? Last Thursday. I see. Rong Ci has departed, yet it is quite likely that it is merely a brief absence of a few days. Cheng Yuan, that coffee. Please take it away and pour me a glass of warm water. Certainly. At noon, Yu Mashuan went out for social engagements. Rong Ci dined alone in the company cafeteria. Although her colleagues from the same department acknowledged her presence with a courteous demeanor, their attitude remained distant and unwelcoming. Rong Ci was unfazed. After having lunch, she resumed her tasks at hand. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, she sought out Su Yuchuan and remarked, I have nearly finished, would you take a look? What? Su Yuchuan was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the content Rong Ci had sent, initially perplexed. However, as he continued to read, disbelief widened his eyes. You have completed it all? This represents more than 10 days' worth of work for Yi Qiuyu. She not only grasped everything in less than a day but has also accomplished it all? Rong Ci, whom Su Yuchuan was taken aback, suddenly rendered speechless. Particularly, he realized that not only had Rong Ci completed the task exceptionally well, but the content she had written also provided him with numerous novel ideas for his upcoming work that he had never considered before. Upon hearing this, others approached. And after learning the full story, they were equally astonished. Coming to his senses, Su Yuchuan gazed at Rong Ci with an expression of disbelief. Are you truly a graduate student? To speak frankly, I have not pursued a graduate degree. How could that be possible? With so many doctoral candidates and postgraduate students from prestigious institutions, could they truly be surpassed by an undergraduate? Why did I not continue my studies? Is it due to financial difficulties at home? However, looking at Rong Ci, she does not seem to embody the image of someone unable to afford education. Moreover, given her exceptional professional capabilities, does she even need to worry about tuition fees while in school? Rong Ci lowered her gaze. No, it's merely for some personal reasons. At this point, she smiled gently. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall consider pursuing further studies. After engaging in conversation for a while and assisting a few colleagues with their work-related issues, Rong Ci found that it was nearly 7 o'clock when she departed from the company. As she stepped out of the office, she was taken aback to see Yuemosun standing at the entrance. On your very first day, you have successfully dispelled everyone's prejudices and earned their approval, truly. This is characteristic of you. Rong Ci smiled. Would you care to join me for a meal? Yuemosun raised an eyebrow. What else would you think I am waiting here for? With a smile, Rong Ci departed the company alongside him. After a journey of over 20 minutes, they arrived at the restaurant. As Rong Ci ascended the steps, a child dashed towards her. In an attempt to evade the child, she stepped back and stumbled. Just as she was about to fall, Yuemosun reached out, encircling her waist and steadying her. Rong Ci exhaled a sigh of relief. Just about to express her gratitude when she caught sight of Feng Ting and Shi Yuming not far away. They, too, had noticed her presence. Feng Ting came to a halt, while Shi Yuming raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Rong Ci shook his head and replied, no. That's good, then let's go. Rong Ci no longer glanced at Feng Ting and the others, ascending the stairs alongside Yuemosun. Witnessing Rong Ci's reaction, Shi Yuming expressed incredulity. That was indeed your wife, wasn't it? Feng Ting remained silent. Her apparent disregard for our presence, coupled with her proximity to Yuemosun, was this a new strategy devised to win your heart? Was her intention merely to provoke your concern for her? Before Feng Ting could respond, Shi Yuming chuckled. She seems to have given it considerable thought. Chapter 28, A Price to Pay Upon Arriving at the Private Room. Lin Wu and Feng Xin had already made their entrance. Lin Wu inquired, what has you laughing so heartily? Shi Yuming replied with a smile, oh, nothing much. Just encountered an intriguing individual. After alighting from the car, Feng Xin joyfully dashed upstairs, calling out, Mommy, Mommy. However, she soon wore a disappointed expression. Why has Mommy been so busy lately? Complaining, she continued her ascent. Noticing Feng Ting standing still, An Lu asked, Sir? Feng Ting shook his head, it's nothing. Subsequently, he too proceeded upstairs. The following morning, Feng Xin awoke, harboring hopes of enjoying the breakfast prepared by Rong Ci. Upon seeing the table set with what appeared to be not her mother's culinary creation, she frowned. Did Mommy not get up to make breakfast today? Surely. She must be out. Remained silent, and Luan dared not make any assurances. Feng Jingxin turned her gaze towards Feng Ting. Dad. Feng Ting replied leisurely. If you wish to know, simply make a phone call. Then I shall inquire this evening. Meanwhile, on the other side. After finishing breakfast, Rong Ci proceeded to the office. Upon arrival, Yuemosun was about to discuss the development of a new product with Rong Ci when his phone suddenly rang. The voice on the other end inquired, has your company recently offended the phone family? Puzzled, Yuemosun paused momentarily, glanced at Rong Ci, and switched the call to speaker mode. Someone from the phone family is seeking to cause trouble for your company, but we have intercepted them on our end. Upon hearing the words, Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback, her fingers clenching into a fist. Since the dinner party that evening, Feng Ting had not sought her out to hold her accountable for the bullying of Lin Wu, leading her to believe he had no intention of pursuing the matter. However, it turned out that he was not indifferent, rather, he simply found no need for idle chatter. Opting instead to convey through his actions that since she had harmed Lin Wu, she would indeed face the consequences. He patted Rong Ci's hand reassuringly, stating, rest assured. Our company maintains a close cooperation with the government, they cannot touch us. Indeed, thank goodness for that. Otherwise, she mused, pondering the repercussions. If Feng Ting wielded his formidable strength and wealth to seek retribution for Lin Wu, even if Chang Mo were not utterly devastated, it would undoubtedly suffer significant harm. His protectiveness towards Lin Wu was indeed commendable. Yun Mo-sun, harboring concerns, inquired, if they cannot target Chang Mo, will they then turn their attention to the Rong family? Rong Ci shook his head, stating, no, there is an elderly lady. Feng Ting would not easily be swayed by familial ties. He must still show respect to her. That's fortunate. Did Aunt Lu not prepare any food for you? Yet, I yearn for your sweet and sour spare ribs. I couldn't relish the dishes she ordered last time, and now my craving has intensified. Rong Ci has no desire to dwell on the past. Has Feng Ting departed for a business trip? Rong Ci took a moment to reflect. She had swiftly divorced Feng Ting, a matter she could dismiss without concern. However, her responsibility towards Feng Jingxin remained until the latter turned 18. That evening, Rong Ci prepared sweet and sour ribs and brewed a nourishing soup for Feng Jingxin. She decided to stay for the next 2 days. In the household, only the elderly matriarch remained, the others were either engaged in social obligations or still attending school. Feng Jingxin shared a close bond with the elderly lady, managing to bring her immense joy. That night, Rong Ci and Feng Jingxin stayed at the Rong residence. The following morning, Rong Ci rose early to roll out dough for dumplings. Observing Rong Ci's deftness, the elderly lady couldn't help but reminisce about her daughter's carefree days before marriage, when she had never lifted a finger for household chores, and sighed softly. Rong Ci was aware of the thoughts occupying the elderly lady's mind, and she smiled gently, saying, I quite enjoy cooking, it brings a sense of tranquility. After wrapping up the dumplings and engaging in conversation with the old woman for a while, Rong Ci ascended the stairs. Feng Jingxin had already risen and was in the midst of her morning routine. As Rong Ci was tidying up the pajamas she had changed out of, she was about to rise when she noticed that Feng Jingxin's tablet had emitted a sound. It was a message from Lin Wu. Rong Ci refrained from exposing her and said, the dumplings are ready, let us head downstairs for breakfast. Feng Jingxin joyfully leaped out of bed, exclaiming, I haven't had my mother's dumplings in ages, hooray! During breakfast, Grandma Rong cheerfully inquired, what would you like to eat tonight, my dear? I shall have someone prepare it for you. Feng Jingxin was well aware that Grandma Rong also harbored a dislike for Lin Wu. Madame Rong felt a tinge of reluctance, for it had been quite a while since she last saw Feng Jingxin. However, over the past 2 years, Feng Jingxin had indeed grown quite attached to Feng Ting. So she did not dwell on her words too much. Rong Ci was aware that Feng Jingxin was deceiving her, yet she feigned ignorance, serving the elderly lady a portion of vegetables and saying, it's fine, I will stay here to keep you company. However, Feng Ting held a disdainful attitude towards Rong Ci, and the elderly Mrs. Feng had always disapproved of Rong Ci's affection for him. She would wholeheartedly support a divorce if it were to occur. Therefore, upon hearing Rong Ci's words, Mrs. Feng smiled and remarked, good, our little Ci is quite obedient. Feng Jingxin had initially worried about how to concoct an excuse to rid herself of Rong Ci that evening in order to meet Lin Wu. But upon hearing Rong Ci's statement, she felt an immediate sense of relief. As Feng Jingxin departed, the elderly lady prepared a feast of her favorite dishes. When Feng Jingxin left, Rong Ci contacted the butler from Feng Ting's side to arrange for someone to pick her up, rather than escorting her personally. The elderly lady observed this with mild curiosity but did not dwell on it. Chapter 29, Do you think I am following you? Feng Jingxin must have been enjoying herself with Lin Wu and the others, for over the weekend, she had not reached out to Rong Ci at all. On Monday, Rong Ci resumed her work at Chang Mo as usual. As the end of the workday approached, Chu Xilan called, inviting her to dinner. Just as they were finishing their meal, Rong Ci excused herself to the restroom, where she unexpectedly encountered He Changbai. Rong Ci continued her stride, effortlessly bypassing him without a glance. However, He Changbai halted in his tracks, turning his head to regard her. Rong Ci took notice of it but chose to disregard it. As Rong Ci emerged from the restroom, she found He Changbai standing in the very spot where they had encountered each other earlier, seemingly unperturbed by her presence. Upon noticing her departure, he turned his head towards her and inquired, "Are you coming over to dine?" His demeanor suggested that he had been waiting for her specifically. "Yes," she replied, her tone icy as she added, "Do you think, Mr. He, that I have come here to follow you?" He Changbai paused for a moment before responding. "That was not my intention." Rong Ci was oblivious to his meaning, and she had no desire to comprehend it. After speaking, she simply departed. And He Changbai did not call out to her. Upon leaving the restaurant, Chu Xilan intended to purchase a birthday gift for her mother. Rong Ci accompanied her to a jewelry boutique. Chu Xilan had her eyes set on a jade necklace and had just exchanged a few words with the store manager when suddenly someone at the entrance spoke up. "Hello, I am here to pick up some jewelry." Upon hearing the voice, Rong Ci paused for a moment. It turned out to be Mr. Lin. The store owner immediately broke into a smile upon seeing him, offering an apologetic grin to Rong Ci and Chu Xilan before approaching the newcomer. "Mr. Lin, the jewelry you ordered has been packaged." After confirming that he had not mistaken anyone, Lin Lihai walked over to Rong Ci and inquired, "Are you here to order jewelry as well?" Rong Ci cast a glance at him, remaining silent. Observing Rong Ci's indifferent demeanor, Lin Lihai's expression grew somber. Xiao Ci. Ignoring Rong Ci's attempt to dismiss him, he turned to Chu Xilan and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to pursue this path?" Chu Xilan, unfamiliar with Lin Lihai, observed his demeanor. Though marked by the passage of time, he exuded an air of gentility. She gently nudged Rong Ci with her elbow and whispered, "Who is he?" Yet Lin Lihai made no move to depart. Instead, he gazed at Rong Ci and asked, "Xiao Ci, have you been well lately?" Rong Ci pressed her lips together and finally turned to him, asking coldly, "What do you wish to say?" Lin Lihai replied gently, "Xiao Ci, must you speak to your father in such a manner?" Rong Ci coldly remarked, "Then what attitude do you believe I should adopt when conversing with you?" Father acknowledges that there were times in the past when he acted incorrectly, but you must understand that you have always held a place in his heart. Rong Ci listened, smiling as she said, "Indeed, you harbor feelings for me, which is why you allow Lin Wu to approach my husband and ensure he treats her well. How can you claim that I do not occupy a place in your heart?" Xiao Ci. Lin Lihai furrowed his brow, responding, "I can understand your feelings. But Xiao Wu and Ting Shen are genuinely in love. Emotions cannot be forced, why must you?" "Yes, emotions cannot be coerced," Rong Ci interjected. "So your infidelity back then was entirely justified? Now she behaves like her mother, brazenly playing the role of the mistress, with unabashed confidence, correct?" Lin Lihai's expression darkened. "Xiao Ci, when did you become so extreme?" "Extreme?" Rong Ci scoffed. "Would you consider it less extreme if I were to divorce Feng Ting immediately, thereby facilitating Lin Wu's desires? What has transpired?" At that moment, Xiang Rufang and Sun Liyao entered. Xiang Rufang was the first to notice Rong Ci, and her face lit up with a smile. "Isn't this Xiao Ci? It's been ages, you are more beautiful than ever." "Mother." Upon hearing Xiang Rufang praise Rong Ci, Sun Liyao felt a pang of displeasure. She had always known that Rong Ci was exceptionally beautiful, yet was taken aback by how much more radiant she had become after years apart. Gazing at Rong Ci's flawless, delicate skin and extraordinary aura, envy bubbled within her. However, she quickly reassured herself that no matter how beautiful Rong Ci appeared, her future brother-in-law still favored her sister, Lin Wu. With that thought, her heart found a semblance of balance. Lin Lihai turned to Xiang Rufang, "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Lin Lihai chuckled, "Indeed. Every year on your wedding anniversary, uncle, you prepare extravagant gifts for aunt, creating delightful surprises. You truly treat her well." Lin Lihai smiled. Meanwhile, Chu Xilan, having overheard the conversation, had essentially deduced the identities of the three. It turned out they were a cluster of despicable individuals. She muttered a curse under her breath, taking hold of Rong Ci's arm and turning to leave. "Xiao Ci." Lin Lihai called out to stop her, approaching with earnestness, "Your aunt genuinely cares for you. She has always kept you in her thoughts. You and Xiao Wu are sisters, family. Regarding the recent incident with Zhang Mo, I hope such occurrences are never repeated." Rong Ci chuckled, "Are you intentionally trying to irritate me? Your aunt, if she is unwilling, then so be it. Not only is she unwilling, but even if she were, my sister would still not accept it. What status does she have to be considered as a sister to my sister?" As she spoke, she let out a light scoff and looked at Rong Ci, saying, "You are targeting my sister, preventing her from entering Chang Mo, and you take great pleasure in that, don't you?" But what you don't realize is that the more you target my sister, the more my brother-in-law feels for her. Just recently, upon learning that you and the owner of Chang Mo bullied my sister, he immediately saw trouble with Chang Mo. Rong Ci pressed her lips together. Her hands clenched into fists. Chu Zilan, equally incensed, scoffed, has Feng Ting married Lin Wu? Calling him brother-in-law before the wedding, how shameless. You. Enough, Yao Yao. Lin Lihai pulled Sun Liao back, sighing as he addressed Rong Ci. Xiao Wu is a prodigy in the field of AI. Her entry into Chang Mo is for an important task. In the future, temper your emotions and do not target Xiao Wu anymore. Have you said enough? Rong Ci replied, her gaze devoid of warmth. Once you finish, you may leave. Xiang Rufeng, who had remained silent, added fuel to the fire. Xiao Ci, dear. How can you speak to your father in such a manner? Sun Liao chimed in, indeed, you have no sense of family etiquette. Rong Ci coldly remarked. I like the upbringing you possess, all of you eagerly vying to become mistresses. You. Lin Lihai, seeing that Rong Ci remained unyielding, felt a deep sense of disappointment and said, let us depart. Humph. Lin Lihai picked up the bespoke gift he had prepared and swiftly left with Sun Liao and the others. Chapter 30, Mother has matters to attend to. Perhaps next time after they had distanced themselves, Chu Zilan gazed at Rong Ci with concern. Xiao Ci. Rong Ci shook her head gently and replied, I am fine. From the moment Lin Lihai divorced her mother, he had ceased to be her father in her heart. What pained her was the burden her existence placed upon her uncle, compounded by the distress caused by Feng Ting's favoritism. The thought that Feng Ting's heart was solely fixated on Lin Wu, showing no mercy towards Yumashuan or her uncle, and never considering her feelings, pierced her like a knife, leaving her heart bleeding profusely. Xiao Ci. Chu Zilan tenderly embraced her. Rong Ci managed to muster a faint smile, remaining silent. It was all right. She had already resolved to step out into the world. Just a little time was all she needed. She was capable of it. How about going for a drink? Chu Zilan sensed that Rong Ci could benefit from some relaxation. Rong Ci shook his head, indicating his refusal. Upon hearing this, Chu Zilan did not insist further. The two proceeded to the parking lot, and just before getting into the car, Rong Ci's phone rang. It was a call from Feng Jingxin. The fleeting smile that graced Rong Ci's face quickly faded into silence once more. After pausing for 2 or 3 seconds, she finally answered the call. Hello. Her father was not at home, and Aunt Wu was also occupied. The house was enveloped in a tranquil stillness, leaving her feeling quite bored in solitude. Suddenly, she found herself reminiscing about the days when her mother would keep her company, tenderly listening to her as she spoke of her beloved animations and cherished figurines. Rong Ci listened, responding softly, Mom has something to attend to, perhaps next time. She was indeed her mother and felt compelled to fulfill her wishes as much as possible. Yet, she also had her own life to lead. Currently, she was in a sour mood and required some personal time. Feng Jingxin felt a tinge of disappointment. All right then. I'll hang up. And you can call me if you need anything. With a subdued acknowledgement, she ended the call, finding herself even more bored. Feng Ting, overhearing, gave a non-committal hum, settled onto the nearby sofa, and began discussing business matters on his phone, offering no comfort to her. Meanwhile, Lin Lihai paused. I ran into Xiao Ci. Oh? You saw her? Lin Lilan, strikingly beautiful and well-married, was a formidable woman, holding considerable influence in both her marital and familial circles. When it came to her niece, whom she had not seen in years, Lin Lilan expressed little concern, instead focusing on another matter. Did you discuss Xiao Wu joining Chang Mo with her? Lin Lihai shook his head. I mentioned a few things, but she wasn't receptive. Lin Lilan set down her coffee cup, frowning. Xiao Ci is truly. Although I understand her pain at CEO Feng being taken by Xiao Wu, we have all seen that man. He is not someone who would be captivated by a woman lacking in distinction beyond mere beauty. Even without Xiao Wu, it is certain that he would eventually part ways with her. In Lin Lilan's view, Rong Ci's interference regarding Lin Wu's employment at Chang Mo stemmed from jealousy over Lin Wu's relationship with Feng Ting. Rong Ci, lacking in ability and knowledge, solely engages in trivial and senseless activities, which she finds utterly amusing. It is likely that not only she but also Feng Ting shares this sentiment. However, Rong Ci remains oblivious to this reality, perhaps still reveling in the mischief she caused for Lin Wu. Reflecting upon Lin Wu's exceptional qualities and contrasting them with Rong Ci, Lin Lilan increasingly perceives the disparity between the two. Lin Lihai sighed, acknowledging that his thoughts mirrored those of Lin Lilan. Yet she remained impervious to their concerns. Her obstinacy was reminiscent of her mother's. This sentiment went unsaid, for discussions involving that individual were seldom pleasant. Regarding the matter of CUAP, Lin Lihai was equally invested. Over the years, they had poured considerable resources into the AI sector. Yet their company's products lacked robust technology, resulting in mediocre progress. In stark contrast, Chang Mo, thanks to CUAP, could generate over 100 million annually. Even without active engagement. How could they not feel envious? If they could unearth the core technology of CUAP and integrate it into their existing projects, their company would likely soar, with a market value of billions not merely a distant dream. Upon encountering the Lin Lihai siblings, Lin Wu greeted, "Father, Aunt." She replied, taking a seat. "What are you discussing?" "Still the CUAP matter," Lin Lihai responded. "What are your plans now that you cannot enter Changamo? Has President Feng mentioned anything?" Tingshan said he would assist in contacting Nan Zhizhi. Nan Zhizhi is a leading figure in the domestic AI field. Reportedly highly regarded by the government, with his whereabouts kept secret from the public. Uemo Sun is one of Nan Zhizhi's few direct disciples. And it is said that CUAP was developed under his guidance. Since the route through Uemo Sun proved unfruitful, pursuing Nan Zhizhi became the only viable option. "That's good," Lin Lihai smiled, though a hint of worry lingered. "If Uemo Sun speaks ill of you to Nan Zhizhi, might that pose a problem?" "It should not," Lin Lilan replied with a smile. "Brother, you must be unaware that Mr. Nan is known for valuing talent. Our Xiao Wu is a prodigy. If she has the opportunity to meet him, her brilliance in the AI domain is bound to earn his admiration. It is not inconceivable that he might exceptionally take her on as a direct disciple." Lin Lihai chuckled, "Indeed." Lin Lilan continued. "Has President Feng indicated when you might meet Mr. Nan?" Lin Wu took a sip of water and replied nonchalantly, "At next week's technology exhibition, it is said that Mr. Nan will be in attendance." They were well aware of the technology exhibition but recognized their company lacked the stature to secure a government-issued spot. However, with Feng Tingshan's involvement, they surmised that Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan exchanged glances, contemplating Lin Wu's words. Lin Wu added, "Tingshan provided me with 2 tickets, but only 2. That's alright, it matters not who accompanies you, what is crucial is that you attend." Lin Lilan affirmed with a smile. "Precisely." Chapter 31, Could it be that the madam is having an affair? Feng Tingshan, engrossed in his numerous business affairs, had been away for the next 2 days. Left alone at home, Feng Jingxian found herself quite bored and could not resist calling Rong Ci once more. After 2 busy days, the events of that day had faded from Rong Ci's mind. Answering Feng Jingxian's call, she engaged in conversation after completing her homework. Whatever Feng Jingxian wished to play or was interested in, provided it did not jeopardize her health, Rong Ci would generally indulge her. Rong Ci and Feng Jingxian played the game together for over an hour, after which Feng Jingxian felt exceedingly joyful that evening. She insisted that Rong Ci accompany her as she went to sleep. Rong Ci, not particularly inclined to retire to the master bedroom, acquiesced. Subsequently, the deep, melodious voice of the man resonated. "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet, but my mother is almost finished preparing the meal." "Is that so?" Rong Ci paused briefly, carrying the dishes as he exited the kitchen. At that moment, Feng Jingxian and Feng Tingshan also entered from the living room. Rong Ci removed her apron and handed it to the butler beside her, after which the 3 of them settled into their accustomed seats. "Oh," Rong Ci gently remarked, "I am content merely to listen to your words." "Ah." In truth, the housekeeper had also sensed that something was amiss with Rong Ci. Today, Rong Ci not only refrained from initiating conversation with Feng Tingshan, but it also appeared that he had not even cast a glance in Feng Tingshan's direction. Yet, Feng Tingshan seemed oblivious to Rong Ci's unusual behavior, maintaining his usual demeanor. At that moment, Feng Tingshan's phone rang, a call from elder Madame Feng. Off on another business trip, perhaps? Elder Madame Feng chuckled softly and said, "It has been half a month since I last saw Xiao Ci and Xin. With the weather turning cold, you should take Xiao Ci and Xin to the hot spring resort tomorrow. Let us indulge in the warmth of the springs together." "Understood," he replied. After hanging up, Feng Ting was filled with delight. "We can go to the hot springs again, hooray." Rong Ci did not look up and said, "I can simply drive myself from the company." Rong Ci paused momentarily. "Never mind. Recently, Chang Mo was developing a new app." After dinner, Yu Mo-sun called her to discuss some technical issues. Feng Ting and Feng Ting were conversing in the living room, while Rong Ci stepped outside to answer the call. Half an hour later, she concluded the conversation. Feng Ting looked up at her and couldn't help but remark, "Mom, you seem to have a lot of phone calls lately, chatting for quite a long time every night. You weren't like this before." Hearing this, Feng Ting glanced over at her. The housekeeper, upon listening to Feng Ting, realized that it was indeed true. It was noteworthy that Rong Ci rarely engaged in phone conversations previously, let alone for such extended durations. Could it be that Madame was having an affair? Surely not. Given her feelings for Feng Ting, that would be improbable. "Just some matters," Rong Ci replied curtly. "I need to go upstairs to attend to some things." Feng Ting responded with a simple, "Oh." Rong Ci powered on her computer and began to process the file package sent by Yu Mo-sun. Over the past few years, she had not entirely neglected the content of her own field. Occasionally, during her leisure time, she would design a few programs and, when Feng Ting came to visit, she would share some foundational knowledge with her. However, at that time, Feng Ting was merely 3 or 4 years old and often dozed off while listening. Now, as Feng Ting approached to observe, Rong Ci paid her no heed and continued her work. Feng Ting, though unable to comprehend the intricacies, suddenly recalled that Aunt Wu seemed to have engaged in similar tasks. After watching for a while, she soon retired to bed. Rong Ci did not shut down her computer until she had completed her tasks. At that moment, she glanced at the clock and realized it was already past 2 in the morning. The following day, Rong Ci did not rise to prepare breakfast. Feng Ting, upon waking up the next day and noticing Rong Ci asleep beside her, realized that they had shared the bed the previous night. Seeing that Rong Ci was still in slumber, Feng Ting quietly got out of bed and left the room. Encountering Feng Ting, she stifled a yawn and greeted, "Good morning, Dad." Feng Ting replied, "Yes. Your mother is still asleep." Indeed. As Rong Ci rose to have breakfast, Feng Ting had nearly finished his meal. There was little communication between them, and once Feng Ting completed his breakfast, he promptly departed. At approximately the same time, Rong Ci also arrived at the company. In the evening, she finished work punctually. Upon returning home, Feng Ting was already waiting in the car. After more than 20 minutes of waiting, Rong Ci and Feng Ting grew impatient. Feng Ting furrowed her brow and remarked, "Father is rather slow, isn't he?" Rong Ci calmly gazed at the book, unhurried. At that moment, the telephone in the living room began to ring. Rong Ci nonchalantly replied, "Understood." Feng Ting mentioned he would arrive later, however, that evening. He did not make an appearance until the late hours of the night. Chapter 32, Forgetting Her. Feng Ting's prolonged absence incited the grandmother's ire, and Feng Ting found herself equally discontented. Rong Ci, however, remained unfazed, calmly preparing tea for the elderly lady. Remarking that perhaps there was an urgent matter at hand that prevented her from attending, the elderly lady, feeling quite despondent, retired early that evening. Feng Ting attempted to reach Feng Ting several times by phone, but there was no answer on the other end. The following morning arrived. When Rong Ci awoke, there was no one by his side. He wondered where Feng Jing's heart had wandered off to. After Rong Ci finished her morning routine and stepped out of her room, she searched the premises but found no one in sight. Upon inquiring, she learned that Feng Ting had not arrived, and Feng Ting, finding the place rather dull, had taken someone with her to descend the mountain early in the morning for other amusements. Out of consideration for Feng Ting's rest, the elderly matriarch had refrained from notifying her immediately. Thus, the vast hot spring resort was left with only her presence, aside from the staff. Despite Feng Ting's disinterest in staying behind, Rong Ci pondered that she could have easily waited for her to awaken and accompany her in exploring. However, Feng Ting had stealthily departed without a word, likely not out of concern for disturbing her, but because she had received news from Feng Ting and wished to join him and Lin Wu. It seemed she had slipped away early to avoid being dissuaded from going. The weather today was rather gloomy, with rain falling, yet the hot spring pools offered shelter. In such weather, indulging in the warm waters while enjoying the scenery and reading could provide a unique pleasure. Moreover, she relished the solitude, cherishing the opportunity to engage in her own pursuits. Thus, even in her solitary state, Rong Ci chose to remain at the hot spring resort. There was no communication from Feng Ting, who had promised to accompany her to the resort but had yet to make an appearance or even place a call. Not only had he been unresponsive, but Feng Ting had also failed to reach out after her clandestine departure the previous day. Nonetheless, she decided against sharing this with the elderly matriarch to avoid unnecessary complications. When asked, she replied affirmatively. Hearing this, the elderly lady felt reassured. After inquiring about her health, they concluded their conversation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Rong Ci dined at the resort. The matriarch had mentioned that Feng Ting would come to fetch her. Yet despite waiting until nearly 9 in the evening, he still had not arrived. Rong Ci could no longer bear to wait. Once in the car, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. After an indeterminate period, he was abruptly roused by the ringing of his phone. It was a call from Chu Zilan. Rong Ci answered the call. Zilan? Goodness! You wretched person! After a brief pause, Rong Ci hurriedly replied, It's nothing. I'm merely venting my frustrations. What's the matter? I have a charity gala to attend today, and to my surprise, I encountered your despicable father and Lin Wu. Just moments ago at the gala, a young woman was berating Lin Wu, accusing her of being a shameless mistress who had stolen her fiancé. She even doused Lin Wu in red wine, creating quite an unpleasant scene. The young woman came from a well-off family and persisted in her confrontation for quite some time. I was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle, only to be taken aback when your husband unexpectedly arrived. After a moment of hesitation, she listened as Chu Zilan gritted her teeth and continued, This is a charity gala featuring an all-star lineup, being broadcast live. Although Lin Wu and the others are not major celebrities, his appearance to support Lin Wu and the moment he took her away was captured by the cameras and broadcasted. Chu Zilan sent her the live video. Rong Ci opened the video and took a glance. The banquet featured a dazzling array of star-studded performances, accompanied by a cacophony of noise, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the spoken words within the video. However, the footage clearly captured the moment a girl approached Lin Wu, engaged in a heated dispute, and subsequently splashed red wine upon her. Following this, the girl's fiancé intervened, attempting to restrain her, which ignited a further quarrel. Shortly thereafter, the girl's family arrived on the scene. Chu Zilan remarked that the girl's affluent background was likely genuine, as they exhibited a remarkably arrogant demeanor towards the Lin family. Lin Lihai, adopting a more humble stance, seemed to attempt to reason with them, yet the girl's family showed no inclination to listen, launching a barrage of insults at Lin Lihai and his kin. The expressions on the Lin family's faces darkened, evidently affronted by the insults hurled at them. It was at that moment that Feng Ting made his appearance. As he stepped in to shield Lin Wu, the girl's family visibly shifted in demeanor. When Feng Ting attempted to leave, they hurried after him, seemingly wishing to explain, but were thwarted by the bodyguards assigned to the banquet. In the closing moments of the video, the once boastful family of the girl appeared despondent, eager to mend relations with the Lin family. In stark contrast, the Lin family, shedding their earlier anxiety and humility, offered not a single glance towards the girl and her relatives, following closely behind Feng Ting as they departed. The banquet, graced by a constellation of stars, garnered significant attention. Although the attendees were unfamiliar with Lin Wu and the girl, the allure of gossip captivated many. Furthermore, upon learning that it was Feng Ting who had rescued Lin Wu, the video's popularity surged dramatically. Comments flooded in, Wait! Is this handsome gentleman truly the genius entrepreneur Feng Ting? No way! The news only mentioned Feng Ting's prestigious lineage and his early entrepreneurial success. But no one ever mentioned how strikingly handsome he is. What can we say? He is so low-key that we've only heard his name without ever seeing his face. After piecing together the unfolding events of the video, netizens remarked, "So, this girl caught her fiancé in a compromising situation with President Feng's girlfriend?" I recognize the girl's boyfriend. He is indeed quite distinguished in both family background and appearance, but compared to President Feng, well, he is President Feng. Not only in terms of family and intellect, but even their looks and demeanor are not on the same level. As the fervor intensified, some fans of Lin Wu recognized her. At 25, she holds a doctorate from a top 3 university in the world, is both a race car driver and an adventurer. And is also a hacker. My heavens, is she really that wild? It's as if the heroine of a grand novel has stepped into reality. I heard that during her last racing event, President Feng was also present to support her. Did you see the admiration and pride in his eyes captured in the photos? Indeed. Upon seeing the impressive credentials of this beautiful sister, and then considering President Feng, they seem like a match made in heaven. How enviable is it that President Feng, a young tycoon, has such discerning taste in his partner? Is it even conceivable that this stunning sister, with President Feng as her boyfriend, would attempt to pursue that girl's fiancé? Surely not, she isn't blind. In the video, it was that girl's boyfriend who approached the beautiful sister first. While I can understand her anxiety regarding her own boyfriend, instigating a quarrel and dousing someone in red wine is utterly excessive. Exactly. Sometimes, having too much charm can be a double-edged sword. Just look at this beautiful sister. Her allure has led to this unexpected debacle. Ha ha ha. Upon reaching this point, Rong Ci chose to cease her viewing and exited the webpage. The matriarch of the Feng family had mentioned that she had contacted Feng Ting to pick her up from the hot spring resort. However, it was already past 10 o'clock. And Feng Ting had yet to call, let alone arrive to collect her. Nonetheless, it remained possible that he intended to come for her but had been sidetracked by the incident involving Lin Wu, inadvertently forgetting her in the process. Rong Ci was not troubled. Upon arriving home at 11 o'clock, she took a shower and fell into a deep slumber, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. Chapter 33, Where shall we go? I shall accompany you. The following day, after enjoying breakfast, Rong Ci departed for work as usual. During lunch, as she was eating, a call from Feng Ting came through. This marked the first time Feng Ting had reached out to her since stealthily slipping away from the hot spring resort. Rong Ci picked up the phone. "Mom." "Whom?" She responded, inquiring, "Have you eaten?" "Just finished." That morning at the hot spring resort, she had received a call from Aunt Wu, who mentioned that her father had gone out to play with her. Aunt Wu asked if she wanted to join them, and she immediately agreed. Seizing the moment when Rong Ci was unaware, she slipped away secretly. However, hearing her mother inquire about whether she had eaten seemed to indicate that she was not upset about her sneaky departure that day, which put her at ease. She knew her mother could never truly be angry with her. Nevertheless, she had also noticed that her mother no longer called her every day as she used to. Nor did she constantly inquire about her whereabouts. She found this change in her mother quite agreeable. She appreciated this newfound freedom, as it allowed her to pursue her desires with much greater liberty. Rong Ci indeed did not inquire about their whereabouts over the past 2 days, for she held no interest in the matter. After a brief conversation with Feng Ting regarding her academic pursuits, Rong Ci ended the call. Upon returning to the office, Yu Mashuan approached her and asked, "The technology exhibition is tomorrow, shall we gather at the company and depart together?" Rong Ci, "All right." The following morning, Rong Ci set out in his car, but shortly thereafter, the vehicle suddenly broke down. Another car collided into him, triggering a cascade of traffic accidents. A multitude of drivers behind him erupted in curses. The car was immobile, obstructing the flow of traffic. After apologizing to several drivers behind her, Rong Ci promptly dialed the emergency services, awaiting the arrival of the rescue personnel. However, the handling of the situation proved to be quite time-consuming, as she was in a hurry to attend an exhibition. Had her vehicle broken down? At that moment, a tall and striking figure approached from the opposite sidewalk. Rong Ci looked up. "He Changbai. Why is he here?" she replied with a faint not particularly inclined to engage with him. First, she called Yu Mashuan to inform him of her situation, then instructed them to depart without waiting for her, assuring him that she would join them once she had resolved the matter. Handling such traffic accidents can be quite troublesome. By the time she managed to arrive, the exhibition would likely be over. Yu Mashuan said, "Hold on a moment, I'll contact someone to assist you. But it may take at least half an hour before they can reach you." "It's fine, I can enter later. As long as I don't miss the exhibition," she replied. After hanging up, as Rong Ci was about to communicate with the drivers of the vehicles behind her, He Changbai suddenly spoke. "I will have someone help you with this matter. Where are you headed?" "I can take you." Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to meet his. 5 minutes later, Rong Ci found himself seated in He Changbai's car. "Thank you." It was but a trifling effort. A mere gesture. Rong Ci furrowed her brow. In the past, He Changbai had largely treated her with indifference. Their previous encounter at the racetrack had unfolded rather unpleasantly. Although during their last meeting He Changbai had unexpectedly taken the initiative to greet her, he was exceedingly busy, making several phone calls once he got into the car. This realization brought a sense of relief to Rong Ci. Their lack of familiarity made her feel quite uneasy in such a confined space. After more than 40 minutes, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the technology exhibition. Rong Ci alighted from the vehicle and courteously expressed his gratitude to He Changbai, saying, "Thank you." He Changbai replied, With a polite nod of acquiescence, Rong Ci turned and departed. Just as Rong Ci had departed for a brief moment, a luxurious black sedan came to a halt beside He Changbai's vehicle. Lin Wu initially thought she might have been mistaken. After stepping out to check the license plate, she confirmed her observation was accurate. She tapped on He Changbai's car door. The window descended slowly, and Lin Wu leaned in to look. "Changbai, it truly is you." She continued, "What brings you here as well?" He Changbai exited the vehicle, replying, "I came to drop off a friend." At that moment, Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan also alighted from their car, and upon recognizing He Changbai's identity, they hurried to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, He Changbai received a call, indicating that the exhibition was about to commence, prompting Lin Wu and the others to take their leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rong Ci met up with Yu Mashuan and the others at the entrance of the exhibition. Yu Mashuan leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "This time, our teacher will also be in attendance." Rong Ci was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yu Emosun raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "Fortunately, you found someone to assist you in time. If the teacher were to discover your tardiness, I can only imagine." The implication of his words dawned on Rong Ci instantaneously. Their teacher was not one to consider the reasons behind a student's lateness. To him, being late simply signified a lack of dedication. Upon graduating from her undergraduate studies, Rong Ci's decision to marry and have children had already provoked considerable ire from her teacher. Now, as fate would have it, if they were to reunite and she were to be discovered late, Rong Ci could scarcely fathom the disapproving gaze her mentor would cast upon her. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Thus, it is fortunate that she was not tardy. Rong Ci exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 34, revealing her identity as Mrs. Feng. As they entered the exhibition hall, it was already bustling with visitors. The hall was expansive, showcasing an array of exhibits, including drones, flying cars, and lifelike robots. The sheer number of exhibits, each emphasizing different core technologies, left Rong Ci and her companions dazzled upon their arrival. Yu Emosun, a figure of considerable renown, soon attracted attention, and before long, several individuals approached him to exchange greetings. He also introduced Rong Ci to some of his connections, as she smiled and engaged with others. Her gaze fortuitously met that of Lin Wu and her companions, who had just entered the hall. Lin Wu paused, taken aback by Rong Ci's presence. After all, such an exhibition was a coveted gathering for technological elites, with each spot being exceedingly precious. As a major shareholder of Chang Mo, Yu Emosun had extended an invitation to Rong Ci, a mere undergraduate, to attend. While the employees might refrain from voicing their opinions, Granting such a valuable opportunity to an inexperienced newcomer would undoubtedly raise eyebrows among the other distinguished individuals at Chang Mo Sun, a student of Nanjiji, had been reputed for his exceptional capabilities in the AI domain, despite his investment in business matters. Over the years, he had been instrumental in determining and overseeing the development direction of the company's products. His technical acumen and emphasis on talent, along with the protective bastion of CUAP, had fostered impressive growth for Chang Mo. Yiqiu had previously spoken highly of him, praising his qualities as an admirable employer. However, given Umo Sun's earlier refusal to hire Rong Ci, she had begun to question the validity of Yiqiu's commendation. Now, the fact that he had allocated such a significant exhibition opportunity to Rong Ci seemed utterly reckless. Contemplating this, Lin Wu furrowed her brow. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan also spotted Rong Ci, their expressions mirroring her concern. They too were surprised to encounter her here. Noticing Rong Ci engaged in conversation with a tall man, who appeared to share a good rapport with her, Lin Lihai turned to Lin Wu, frowning as he inquired. "That man, do you know him?" "That is Umo Sun." "Umo Sun?" Lin Lihai responded, astonished. Rong Ci's departure from the phone group to join Chang Mo was known to him. Previously, he had assumed that Rong Ci was merely taking a position as an ordinary employee at Chang Mo, not realizing that Umo Sun held her in considerable regard. Before Lin Wu could utter a word, someone approached them. "Miss Lin, President Lin, you have arrived." It was General Manager Lin Wu and Lin Lihai exchanged pleasantries with the newcomer. Initially, they possessed only 2 tickets, but following the uproar at the charity gala the previous night, many within their circle became aware of the intricate relationship between Lin Wu and Feng Ting. In a bid to strengthen his ties with Feng Ting, General Manager upon learning that Lin Wu and her party would be attending the technology exhibition today but were short of a ticket, had arranged for a ticket to be delivered to them overnight. Quite a number of individuals had come to understand the connection between Feng Ting and Lin Wu due to the events of the previous evening. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Lin Wu and her companions, more people began to approach them, and soon, their gathering attracted the attention of those nearby. In this conversation, the general manager Tan, speaking with Rong Ci, remarked, "Over there, concerning the Lin family, are they aware? The young Miss Lin shares a profound connection with Feng Ting, and as a result, a group has gathered to forge connections." Tan's tone carried a hint of disdain. Umo Sun was also aware of the commotion surrounding Lin Wu at last night's charity gala. Observing Rong Ci, he noted Tan's apparent contempt for Lin Wu and inquired, "Is there a rift between you and the Lin family?" Tan shook his head. "It's not so much a rift, rather. Xing Yu, the girl who quarreled with Miss Lin last night, is the daughter of an old friend of mine, someone I've watched grow up. Xing Yu has a spirited nature. Yet she is not unreasonable. Her fiancé is that young man with the surname Lan. A couple of years ago, he was quite close to another girl, to the point of nearly breaking off his engagement with Xing Yu. However, I later learned that the girl somehow became acquainted with Feng Ting, leading to a cessation of contact with that young man." Tan's lengthy discourse implied that Lin Wu had previously intervened in the relationship between Xing Yu and her fiancé. But once Lin Wu ascended to a higher status, she distanced herself. Yet, Tan's ire was not directed at past events, but rather at the farce from the previous evening. He sighed. "Originally, my old friend and Xing Yu were to attend today's exhibition. However, due to last night's incident involving President Feng, which has garnered significant online attention, netizens are lambasting Xing Yu, leaving her quite distressed. Furthermore, many seasoned individuals, upon discovering the connection between Miss Lin and President Feng, hastily sought ties with the Lin family to avoid becoming targets today, prompting my old friend and Xing Yu to refrain from attending." Umo Sun and Rong Ci listened, momentarily at a loss for words. When Rong Ci glanced towards Lin Wu, she noticed that the number of people engaging with Lin Wu had increased once more. After concluding her conversation with Tan, Rong Ci joined Su Yuquan and others to discuss and explore the exhibits in the gallery. The opportunity to encounter so many innovative technologies exhilarated both Rong Ci and Su Yuquan. After an indeterminate period, Umo Sun suddenly approached Rong Ci, gesturing towards a direction. "Feng Ting," he revealed. It turned out he had also arrived. His technology company wields considerable influence domestically, and being knowledgeable in the field, His presence was anticipated. Moreover, with Lin Wu in attendance, it was only natural for him to be there as well. Indeed, he now stood beside Lin Wu, surrounded by admirers as if they were an openly recognized couple. Then, she spotted Qi Yuming, who had also arrived. However, he was engaged in conversation and had not noticed her. Yu Emosan asked, "Is he aware of your presence?" Rong Ci shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. After all, although she and Feng Ting had crossed paths occasionally in recent days, they had never engaged in any discourse regarding their relationship. Even when they exchanged a few words, it was solely about their mutual daughter, Feng Xin. Thus, how could Feng Ting possibly be aware of her presence at the exhibition? Yu Emosun, visibly displeased, remarked, "Are you truly not going to extend a greeting? Rong Ci and Feng Ting have not yet divorced. If she publicly reveals her identity as Mrs. Feng, he is eager to see how Feng Ting and Lin Wu will react at that moment." Rong Ci understood his meaning. She shook her head, declining. Firstly, there was no necessity. Secondly, if Feng Ting were pushed too hard in defense of Lin Wu, he would likely not hesitate to publicly disclose her initial scheme against him. Even if she was not the architect of the situation, she possessed no evidence to vindicate herself, leaving her in an embarrassing predicament. The gathering was filled with entrepreneurs, and if mishandled, this incident could adversely affect her uncle's business. She had no desire to act on a fleeting impulse. Chapter 35, was he smiling at her? As she turned away, Qi Yuming noticed her. At that moment, Lin Wu had approached Lin Lihai and was not alongside Feng Ting. Qi Yuming walked over, nudging Feng Ting with his elbow, subtly indicating the direction of Rong Ci. "Your wife is over there." Feng Ting glanced in the direction pointed out by Qi Yuming and indeed spotted Rong Ci. She was holding a tablet, explaining some technical concepts of an exhibit to Su Yuquan and others beside her. Rong Ci and Su Yuquan were both deeply engrossed in their discussion, oblivious to the gaze of Feng Ting and his companions. Qi Yuming paused for a moment and inquired, "Who are the individuals accompanying your wife? Is she discussing the core technologies of the exhibits with them? Your wife is quite remarkable, isn't she?" At that moment, Rong Ci sensed something amiss and glanced over. Rong Ci paused momentarily. The distance was slightly too great for her to discern the emotions lurking in Feng Ting's eyes. Yet she observed that he seemed to smile. Was he smiling at her? Perhaps she was overthinking it. Qi Yuming also noticed and inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Feng Ting replied with a smile, "Nothing." Qi Yuming paid it no mind. He noticed that when Rong Ci looked at them, especially at Feng Ting, her demeanor was as serene as if she were gazing at a stranger, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. It was uncertain whether Rong Ci was merely indulging in a game of subtlety with Feng Ting or if her behavior was indicative of deeper awareness. If it were the latter, given her knowledge of Feng Ting's reluctance to publicly acknowledge their marital relationship, she maintained a significant distance from him both during that banquet and now, ensuring that not a trace of their connection was revealed. One must admit, in this regard, Rong Ci demonstrated considerable maturity. At that moment, Lin Wu approached, asking, "What are you discussing?" Qi Yuming, quick to respond, smiled and said, "Nothing," before asking, "Have you finished your conversation?" This Professor Lu was the one introduced to Rong Ci by Yu Emosun at the previous banquet. When Lin Wu had sought out Yu Emosun that day, Professor Lu had naturally noticed her, yet his unremarkable appearance and Lin Wu's purpose for attending the soirée, which was not to network with figures from the technological realm, meant she had not taken note of him. Now, upon encountering Professor Lu, she did not recognize him. It appeared that there had been some discord between Lin Wu and Yu Emosun that day, but Professor Lu was engrossed in conversation with Rong Ci, paying little attention to it, and did not inquire further afterward. Hello. The Lin Family Technology Company was indeed in urgent need of skilled professionals. And upon learning of Professor Lu's credentials, Lin Wu was exceedingly polite, with Lin Lihai also making a point to greet the professor. Subsequently, Lin Wu engaged in conversation with Professor Lu. With so many exhibits present, there were ample topics to discuss, and their dialogue extended for quite some time. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan, lacking technical expertise, had attended the exhibition primarily to cultivate connections. However, once Feng Ting arrived, They were also keenly aware of his presence, curious to see how he would react upon seeing Rong Ci. Soon enough, they realized that upon spotting Rong Ci, Feng Ting showed no reaction at all. He regarded her as if she were a stranger, not even bothering to glance at her again. Feng Ting harbored no feelings for her whatsoever. He rarely stayed home after their marriage and appeared to harbor disdain for Rong Ci. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. As the exhibition was about to commence, the staff announced that important representatives from each company should proceed to the conference hall for the summary meeting. Representing Chang Mo in the conference hall were Yu Mo-sun and Rong Ci. Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun walked ahead. Upon witnessing Rong Ci's unexpected entry into the conference hall, Lin Wu and Lin Lilan were quite astonished. Lin Lilan remarked to Lin Wu, "Does Yu Mo-sun truly hold her in such high regard?" Although they had discerned Yu Mo-sun's genuine concern for Rong Ci when he brought her to the exhibition, they had not anticipated his level of devotion to be so profound. This revelation took them by surprise, especially considering that Rong Ci had already been married and had children. Although Rong Ci possesses striking beauty, Yu Mo-sun's overall qualities are commendable. It would not be a challenge for him to seek someone of superior standing. Why then would he be so devoted to Rong Ci, a woman on the brink of her second marriage? Lin Wu remained silent. Despite their entry into the exhibition, seating in the conference hall was limited, and their company had not provided any exhibits. Generally, even if one gained access to the conference hall, they would find themselves relegated to the last row. However, Feng Ting insisted that Lin Wu sit in the front row with him. Upon hearing this, Lin Lihai chuckled. Rong Ci was also present, yet Feng Ting allowed Lin Wu to sit in front of him. Lin Lilan chuckled and remarked, "I have heard that Mr. Nan Zhizhi will take the stage to deliver a speech shortly. Sitting in the front row would certainly increase the chances of conversing with him." Lin Wu, of course, understood this logic well. Observing that Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun had taken seats in the middle row, slightly ahead, Lin Lilan initially felt a twinge of displeasure. However, upon realizing that Lin Wu would be seated in front of her, her spirits lifted immediately. Lin Wu, too, was aware of Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun's presence. As she followed Feng Ting she passed by Rong Ci, seemingly oblivious, and continued forward with unwavering focus. Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun naturally noticed their presence. However, Rong Ci paid no heed, and Yu Mo-sun chose to disregard them as well. Yet, those around them expressed a hint of envy, remarking, "I heard Mr. Nan Zhizhi is seated in the front row. Being in the front row signifies the chance to converse with Mr. Nan Zhizhi. How enviable that is." Indeed, it was. Rong Ci and Yu Mo-shun exchanged glances. Yu Mo-shun leaned closer and whispered, "Don't worry. Even if she has the opportunity to interact with the teacher, she certainly won't capture the teacher's attention. I already have a clear understanding of Lin Wu's level of expertise from our first encounter." Rong Ci understood his implication and remarked, "What if she conceals her true abilities?" Yu Mo-sun replied, "Well, that is indeed a possibility." He had contemplated this notion himself, but could it truly be the case? As he pondered, the host took the stage to deliver a speech. After a while, the host concluded his lengthy address and announced, "Next, we invite Mr. Nan Zhizhi to the stage to share his thoughts." Chapter 36. He looks down on me. Nan Zhizhi is renowned globally, yet he is still quite young, just in his early 40s. He possesses a tall and slender physique and wears rimless glasses. As the host's voice faded, he gracefully ascended the stage to thunderous applause. Upon reaching the center of the podium, he cast a calm glance over the audience, and the entire venue fell silent. He began, "I am profoundly grateful for the sincere invitation from the organizers." Many were eager to pose questions, yet time was limited, and half an hour later, Nan Zhizhi descended from the stage. As he passed by, a host of prominent business magnates in the front row rose to shake hands and greet him, leaving those seated further back, especially some technical personnel, enviously watching. Among those beside Nan Zhizhi was Feng Ting. As he approached, Feng Ting stood up. Lin Wu, sitting nearby, also rose in response. Feng Ting extended his hand to shake Nan Zhizhi's, saying, "Mr. Nan, it's been a long time." Indeed. Feng Ting and Nan Zhizhi had crossed paths long ago, over a decade past. Nan Zhizhi's demeanor was cool as he replied, "It has indeed been quite a while." Lin Wu also extended her hand, introducing herself. Hello, Mr. Nan, I am Lin Wu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Nan Jiji glanced at her, nodded, and after shaking her hand, he exchanged pleasantries with a few others who had gathered behind Lin Wu before taking his seat. Feng Ting occupied the space to Nan Jiji's right, while a person to Nan Jiji's left initiated a conversation with him. Thus, Feng Ting quietly listened to the speeches on stage. Lin Wu, however, wished to converse with Nan Jiji but found it inconvenient due to Feng Ting's presence. Noticing that Feng Ting did not engage Nan Jiji, she was somewhat surprised and leaned closer to whisper, "Did you and Mr. Nan have an unpleasant encounter before?" Feng Ting chuckled, "Not at all." "Then why? Given the rare opportunity, who wouldn't desire to converse a bit more with Nan Jiji?" Now that he was seated so near, it seemed perplexing that Feng Ting remained silent. She had even considered switching places with him. However, Nan Jiji was engaged in a delightful conversation with the business magnate nearby. As a junior with little renown, if she were to interrupt, it might offend the prominent figure. Realizing this, she decided against proposing a seat exchange with Feng Ting. "He looks down on me." "What?" Lin Wu was taken aback, doubting she had heard correctly. Seeing the smile on Feng Ting's face confirmed her understanding. Yet, if that were truly the case, wouldn't it still be an unpleasant situation? However, Feng Ting appeared entirely unfazed. He showed no intention of elaborating, and Lin Wu refrained from pressing further. Time passed, and eventually, the conference reached its conclusion. Word spread that Nan Jiji would not depart immediately. Upon receiving this news, many rushed towards the front rows. However, by the time those in the back made their way forward, Nan Jiji had already been surrounded by those who had been seated in the front. Lin Wu was also among those in the front row, yet she did not engage with Nan Jiji. Lin Lilan noticed this and, feeling anxious, waved at Lin Wu. Upon noticing, Lin Wu approached, saying, "Aunt." She understood Lin Lilan's intent and preemptively stated, "Now, Mr. Nan is surrounded by significant figures. Even if I were to push my way forward to speak with him, I wouldn't have much to say." Feng Ting mentioned that we could find another opportunity to converse with Mr. Nan. Indeed. Lin Lilan realized her urgency had been unnecessary. Lin Wu maintained a calm expression as she added, "I am already acquainted with those individuals." Thanks to Feng Ting, those magnates treated her with great courtesy. Lin Lilan, aware of Feng Ting's attentiveness towards Lin Wu, felt reassured upon hearing this and smiled, "That's wonderful. It's quite crowded here. And it's not easy for ordinary people to squeeze in." However, now that everyone recognized her as Feng Ting's companion, they willingly made way for her. After engaging with Nan Jiji, some of the magnates did not crowd around him but instead gathered to discuss matters of commerce. Although these individuals held significant societal status, they did not solely judge others based on family background or social standing. Lin Wu's credentials were indeed impressive. She was not only beautiful but also poised and composed. Overall, she was a remarkably outstanding young individual. Thus, when they complimented her, their praise was sincere. Feng Ting chuckled, and Lin Wu graciously responded, "Mr. Yuan, you flatter me." Their conversation was quite pleasant, yet Nan Jiji had limited time and soon informed everyone that he had pressing matters to attend to. The others, recognizing his stature, did not dare to obstruct his departure, for Nan Jiji's connections with the government made his affairs undeniably significant. With Nan Jiji's exit, Rong Ci and her colleagues were deeply immersed in discussions with other technical personnel from various enterprises. Throughout the event, she and Umo-sun had refrained from approaching Nan Jiji like many others. After all, they had no such need. Should they wish to meet Nan Jiji? Well, while not exceedingly easy, it was certainly not insurmountable. Indeed, shortly after Nan Jiji departed, Umo-sun received a message. He promptly took Rong Ci outside the exhibition hall to the parking lot, where they were set to encounter Nan Jiji. Upon seeing them approach, he lifted his gaze. Rong Ci halted his steps, addressing the teacher, "Sir." Nan Jiji replied coolly, "Yes." His demeanor remained indifferent as he remarked, "I have reviewed your exhibition pieces. They are passable." Yet, his gaze swept across the two of them with a frigid detachment. "After 3 years, this is all you have accomplished?" Chapter 37, a lively conversation. Umo-sun and Rong Ci felt a sudden chill down their spines. Umo-sun quickly responded. We are in the process of preparing new products, we should have prototypes ready by next year. Very well, Nan Jiji replied curtly, until you have perfected your work. There is no need to come see me again. Rong Ci and Umo-sun, indeed. Nan Jiji, please send me an impression piece later this evening. Rong Ci and Umo-sun instantly grasped what their teacher referred to as reflections, which pertained to their technical summaries of the exhibited works from today. Rong Ci and Umo-sun exchanged glances, and Umo-sun promptly remarked, well, teacher, completing this in a single night seems rather challenging. In truth, it was not merely challenging but exceedingly arduous. He continued, would a month suffice? With such a multitude of exhibits and a plethora of technical summaries. He believed that it would require at least several tens of thousands of words, if not over 100,000. How could one possibly encapsulate everything in just one night? Nan Jiji remained silent, observing them intently. Although he appeared cultured and refined, his gaze was formidable, leaving many unable to withstand its intensity. Umo-sun immediately felt a jolt of realization, understood. I will ensure the task is accomplished. Rong Ci, having reached this point, effectively declared the conclusion of the conversation between the teacher and student. At that moment, Nan Jiji turned his gaze toward Rong Ci. Rong Ci stood rigidly, her spine straight. Teacher, what kind of person have you found? Nan Jiji cast a glance at her, coldly uttered his words, and then turned to leave. Rong Ci paused momentarily. Umo-sun remarked, the teacher inquired about your husband. Nan Jiji implied, just look at the kind of husband you have chosen. Rong Ci gradually comprehended the situation. However, did they utter anything? Previously, in the conference hall, she and Umo-sun were quite distant from the front row. Although she observed Feng Ting and Lin Wu both rise to greet him after their teacher concluded his speech and sat down, the specifics of their conversation remained a mystery to her. Umo-sun shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Rong Ci. Indeed. They were engrossed in their conversation, oblivious to the fact that Lin Wu and Lin Lilan had also emerged and were witnessing their interaction with Nan Jiji. Observing Nan Jiji's departing figure, Lin Lilan remarked to Lin Wu, it matters not, she lacks your professional prowess. What does it matter if she knows Nan Jiji? It is of no benefit to her, she cannot become his disciple. Lin Wu replied, I understand. She then said, let us depart. Rong Ci and her companions merely intended to engage in conversation with Nan Jiji, they did not plan to take their leave. For this occasion presented a splendid opportunity for professional exchange. Departing so abruptly would indeed be a great pity. Subsequently, they encountered Feng Ting. Yet Rong Ci refrained from approaching him, and he did not come over either. To onlookers, they appeared as though they were complete strangers, entirely unacquainted. Lin Wu and her companions also chose not to leave. Earlier, at the jewelry store, Lin Lihai had taken the initiative to greet Rong Ci, expressing his feelings for her. However, in today's context, despite their numerous encounters, he did not approach her with the same concern as before. This thought struck Rong Ci as rather amusing. Yet, she understood the underlying reasons. After all, Lin Wu was present. And everyone was aware that he was Lin Wu's father. If he were to acknowledge her, and the nature of her relationship with Feng Ting were to come to light, it would be utterly mortifying for him as a father. Lin Wu could also face considerable public scrutiny. This clearly illustrated Lin Lihai's blatant favoritism towards Lin Wu. While he seemed unwilling to establish any connection with Rong Ci in such a setting, he was reluctant to ignore Umo-sun. Thus, when Rong Ci excused herself to the restroom, he, along with Lin Wu and Lin Lilan, approached Umo-sun. He introduced himself, saying, hello, Mr. Yu. I am Lin Lihai, the father of Xiao Wu and Xiao Ci. It is a pleasure to meet you. Umo-sun graciously shook his hand and responded, Mr. Lin, the pleasure is mine. Lin Lihai glanced at Lin Wu and continued, Xiao Ci has a rather impulsive disposition. And there are misunderstandings between her and Xiao Wu. As a father, I have always hoped they could coexist harmoniously, yet Xiao Ci remains obstinate. Umo-sun appeared to comprehend, replying, I see. Lin Lihai sighed after this remark, then chuckled, nonetheless. I am pleased that Xiao Ci has befriended such a talented young man as yourself. I have heard she has joined your company. So I kindly ask you to take good care of her. His words certainly sounded like genuine concern for Rong Ci. Had Lin Lihai not made a point to speak with Yu Mo-sun in her absence? And if he were not fully aware of her past and her relationship with Feng Ting, he might have been believed. However, he did not voice these thoughts and instead smiled. "You are too kind, Mr. Lin. Xiao Ci is exceptionally talented, having her at Chang Mo is a blessing for us." Both Lin Lihai and Lin Wu regarded Yu Mo-sun's words as mere pleasantries. Given Rong Ci's credentials, what could she possibly contribute to Yu Mo-sun? At most, she might assist with menial tasks or perform duties akin to those of an ordinary programmer. However, Lin Lihai refrained from expressing this opinion. Lin Wu remained silent, and Lin Lilan merely offered a nonchalant smile. Lin Lihai continued, "You are likely already aware of Xiao Wu's situation, Mr. Yu. She has always been keenly interested in CUAP and is eager for an opportunity to work at Chang Mo. Although with Feng Ting's arrangements, it was certain that Lin Wu would soon meet Nan Jiji, she would have ample future opportunities to learn about CUAP. Nevertheless, given Chang Mo's promising growth and Yu Mo-sun's advantageous family background, fostering a good rapport with him was undoubtedly beneficial. One could never tell how their paths might intertwine in the future." Yu Mo-sun turned to Lin Wu and remarked, "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Lin. You are indeed remarkable, and I would be delighted if you were to join Chang Mo. However, Xiao Ci is my friend." Lin Wu was no longer fixated on securing a position at Chang Mo. She merely wished to avoid antagonizing Yu Mo-sun, as they were likely to become colleagues in the future. Having another friend was certainly preferable to gaining another enemy. Today, Yu Mo-sun's demeanor was significantly warmer than it had been during the previous banquet. She pondered whether his change of heart was genuine or feigned, but time would tell. They might indeed develop into good friends eventually. Lin Wu replied, "I understand, and will not impose. You need not worry, Mr. Yu." Yu Mo-sun smiled. "Thank you for your understanding, Miss Lin." From a distance, it appeared as if they were engaged in a jovial conversation. As Rong Ci emerged from the restroom, her steps faltered. Lin Lilan noticed and smiled slightly. Chapter 38, You Decide. Lin Wu also spotted Rong Ci and, with an expression devoid of emotion, informed Yu Mo-sun, "We have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Let's converse another time." Yu Mo-sun shook hands with them, replying, "Very well. Until next time." Lin Wu cast not a single glance at Rong Ci before turning away with Lin Lihai and the others. Given Yu Mo-sun's esteemed status, as noon approached, several prominent figures approached him with invitations to dine together. Their remarks hinted that Feng Ting would also be joining. A considerable number of industry leaders had gathered around Feng Ting, likely alluding to a collective dining experience. The trajectory of the AI sector's future is largely influenced by the maneuvers of these distinguished individuals. Thus, this moment presents an exceptional opportunity to gain insights into the market's forthcoming direction. Additionally, should discussions progress favorably after the meal, potential collaborations could materialize. Yu Mo-sun indeed harbored a strong desire to attend. He glanced at Rong Ci, silently seeking her opinion. With Feng Ting present, one could only wonder if she would. Rong Ci resolutely declared, "I shall go." Upon exiting, she and Feng Ting regarded one another as strangers. Yet that did not imply she intended to avoid him. The esteemed individuals escorted Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun towards Feng Ting. Observing their approach, Feng Ting maintained a tranquil demeanor, though Lin Wu furrowed her brow. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan also arrived, their expressions darkening upon seeing Rong Ci. A few individuals, having yet to greet Yu Mo-sun, took the initiative to acknowledge him as he neared. When it was Feng Ting's turn, he extended his hand to Yu Mo-sun, stating, "Hello." "Hello," Yu Mo-sun replied with a smile, "Mr. Feng, I have long admired your reputation." "You are too kind, Mr. Yu," Feng Ting responded. After exchanging pleasantries, Feng Ting and Lin Wu found themselves surrounded by the crowd as they proceeded to the parking lot. Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun followed closely behind. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan subtly sought an opportunity to approach Rong Ci, intending to signal her not to accompany them. However, Rong Ci appeared oblivious to their presence. Feng Ting and Lin Wu shared the same vehicle, while Rong Ci entered Yu Mo-sun's car. Frustrated by her inability to halt Rong Ci, Lin Lilan furrowed her brows, pondering the nature of Rong Ci's actions. Their party comprised over 20 individuals. The dining room was spacious, and everyone settled around a large round table. Naturally, Feng Ting sat beside Lin Wu. Lin Lilan had hoped to sit next to Rong Ci, concerned that she might say something inappropriate during the meal. She wanted to keep a watchful eye on her. Yet, her timing was off, as the last available seat beside Rong Ci was swiftly claimed by Yu Mo-sun. Once seated, the group engaged in conversation while ordering dishes. Feng Ting handed the menu to Lin Wu, encouraging her to make selections. Lin Wu accepted it and inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Feng Ting replied, "You decide." A few individuals sitting nearby chuckled, remarking, "CEO Feng and Miss Lin share a wonderful rapport." A smile played on Lin Wu's lips as she selected several dishes based on Feng Ting's preferences. Lin Li Hai and Lin Li Lan observed, their faces brightening with smiles. Yu Mo-sun also held the menu, asking Rong Ci about her tastes. Noticing the commotion from that direction, he glanced over before turning to Rong Ci. Her expression revealed no particular reaction. Upon his inquiry, she discussed and settled on 2 dishes with him. Lin Li Lan and Lin Li Hai, seeing that Rong Ci showed no signs of causing trouble, felt a sense of relief. Aware of Lin Li Hai and the others' concern for Rong Ci, Lin Wu approached them and whispered, "No need to worry, with Ting around, she won't dare to act out. If Rong Ci truly attempts to create a scene, it would undoubtedly displease Feng Ting. From my understanding of their marital dynamics, she has no inclination to provoke him further. After all, should she incite his ire again, it would only deepen his disdain for her." Lin Li Lan, upon hearing this, felt somewhat reassured. Yet, she remained apprehensive that Feng Ting's kindness towards Lin Wu might serve as an unbearable provocation for Rong Ci. Regardless of their thoughts, Rong Ci did not pay particular attention to their situation, for seated beside her was Professor Lu. Professor Lu was already aware that Rong Ci had also attended the exhibition and had previously sought an opportunity to greet her there. Since they had encountered each other today, he was determined not to let this chance slip away. Shortly after taking their seats, he engaged in conversation with Rong Ci. The table was quite spacious, and both Rong Ci and Professor Lu were conscious of their volume, striving not to disturb the others. Observing Professor Lu's amiable demeanor as he conversed incessantly with Rong Ci, Lin Wu and Lin Lilan assumed she was merely seeking his expertise on professional matters and paid little mind to it. The person sitting next to Professor Lu teased, "Old Lu, you really can't change your professional habits. Even now that we're at dinner, you can't seem to stop talking." Another chimed in with a laugh. Indeed, earlier in the exhibition, Old Lu also chatted with Miss Lin for quite a while. As the conversation shifted to him, Professor Lu smiled and retorted, "Usually, when I share technical insights, you all push me off to your engineers. Now that I'm not chatting with you, it seems you've become unaccustomed to it." Someone glanced at Lin Wu and then at Rong Ci, remarking, "Who would have thought that the young ladies of today are so interested in AI and programming? Times have certainly changed." Another responded, "Indeed." After conversing with Miss Lin at the exhibition, Old Lu lamented that there are increasingly more talents emerging today. "And our country's future looks promising, ha ha ha. Miss Lin is a distinguished graduate from a world-class university, isn't she a fine talent?" Flattered by their compliments, Lin Wu humbly smiled, "You all flatter me." Given Feng Ting's exceptional status, Lin Wu, as his partner, naturally received more admiration. As for Rong Ci, while everyone acknowledged her beauty, they were aware she was merely an employee of Yu Mo-sun's company. Despite her ambiguous relationship with him, lacking any remarkable background, they did not direct excessive attention her way. When the dishes arrived, Lin Wu served Feng Ting a portion, which he accepted graciously. At this moment, the conversation blossomed, gradually shifting to the developmental prospects of various exhibits from the day's exhibition. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "By the way, Mr. Feng, your driverless car seems highly compatible with the programming language from Mr. Yu's intelligent transportation system. It's piquing my interest. Are you truly not considering a collaboration?" Chapter 39, Seeking affection. After dining together for some time, Feng Ting and Yu Mo-sun had yet to exchange a word. Upon hearing the inquiry, Feng Ting picked up a nearby napkin to dab his lips, turning to Yu Mo-sun with a smile, "Indeed, we have entertained such thoughts." "What are your thoughts, Mr. Yu?" Yu Mo-sun, naturally, would not overlook this business opportunity. To be valued by Mr. Feng is a privilege for our Longmo. Should Feng Ting and Yu Mashuan truly collaborate, Lin Wu would wholeheartedly welcome it. After all, if their interactions became more frequent, her opportunities to engage with Yu Mashuan would increase, making it easier to draw him closer. With this in mind, she cast a cold glance at Rong Ci. Rong Ci predominantly engaged in conversation with Professor Liu. While she did occasionally take note of the movements of others at the table, her attention was not particularly devoted to them. Should Yu Mashuan genuinely wish to collaborate with Feng Ting, she would naturally harbor no objections. There was no reason for her to be at odds with him. As the meal approached its conclusion, it was only natural for the guests to rise from their seats, especially if they had intentions of collaboration, as they would gather on the nearby sofa to converse. Earlier, during the meal, Feng Ting had expressed a desire to work with Chang Mo, though it remained unclear whether such collaboration would materialize. However, it was evident that Mr. Yuan, who was dining with them, sincerely wished to pursue a partnership, as he promptly initiated a discussion with Yu Mashuan, accompanied by the management team he had brought along, even before the meal had concluded. Rong Ci also followed suit. When it comes to technology, Rong Ci is quite adept, but for matters of collaboration and negotiation, it is still Yu Mo-sun who takes the lead. Rong Ci sat quietly beside him, seldom speaking. However, noticing that Yu Mo-sun had finished the water in his cup, she took it and said, "Let me refill this for you." Yu Mo-sun smiled and replied, "Thank you." Observing Rong Ci fulfilling a secretarial role for Yu Mo-sun, Lin Wu and Lin Lilan became even more convinced that Rong Ci's presence at Chang Mo was primarily to assist Yu Mo-sun with various tasks. Rong Ci, holding a cup, turned around and took a couple of steps. As she approached Feng Ting, someone unexpectedly pivoted beside her and accidentally collided with her. In a moment of unsteadiness, Rong Ci stumbled forward, clutching a cup of water, and fell into Feng Ting's embrace. At this sight, those around them paused in astonishment. Rong Ci appeared as though she had been knocked over, yet who could ascertain whether it was intentional? What a remarkable coincidence it was! Falling directly into Feng Ting's embrace. Although Lin Wu was undeniably alluring and beautiful, many, judging by their discerning taste in women, considered Rong Ci to possess an even greater charm. With such a woman deliberately seeking affection, it was no surprise that many men around were stirred by desire. However, Feng Ting was distinctly different. He coolly supported Rong Ci by her shoulder for a brief moment, only to subsequently push her away, revealing not the slightest hint of being swayed by her beauty. As Rong Ci pressed against Feng Ting, she recognized the familiar scent emanating from him and suddenly realized that it was he whom she had thrown herself upon. Once she comprehended the situation, her expression softened, and she straightened her posture, softly murmuring an apology before turning to leave. Lin Wu and Lin Lilan also perceived that Rong Ci had intentionally lunged into Feng Ting's embrace. Lin Lilan scoffed, remarking to Lin Wu, "I told you she could never remain composed." However, her efforts proved futile, for Feng Ting remained utterly unperturbed. Indeed, Lin Lilan chuckled. "Ting-shen's reaction has certainly provided you with a sense of security." At this, Lin Wu sweetly lowered her head with a smile. Lin Lihai furrowed his brow. Realizing that he had misjudged Rong Ci, despite her seemingly tranquil demeanor, she harbored a multitude of hidden thoughts. Upon noticing the unfolding situation, Yu Mo-sun promptly halted his conversation with Mr. Yuan and approached Rong Ci, inquiring with concern, "Is everything all right?" Rong Ci shook her head. "Did you twist your ankle?" "A little." Indeed, her ankle was somewhat painful, it seemed she had sprained it. Observing Yu Mo-sun's concern for her warmed her heart. Yet it also brought a tinge of sadness. She noticed the glances of those around her. She was acutely aware that they perceived her as intentionally throwing herself at Feng Ting. Now that she was injured, they likely thought she deserved it. As for Feng Ting, he was unwilling even to assist her properly, failing to inquire if she was all right after witnessing her fall. The only one genuinely concerned for her was Yu Mo-sun. "Shall I take a look?" "No need, there are so many people here." Yu Mo-sun disregarded her words, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her away from the crowd to set her down. He then crouched beside her, removed her high heels, and gently elevated her calf. Noticing the swelling at her ankle, he instructed a waiter to summon a doctor and requested them to fetch Rong Ci a pair of flat shoes. Seeing Uemosun's unabashed attentiveness toward Rong Ci, many in the vicinity paused in surprise. In that moment, a number of them reconsidered, realizing that perhaps their initial assumptions about Rong Ci's flirtation with Feng Ting were misguided. After all, it appeared that her relationship with Uemosun was quite amiable. Then, she glanced at Feng Ting. Although he had noticed the intimate interaction between Rong Ci and Uemosun, he remained unperturbed, continuing to chat with others, seemingly indifferent to their closeness. Lin Wu's previously pursed lips softened into a smile as she resumed her conversation with others, no longer focusing on Rong Ci. Before long, the restaurant's standby doctor arrived. After examining Rong Ci, he prescribed some ointment for her injury. Once the doctor departed, Uemosun began to apply the medicine to Rong Ci's ankle. Rong Ci wished to take matters into her own hands, but was met with a piercing glare from Uemosun. She reluctantly raised her hand, conceding defeat. Rong Ci rose to her feet and tested her mobility, expressing, "Fortunately, I can walk. That is a relief." However, her foot was indeed quite inconvenient. Over at the exhibition hall, Yumashuan advised her to refrain from attending for the time being. After all, he had already instructed someone to capture the exhibits on film. She could simply review the videos later. Although it was somewhat regrettable, there was no alternative. Once they departed, the others also prepared to disperse. After a long day of toil, Rong Ci felt weary and yearned for a moment of respite. She planned to converse with Uemosun later about the assignments given by their teacher. Setting her phone aside, she was on the verge of drifting into slumber when suddenly, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she noticed an unfamiliar number. After a brief hesitation, she decided to answer. "Hello, may I ask who is calling?" "He Chang Bai." Rong Ci was taken aback and sat up from her bed. "Mr. He?" To be honest, she had been exceedingly busy today. Had it not been for He Changbai's contact, she might have completely forgotten about this morning's events. Chapter 40. Unable to drive away, Rong Ci instinctively declined, stating, "There's no need to trouble yourself, I can simply go over and ask myself." Her refusal was decisive and unequivocal, leading to a moment of silence on the other end. "Rong Ci, Mr. He?" "Very well. I shall send you the contact information for the repair shop shortly. Thank you for your trouble." He Changbai remained silent and ended the call. Given that Rong Ci's foot injury has rendered her unable to retrieve the car herself, she contemplated and ultimately decided to seek assistance from Uemosun. Upon hearing this, Feng Ting immediately inquired, "What? Mom, is your foot injured? Is it serious? Does it hurt?" "It hurts, but it's not severe, I'll be fine in a few days," she responded. "All right then." Upon hearing this, Rong Ci immediately replied, "No need, mother can take care of herself. You should focus on your studies." After a few more exchanges, they finally ended the call. Feng Ting noticed and called out, "Dad." Before Feng Ting could speak, she hurriedly added, "Dad. Mom hurt her foot and is currently outside recuperating." Feng Ting acknowledged with a nod, shedding his exquisite suit jacket and handing it to the butler, saying, "I am aware." "Ah?" Feng Ting exclaimed, looking up in surprise. "How did you know, Dad? Did Mom tell you?" Feng Ting settled down, accepting the cup of water handed to him by Aunt Lu, and replied, "No, I witnessed it myself." "Witnessed it?" Feng Ting paused in bewilderment. "Were you there when Mom got hurt?" "Yes." As if recalling something, Feng Ting said, "Oh, right. Mom works at Dad's company, so you saw her get hurt, didn't you?" "No." Feng Ting's tone remained indifferent. "Mother no longer works at my company." "Ah?" Feng Ting looked up, puzzled. "Then where is she working now?" "Somewhere she enjoys." "Oh." After finishing his water, Feng Ting set the cup down and stood up to ascend the stairs. He affectionately ruffled her hair with his fair hand, saying, "Rest early." "I know," Feng Ting replied. Rong Ci took the key and inquired, "How much do I owe for the car repairs?" implying her intention to return the money. Uemosun settled onto the sofa and replied, "How would I know?" Rong Ci retorted, "How did you manage to take the car without paying?" No one informed me that payment was required, he responded. Upon learning it was your vehicle, they simply allowed me to drive it away. After a moment of hesitation, she pondered, so it was indeed He Changbua who had provided her with the funds? This revelation took her by surprise. What is it? Noticing her unusual expression, Yu Mashuan inquired. Rong Ci shook his head, saying, "It's nothing." The assignment he referred to was, of course, the reflections on the exhibits that Nan Jiji had assigned to them that morning. Rong Ci, very well. Rong Ci contemplated the matter of the repair expenses and remarked, "I shall make a phone call first." Rong Ci casually dialed a phone number for He Changbai. The call was answered almost instantaneously. "Hello. It's me, Rong Ci." He Changbai replied, "I know. What is it?" After a brief pause, he continued, "I will send you the account number shortly." "All right," Rong Ci responded courteously. "I apologize for the interruption. Additionally, I am truly grateful for your assistance today." He Changbai replied with indifference, "You're too kind." With that, he promptly ended the call. Yu Mashuan, who was nearby, inquired, "Is that the person who helped you with the car today?" Just then, He Changbai sent over the card number along with a photograph of the repair invoice from that day. Rong Ci glanced at her phone while opening the mobile payment app and remarked, "Indeed." From the tone in which Rong Ci conversed with He Changbai, Yu Mashuan discerned that there seemed to be a lack of familiarity between them. As for He Changbai, Yu Mashuan was well acquainted with him and was aware that Rong Ci recognized him as well. To his knowledge, there was hardly any camaraderie between Rong Ci and He Changbai. Thus, when he heard Rong Ci refer to the person on the other end as Mr. He did not immediately associate it with He Changbai. After sending a thank you note, they officially began the assignment that Nan Jiji had assigned to them that day. They succinctly annotated the core technologies of all the exhibits in a PowerPoint presentation. Nevertheless, due to the multitude of exhibits, by the time they finished and sent the content to Nan Jiji, it was already past 2 in the morning. Yu Mashuan was utterly exhausted. Yet he had no change of clothes at the venue, and Rong Ci did not insist he stay over. Consequently, when Rong Ci awoke the following day, she opted to work from home and did not venture out. Not long after rising, she received a call from Feng Ting. "Mom, is your foot feeling any better now?" Rong Ci lightly lifted her foot as she prepared breakfast in the kitchen, remarking, "I feel better now." "That's good," Feng Ting replied, still engaged in her meal. After saying this, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Yongzi sensed the change. In truth, things had not always been this way. In the past, Feng Ting would always have a multitude of words to share with her. Over the past 2 years, their communication had dwindled significantly. Compounded by the fact that whenever Feng Ting had something on her mind, she would confide in Lin Wu first. Gradually, the natural dialogue between mother and daughter diminished to a mere silence. This time, when she was injured, it seemed that Feng Ting was genuinely concerned for her. However, in reality, that concern felt rather superficial. Though genuine, it lacked depth. Previously, the slightest injury or a common cold would elicit tears from Feng Ting, who would embrace her tightly, offering comfort and care, reluctant to let go. During those times, she truly was a warm and nurturing presence. Yet, unbeknownst to her, all that affection had been bestowed upon Lin Wu instead. For instance, when Lin Wu fell ill, Feng Ting hurriedly rushed over, leaving her breakfast unfinished, and discreetly sent messages to Lin Wu to check on her. After school, she immediately instructed the driver to take her to see Lin Wu. Thus, if she were truly worried about her, she could have easily insisted on knowing her address last night and had the driver bring her over. Ultimately, she chose not to come. At a loss for words, Feng Ting turned to the man seated across from her, Feng Ting, and asked, "Father, would you like to chat with mother on the phone?" Chapter 41, a date unwanted disturbance. Yesterday, when she fell, he did not extend a hand to help her. When she was hurt, he remained indifferent. His actions suggested not only a lack of concern but perhaps a fear of Lin Wu's misinterpretation. In his heart, Lin Wu's thoughts and feelings seemed to take precedence. Her existence, whether she thrived or perished, appeared to matter little to him. Otherwise, how could he have maintained such an attitude upon witnessing her fall and subsequent injury? Pondering this, her expression turned cold. And she was about to decline the offer when Feng Ting preemptively spoke. Ask your mother. Upon hearing this, Feng Ting turned to Rong Ci and inquired, Mother. Father wants to know if you would like to speak with him on the phone. Rong Ci pressed her lips together and stated directly, No need. Mother has other matters to attend to. Oh. Feng Ting then conveyed to Feng Ting, Father, Mother said it is unnecessary. Feng Ting replied, Indeed. Feng Ting continued, Then, Mother, farewell. Yes, farewell. After hanging up the phone, Feng Ting set her device aside and looked at Feng Ting, saying, Father. It seems Mother is upset. She could not quite discern why, but she was suddenly overcome by this sentiment. Feng Ting responded coolly, Is that so? Yes. After that, the conversation dwindled into silence. In the following days, Rong Ci remained at home working. Feng Ting called daily to inquire about her injuries. However, as expected, she never mentioned coming to visit. The core technical content discussed between her and Uemosun was deemed classified elsewhere, yet here, under Nan Zhiji's scrutiny, it was dismissed as utterly worthless. Thus, for the next 2 or 3 days, Rong Ci and Uemosun worked diligently, dedicating considerable time to amend their assignments based on Nan Zhiji's critiques. By Monday, Rong Ci's foot had nearly healed. Though she was still hesitant to drive, she was able to return to the office as usual. Upon her arrival, Uemosun informed her, Feng Ting appears genuinely intent on collaborating with us. Although Feng Ting himself was absent, he had sent someone for discussions last week. Concerned that Rong Ci might become flustered upon learning this, he had refrained from mentioning it to her. Shortly, another representative would be sent from Feng Ting's side to continue the conversation. If all went well, they would likely finalize the preliminary collaboration plan. The technical director sent over from Feng Ting's side was an employee of his personal tech company, not of the Feng family conglomerate. This was the first meeting between him and Rong Ci. Upon learning that she was also involved in technology, he politely greeted her, Hello, Miss Rong. Rong Ci, greetings. I anticipate our forthcoming exchanges to be exceedingly pleasant. As noon approached, Chang Mo graciously invited several individuals from the Feng Ting company to dine. Upon arriving at the restaurant and just as they alighted from their vehicle, they fortuitously encountered Feng Ting and Lin Wu, who were also disembarking. At the sight of them, Rong Ci hesitated momentarily. Uemosun rubbed his temples, taken aback by the serendipity. Director Quan's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, Mr. Feng. Upon noticing Rong Ci and Uemosun, he appeared somewhat surprised as well. After exchanging pleasantries with Rong Ci and Uemosun, Director Quan proceeded towards Feng Ting and Lin Wu. Given that Feng Ting had already spotted them and considering their impending collaboration, Rong Ci and Uemosun exchanged a glance and decided to follow suit. Director Quan, evidently acquainted with Lin Wu, greeted her warmly, Miss Lin. Lin Wu replied coolly, Hello. The director, undeterred by her frosty demeanor, understood that Lin Wu was currently the apple of Feng Ting's eye and would likely become their future employer. It was only natural for her to adopt a somewhat elevated stance in front of her subordinates. Director Quan then turned to Rong Ci and the others, explaining to Feng Ting, I visited Chang Mo today to discuss collaboration, and since it is now noon, I have come out to lunch with Yuzong and the others. Feng Ting nodded, shaking his hand and remarking, Thank you for your hard work. Director Quan responded, It is my duty. Feng Ting's gaze shifted to Rong Ci and Uemosun, offering a greeting to Uemosun, Mr. Yu. However, he did not address Rong Ci. Uemosun acknowledged him and suddenly proposed, Since we've run into each other, why not join us? Yet, Feng Ting declined, No. My arrangements are personal and not particularly convenient. I shall certainly treat you to a meal next time. His personal arrangements implied a date with Lin Wu? Did he wish to avoid any interruptions? Internally, Uemosun chuckled, but outwardly he responded with a smile, You are too kind, Mr. Feng. As for Lin Wu, she indeed wished to engage more with Uemosun, yet she was far more concerned about Feng Ting. The fact that Feng Ting was so attentive to their date brought her joy, and she preferred not to have their private moments disturbed. Thus, Upon hearing Feng Tingshan's words, they departed together without further conversation. After they had distanced themselves, Yu Emosun inquired, "Does Director Quan know Miss Lin as well?" "They've met a few times," Director Quan replied. "As you know, Mr. Feng is greatly attentive to Miss Lin, having brought her to the company on several occasions." So that was the case. Although Rong Ci had been married to Feng Tingshan for many years and had a general understanding of the companies he established, she had never set foot in any of them, as Feng Tingshan forbade her from doing so. However, he imposed no such restrictions on Lin Wu. Seizing the opportunity while Director Quan was distracted, Yu Emosun lowered his voice and remarked, following the drama at the charity gala and last week's tech exhibition, "The Lin family has amassed considerable connections in the capital. It is said that they have secured several projects in recent days. Once these projects are completed, the Lin family will be well established in the capital based solely on these endeavors. Many businesspeople covet such achievements, yet the Lin family, with Feng Tingshan's assistance, has accomplished this in a matter of days, inciting envy among many outside." Upon hearing the words, Rong Ci lowered his gaze and murmured in acknowledgement. Chapter 42. No need to avoid Miss Lin. After finishing their meal, the two companies engaged in conversation for several hours that afternoon, ultimately establishing a preliminary cooperative relationship. 2 days later, Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan visited Xuandu, the technology company of Feng Tingshan, to discuss contractual matters. Upon their arrival at Xuandu, they were greeted by the general director and a key executive, Mr. Jin. However, Mr. Jin arrived rather late. Upon entering the conference room, he immediately offered his apologies to Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan, explaining that he had just come from a meeting with President Feng and regretted his tardiness. Thus, "It seems that Feng Tingshan is also at Xuandu?" Rong Ci contemplated for a moment before shaking hands with Yu Emosun and saying, "It's all right." Once General Jin arrived, they resumed their discussion regarding the contract details. Shortly thereafter, someone entered through the door. Rong Ci and Yu Emosun paid little attention. Assuming the newcomer was merely an ordinary employee of Sundu, however, both Director Quan and Director Jin immediately rose to greet her upon recognizing the visitor, Miss Lin. With a momentary pause, Rong Ci raised his gaze, only to find Lin Wu before him. Yu Emosun also furrowed his brow. After casting a fleeting glance at Rong Ci, Lin Wu addressed both General Manager Quan and General Manager Jin, saying, "I merely came to take a look. Please continue your work without concern for me." Both General Manager Quan and General Manager Jin readily acquiesced. Yet they did not hesitate to instruct their secretary to pour tea for Lin Wu, their demeanor warm and respectful, clearly treating her with the reverence befitting a matriarch. Lin Wu also greeted Yu Emosun, "Mr. Yu." Yu Emosun nodded in acknowledgement, "Miss Lin." As Lin Wu accepted the tea poured by General Manager Jin's secretary and settled into the chair they had thoughtfully provided, she took a sip before placing the cup down. Noticing the contract beside her, she inquired, "May I take a glance?" General Manager Jin smiled, "Of course." As Yu Emosun and Rong Ci turned their attention towards them, General Manager Jin elaborated with a smile, "Miss Lin is the girlfriend of our General Manager Feng. He does not shy away from her presence during contract signings." The implication was clear, Lin Wu was considered one of their own, alleviating any concerns about potential confidentiality breaches. Yu Emosun replied with a smile. With General Manager Jin's assurance, "We can rest easy." Rong Ci lowered her head in silence. The study, which was a private sanctuary for Feng Tingshan due to its association with company secrets, was a place he had never allowed her to enter. From the very first day of her residence, he had instructed the housekeeper to make this clear. Thus, over the years, she had never set foot in that study. However, Lin Wu not only had the freedom to peruse Feng Tingshan's confidential documents but was also widely recognized within Sundu. This indicated that their relationship had indeed reached a profound level. Lin Wu understood the reactions of Yu Emosun and Rong Ci upon witnessing her handle these documents. Their concern extended beyond the potential for a breach of confidentiality to a surprise at the intimacy of her relationship with Feng Tingshan. She set the documents aside and turned her gaze toward Rong Ci, who remained with her head bowed, seemingly hesitant to meet her eyes. Lin Wu lifted her teacup and smiled. In that moment, her demeanor resembled that of a vigilant matron overseeing her domain. As Yu Emosun observed, while General Jin and others were revising a contract, he suddenly inquired, "Miss Lin, do you not intend to remain at Sundu?" Lin Wu set down her cup. Meeting his gaze directly as she replied, Ting-shan has also asked if I would consider working at Sundu. But I prefer to rely on my own abilities and have declined any notion of favoritism. Before Uemosun could respond, General Jean interjected with a smile, Miss Lin. Your humility is commendable. We all recognize your exceptional talent in the field of AI. Even if your relationship with President Feng is close, we would never perceive your entry as a result of favoritism. On the contrary, should Miss Lin choose to join our company, our endeavors would undoubtedly progress more smoothly. Perhaps you might reconsider? Lin Wu offered a faint smile. Let's discuss it another time. This implied that whenever Lin Wu wished, she could easily take up employment there. The myriad ways in which Feng Ting treated her differently was something Rong Ci no longer wished to enumerate. Rong Ci lifted her glass and took a sip of water. At that moment, she noticed a figure standing outside the glass door. She raised her gaze slightly. It was Feng Ting. She paused. Feng Ting also caught sight of her, yet his focus appeared to lie elsewhere. Subsequently, Lin Wu addressed General Manager Jean, saying, I shall take my leave now. It was only then that General Manager Jean and Director Quan realized Feng Ting-shan's presence. As noon approached, it was evident that Feng Ting-shan had intentionally come to escort Lin Wu for lunch. Observing that Director Quan and the others were about to rise to greet him, Feng Ting-shan remarked, There is no need for formality, please continue with your tasks. Director Quan and his colleagues nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Ting-shan then courteously addressed Uemosun, stating, There is much to attend to, and I cannot personally extend my hospitality. I hope you understand, General Yu. You are too gracious, Mr. Feng. I completely understand your busy schedule, Uemosun replied. Feng Ting-shan smiled, cast a glance at Rong Ci, and, without further ado, departed with Lin Wu. It was widely known in their circles that Feng Ting-shan owned numerous companies. Uemosun had not anticipated Feng Ting-shan's presence at Sundu today, let alone that Lin Wu would also be there. He looked at Rong Ci and silently patted her shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Rong Ci shook her head. She was fine. When approaching Xuandu, she had indeed prepared herself for the possibility of encountering Feng Ting-shan. However, she truly did not expect Lin Wu to be present as well. Just a couple of days ago, the general director mentioned that Lin Wu had visited Xuandu before. She had thought Lin Wu only made occasional appearances. To her surprise, Lin Wu seemed to treat Feng Ting-shan's company as her own home, coming and going as she pleased, and she was evidently quite familiar with the people there. The collaboration involved numerous technical cooperation issues in the later stages, with many terms to discuss. To avoid any unnecessary disputes during the partnership, they had to deliberate carefully on each clause of the contract. By the time they had thoroughly negotiated the contract terms, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. After Uemosun signed, Director Jean personally took the documents to Feng Ting-shan for him to sign. Uemosun paused. Is Feng still at the company? Yes, replied the general director. He is just too busy, dealing with another project. Was it indeed busyness, or was it that with Rong Ci present, he preferred to limit their interaction? Rong Ci also contemplated this matter. Both the chief director and Uemosun are technically inclined and have known each other for quite some time. Now that the contract has been signed and they have relaxed, he cleared his throat softly and lowered his voice, saying, Miss Lin is also present. It is said that Miss Lin has been accompanying President Feng at the company all day. Their relationship, I must say, is quite remarkable. Rong Ci was seated right beside Uemosun, and naturally overheard the conversation. This evening, Uemosun had significant personal matters to attend to and declined President Jin's invitation to dinner. President Jin and Director Quan did not press the issue, politely escorting them downstairs. However, while waiting for the elevator, they encountered Feng Ting-shan and Lin Wu. Chapter 43, He did not return. Uemosun paused. What a coincidence! Feng Ting-shan replied, Indeed, quite a coincidence. Uemosun suggested, Since we are quite a number, why don't you and your party go ahead? President Feng? We shall wait for the next one. Very well, see you next time. Until we meet again. As the elevator doors closed once more, Rong Ci and Uemosun had no choice but to wait for the next lift. A short while later, as they entered the elevator, Rong Ci's phone rang. It was a call from Feng Xin. After greeting others, Rong Ci answered the phone with a casual hello. By the time she hung up, The elevator had already arrived on the ground floor. The chief director, intrigued, inquired, "Miss Rong, do you have children now?" Rong Ci, This is indeed hard to discern. He had thought that Rong Ci and Umo Sun were in a romantic relationship. After all, their bond appeared quite strong. And Umo Sun was particularly attentive towards her. The general director was also somewhat astonished, as Rong Ci looked remarkably youthful, completely devoid of any signs of having borne a child. He casually inquired, "Is your husband also in our line of work?" After a moment of hesitation, Rong Ci replied, "I suppose so." The chief director had engaged in technical discussions with Rong Ci, aware of her considerable expertise. He mistakenly believed that Rong Ci's husband was also in their field and was about to inquire about his name. However, noticing Rong Ci's indifferent demeanor, he decided to refrain from pursuing the topic further. Yumashuan was eager to reveal that the man referred to as Rong Ci's husband was none other than the esteemed proprietor of their company, Feng Ting. Yet, with Rong Ci contemplating divorce, and knowing they would have ample opportunities to interact with the chief director and others in the future, he wisely chose to remain silent. He feared that disclosing this information might complicate their interactions, as it was plausible that some might target Rong Ci to curry favor with Lin Wu upon learning of her true identity. To avert unnecessary troubles, Yumashuan ultimately held his tongue. Upon exiting the meeting, Rong Ci and Yumashuan entered their respective vehicles to depart. As Rong Ci gently ran her fingers through her hair, she was about to ask if she was hungry when Feng Ting, her child, looked at her feet and asked, "Mommy, are you really okay?" Rong Ci, "Well, all right. Where were you injured before?" "Let me take a look." "No need to check, mother has already healed. Please, just allow me to see." Rong Ci had no choice but to remove the cotton shoes from her feet and pointed at her previously injured ankle. Feng Ting knelt down to observe, noting that there were no visible wounds. The swelling had subsided, rendering it unnoticeable. "Oh," she said, "Mother, you mustn't stand for too long. I've already had the meal prepared, let us dine together." Rong Ci, "All right." Feng Ting happily took her hand and led her to the dining hall. The dining table was set with only 2 pairs of chopsticks and bowls. The seat at Feng Ting's place lay vacant. Recalling their earlier encounter in the elevator with Feng Ting and Lin Wu, Rong Ci pondered whether Feng Ting was preoccupied with something important. Perhaps dining with Lin Wu. However, she kept these thoughts to herself. As she dined, she engaged in light conversation with Feng Ting. Consequently, after the meal, Feng Ting requested her assistance with bathing, washing her hair, and drying it. Rong Ci readily agreed. Feng Jing's heart prompted her to have her accompany her to school the following day. Rong Ci acquiesced. Since their time at the hot springs resort, she and Feng Ting had not formally met for nearly 10 days. Thus, that evening, she chose to remain at the villa, intending to share a bed with Feng Ting. The last time her mother had stayed with her was when she was unwell. However, this time, she was in good health and had not requested her mother's company. Nevertheless, she genuinely enjoyed sleeping alongside Rong Ci, as her presence was comforting and fragrant. Hence, she refrained from inquiring further. With her mother present, she would need to exercise caution when bidding goodnight to Aunt Wu Wu, lest her mother become aware of her intentions. That night, when Rong Ci retired, it was already past 11 o'clock. The last time Feng Ting had seen him was in the elevator the previous day, where he had departed in the company of Lin Wu. Clearly, Feng Jing's thoughts were still occupied by Lin Wu, while her need for Rong Ci was sporadic, arising only in moments of solitude or boredom, particularly when Feng Ting and the others were absent. Otherwise, she would not require her presence. As for Feng Ting, he had never shown interest in her whereabouts. Recently, Chang Mo had secured 2 projects, resulting in a significant influx of income. Consequently, on Friday, the team organized a grand outing. The location was determined through discussions among the team members, and ultimately, it was unanimously decided to visit the hot springs. Upon receiving the news, Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback, smiling wryly. Umo Sun inquired, "What's wrong? Are you not keen on visiting the hot springs?" "Not at all," she replied, "I merely recalled the last time I visited the hot springs, when I was abandoned by Feng Ting and his daughter. leaving me alone at the resort. Even now, it felt as though it had occurred merely yesterday, yet, in reality, nearly half a month had passed. Time indeed flies. The previous trip to the hot springs had been to a private estate belonging to the Feng family, whereas this company outing was to a large hot spring resort, replete with various entertainment facilities. After changing into her robe, Rong Ci made her way to the hot spring pool. There were few women in their company, and upon her arrival, the others had yet to join her. As she settled in the women's lounge and had barely soaked for a minute, she noticed a small girl, roughly the same age as Feng Ting, crouching by the edge of the hot spring pool, curiously reaching towards the water. The pool was approximately 1 meter deep, while the child appeared to be under that height. Rong Ci was concerned that she might fall in and encounter trouble. Just as she rose to her feet, a resounding splash echoed through the air. Indeed, the girl had fallen into the pond. Rong Ci rose swiftly and hurried over, lifting the child into her arms. The little girl clung to her neck, weeping and coughing incessantly, her face flushed with distress. Rong Ci gently patted her back, offering her comfort while inquiring about her family information, and led her to seek assistance from the staff. As they stepped out the door, they soon spotted He Changbai in the distance. Before Rong Ci could react, the little girl in her arms reached out to He Changbua, crying, "Uncle! Uncle!" Chapter 44, An Unusual Attention. Dan. He Changbua approached and took the little girl from Rong Ci's embrace. It was at this moment that He Changbua noticed Dan was completely drenched. He paused for a moment and turned to Rong Ci, asking, "What is this?" Rong Ci was taken aback to discover that the little girl was, in fact, his niece. She explained, "She fell into the pond, and I saw her, so I picked her up." He Changbua responded with a quiet, "Thank you, but there's no need." Rong Ci continued, "Please help her change into dry clothes to prevent her from catching a chill." He Changbua nodded, gazing at Rong Ci, intending to say something. Yet his little niece clung to him, sobbing incessantly as if terrified. He Changbua chose not to say anything further. Instead, he gently comforted the child and, with a nod to Rong Ci, carried her into the elevator. After enjoying a hot spring bath, Rong Ci changed into fresh attire and made his way to the self-service area for a meal. Before he could finish, He Changbua appeared with his little niece in tow. "May we sit here?" he inquired. Rong Ci harbored no desire for an extensive entanglement with He Changbai. However, upon hearing He Changbai's words, she acquiesced with a nod and said, "Please, take a seat. Remain still here, my uncle will fetch you something to eat." Dan, timid and delicate, cast a glance at Rong Ci, nodded gently, and responded softly, "All right." He Changbai then turned to Rong Ci and requested, "Please keep an eye on this." Though Rong Ci was somewhat reluctant to engage extensively with He Changbua, given the current circumstances, she had no choice but to acquiesce with a nod, saying, "All right." Once He Changbua departed, only Rong Ci and Dan remained facing each other. Dan appeared quite shy, and Rong Ci was apprehensive that speaking too abruptly might startle her. Unfamiliar with Dan's dietary preferences and any potential restrictions, she hesitated to offer her own food. Dan's dark, beautiful eyes gazed at her, and after a moment's contemplation, she nodded slightly. Having just choked on some water, Rong Ci inquired softly, "Is your nose still hurting?" Dan shook her head in response. In silence, Dan began to eat delicately, taking small bites. He Changbua broke the silence, asking, "Is it tasty?" Dan nodded affirmatively. He Changbua then glanced at Rong Ci before addressing Dan, saying, "It was this kind lady who saved you earlier. You should thank her." Dan, with her little tongue licking the cake off her fork, looked up at Rong Ci and murmured, "Thank you, Auntie." It became clear that He Changbua had prompted the child to express her gratitude. In response, Rong Ci gently replied, "There's no need to mention it." Dan then turned her attention back to He Changbua, who reassured her, "It's all right now, go ahead and eat." With that, Dan resumed her meal, engrossed in her food. Rong Ci, the company team-building event, attended alongside colleagues. He Changbua was unaware that Rong Ci had already resigned from Feng's group. Upon hearing this, he mistakenly assumed that Feng's group was also participating in the team-building activity here. After a brief pause, he responded, "I see." At that moment, Yu Mashuan noticed Rong Ci and waved to her. since Rong Ci now wishes to avoid deep interactions with the people around Feng Ting. She also believes there is nothing to discuss with He Changbai. He Changbai can sense her awkwardness in his presence and notices that her warmth towards him has diminished compared to before. He attributes this change to their previous unpleasant conversation at the racetrack and does not ponder it further. Seeing Rong Ci's desire to leave, he merely nods in acknowledgement, not insisting on her staying. As Rong Ci approached, Yuemosun glanced at He Changbai and inquired, "Who is that?" When He Changbai had his back turned during the earlier greeting, he had assumed the imposing figure beside a child was merely someone coming to share a table. However, observing the manner in which Rong Ci had engaged in conversation with the individual, he sensed a familiarity between them. He Changbai. Is it truly him? Yuemosun exclaimed in astonishment. Weren't you two unfamiliar with one another? How did you end up seated together? It appears he came to express his gratitude after I rescued his niece from the hot spring pool just now, He Changbai explained, prompting Yuemosun to nod in understanding. As Rong Ci and Yuemosun walked further away, He Changbai realized that the young man had an impressive stature. In terms of silhouette, he seemed quite compatible with Rong Ci. Moreover, the distance they maintained while walking suggested a strong rapport between them. Uncle, Shan remarked. I've finished eating. He Changbai, having already had his meal, set down his napkin and ascended the stairs alongside Shan. It was then that he received a call from Feng Ting, a rarity as he typically contacted her only when matters were urgent. Rong Ci contemplated for a moment before connecting the call, his tone frigid as he uttered a single word, "Hello." After a brief pause, Rong Ci replied, "All right, I understand." As soon as her words faded, the call was terminated without a moment's delay on the other end. Rong Ci was no longer concerned. She set her phone aside, calmed her mind, and resumed her reading. That night, she enjoyed a restful sleep, awakening early in the morning. Rising from her slumber, she ventured to the hotel gym for a brief jog, and after a moment of respite, she indulged in the warm embrace of the hot spring. At that moment, a woman in her 40s or 50s approached, leading Dan by the hand. Rong Ci recognized her from the previous day. She appeared to be the nanny hired by the Yi family to care for Dan. Yesterday, due to an urgent phone call that distracted her, the woman had inadvertently lost sight of Dan. Had it not been for Rong Ci fortuitously encountering Dan in the hot spring and rescuing her, the consequences could have been dire. Now, upon seeing Rong Ci, the woman hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Rong Ci remarked, "No need for courtesy." With the experiences of yesterday still fresh in her mind, Rong Ci hesitated to venture into the water again for a short while. Perhaps it was He Changbai's encouragement that helped her conquer her fears. Grasping the nanny's hand with one hand and clutching a swimming ring with the other, she tentatively dipped her feet into the water before gradually submerging herself. After a moment, she kicked her legs and paddled towards Rong Ci, softly calling out, "Auntie." Rong Ci turned her head and asked, "What is it?" Shandan, however, remained silent, yet her mood was quite cheerful, gliding around her. The nanny chuckled, "Shandan really likes you." Rong Ci smiled faintly, remaining silent. Later, there would be an event at the company, and she had to take her leave. Before departing, she exchanged a brief greeting with Dan. However, Dan opened her arms wide and exclaimed, "Auntie, hug." Rong Ci had no choice but to lift her onto the shore. After she changed into a dry bathrobe, Rong Ci took her in his arms and headed for the elevator, contemplating that they would part ways once they reached their floor. However, just as they awaited the elevator, He Changbai appeared. A radiant smile blossomed on her petite, fair face as she exclaimed, "Uncle." He Changbai approached, extending his hands to take her into his embrace. Yet, she hesitated to release Rong Ci, torn between her desire to be held by He Changbai. Ultimately, she extended one arm. He Changbai lifted her into his arms. But as he did so, she clutched the collar of Rong Ci's robe tightly with her other hand. In that embrace, her grip tightened, inadvertently tugging at Rong Ci's bathrobe. Rong Ci appeared before He Changbai, adorned in a blue lace lingerie ensemble. Her flawless, porcelain skin, complemented by the alluring curves of her bosom and her delicately slender waist, was strikingly captivating. Chapter 45, her indifference. He Changbai's gaze darkened, and upon realizing the situation, he swiftly turned away, averting his eyes. The maid beside them felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Fortunately, they were alone, otherwise, the awkwardness would have been magnified. She hurriedly assisted Rong Ci in adjusting her attire. Rong Ci is typically quite reserved and has never before exposed her body in front of any man other than Feng Ting. The fact that this individual is also a close friend of Feng Ting only heightens her discomfort. After adjusting her clothing, she still appeared somewhat uneasy as she remarked, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." He Changbai then turned around and said, "I apologize." Dan. Aware of her own misstep and fearing that she had displeased Rong Ci, looked at her with teary eyes and softly offered an apology. "Auntie, I'm sorry." Rong Ci understood that it was not her intention, and thus refrained from placing undue blame upon her. She said, "It's all right, Auntie knows you didn't mean it." After speaking, she offered a gentle smile, waved goodbye to Dan, and turned to enter the elevator. He Changbai watched the doors close and then addressed the girl he was holding, saying, Dan, you mustn't cling to others' collars like that in the future, do you understand?" Dan nodded vigorously, responding, I understand." Around 4 in the afternoon, after completing the group activities, Rong Ci decided to leave early. As she prepared to depart, Yumashuan accompanied her to the parking lot, reminding her, "Drive carefully." "Got it," she replied. As Rong Ci spoke, a vehicle gradually approached them. Unbeknownst to Rong Ci, the rear window of the car gradually descended, revealing a small head that poked out, waving goodbye to her with a cheerful, "Goodbye, Auntie." Rong Ci offered a faint smile and remarked, "Just a simple farewell." As her words lingered in the air, she noticed He Changbai gazing at her. Momentarily taken aback, she acknowledged him with a slight nod, a gesture of greeting. As she watched his car drive away, Yumashuan stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering, "Why do I get the impression that He Changbai's gaze held a hint of scrutiny?" Rong Ci did not pay much attention, did he? "Is it true that he scrutinizes your every action? How could you Emosan possibly know? He merely harbors such feelings." After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, "Could it be that seeing me and you grow too close has led him to believe that our relationship is excessively intimate, prompting him to keep a closer watch on me for the sake of his good friend, Feng Ting?" Upon hearing this, Rong Ci's smile diminished somewhat. And with a hint of indifference, she remarked, "Rest assured, it is certainly not due to that." Clearly, He Changbai and the others shared a much closer bond with Lin Wu. It was evident that they preferred the union of Feng Ting and Lin Wu over any consideration for her. One could surmise that both he and Qi Yuming would rather she indulge in flirtations with others, allowing Feng Ting to be unburdened, thus. It was inconceivable that they would be concerned about her potential entanglements with other men leading to Feng Ting being cuckolded. After entering the car, Rong Ci drove away. By the time she arrived at the old residence, night had fully descended. Inside the old house, apart from the servants, only elder Madame Feng remained. Upon noticing her solitary presence, the elder's smile faltered slightly. "Where is Xin? Ever since her foot had healed and she had shared a meal with Feng Xin at the villa, Feng Xin had ceased all communication with her. As for where the father and daughter duo had ventured this weekend and with whom, Rong Ci was entirely uninformed, and she had little inclination to inquire further. Listening to the elder's words, Rong Ci offered a faint smile and replied, "They should be arriving shortly." However, in truth, whether they would come this evening remained uncertain. After all, had it not been the case during their previous visit to the hot spring resort? The elder, interpreting her words as an indication of her knowledge regarding Feng Ting and his daughter's itinerary, refrained from probing further. Rong Ci entered the room and engaged the elderly lady in conversation for quite some time. It was nearly 7:30. Yet there was no sign of Feng Ting and Feng Xin. The elderly lady furrowed her brow and remarked, "What time is it? Why haven't they arrived yet?" Her words clearly echoed the memory of Feng Ting's previous absence during their visit to the hot spring resort. Her expression darkened as she turned to Rong Ci and said, "Xiao Ci, could you please make a call to urge them?" Rong Ci had no choice but to pick up her phone and call Feng Ting. The call was answered promptly, and sensing the purpose of her call, he spoke first. "I will arrive in 20 minutes. As Rong Ci was about to speak, Feng Jingxin's voice penetrated through the phone, reaching his ears. "Goodbye, Aunt Wu." As she cast her gaze downward, she realized that they were indeed together with Lin Wu. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Lin Wu's voice, "Well then. See you, Xin. Following this, she heard Lin Wu gently say to Feng Ting, "I shall head up first." To which Feng Ting replied with a curt "Mm." At that moment, she heard Feng Ting's indifferent voice inquiring, "Is there anything else?" As soon as he finished speaking, she instinctively considered ending the call. However, Feng Ting acted even more swiftly than she did. Rong Ci smiled lightly and said, "They will arrive in 20 minutes due to the traffic at this hour." Upon hearing this, the old lady's expression improved slightly. However, she remained quite irate, exclaiming, "Let us eat first and not concern ourselves with him, he deserves to eat leftovers." The butler, with a chuckle, gently reminded, "Miss Xin is still in the car as well." The old lady fell silent for a moment, then huffed. "For the sake of my little great-grandson, I shall forgive him this time." Rong Ci listened, smiling softly, without responding. Chapter 46, Embraced Together Grandma. Feng Ting ran towards the elderly lady, who embraced her warmly and ruffled her hair before she approached Rong Ci, "Mom." As Rong Ci held Feng Ting, she caught a faint whiff of the perfume that had once belonged to Lin Wu lingering on her clothing. She chose not to voice her thoughts and gently pushed her away. Feng Ting seated himself beside the elderly lady and presented her with a box, a gift of apology. It contained a rare snow tea, highly cherished by the elderly lady and exceedingly difficult to procure. She recognized this as an attempt to atone for his previous absence during their trip to the hot spring resort. With a huff, she remarked, "You know to prepare gifts for me, but what about little Ci? Have you arranged an apology gift for her?" Feng Ting chuckled softly, offering no verbal reply, merely casting a glance at Rong Ci. However, this look was devoid of any deeper emotion. The elderly lady intended to advocate for Rong Ci, hoping to instill a greater sense of concern from Feng Ting towards her. Yet, to Rong Ci, such efforts seemed unnecessary. Without looking at Feng Ting, she spoke with a gentle smile, "Grandma, the food is getting cold, shall we eat first?" The elderly lady, misunderstanding her intent as an attempt to shift the topic away from Feng Ting, sighed in resignation, "You only know how to side with him." With a graceful smile yet remaining silent, Rong Ci observed. Feng Ting's demeanor was aloof, his expression unchanged despite her attempt to assist him. As time pressed on, it was indeed time to dine. The elderly lady rose and took Feng Ting's hand, saying, "My dear, it has been quite a while since you sat down to dinner with your great-grandmother. Would you join her shortly?" Feng Ting obediently nodded, "Yes." "Such a good child," the elderly lady remarked, casting a glance at Feng Ting, the meaning of which was unmistakable. Rong Ci discerned that the elderly lady was once again attempting to facilitate a connection between her and Feng Ting. Without paying heed to Feng Ting's reaction, she followed the elderly lady into the dining hall. As she settled down across from the elderly lady and Feng Xin, she caught a glimpse of Feng Ting pulling out the chair beside her and taking a seat next to her. The elderly lady finally appeared satisfied. Once the dishes were served, she turned to Feng Ting and instructed, "Serve some food to Xiao Ci." Rong Ci did not glance at Feng Ting and replied, "No, thank you, Grandma. I can manage on my own." Before she could finish her sentence, Feng Ting had already placed her favorite stir-fried pork into her bowl. Yongxi paused momentarily, expressing gratitude. Feng Ting remained silent. The elderly lady requested Feng Ting to serve her food, typically not merely a single bite, but rather expecting him to attend to her throughout the meal. Consequently, as the dishes in Yongxi's bowl neared depletion, Feng Ting would replenish her plate with fresh servings, always selecting her preferred dishes. However, this gesture held little significance. After all, such occurrences had transpired several times over the years, and with Feng Ting's remarkable memory, even without deliberate effort to remember, he could easily recall them. Following the meal, Feng Ting engaged in conversation with the elderly lady. Rong Ci sat quietly beside them, rarely speaking and never initiating a conversation with Feng Ting, scarcely even glancing in his direction. Observing that the couple had been together for many years yet still shared so little communication, the elderly lady let out a sigh of resignation. As the clock struck 9, fatigue overtook her, and she waved her hand, indicating that they should retire upstairs to rest. Rong Ci bathed Feng Ting and gently dried her hair. As Feng Ting observed her mother, who was quietly attending to her, she suddenly realized that her mother seemed to have grown reticent of late. Previously, her mother would always engage her in various conversations. Noticing Feng Ting gazing at her pensively, Rong Ci inquired, "What's on your mind?" Feng Ting shook her head, replying, "It's nothing." Perhaps she was merely overthinking, or perhaps her mother harbored some unspoken worries that rendered her taciturn. Once her hair was fully dried, Feng Ting rolled onto the bed and asked, "Mom, will you sleep with me tonight?" Rong Ci inquired, "Would you like to sleep together with mother?" "I am quite agreeable to that, yet it seems that mother has not spent time with father for quite some time." "Is she not going to keep him company at night?" "Their divorce certificate with Feng Ting has yet to be finalized. If Feng Ting does not actively persuade her to stay, and she remains here, it is likely that once the old lady discovers this, it will lead to further turmoil." Meanwhile, Feng Ting sat nearby, engrossed in his computer, oblivious to the matters at hand. Rong Ci averted her gaze and entered the cloakroom to fetch her clothes before heading to the bathroom for a shower. When she emerged from her bath, Feng Ting was still at the computer, typing away at the keyboard. Rong Ci, clad in her sleepwear, settled at the head of her bed. After completing her skincare routine, she noticed that it was still early, so she leaned against the headboard and immersed herself in a book. In the bedroom, the two of them busied themselves quietly with their respective pursuits, their silence enveloping the room. As the clock inched toward midnight, fatigue washed over Rong Ci, prompting her to set aside her book and extinguish the bedside lamp. Lying down, she prepared to drift into slumber, convinced that sleep would elude her. After all, it had been quite some time since she and Feng Ting had shared the same bed. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind once Feng Ting concluded his tasks. He was likely to venture out to accompany Lin Wu, and it was uncertain whether he would choose to stay the night. With these musings, she gradually succumbed to drowsiness. And before long, she found herself drifting off amidst the intermittent sounds of keystrokes. In that slumber, she felt enveloped in warmth, the comfort of her blankets cradling her into a deep and peaceful rest. Just as Rong Ci was about to rise, she felt a wave of warm breath cascading by her ear. Moreover, it appeared that she was embracing someone. In an instant, her consciousness sharpened. As Rong Ci opened her eyes, she realized she was lying on her side in the embrace of Feng Ting. He held her tightly with both arms and his legs encircled her, lost in a deep slumber. The two were closely intertwined, with scarcely any space between them. Rong Ci could distinctly sense the warmth emanating from his chest and large palm. Rong Ci was acutely aware that her sleeping posture was rather commendable. The previous night, as she was about to drift off to sleep, she intentionally positioned herself near the edge of the bed, contemplating that even if she shared the same bed with Feng Ting, a considerable space would remain between them, preventing any physical contact. Thus, it seemed highly improbable that she would inadvertently roll into his embrace while in slumber. Unless Feng Ting had, during her absence, grown accustomed to holding Lin Wu in his arms while sleeping. Perhaps, in a state of drowsiness last night, he mistook her for Lin Wu and drew her into his embrace. As she stirred, attempting to extricate herself from his hold, she sensed his grip tighten slightly. As if disturbed by her movements, pulling her closer into his embrace once more. Rong Ci was taken aback when, at that moment, a kiss graced her forehead, urging her to sleep a little longer. Chapter 47, This is the Difference. Feng Ting's words were undoubtedly not directed at her. Throughout their many years of marriage, Feng Ting had never held her in such a manner while sleeping. As for a good morning kiss, that was even less conceivable. Rong Ci is convinced that Feng Ting is treating her as if she were Lin Wu. Rong Ci pressed her lips together, her eyes gradually reddening. Feng Ting remained unawakened. Rong Ci gazed at him, suppressing the bittersweet emotions that stirred within her. After taking a deep breath, she gradually distanced herself, extracting herself from his embrace. Their closeness made it impossible for her to move without disturbing him. Their eyes met at that moment. Feng Ting, coming to his senses, seemed to have realized the nature of their situation, acknowledging that he had embraced the wrong person. He paused for a moment before releasing his hold. By the time she emerged from the bathroom, Feng Ting had vanished from the room. As she stepped out, she noticed him still clad in that sleeping attire, conversing on the phone at the end of the corridor. The elderly lady had already awakened. Shortly after, Feng Ting made her way downstairs. The elderly lady smiled, suggesting, "Now that everyone is awake, let us have breakfast." Feng Ting replied eagerly, "All right." No sooner had she spoken than Feng Ting descended the stairs, taking a seat beside Rong Ci. Recalling the events of that morning, Rong Ci shifted slightly, creating a bit more space between them. As Feng Ting slurped her noodles, she turned her gaze towards Feng Ting, seemingly recalling something, and with her sparkling eyes wide open, she inquired, "Does Daddy also enjoy sleeping while holding Mommy?" As Rong Ci was savoring a bowl of noodle soup, he was suddenly caught off guard by the words and choked momentarily. Rong Ci's face had already turned crimson, and now he appeared even more uncomfortable, his complexion lacking its usual vibrancy. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady was quite amused. "Oh? Why does Xin say that? Just moments ago, when I awoke and went to my mother's room in search of her, I discovered her being embraced by my father." The elderly lady chuckled, her eyes lighting up with realization as she playfully regarded Rong Ci and Feng Ting. Feng Ting, however, remained silent. Rong Ci's expression grew increasingly unnatural, for she understood that the person Feng Ting truly wished to embrace was not her at all. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from elder Madame Rong. Rong Ci picked up the phone. "Grandma." Rong Ci gazed at the elderly lady and remarked, "Xin and I are currently at the old residence. From what I gathered earlier, she seems quite eager for them to accompany her to the estate to pick some fruit." Feng Ting, savoring his breakfast, replied nonchalantly, "I have matters to attend to shortly." Listened, her expression revealing no trace of surprise. She had long anticipated this. As for her matters, was perpetually occupied. Yet, when it came to, he always managed to carve out time, no matter how busy he was. This is the distinction. Rong Ci expressed her reluctance, indicating that she did not wish to impose or concern herself any further. However, the elderly lady misconstrued her words as a sign of reluctance to trouble Feng Ting. Observing Rong Ci's continued thoughtfulness and compliance towards Feng Ting, the elderly lady felt a mix of heartache and helplessness. Thus, the matter was settled. After enjoying breakfast and engaging in conversation with the elderly lady for a while, Rong Ci prepared to depart with Feng Ting. The elderly lady had thoughtfully prepared numerous gifts for Rong Ci to take to her dear friend. Unable to refuse, she had no choice but to bring it along. Feng Ting had yet to leave, accompanying the elderly lady as they stepped out together to bid farewell to her and Feng Ting. Feng Ting gently caressed her head, reassuringly saying, "Of course." Between Rong Ci and Feng Ting, there remained an uninterrupted silence. After Feng Ting had boarded the vehicle, she waved goodbye to the elderly lady and drove away. In the rearview mirror, she observed Feng Ting and the elderly lady standing together, watching her car depart. Upon arriving at the Rong residence, Rong Ci parked the car neatly in the small courtyard of the villa, where the elderly lady and her aunt, Mingxue, came out to greet them. Noticing the trunk filled with gifts, the elderly lady frowned and inquired, "Why have you brought so many items?" "It was my grandmother who asked me to bring them for you." Ever since Rong Ci had wed Feng Ting, the interactions between Grandma Rong and Grandma Feng had become less frequent than before. At this remark, Grandma Rong huffed but remained silent. Rong Ci noticed that the villa across from them was undergoing renovations, scaffolding erected around it. In an attempt to shift the conversation, he inquired, "Is someone moving into that villa?" "It seems so. Renovations commenced last week, and from what the workers have mentioned, it appears the owner is eager to move in," came the response. Indeed, in just a few days, substantial progress had been made on the expansive villa's refurbishment. It would not be long before someone took residence there. This area is an old villa district, where neighbors have coexisted for over a decade or two, fostering familiarity among them. With new occupants arriving directly opposite, Rong Ci's aunt, Mingxue, while assisting with the of items, remarked, "I hope our new neighbors are amiable. If they are unreasonable, the days ahead may prove to be quite challenging." Rong Ci accepted the bowl with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, aunt." Reflecting on the previous incident where Yu Mo-sun, out of concern for her, prevented Lin Wu from entering Chang Mo, resulting in Feng Ting's revenge and ultimately causing Rong Changsheng to lose a project, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Uncle, I apologize for what happened last time. It's alright, that is all in the past, Rong Changshang replied nonchalantly. As I mentioned before, even without the Lin family's interference, given the current situation of the Rong family, we would not have been able to take on that project. You need not blame yourself. This matter must remain concealed from the matriarch, should she discover that Feng Ting assisted Lin Wu in bullying the Rong family. It would surely infuriate her. Noticing the matriarch approaching, Rong Changshang subtly urged Rong Ci to refrain from further discussion. Rong Ci deftly shifted the topic. Chapter 48, Father Saw It. Next month marks the 70th birthday of old Madame Rong. Rong Ci and Rong Chang were deliberating on what course of action to take, seeking to please the elderly lady. However, upon hearing their plans, the old woman expressed little enthusiasm and remarked, "Let us not indulge in such frivolities. It suffices for our family to gather and enjoy a meal together." And he Mingxue remarked, "After all, it is the 70th birthday, we should celebrate it grandly." Rong Ci and Rong Changshang shared similar sentiments. Acknowledging the wishes of the younger generation, the elderly matriarch refrained from further refusal. As Feng Jingxin had school the following day, after dining together, Rong Ci drove her away. Upon returning to the villa, Feng Jingxin alighted from the vehicle and joyfully dashed into the house. Rong Ci remained seated in the car, turning to Feng Jingxin and said, "After you finish your shower, make sure to rest early. Mother has some matters to attend to, so I will not be going up for now." Feng Jingxin's smile faltered momentarily. "Oh?" Rong Ci maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "Well, attend your classes diligently. If you need anything, just call your mother." Feng Jingxin, feeling somewhat disheartened, pouted slightly before responding, "All right then." In this manner, Feng Jingxin assumed that Rong Ci's frequent late nights were merely a consequence of her busy work schedule, without considering any other possibilities. Upon hearing this, Rong Ci displayed little emotion on her face and simply said to Feng Jingxin, "Mother is leaving now." "Oh." Feng Jingxin moved aside. The butler, however, appeared somewhat perplexed, questioning, "Is it necessary for madam to go out at such a late hour?" Rong Ci did not elaborate further, simply stating, "Well, there are a few matters to attend to." As the conversation concluded, he turned to Feng Jingxin and urged, "It's quite chilly outside, you should hurry inside." Understanding the sentiment, Feng Jingxin waved goodbye to Rong Ci and entered the house alongside the butler. Rong Ci glanced back, turned the car around, and drove away. Upon entering, Feng Jingxin inquired of the butler, "Where is father?" "He should be in the study," replied the butler. Feng Jingxin ascended the stairs and found the study door ajar. At that moment, Feng Tingxin's tall and imposing figure leaned against the window, gazing outside, seemingly lost in thought as he smoked. "Father," Feng Jingxin called out. Feng Tingxin extinguished his cigarette, discarding it into the ashtray, and replied, "Yes, father is aware, father has seen." Feng Jingxin scrunched her little nose, saying, "Mother has been quite busy lately, almost as busy as you, father." Feng Tingxin chuckled softly, "Indeed." As time passed, Feng Jingxin felt fatigued, she yawned and stated, "I'm going to take a bath and sleep now. Good night, father." "Good night, sweet dreams." The following day, she arrived at the office punctually. In the afternoon, due to work requirements, she and Su Yuchuan, along with other technicians, headed to Xuandu to handle some technical maintenance tasks. This time, she did not encounter Feng Tingxin or Lin Wu again. As for his alleged commitments, whether it was a rendezvous with Lin Wu or genuine social obligations, Rong Ci chose not to inquire further. On Friday, as Rong Ci pondered what to eat, Feng Jingxin's call came through again. This meant she would be required to take her out over the weekend, regardless of the reasons. It was evident that Feng Tingxin had been the one to accompany Feng Jingxin more frequently over the past 2 years. Now, whether Feng Tingxin had personal arrangements that made it inconvenient to bring Feng Jingxin along, or if he truly had social engagements, since he was unavailable, it became Rong Ci's responsibility to care for Feng Jingxin. During dinner, she asked Feng Jingxin where she wished to go over the weekend. Feng Jingxin thought for a moment before shaking her head, "There's no particular place I want to go." Seeing her expression, Rong Ci understood that it was not that she lacked places to go, but rather that she preferred to be with Feng Tingxin and Lin Wu during the weekend. With both of them absent now, she found it difficult to muster any enthusiasm for anything she did. Rong Ci did not confront her but instead asked, Would you like to go horseback riding? Feng Ting realized it had indeed been quite some time since she last rode a horse. Upon hearing the question, she felt a surge of enthusiasm and eagerly nodded, yes. The following day, Rong Ci took Feng Ting to the equestrian center. Upon their arrival, after Rong Ci had changed into suitable attire, she overheard Feng Ting, with her back turned, conversing with the riding instructor. My father and my aunt are both exceptionally skilled at horseback riding and incredibly handsome as well. It's a pity they are unavailable today and cannot join me. Rong Ci stood at the doorway, refraining from interrupting her conversation with others. However, the coach noticed her, rose to his feet, and greeted her, saying, Miss Rong. Rong Ci nodded gently, and the coach inquired, shall I call another person to assist you? Rong Ci nodded in agreement, all right. Rong Ci is indeed skilled in horseback riding, however, during the earlier years of Feng Ting's life, when she accompanied her to the equestrian center, her attention was solely devoted to Feng Ting, leaving little time for her own riding. It has been 3 or 4 years since she last rode with any seriousness. Her equestrian skills are commendable, yet, for the sake of caution, it is prudent to have an instructor accompany her initially. As Feng Ting was taken under the guidance of another coach, Rong Ci proceeded to a different arena. The coach assigned to her assumed she lacked riding experience, but upon witnessing her graceful mounting, he was taken aback. So, Miss Rong is an accomplished equestrian? Resignation, indeed. Rong Ci allowed the coach to guide her for a brief moment before taking the reins herself. With a flick of her whip, she mounted the white horse, which neighed and galloped away. After riding several laps, she finally brought the horse to a stop and sought out Feng Ting. Upon approaching within a distance of over 10 meters from Feng Ting, she suddenly halted. It was Feng Ting and Lin Wu. They had also made their way here. Feng Ting joyfully embraced Lin Wu's legs, and the three of them appeared to be engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere brimming with delight. Subsequently, Feng Ting and Lin Wu mounted a horse together, with Feng Ting in the front and Lin Wu seated behind. Meanwhile, Feng Ting climbed onto another horse. The two steeds ambled side by side, with the trio laughing and chatting, resembling a harmonious family from afar. After changing out of her riding attire, she took a sip of water and sat for a while before receiving a call from Feng Ting. Hello, Rong Ci answered. On the other end of the line, Feng Ting remarked, I am also at the racetrack. Let me take care of xin. Rong Ci remarked, all right. As her words faded, she immediately heard the crisp and decisive sound of Feng Ting hanging up the phone. Rong Ci sat there, awaiting a call from Feng Ting. With Feng Ting's whereabouts now clear, she picked up her bag and turned to leave. Chapter 49, Nowhere to go as she drove away from the racetrack. Rong Ci found herself at a loss regarding her next destination. Chu Zilan and Umo Sun had their own matters to attend to. While lost in thought, she passed by a wetland park, where she observed numerous couples camping with their children and young people taking their parents out for relaxation. Witnessing their affectionate interactions and harmonious families, a flicker of envy and a tinge of bitterness unconsciously surfaced in Rong Ci's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she took out her phone and, after some deliberation, dialed a number. When the call connected, she inquired, Hello, Director, may I ask how my mother is faring? An hour and a half later, at the Yi nursing home, Rong Ci stood in the courtyard, gazing at Rong Yingsheng, who sat in a chair not far away, her expression vacant and her features gaunt, a stark contrast to the beautiful and spirited figure Rong Ci remembered from her childhood. Although she had long since accustomed herself to this altered appearance, her heart remained restless. After a while, the director beside her softly remarked, She is still the same. With no change at all. Rong Yingsheng must refrain from engaging with individuals from her past, lest she be ensnared in another tumultuous frenzy. Presently, her mind is a rare oasis of tranquility, and Rong Ci is reluctant, even fearful, to disrupt her serenity. After standing for a while, he grew concerned that Rong Yingsheng might notice his presence and thus departed from the courtyard. Once he had distanced himself, he addressed the director and the staff attending to Rong Yingsheng, saying, I appreciate your assistance with my mother. To which they replied, Miss Rong, you are too kind. It is our duty to provide care. Through the glass window, Rong Ci gazed at Rong Yingsheng for a moment longer before placing the books and supplies she had brought for her down and departing from the sanatorium. Although she had physically left the sanatorium, her heart remained heavy with sorrow. A gentle breeze caressed her face in the park, the sunlight was just right. And the scenery was delightful. Yet, as everyone else was accompanied by companions, she felt somewhat out of place amidst the crowd. Standing before a small stall, contemplating whether to purchase a kite to fly, she was suddenly startled as a small hand grasped her fingers and gave them a gentle shake. "Auntie!" Rong Ci, upon hearing the voice, turned to face the newcomer with astonishment. "Shan?" she exclaimed. Shan nodded gently, her small hand still clasped around Rong Ci's fingers. Just then, He Changbai approached, his voice faltering as he caught sight of Rong Ci. After a brief pause, he stepped closer. "Have you come here to play as well?" he inquired. "Yes," she replied. "Did you bring Xin along?" Rong Ci cast her gaze downward, her tone serene as she replied, "No, I came alone." Upon hearing this, He Changbai seemed to grasp the underlying meaning, falling into a moment of silence. Rong Ci, contemplating her lack of familiarity with He Changbai, was just about to take her leave when she looked up at her and said, "Auntie, shall we fly a kite together?" Rong Ci declined politely, saying, "No. Auntie has other matters to attend to." Shan felt a pang of disappointment, replying, "Oh." He Changbai then suggested, "Let's go together. We are but two individuals as well." Sensing her thoughts, he added, "I will merely observe from the side and will not intrude upon your time. Consider me just an additional companion for Shan. Rong Ci genuinely adores Shan. Moreover, at this moment, she truly yearns for companionship. Upon hearing this, she did not decline. Together, they selected a kite, a beautiful blue butterfly that they both cherished. Before Rong Ci took Feng Ting on an outing, she had flown kites many times, gaining considerable experience. However, the kite they purchased this time was rather large, making it somewhat challenging for the two of them to handle. He Changbai approached silently to assist her. With his help, they successfully launched the kite, and both Rong Ci and Dan erupted into joyous laughter. Observing Rong Ci's radiant smile, He Changbai's eyes darkened with emotion. Rong Ci noticed the gaze directed towards him and, perplexed, inquired, "What is it?" "It's nothing," came the reply. Rong Ci did not inquire further. She led Dan a little farther away, while He Changbai observed from a distance, refraining from intervening. Having grown weary of flying kites, Rong Ci and Dan settled by the lakeside to fish, or crouched nearby to study the small fish swimming in the vendor's little pool. Then attempted to catch them with a small net. Before long, noon arrived. He Changbai initially intended merely to take Dan for a stroll. And they had not brought food like others. Now, seeing that Dan was hungry, He Changbai suggested dining at a nearby small restaurant. Rong Ci relaxed for a couple of hours, her mood significantly improved compared to before, and she did not decline He Changbai's suggestion. During the meal, Rong Ci mostly engaged in conversation with Dan. Observing their pleasant interaction, He Changbai did not intrude but merely nudged their favorite dishes closer to them. Rong Ci was engaged in conversation with Dan, oblivious to their surroundings. After a while, He Changbai's phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he turned to Rong Ci and said, "I shall take this call." Rong Ci, "All right." The call was from Chi Yuming. He stepped away a bit before answering. "What's the matter? Where are you now? Have you eaten yet? My friend just brought me some fresh seafood, would you like to come over and share it? Ting Shen and the others will be here too." He glanced at Rong Ci and Dan before gently declining, "I've already eaten, perhaps another time." "Do you have plans for tonight?" "There's a cruise party here, and Ting Shen and the others have confirmed they will attend. You might as well bring your little niece along, after all, we haven't really met her yet. It would be a good opportunity for her to get acquainted." He declined again, "She is shy, and there are too many people on the cruise. I fear she might feel uncomfortable." "It's alright, Xin will be there too. They are of the same age and should be able to play together," he insisted, not waiting for a refusal. "It's settled then, 7 o'clock, remember to come." With that, Chi Yuming hung up first. After dinner, Rong Ci and Dan chased butterflies and rode bicycles until they grew tired and finally stopped. Dan fell asleep. After watching her ride away, He Changbai also departed. A while later, Dan woke up and, not seeing Rong Ci, frowned and asked, "Where's Auntie?" Feeling disappointed, she added, oh. At 7 o'clock, He Changbai arrived promptly at the yacht. Feng Ting and the others were already there. Upon spotting him, Chi Yuming waved. Seeing Dan Dan, Chi Yuming greeted her first. I presume this lovely young lady is Dan Dan? Hello, little beauty. I'm your uncle's friend, Uncle Chi. The yacht was crowded, and Dan Dan indeed felt a bit shy. After Chi Yuming introduced himself, Lin Wu arrived, holding Feng Jingxian's hand. Upon seeing them, He Changbai paused. Knowing Dan Dan was shy, Feng Jingxian introduced herself and extended her hand, saying, there are many children over there, would you like to come with me to play? Dan Dan looked at He Changbai. After he nodded, she gathered her courage and followed Feng Jingxian. As the two children moved away, Chi Yuming smiled and asked, how does it feel to be a dad for the first time? Not too bad. My niece may be shy, but she is quite well behaved. So it's not too taxing for me. Feng Ting handed him a glass of wine. Care for a drink? Chapter 50, Xin. Do you not have a mother either? He Changbai regarded Feng Ting, pausing before accepting, thank you. They clinked glasses and began to chat. After a while, Feng Ting glanced at him again. He Changbai met his gaze. What's wrong? Chi Yuming interjected, you seem a bit off today. Feng Ting chuckled lightly, indicating his agreement with Chi Yuming's observation. He Changbai maintained a calm demeanor, replying nonchalantly, is that so? Chi Yuming raised an eyebrow, is it not? He Changbai took a sip of his drink, remaining silent. At that moment, someone approached to greet them. Dan Dan asked, Uncle, can I go eat those little cakes over there? Being allergic to many things, He Changbai replied, you stay here. Uncle will get some for you. Okay. Feng Ting ruffled her hair, no need. The two children sat aside enjoying their snacks. And Lin Wu would share her treats with Feng Jingxian whenever she found something delicious. Feng Jingxian happily accepted, thank you, Auntie Wu. Dan Dan looked up curiously at Lin Wu before asking Feng Jingxian, isn't this auntie not your mother? At this remark, the entire room fell silent. Feng Jingxian hesitated before shaking her head, no. Dan Dan cautiously inquired, so you don't have a mother either? Feng Jingxian replied, no, I have a mother. Oh. The cruise was distributing souvenirs, and Dan Dan was particularly fond of a crystal keychain, choosing 2 for herself. There were only 2 available. Feng Jingxian also liked the keychains and, seeing that Dan Dan had taken both, couldn't he help but ask, Dan Dan, could you share one with me? I want to give it to Auntie Wu. Dan Dan hesitated, saying, I also want to give one to my auntie. Remembering Rong Ci. She couldn't help but share with Feng Jingxian, today, uncle and auntie took me to fly kites, go fishing, ride bikes, and chase butterflies. Auntie is so beautiful, she will surely love this crystal. Several adults were nearby and Han Ti paid much attention to the children's conversation. However, upon hearing this, Lin Wu, Chi Yuming, and Feng Ting all turned to He Changbai. Feng Ting smiled, simply observing He Changbai, eager to hear his response. He Changbai's expression remained neutral, it was just a chance encounter. Is that so? Chi Yuming was skeptical, as if remembering something. So, you had lunch together, then? No wonder you seemed so at ease taking care of a child, turns out you had help. He Changbai fell silent. Feng Ting regarded him, decisively stating, you have feelings for her. He Changbai paused, opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from refuting. Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback. Her smile dimming. Wait, is it true? Chi Yuming had only been jesting, but to his surprise, it seemed to be genuine. He quickly asked, who is she? Do we know her? Why didn't you bring her along for us to meet? He Changbai remained silent, leading Chi Yuming to assume he simply felt it was too premature to discuss. Realizing questioning him was futile, Chi Yuming chuckled and squatted down to ask Dan Dan, how many times have you had lunch with the auntie? Do you know her name? He Changbai's grip on his glass tightened abruptly, Yuming. Dan Dan, unaware of the adult's implications and not being well acquainted with Chi Yuming, pondered for a moment before innocently responding, 3 times. As for the auntie's name, when He Changbai encountered Rong Ci earlier, he Han Ti even referred to her as Miss Rong, and now Dan Dan truly couldn't recall her name. She looked to Yi Chang Bai for help. Uncle. What's auntie's name? Yi Chang Bai lowered his gaze. Next time you see her, you can ask yourself. Dan Dan happily nodded. All right. Shi Yuming remarked. How stingy. Yi Chang Bai ignored him. Seeing that Feng Ting Xin was fond of the crystal keychain in her hand, though she felt a pang of reluctance. Dan Dan still decided to give her one. Feng Ting Xin beamed. Thank you, Dan Dan. Lin Wu also expressed her gratitude. Dan replied, You're welcome. Observing Feng Ting Xin's delight, she asked, Xin, aren't you going to choose one for your mother? Feng Ting Xin hesitated, her voice softening. I'll pick one later. Oh. After finishing her dinner, Rong Ci read for a while before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Just as she emerged from the bathroom, she received a call from Rong Changshang. Xiao Ci, I just spotted Xiang Rufang in the neighborhood. Xiang Rufang? Lin Wu's aunt? Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback, still struggling to comprehend the situation, when he heard Rong Changshang exclaim, At first, I didn't pay much attention. But after I stepped through the threshold of our home, I realized she had entered the villa across from us that is currently under renovation. Rong Ci's complexion changed dramatically as he abruptly sat up from the bed. Rong Chang's temper is, in fact, quite amiable. Yet, at this very moment, he gritted his teeth. They must be doing this on purpose. Feng Tingshan's assistance to the Lin family in establishing their foothold in the capital is now common knowledge throughout the city's commercial circles. Although the Rong family is currently experiencing a downturn, Rong Changsheng is undoubtedly well acquainted with the circles he moves in. How could he possibly be unaware of this matter? It is merely that he refrains from mentioning it to Rong Ci, fearing it may cause her distress. If the Lin family intends to settle in the capital and requires a residence, I can comprehend that. However, Lin Wu and the others are fully aware of the Rong family's presence here. The capital is vast. Yet they have chosen to purchase a property directly opposite the Rong residence. If this is not deliberate, who would believe it? Rong Ci comprehended his intention. She clenched her phone tightly and said, I shall call Feng Tingshan. Very well. Under different circumstances, Rong Changshang would never allow Rong Ci to seek help from Feng Tingshan. However, this matter was distinct. If Xiang Rufang and the others truly moved in, they would likely seek attention from them daily. The elderly matriarch's health was already precarious, she could hardly withstand any undue stress. After Rong Ci hung up the phone, she promptly dialed Feng Tingshan. After a brief pause, someone finally answered. Hello, it was Lin Wu's voice. Chapter 51, I will agree to any conditions. Upon hearing Lin Wu on the line, Rong Ci was not taken aback. After all, Feng Tingshan and she had grown so close that their boundaries had become blurred. What was the issue if she answered his call? She calmly stated, I am looking for Feng Tingshan. Lin Wu was also aware that the caller was Rong Ci. Coldly, she replied, he is in the shower. If you have something to say, you may speak to me. Speak to her? This matter indeed concerned her. Today, her uncle had seen Lin Wu's aunt in the neighborhood. However, the individual who purchased that villa could very well be Lin Lihai. His acquisition of the villa might be an act of filial piety towards Lin Wu's grandmother, who is now his mother-in-law. Therefore, if she were to confide in Lin Wu, would she prevent her grandmother and uncle's family from residing in that villa? No. She would not. Moreover, she did not believe that Lin Wu was unaware of her uncle's family's intention to move across from her uncle's villa. Thus, sharing this information with Lin Wu would not only be futile but could also lead to adverse consequences. Rong Ci remained silent, abruptly ending the call. Over an hour passed. Yet she still did not receive a call from Feng Tingshan. To her, it made little difference. Calmly, she dialed his number once more. However, at that moment, Feng Tingshan's phone was turned off, rendering her unable to reach him. Rong Ci gripped her phone with increasing intensity. After a moment, she managed to regain her composure and called the butler at Feng Tingshan's residence, inquiring, Are they home? The butler replied, No, they're not. Is there something wrong? Nothing at all, she responded. That night, Rong Ci struggled to find rest. The following day, after 9 o'clock, she attempted to call Feng Tingshan again. This time, the call connected, only to be abruptly terminated. Rong Ci was uncertain whether it was Lin Wu or Feng Ting who had ended the call. She chose not to delve into it further. Grabbing her phone and bag, she stepped out of the door. Rong Ci, Is Madam having lunch at home? I will have someone prepare it for you. Alright, thank you for your trouble. As Rong Ci ascended the stairs, she paused momentarily upon reaching the second floor before entering the master bedroom. She placed her bag down and sat at the edge of the bed. Everything appeared as though she had never truly left. She refrained from calling Feng Ting again. Dinner was a solitary affair for her. In truth, she had contemplated seeking assistance from Madame Feng, however, troubling the elderly lady could lead to undesirable consequences. Moreover, while Feng Ting held great respect for her, whether he heeded her request was entirely at his discretion. After her meal, she powered on her computer and resumed her tasks. As night deepened, when Feng Ting alighted from the car, she spotted Rong Ci's vehicle and exclaimed to Feng Ting, "Oh, it's Mom's car." "Dad, Mom is home." Feng Ting merely glanced at Rong Ci's car before entering the house alongside Feng Ting. Curious, Feng Ting inquired of the butler who greeted them. "Where is my mom?" "Madam is upstairs." "Great." With a joyful heart, Feng Ting scampered up the stairs. As Rong Ci just closed her computer and tidied her belongings, she stepped out of the master bedroom, only to have Feng Ting leap into her embrace, exclaiming, "Mom!" with a gentle touch to the child's hair. Rong Ci merely acknowledged her without returning the embrace. Unperturbed, Feng Ting continued to chat merrily with Rong Ci. At that moment, Feng Ting also ascended the stairs. Upon hearing his footsteps, Rong Ci glanced over, and their eyes met. Feng Ting's expression was devoid of emotion, while Rong Ci maintained a relatively calm demeanor. She addressed Feng Ting, saying, "Let Aunt Lu help you with your bath. Mother has something to discuss with father." Upon hearing this, Feng Ting paused in his tracks. Rong Ci glanced at Feng Ting, who leaned against the wall, engrossed in his phone. "Shall we go into the room to talk?" he suggested. Came the reply. Rong Ci advanced into the room. And as she entered, she said, "Please close the door." She feared that if they were to argue later, it would disturb Feng Ting. It is worth noting that despite their lack of affection after many years of marriage, they had never quarreled. Feng Ting was so indifferent that he could hardly be bothered, let alone engage in a dispute with her. As for her, she cherished the time spent together and was reluctant to engage in conflict. Feng Ting casually shut the door and turned to her, inquiring, "What shall we discuss?" Lin Wu's mother, surnamed Sun, was named Sun Yuqing. However, the entanglement between the Rong and Sun families did not originate from Sun Yuqing and her mother, Rong Yingsheng, but rather began with their grandmothers during their youth. They had been close friends in their younger days. Unfortunately, Lin Wu's grandmother married poorly and lived a life of great difficulty. Rong Wu's grandmother often extended help to her. And eventually, their daughters, Sun Yuqing and Rong Yingsheng, also became good friends. The Lin and Rong families were well matched in social standing. To elevate Sun Yuqing's position, Lin Wu's grandmother's family had long since severed ties with Rong Wu's grandmother. Over the years, whenever they encountered each other in public, the Sun family adopted a condescending attitude towards her uncle and grandmother, completely devoid of the sincerity and humility they once displayed when seeking refuge with her grandmother. The entanglements among the Rong, Lin, and Sun families, even if she refrains from elaborating now, she is confident that Feng Ting is undoubtedly aware of them. Thus, she believes that having articulated her thoughts to this extent, he should indeed comprehend the implications of Rong Ci's words. He produced a cigarette and hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Do you mind?" Rong Ci shook his head. As he lit a cigarette, he remarked, "Do you want me to make them leave?" "Yes." Feng Ting inhaled deeply, pausing before she spoke. This matter held particular significance for her. While she could overlook other issues, this one was non-negotiable. Clenching her fists, her eyes reddened as she gazed at him, saying, "Consider it a plea from me, as long as you agree." "I will accept any conditions." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly heard him respond, "All right." She was taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward acquiescence. Chapter 52, wiping away her tears welled in her eyes, and for a moment, her mind drifted. The words regarding the conditions he had agreed to lingered unspoken. Suddenly, Feng Ting moved the cigarette away, reaching out to wipe away the tear that had just escaped the corner of her eye, saying, "Get some rest." Rong Ci stood in a daze, gazing at his retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. When Feng Ting suggested that she rest early, did he mean for her to stay the night? Although she had moved out, they had not officially divorced, so spending a night there was not particularly significant. However, staying in the master bedroom, perhaps it was best to avoid that. With this thought in mind, she composed herself, gathered her belongings along with a change of clothes and some toiletries, and made her way to Feng Jingxin's room. That night, she settled into Feng Jingxin's space. The following morning, she awoke before 7. After a brief moment of waking, Feng Jingxin also stirred, wrapping his arms around her neck and playfully requesting that she take him to school shortly. Rong Ci acquiesced. After freshening up, they descended to the dining area for breakfast. Shortly thereafter, Feng Ting entered the dining hall and took a seat opposite them. Feng Jingxian, brimming with enthusiasm, greeted Feng Ting, "Good morning, Dad." "Good morning." Feng Ting replied, casting a glance at Rong Ci, yet remaining silent. Once seated, he began to eat his breakfast in quietude. Rong Ci remained silent as she observed. Although Feng Ting had promised to assist her yesterday, that did not imply the existence of any deeper connection between them. Their relationship remained unchanged. After having breakfast, Rong Ci accompanied Feng Jingxian to school before heading to the office. Since participating in the technology exhibition, both Rong Ci and Umo had conceived numerous innovative ideas. However, their previous collaboration with Sandu had left them little time for in-depth discussions. Now that they were afforded the opportunity, they began to solidify their concepts and seek ways to advance them. Consequently, their agenda for the day was quite packed. Rong Ci even planned to order takeout for dinner and work late into the night at the office. Yet, around 6 in the evening, while she was still preoccupied and had not even had the chance to order her meal, her phone rang. It was Feng Ting calling. Rong Ci cast a glance, greeted the others, and then departed from the conference room, answering the phone with a simple, "Hello." Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback, yet before she could utter a word, Feng Ting had already ended the call. Thus, it would not impede the progress of others. Umo nudged her gently, urging her to hurry along. The vehicle frequently used by Feng Ting was already parked nearby. As she contemplated this, upon entering, she indeed spotted Feng Ting. He was seated on the sofa, engrossed in conversation with old Madame Feng and Feng Jingxian. However, he remained silent. "Are you hungry?" the elderly lady inquired, patting her hand. "The meal is nearly ready. Let us dine first." "Very well," she replied. This time, the old lady's suggestions were unnecessary, as Feng Ting took the initiative to sit beside her. The old lady served her some dishes, sighing, "Look at you, you've lost weight again. Why do you neglect to care for yourself?" Despite her words, she shot a disapproving glance at her grandson. He remained unfazed, yet without further prompting from the old lady, he proactively served Rong Ci some food. "Thank you." The elderly lady remarked that she had brought numerous supplements for them. After dinner, she would have someone select a few to help replenish her and Feng Ting's vitality. Rong Ci found it difficult to decline, so he could only nod repeatedly. The elderly lady had also ventured to City Y in her youth and had mastered the art of brewing exquisite slow-cooked soups. After their meal, she insisted on personally instructing someone to prepare nourishing tonics for her and Feng Ting. When Rong Ci attempted to lend a hand, she gently ushered him out of the kitchen. Rong Ci had no choice but to take a seat on the sofa. Feng Jingxin and Feng Ting were also present. One was engrossed in handling affairs on his mobile phone, while the other was occupied with her Luban lock. They were all in a tranquil silence, not uttering a word. She was so absorbed in her tasks that she failed to notice the elderly lady emerging from the kitchen. Meanwhile, Feng Ting had already set his phone aside. Rong Ci hastily set aside her phone. The elderly lady gazed at the three of them, letting out a sigh. "Oh, you all." She was at a loss for words, so she approached Rong Ci and seated herself beside her, inquiring, "What are you busy with?" "Just work at the company." The elderly lady scoffed lightly, gesturing towards Feng Ting. "If you have work to discuss, you can converse with him." Otherwise, is he merely here as a decorative piece? Rong Ci had a meal in silence, refraining from mentioning her resignation from the Feng group. She cast a glance at Feng Ting, who appeared to be in good spirits. Upon hearing the elderly lady's words, he chose not to disclose her departure from the company. The elderly lady swiftly shifted the conversation and then urged Rong Ci and Feng Ting to accompany her for a stroll in the garden. Rong Ci was about to express her agreement, but upon realizing the implication of the old lady's words that she would be staying here for the night, she momentarily froze. Casting a glance at Feng Ting. What? Rong Ci stood there, taken aback. Feng Ting offered no further explanation, simply stating, "I shall retire to the study." With that, he ascended the stairs without awaiting her response. Meanwhile, Feng Xin dashed down from upstairs, urging her to accompany him in solving the Luban lock. After accompanying Feng Jingxin for over an hour, Aunt Lu approached with a bowl of freshly prepared soup. "Madam, the soup is ready," she said, handing her a bowl. Rong Ci accepted the bowl with gratitude. "Thank you." The elderly lady advised him to drink it while it was still hot. "All right, I understand," he replied. Aunt Lu then departed, bringing another bowl of soup to Feng Ting. Rong Ci swiftly consumed the soup, then urged Feng Jingxin to take a shower. Since the elderly lady had settled here, it was only natural that she could not spend the night in Feng Jingxin's room. Feng Ting was absent. Likely still in the study. There were several matters from Yumashuan that she had yet to address, but they posed certain challenges. As she pondered this, she entered the bathroom. Once she had finished her shower and donned her nightgown, she realized she had forgotten to retrieve her sleep pants. The clothes she had changed out of had become quite damp while she washed her face. Contemplating this, she hesitated for a moment before pushing open the bathroom door and stepping out. However, as soon as she emerged, she found herself meeting the gaze of Feng Ting. Chapter 53, The Boyfriend's Shirt. Rong Ci felt a tinge of awkwardness, yet it was not overwhelmingly uncomfortable. After all, they were, in every sense, a married couple. And the intimate moments they had shared over the years were far from infrequent. Throughout their married life, she had always harbored a hope that Feng Ting would come to love her. However, she had never resorted to deliberate seduction. It was not that the thought had never crossed her mind, but rather she deemed it futile and thus refrained from taking action. Consequently, her usual attire at home consisted of loose-fitting, collared two-piece pajamas. The top she currently wore was similarly relaxed in fit and quite long, ensuring that even without pants, it did not appear excessively revealing. She was convinced that she harbored no intentions of intentionally enticing him. Nevertheless, to avoid any potential misunderstandings, she promptly clarified, "I simply forgot to put on my pants." Rong Ci felt that her top was loose-fitting and the hem was quite long, and even without wearing sleep pants, it did not seem overly revealing. However, she overlooked the fact that her figure was exquisite, with a harmonious balance of curves and contours. The style of the top, shorter in the front and longer in the back, perfectly showcased her long, fair legs, which were as smooth as jade, while subtly hinting at her intimate areas. Moreover, having just emerged from a bath, her complexion was fresh and fair, exuding a sense of purity and cleanliness. Consequently, this nightwear gave her the unmistakable aura of wearing her boyfriend's shirt, proving to be even more alluring than donning provocative lingerie. Rong Ci, relieved that he had not misunderstood her, let out a sigh of relief, refrained from further conversation, and turned to the cloakroom. After dressing, she emerged from the cloakroom, only to find Feng Ting still present in the room. Rong Ci glanced at him, acknowledging that there was little to discuss between them. After a brief look, she passed by and settled herself at the vanity, commencing her skincare routine. Feng Ting then rose to retrieve his clothes from the wardrobe before retreating to the bathroom for a shower. As time had grown late, once Rong Ci completed her skincare, she climbed into bed. The last time she shared a bed with Feng Ting at the old residence, her heart was as calm as still water, and she had quickly succumbed to sleep. However, perhaps due to Feng Ting's recent promise to assist her, her emotions were now in disarray, and she found herself lying in bed for quite some time, unable to drift off. At that moment, Feng Ting emerged from the bathroom, having finished his shower. Shortly after, he turned off the lights and lay down on the opposite side of the bed. Rong Ci did not open her eyes, yet she could sense a certain distance between them. Feng Ting showed no intention of speaking to her. The room was enveloped in a profound silence. After a considerable time, Rong Ci's consciousness shifted from clarity to a haze, and she unknowingly drifted into slumber. The following day, when Rong Ci awakened, she found herself alone in bed. After completing her morning routine and changing into her clothes, she descended the stairs to discover that the elderly lady was already up. Dressed in a gray tracksuit, with damp hair clinging to her forehead from perspiration. She appeared to have just returned from a run. He glanced at the elderly lady and greeted her with a simple good morning. However, upon observing the two of them, the elderly lady's expression soured slightly. Both of you are up so early? Upon hearing these words, Rong Ci felt a tinge of bewilderment. Was it not a virtue for her in Feng Ting to rise early and retire early? Yet, upon reaching the elderly lady, it seemed otherwise. Just as she pondered this, Feng Ting, standing nearby, spoke in a calm tone. I have studied pharmacology, that soup of yours is of no benefit to me. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs. Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback. It took him 2 seconds to comprehend that Feng Ting was implying the old lady had drugged the soup they consumed the previous night. And it was indeed that particular kind of drug. However, Feng Ting was well versed in the potency of such substances and had seen through the ruse. It appeared that he had not partaken of the soup the night before. Rong Ci did not anticipate that the elderly lady would act in such a manner. She furrowed her brows, and before she could utter a word, the old woman expressed her discontent with a sigh, saying, Sometimes it is not necessarily a good thing for a grandson to be too knowledgeable. Alas, I still wish to have another grandson. Little Ci, if you have the time, please make an effort to work hard with Ting, do you understand? Rong Ci. She was unaware. Although Feng Ting had promised to assist her last night, she understood that the possibility of them continuing together had vanished. If something had truly transpired between her and Feng Ting last night, it would have been a grave mistake. As for having another child, that was even more improbable. While she pondered this, Feng Ting also descended the stairs. Upon seeing her and recalling her admiration and affection for Lin Wu, her expression dulled somewhat. During breakfast, Feng Ting still seated himself beside her, yet neither initiated a conversation. Yesterday, it was Rong Ci who took Feng Ting to school. Today, Feng Ting requested Feng Ting to drive him. Feng Ting acquiesced, replying, understood. The elderly lady glanced at Rong Ci and remarked, then, Ting, you should also take Xiao Ci along, as they are headed to the same place. Rong Ci interrupted her, saying, no need, Grandma. He has numerous social engagements and won't often remain at the company. I have no car, which makes it inconvenient. Before she could respond, the elderly lady decisively declared. Then it's settled. Rong Ci glanced at Feng Ting, who remained silent, his silence implying consent. After finishing breakfast, Rong Ci had no choice but to accompany Feng Ting in taking Feng Ting's car. As Feng Ting entered the vehicle, she appeared quite at ease. And with both Rong Ci and Feng Ting escorting her, she felt particularly joyful that day. Rong Ci could no longer recall the last time he had ridden in Feng Ting's car. As Feng Ting settled into the vehicle, Rong Ci was about to follow suit when Feng Ting suddenly interjected, you should sit over there. With a slight pause in her steps, Rong Ci felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet she gracefully maneuvered to the other side. As the driver assisted by opening the car door, she entered the vehicle. Between her and Feng Ting lay a barrier in the form of Feng Ting. Rong Ci gazed ahead, while Feng Ting nestled into Feng Ting's embrace. Peering curiously at his phone. Ah, it's Aunt Wu Wu, she exclaimed. Perhaps reminded of her presence. Rong Ci observed Feng Ting stealing glances at her before returning her attention to Feng Ting's device, refraining from divulging the conversation between Feng Ting and Lin Wu. After a while, feeling a twinge of boredom, Feng Ting emerged from Feng Ting's hold and opened the car's storage compartment. Rong Ci truly did not intend to look. Yet, out of the corner of her eye, she inadvertently caught sight of the items in the storage compartment. There was a lipstick, a small women's handbag, and a little backpack that Feng Ting had previously used. It was evident without a doubt that the lipstick and handbag belonged to Lin Wu. At this moment, she finally comprehended why Feng Ting had not permitted her to occupy the seat beside him when they boarded the vehicle. That spot was typically reserved for Lin Wu. He would not allow her to sit there. Chapter 54, Grandmother sent me to fetch you. With this realization, Rong Ci felt a lump in her throat. Suddenly aware of the oppressive atmosphere within the car. Ultimately, she refrained from pressing the button and merely turned her gaze towards the window. Time passed. Though she could not ascertain how long it had been, until they finally arrived at Feng Ting school. Rong Ci alighted from the car to see her off, while Feng Ting remained seated within the vehicle, unmoving. Feng Jing's heart whispered, "Father. Father is occupied." Oh. Rong Ci recollected that previously. When Feng Ting accompanied Lin Wu to drop Feng Jing Xin at school, he would always alight the vehicle together with Lin Wu, handing Feng Jing Xin over to the teacher. Now, with her in the same position, she was uncertain whether he genuinely had matters to attend to or simply wished to avoid standing beside her in a public setting. Contemplating this, she decided against imposing on him and turned to Feng Ting in the car, saying, "You may proceed, I will take a taxi to the company shortly." Upon hearing this, Feng Ting glanced at her and replied, "It's on the way." She hesitated, unwilling to accept his offer of a ride. She contemplated persuading him, yet reasoned that if he was indifferent, why should she be overly concerned? Ultimately, she chose silence. In the car, an unspoken tension lingered between her and Feng Ting. As they approached Changma, with merely 10 minutes left in their journey, Yumashuan sent her some documents. Rong Ci opened it and became inadvertently engrossed. So much so that she did not notice when the car arrived at the foot of the building where Chang Mo resided. Feng Ting's vehicle was an exquisite Bentley, parked conspicuously at the entrance of the building. Rong Ci noticed that several people had turned their gaze towards her. She and Feng Ting would not have much interaction in the future, and she wished to avoid drawing any unnecessary attention. Hastily, she grabbed her bag and exited the vehicle, expressing her gratitude to Feng Ting with a simple, "Thank you." Feng Ting glanced at her briefly and replied with a non-committal, He then instructed the driver, "Let's go." The car swiftly departed. Rong Ci turned and entered the company. At noon, Umo-sun invited a business partner to dine together. Rong Ci accompanied him as well. As the vehicle entered the parking lot of the dining hall, Rong Ci spotted Feng Ting, who had just exited his car. At that moment, Lin Wu also emerged from his vehicle. After Umo-sun parked the car, he noticed them too. He rubbed his forehead, acknowledging the serendipitous encounter. As Rong Ci's words faded, she noticed Lin Lihai and Xiang Rufang among them. They seemed to have arrived some time ago, awaiting Feng Ting and Lin Wu. Upon their arrival, they hastily approached. "Shall we disembark?" inquired Umo-sun from within the vehicle. "Or shall we wait until they depart?" "Let us exit," she replied. After all, she had nothing to feel guilty about, why should she avoid them? As they alighted, Lin Wu and Feng Ting stood facing them, their gaze meeting immediately. However, upon spotting Rong Ci, Lin Wu's expression turned icily cold. Previously, while her demeanor had been indifferent, it had never been so overtly frosty. Rong Ci surmised that Lin Wu's reaction was likely influenced by Feng Ting's warning regarding her uncle's stay next to Lin Wu's home. Indeed, Feng Ting had mentioned it to her, and she had acquiesced. To her, it was not of significant consequence. What truly irked her was that Rong Ci had sought Feng Ting's assistance. She wished to see no further connection between them. With this thought, Lin Wu's countenance grew even more frigid. At that moment, Lin Lihai noticed Lin Wu's unusual expression and followed her gaze, landing on Rong Ci. He furrowed his brow. For Xiang Rufang, this was her first encounter with such a scene. Considering Feng Ting's evident concern for Lin Wu, her gaze towards Rong Ci was tinged with a hint of satisfaction. However, with Feng Ting present, she refrained from making any hasty remarks. Yet, Lin Wu approached them, directing her conversation towards Umo-sun. "Mr. Yu, what a coincidence. We meet again," she said with a smile. Umo-sun responded with a polite smile that did not quite reach his eyes. "Indeed, quite the coincidence. Miss Lin, you needn't be so formal. I am aware of your busy schedule." Otherwise, she would not have taken a month after their initial encounter to arrive at Changmo for work. Lin Lihai wished to cultivate a good relationship with Umo-sun. observing Lin Wu ignore Rong Ci and engage Uemosun instead. And noting that Feng Ting seemed unopposed to this, he too stepped forward. Lin Li Lan followed suit. After Lin Li Hai greeted Uemosun, he turned to Rong Ci, calling out, "Xiao Ci." He did not elaborate further, directing his attention primarily to Uemosun. Subsequently, they entered the restaurant alongside Feng Ting. Uemosun observed this and felt a headache coming on. They had thoroughly disregarded her. With a calm tone, Rong Ci replied, She then said, "Let us depart as well, we shouldn't keep our guests waiting for too long." All right. In the evening, Rong Ci had to work overtime. The elderly lady sighed, "Both Ting and you are so occupied, at this rate, when will you two ever make any progress?" Rong Ci said, "Grandma, I'm sorry." "Oh, it's all right. However, do remember to eat well even when you're busy." "All right, I will." After hanging up the phone, her takeout had also arrived. After dining, Rong Ci was occupied until nearly 10 o'clock before leaving the office. However, she did not drive today. She had called the driver half an hour earlier. At this hour, the driver should have already arrived. As Rong Ci descended the stairs, she discovered that the driver had indeed arrived. However, the individual sent to collect her was not the driver she had contacted, but rather Feng Ting's chauffeur. Feng Ting himself occupied the rear seat. Noticing her hesitation to move, Feng Ting slowly lowered the car window and remarked, "My grandmother asked me to fetch you." Upon hearing her words, Rong Ci circled around and took a seat in the position she had occupied that morning. The vehicle glided smoothly into the flow of traffic. Once again, a profound silence enveloped the interior of the car. Feng Ting was preoccupied with his own affairs, his attention diverted from her. Rong Ci, however, recalled the matter and suddenly inquired, "Have they agreed?" She was, of course, referring to the issue of preventing Lin Wu's relatives from moving in. When she encountered Lin Wu at noon, her expression was somewhat off, leading Rong Ci to surmise that Lin Wu had indeed consented. But what about the others? Feng Ting, his gaze still fixed on his phone, replied, "They have agreed." Rong Ci hesitated for a moment before resolutely asking, "May I purchase that villa?" Her intent was to eliminate any future complications. Feng Ting paused, glancing at her, and replied, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Rong Ci finally let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you," she said. Feng Ting replied with a simple Chapter 55, granting her the deed. When they arrived home, the elderly lady was still awake. After ascending the stairs, Rong Ci placed a call to Rong Changsheng to update him on the developments. No sooner had she ended her conversation with Rong Changsheng than she received another call from Uemosun. After attending to these matters, the hour had grown late. Rong Ci glanced at Feng Ting. During the times he had been cold towards her, she had become accustomed to it. Now, in moments of solitude with him, she felt an unexpected awkwardness. However, with his recent assistance, their relationship had softened somewhat, leaving her uncertain on how to interact with him. Nevertheless, she realized that the essence of their relationship would not undergo any significant transformation. With this thought in mind, Rong Ci quietly climbed into bed, preparing for sleep. Just as she settled down, Feng Ting set aside his book, turned off the light, and lay down beside her. It seemed as though he had been seated at the head of the bed, reading, solely to wait for her, ready to extinguish the light for her comfort. Rong Ci paused for a moment, realizing that she had been overthinking. Her heart gradually settled, and before long, she succumbed to sleep. The following day, the elderly lady once again wished for Feng Ting to escort Rong Ci to the company. Rong Ci once again declined, "Grandmother, I have social engagements today and must go out. It is inconvenient without a car." The elderly lady frowned and cast her gaze upon Feng Ting. Her intention was for Feng Ting to personally offer her assistance. However, Feng Ting remained silent, continuing to eat his breakfast, refraining from echoing the old woman's unspoken request. Rong Ci lowered his gaze, observing the situation. The elderly lady noticed Feng Ting's reluctance and chose not to press further. Today, Rong Ci naturally had no social engagements. She expressed this not only to avoid riding in Feng Ting's car again but also to spare him the inconvenience. Nothing particularly noteworthy occurred that day. With Feng Ting absent from the bedroom, Rong Ci switched on the light, set her bag aside, and was about to visit Feng Tingxian's room to check on her when she noticed a crimson book resting on her vanity. Rong Ci paused momentarily. Although she shared a bedroom with Feng Ting, the left side of the bed was designated as his personal space, and she typically refrained from encroaching upon it. Similarly, the right side was her domain, which Feng Ting also respected by not intruding. Their belongings, such as wallets, watches, and skincare products, were meticulously organized in their respective areas, never mingling. Therefore, the presence of this red booklet could not possibly be attributed to a misplaced item by Feng Ting. With this thought in mind, Rong Ci approached the object. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was a property deed. A sudden realization struck her, and she hurriedly opened it. Indeed, it was the deed for the villa located across from her uncle's house. Furthermore, her name alone was inscribed as the rightful owner. Although it was an older villa district, the environment was pleasant, and with the capital city's real estate prices being among the highest in the country, this villa could not be acquired for less than 200 or 300 million. Such a sum was beyond her current means. "No, I don't need it," he declared, placing his loosened tie aside. "This amount of money, I can repay." With that, he set down his unfastened watch and entered the bathroom. Rong Ci gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily taken aback, and chose not to persist further. Since their marriage, in an effort to avoid burdening him, she had seldom asked for anything proactively. Reflecting on this, she realized that the house could be regarded as the first tangible gift he had ever willingly offered her over the years. She decided to regard it as a memento of their impending separation. With this thought, Rong Ci placed the property deed into the drawer. After several days of relentless busyness, she finally found herself less occupied on the fourth day. During these past few days, both she and Feng Ting had been preoccupied, leaving her little time to spend with Feng Tingxian. At noon, Feng Tingxian called to inquire if she was free, mentioning that it had been quite some time since she had last picked her up from school. Upon hearing this, Rong Ci realized that there were not many tasks left for the day. Therefore, she decided to leave work early in the afternoon to pick up Feng Ting from school. Upon learning that Feng Ting desired to savor her culinary creations, Rong Ci changed her attire and proceeded to the kitchen upon returning home. On the other end of the line, Feng Ting politely declined, saying, "Grandma, I have matters to attend to at the company." The elderly lady, initially displeased, soon brightened up and, after hanging up the phone, turned to Rong Ci and said, "Xiao Ci, why don't you take some food to Ting later?" With a moment of hesitation, he declined, saying, "Grandmother, since he has matters to attend to, we should refrain from disturbing him. Surely, he must still take time to eat." "No." As soon as Rong Ci's words left her lips, the elderly lady decisively proclaimed, "Let's settle it this way." Following this, she instructed Aunt Lu and the others to assist in preparing a couple of additional dishes. Given the elderly lady's authoritative demeanor, Rong Ci felt it unwise to voice any further objections. However, the dilemma remained: if she were to deliver a meal to Feng Ting, she was utterly unaware of which company he was currently associated with. How could she possibly make the delivery? Moreover, it was likely that Feng Ting, after finishing his work, would have other commitments, thus, her meal might end up being in vain. Contemplating this, she seized an opportunity to ascend the stairs and placed a call to Feng Ting. After a brief pause, he answered, "What is it?" "Grandma asked me to bring you dinner." Rong Ci interjected before he could respond, "Do you have other plans?" "If so, I can inform Grandma." She believed it improbable that Feng Ting would allow her to deliver food to him. Her statement was, in essence, a subtle request for him to cooperate with her. "Yes, convey to Grandma." Just as Feng Ting began to speak, Rong Ci heard Lin Wu's voice. "Ting, the food has arrived." Rong Ci set down the phone momentarily. Then, addressing the caller, he remarked, "I have made arrangements for dinner here, please convey this to Grandma." It was not surprising that Rong Ci declined. She said, "All right, I understand. I will inform Grandmother." With that, Feng Ting promptly ended the call. Chapter 56. The person who made the appointment with me is Feng Ting. Rong Ci set down his phone, descended the stairs, and informed the elderly lady that Feng Ting's dinner had already been arranged. Rong Ci merely smiled and refrained from responding. After all, he too required rest. He recalled Lin Wu's voice resonating over the phone the previous night. Surely, she must have found a more favorable situation. In the past few days, Zhang Yamo had finalized the key projects for the next 2 years. However, Yu Mashuan took the initiative to consolidate their ideas and forwarded them to Nan Zhizhi, seeking his insights. To their surprise, he called that very afternoon with commendable feedback. Receiving Nan Zhizhi's affirmation instilled greater confidence in Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan regarding the project they had established. It is worth noting that their mentor maintained exceedingly high standards. His approval was indeed a significant endorsement. Nan Zhizhi further remarked, "Based on the content you submitted, you have not overlooked the foundational aspects from the past, nor the recent advancements in the AI field over the past few years. Your work is commendable." This statement was evidently directed at Rong Ci. Rong Ci felt a pang of emotion at the tip of his nose. Before he could utter a word, Nan Zhizhi coldly interjected, "Yet you have been rather negligent. The path of learning requires constant progress. In truth, you are regressing." Nan Zhizhi's instruction was always succinct and to the point. With that, he ceased speaking. Noticing that Nan Zhizhi seemed somewhat available today, Rong Ci could not help but inquire, "Teacher, do you have time this evening? I would like to share a meal with you." It had been quite some time since Rong Ci, or even Yu Emosun, had dined with Nan Zhizhi. Upon hearing Rong Ci's request, Yu Emosun eagerly nodded, "Yes, teacher, do you have time?" Nan Zhizhi replied indifferently, "I have prior engagements, I am unavailable." Ah! Yu Emosun felt a deep sense of disappointment. Rong Ci was also considering this. She intended to inquire when Nan Zhizhi would be available, so that she could arrange her next appointment. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, she heard Nan Zhizhi continue. "The person who has made an appointment with me is Feng Ting. Rong Ci stood in stunned silence. Yu Emosun was equally taken aback. He glanced at Rong Ci and inquired softly, "Why would Mr. Feng reach out to you, teacher? Could you enlighten us? He mentioned he wanted to introduce someone to me." Upon hearing this, Nan Zhizhi chose not to elaborate further and ended the call. Yu Emosun turned to Rong Ci and remarked, "The person your husband intends to introduce to the teacher must be Lin Wu, right?" During his previous interactions with the Lin family, he discovered that they also possessed their own technology company. Lin Wu's initial interest in working for their company stemmed from the programming language CUAP. The general consensus outside is that CUAP was developed under our teacher's guidance. Now that Lin Wu cannot gain entry into their company, it is indeed plausible that she might seek out our teacher to delve into CUAP. Furthermore, it's possible that Lin Wu aspires to be one of our teacher's students. Upon contemplating this, Yu Emosun exclaimed in surprise, "No way." Rong Ci also contemplated this notion. Furthermore, she perceived it as a possible recompense from Feng Ting for preventing her uncle's family from residing across from her uncle's home. After all, given his affections for Lin Wu, how could he bear to let her suffer for the sake of assisting her? Yu Emosun mused, if she indeed concealed her abilities, does that not imply that, although they are students of Nan Zhizhi, who typically maintains a rather aloof demeanor towards them, their rapport with him is, in truth, quite amicable? For although Nan Zhizhi is strict, he is fundamentally a person with a stern exterior yet a compassionate heart. He is also a man of principles. If Lin Wu's capabilities and talents were genuinely sufficient, he would not disregard her due to the grievances between Rong Ci and Lin Wu. Thus, Rong Ci quickly regained her composure and remarked, "Let us attend to our own affairs first." The only thing she could do was to focus on herself. However, upon emerging from the bathroom after her shower, she encountered Feng Ting. Stopping momentarily, she offered him a slight nod as a form of greeting. Yet, she refrained from inquiring about his invitation to Nan Zhizhi that day. Feng Ting remained silent, after casting a glance in her direction. He retreated into the bathroom to wash up. The following morning, she awoke later than usual. Feng Ting sat across from the elderly lady, calmly sipping water without engaging in conversation. The elderly lady tapped the table, feigning annoyance, and exclaimed, "Speak. Stop pretending to be mute." "Humph. I thought you had once again dismissed my words." Her grandson dared not retort. Despite her words, his expression remained composed, revealing no trace of fear. Frustrated, The elderly lady chose to ignore him and beckoned Rong Ci to come sit beside her. Rong Ci approached and inquired, "Grandma, are you all going out to play soon?" "Not you all, but we." The elderly lady chuckled. "We shall go together." "Little Ci, where would you like to go for some fun?" "It's entirely up to you, dear." Rong Ci occasionally perceives herself as rather uninteresting. She truly struggles to conceive of an entertainment venue that everyone would enjoy. She remarked, "I am amenable to anything. I defer to your judgment." The individual in question, of course, referred to Feng Ting. Upon hearing this, Feng Ting remained composed, sipping his tea. His expression devoid of any discomfort or embarrassment at the mention of the matter by the elderly lady. It was as though the incident held no significance for him whatsoever. He had never allowed it to weigh on his mind. She had previously indulged in a hot spring bath and currently felt indifferent toward it. However, since the elderly lady had expressed her wishes, she could only acquiesce, replying, "Very well." Chapter 57, The Thoughts of Feng Ting after breakfast. Rong Ci commenced packing her clothing and other essentials for the hot spring resort, yet she only attended to her own belongings, deliberately avoiding Feng Ting's. After all, though Feng Ting was her husband in name, he was not her man. He belonged to Linwu now. She surmised that he would not appreciate her handling his possessions, and as for her, she had no desire to do so. Aunt Lu assisted in arranging Feng Jing's items. In the past, she might have fretted over whether Feng Jing's belongings were all accounted for. Even if Aunt Lu had taken care of it, she would have meticulously checked everything again. Yet now, after organizing her own things, she simply dragged her small suitcase downstairs. Indifferent to Feng Jing's situation. After waiting downstairs for a while, Feng Jing's and Feng Ting eventually descended. Upon arriving at the hot spring resort, Feng Ting seemed to have wandered off to make a phone call. While Rong Ci was tidying her clothes in the room, the elderly lady entered. Presenting her with a box and whispering, "This is a garment prepared by your grandmother for you, remember to wear it while enjoying the hot springs." Upon seeing the elderly lady's expression, Rong Ci instantly comprehended the contents of the box. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she replied, "Grandmother, I have brought my own." "Fear not. It is not of an indecent style. If you doubt me, open it and see." Rong Ci opened the box. As she had anticipated, it was indeed a set of lingerie. Furthermore, the style appeared to be quite similar to what she typically wore. Rong Ci looked on, feeling a sense of relief. The elderly lady smiled and gently reminded, "Do be sure to wear it." Rong Ci. "Very well." I also noticed the items contained within the box she held in her hands. After a brief pause, he hastily closed the box. Feng Ting, seemingly oblivious, subtly averted his gaze and inquired of the elderly lady, "Grandmother, is there something you need?" "Of course, I came to urge you to go soak in the hot springs," she replied, giving him a gentle push. "Quickly, hurry and change your clothes." Feng Ting hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not refuse. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe. Rong Ci noticed that he had exited, and subsequently made her way into the bathroom. When she emerged from the washroom, clad in her bathrobe, the room was already devoid of Feng Ting's presence. As Rong Ci contemplated visiting the hot spring pool, the elderly lady from the adjacent room approached her with a beaming smile, saying, "The small pool on the left side is where Ting is, you should hurry over." The diminutive hot spring pool on the left was scarcely 3 square meters in size. If both she and Feng Ting were to sit within it, they would not need to fully extend their legs to touch one another. The elderly lady was clearly intent on nurturing their budding relationship. After all, they would both be clad in minimal attire. Generally speaking, it is indeed quite easy for a solitary man and woman to spark an unintended connection in such an intimate setting. However, with the elderly lady insisting that she enter, Rong Ci had no choice but to comply. As she approached, she noticed Feng Ting had already removed his bathrobe and was soaking in the pool. Upon her arrival, his gaze fell upon her. Indeed, Rong Ci was adorned in the lingerie meticulously prepared for her by the elderly lady. Initially, she perceived no distinction between this attire and her usual garments. However, at that moment, she had merely glanced at the upper part, neglecting to scrutinize the lower half. It was only when she retrieved it for wear that she realized, with a sudden clarity, that the fabric of the panties was nearly half less than what she typically encountered. While it did not exhibit overt exposure, it certainly deviated from her previous style. Moreover, being in a vivid red hue, the material was exceptionally soft, and coupled with her fair complexion, she found herself quite alluring when gazing into the mirror. Even as she beheld her reflection, a tinge of discomfort washed over her. Yet, she bore no aversion to it. Thus, she chose to don the attire. Now, clad in a robe, upon catching Feng Ting's gaze, she recalled the intimate garments she wore beneath, causing her steps to falter momentarily. Nonetheless, she quickly composed herself and approached him nonchalantly. She reached the basin, placed her belongings down, and then gracefully shed her robe. The entirety of her lingerie was laid bare before Feng Ting. He paused, captivated by the sight. Rong Ci believed that Feng Ting was aware that the nightgown was a gift from the elderly lady. By choosing to wear it, he might have assumed she wished to engage in something more intimate with him. In truth, that was not her intention, his thoughts were his own concern. She felt no obligation to forego wearing the lingerie she quite liked simply because he might misinterpret her actions. With this in mind, as she shed her bathrobe, she felt no discomfort. Nor did she deliberately focus on the way Feng Ting looked at her. She stepped down from the hot spring pool and sat beside him, maintaining a distance of about 2 people. The atmosphere was quiet, and from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of his well-defined chest, prompting her to subtly avert her gaze. Just as she anticipated their silence would persist, Feng Ting inquired, "Would you like something to eat?" The staff at the villa had prepared an ample selection of food for them. He pushed a bowl towards her, placing it within her view. Rong Ci. Thank you. Feng Ting remained silent. Rong Ci delicately picked up a piece of pastry and tasted it, yet displayed no reaction. Were it another woman, one might assume he was lacking in prowess. However, Rong Ci was well aware of his capabilities. His lack of response merely indicated that she had never held any allure for him. This had nothing to do with her attire. Rong Ci had long since deduced this truth. As their divorce approached, she harbored no desire to rekindle their intimacy, thus, her choice of clothing was a conscious decision, knowing full well that such tactics would be futile against him. In this weather, indulging in a hot spring was the epitome of comfort. After Rong Ci sat down for a while, she felt a sense of comfort that made her somewhat drowsy. However, she did not succumb to sleep, though she was indeed fatigued. She stood up and said to Feng Ting, "I shall take my leave now." Feng Ting replied, Rong Ci disembarked, donning a bathrobe as she departed. As she left, she also observed that Feng Ting had similarly come ashore. As Rong Ci was about to step into the elevator, she coincidentally encountered an elderly lady. The elderly lady remarked, "Has it been prepared so swiftly?" Rong Ci, The elderly lady was about to say something more when she noticed Feng Ting, who was preparing to go upstairs to change clothes. The elderly lady genuinely hoped for some development between them, yet the distance they maintained revealed that nothing had transpired. Her efforts had been in vain once again. She gently patted Rong Ci's hand and turned to Feng Ting, admonishing him, "Do not bully Xiao Ci, understand?" Feng Ting replied, "Understood." Chapter 58. Ascending to call mother down for dinner at that moment, another elevator door opened, and Qi Yuming stepped out. Upon seeing Qi Yuming, Rong Ci was somewhat taken aback, not expecting him to also arrive at the hot springs resort. However, neither the elderly lady nor Feng Ting displayed any surprise, clearly aware of Qi Yuming's presence at the resort. Qi Yuming, spotting Rong Ci, raised an eyebrow and amiably addressed the elderly lady, "Are you leaving now, madam? Wouldn't it be better to have lunch before you go?" The relationship between the Feng and Qi families was quite cordial. The elderly lady had watched Qi Yuming grow up, and with a benevolent smile, she replied, No, you all enjoy yourselves," as they escorted the elderly lady out. Once the car had driven away, Feng Xian eagerly inquired, "Uncle Qi, what brings you here?" Qi Yuming bent down and lightly pinched Feng Xian's fair cheek, saying, "Your father sent me. I greeted Grandma Feng and came right over. How about that? Isn't Uncle Qi quite loyal? So it was Dad who asked you to come?" "Indeed," Qi Yuming said with a cheerful smile, "upon learning that your great-grandmother was leaving, Uncle Chi promptly informed Uncle He and Aunt Lin Wu. They have already set off and will arrive shortly. Are you happy? As he spoke, Chi Yuming deliberately cast a glance towards Rong Ci. Rong Ci took note of this and was well aware that Chi Yuming had deliberately spoken to her. Feng Ting felt a natural sense of joy. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, she hesitated upon recalling Rong Ci's presence and lifted her gaze towards her. After speaking, she did not spare a glance at Feng Ting or Chi Yuming, choosing instead to turn and depart. Observing Rong Ci's indifference to his words, with no trace of the previous concern or unease that had accompanied the news of Lin Wu's attendance, she appeared utterly unconcerned. Feng Ting maintained his expression and inquired, "Did you come alone?" "Of course not. What pleasure would there be in attending such a delightful activity as soaking in hot springs alone? Naturally, I brought my darling along," he replied. Before he could finish, Chi Yuming paused, turned his head to look at him, and said, "No, you are changing the subject." Feng Ting did not deny this, merely stating, "Your darling has arrived." As he spoke, a tall and alluring beauty in an open bathrobe, revealing a bikini underneath, approached them. "What of it?" "I am simply attending a masquerade ball." Rong Ci expressed her thoughts to him. After concluding the call, she focused intently on her work once more. Time slipped by unnoticed until she was suddenly aware of the sound of lively conversation emanating from downstairs. Rong Ci paused momentarily, aware that it was possible that He Changbai and Lin Wu had arrived. Rong Ci rose and closed the window. At that moment, she felt a pang of hunger and dialed an internal line to request a meal. The response came promptly. Once her order was prepared, the staff of the villa swiftly delivered it to her upstairs. While passing through the lobby toward the elevator, the staff encountered Feng Ting and his companions. Chi Yuming inquired, "Is this meal for?" The staff immediately replied, "It is ordered by the lady." Naturally, the only person whom the staff could refer to as the lady was Rong Ci. They did not press the staff further and allowed him to proceed with the delivery. However, after the staff left, he chuckled, "It seems we need not bother inviting her to dinner." Feng Ting responded coolly, "We should still invite her." Upon hearing this, Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback, biting her lip as she glanced at Feng Ting. He and Chi Yuming were also surprised. Nonetheless, Chi Yuming quickly smiled and remarked, "Indeed. The matriarch has specifically instructed us to take good care of her. If we dine without her presence, it would not bode well if the matriarch found out. After all, this was the Feng family's private villa, and it was likely that the matriarch had her eyes and ears everywhere. Any stirrings on their part would surely reach her ears swiftly." Upon hearing this, Lin Wu relaxed her previously pursed lips. She had thought that, thanks to the matriarch's matchmaking, Feng Ting truly had feelings for Rong Ci. However, with Chi Yuming's words, she realized her assumptions were unfounded. Feng Ting, upon hearing this, paused and hesitantly asked, "Should we invite mother to join us for dinner?" "Yes." Feng Ting opened her mouth, furrowing her brow, then turned to Lin Wu. She was reluctant for her mother to join them, fearing that if she did, there would be tension directed at Aunt Wu, leading to an unpleasant atmosphere for everyone. Lin Wu smiled gently and encouraged, "Go ahead." After a moment's hesitation, Feng Ting ascended the stairs. When she rang the doorbell, Rong Ci was already eating in her room. Noticing on the monitor that Feng Ting stood outside, Rong Ci set down her utensils and opened the door. Xin. Feng Ting bit her lip, looking up at Rong Ci. "Mom, Dad said I should ask you to come downstairs and have dinner with us." Rong Ci declined directly, stating, "Mother is already eating, you may proceed." Feng Ting let out a sigh of relief, replying, "All right, then, shall I convey this to father?" Rong Ci discerned her reluctance to descend and join them for dinner. She observed the subtle shift in her expression and softly said, "Go ahead." Feng Ting couldn't help but smile, "All right." With that, she turned and began to walk away, but after taking a few steps, a twinge of guilt washed over her. "Mom, are you all right on your own? Perhaps I should stay with you?" The bustling crowd downstairs was lively, and leaving her mother alone did indeed seem somewhat pitiable. Yet, when she offered to accompany her, her tone was tinged with reluctance. revealing that she was far more inclined to join Feng Ting and Lin Wu for the meal than to stay behind. Rong Ci did not wish to impose upon her. Such forced companionship was unnecessary for her. She bent down and gently said, "It's all right, mother prefers to be alone. You may go." Upon hearing this, Feng Jing's guilt within her heart immediately lightened considerably, and she nodded in response, saying, "All right, then I shall take my leave." Rong Ci, go ahead. Feng Jingxin swiftly departed. Chapter 59, Not a single person truly welcomed her. Downstairs, Feng Jingxin approached Feng Ting and said, "Father, mother is already eating and won't be coming down." Qi Yuming raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. He appreciated her perceptiveness. He Chaobai kept his gaze lowered, remaining silent. However, Lin Wu couldn't help but smile subtly. She was well aware that Rong Ci lacked the courage to descend. After all, there was not a soul here who genuinely welcomed her. Even if she did come down, she would only face ridicule and ostracism from everyone. Given this reality, it would be better for her to remain upstairs, like a timid turtle retreating into its shell. Upon hearing this, Feng Ting replied, "All right, father understands." He did not insist further and turned to others, saying, "Let us not wait, let us eat." At this, Lin Wu's smile deepened as she gracefully took a seat beside Feng Ting. Upstairs. After Rong Ci finished her meal, she resumed her tasks. At that moment, Yuemo Sun had also returned home. Rong Ci was filled with fresh ideas, and after sharing them with Yuemo Sun, he excitedly exclaimed, "Incredible! Your comprehension abilities are truly remarkable, little junior sister. I knew you had it in you." Before Rong Ci could respond, he lamented, 7 years. A full 7 years. If you hadn't gone off to marry, our company would have undoubtedly gained international acclaim by now. As Rong Ci listened to his shouting, she felt a pang of discomfort in her ears and distanced her phone slightly. Yu Mashuan was also aware that, during such a joyous occasion, it was inappropriate to bring up unpleasant matters. He cleared his throat and transitioned to the main topic. To accomplish significant endeavors, it was evident that they could not rely solely on their duo. Yu Mashuan promptly reached out to his colleagues, Su Yuchuan and others, urging their inclusion. Su Yuchuan and his team had not joined Changma merely to pass the time, they were genuinely eager to acquire knowledge. Upon hearing Yu Mashuan's discourse, they recognized the considerable gap in their capabilities within the AI domain compared to those of Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci. Although they couldn't immediately grasp the crux of the matter, after a brief explanation from Yu Mashuan, their excitement surged, and they willingly accepted the prospect of overtime, joining in. Inspiration, once ignited, must not be halted, otherwise it may slip away irretrievably. Thus, they ultimately resolved to commence with a video discussion. Upon learning of Rong Ci's whereabouts, Yu Mashuan seized a moment to inquire. "Are you alone in the room? What about your husband?" "I don't know, perhaps he's dining," Rong Ci replied nonchalantly. "Just you and your daughter?" "Lin Wu and Qi Yuming are here as well." "Yet they're all present, leaving you alone in the room?" "They did invite me downstairs for a meal, but I declined." "Well, that's fortunate, it seems Feng Ting still possesses a semblance of conscience." Rong Ci, however, did not share this sentiment. Her thoughts aligned with Qi Yuming's. Believing that Feng Ting merely wished to avoid the elderly lady's incessant chatter. Furthermore, even if she were to join them, with so many individuals rallying around Lin Wu, there was no need to worry about Lin Wu being bullied, thus, they certainly felt untroubled by the prospect of her dining with them. Rong Ci and Yuemo Sun toiled diligently for 4 consecutive hours. As dinner time approached, they resolved to take a brief respite before resuming their efforts in 2 hours. The hot spring resort was vast, and she was unaware of the whereabouts of Feng Ting and his companions. Upon descending the stairs, she did not encounter them. The sky had not yet succumbed to complete darkness, so Rong Ci summoned 2 staff members to accompany her up the mountain. At this hour, the breeze carried a chill. Yet clad in warm attire, she felt comfortable against the cold. As she ascended, she reveled in the refreshing wind and picked apples, allowing her mind to unwind. With a few boxes of apples collected, the task was swiftly accomplished. Just then, she heard the sound of footsteps accompanied by a child's voice. He Chang Bai, evidently surprised to encounter her, paused momentarily. At that moment, the child in the video joyfully exclaimed, "It's Auntie!" unexpectedly coinciding with Rong Ci's ascent. Despite having met several times recently and having received assistance from Yi Changbai, she still felt an aversion to becoming familiar with him. Upon seeing him, her expression grew colder. However, upon hearing Dan Dan's voice, her demeanor softened slightly. Yi Changbai observed her reaction without rushing over. Instead, he inquired. Dan Dan wishes to speak with you. Are you available? The day they left the therapeutic facility, she had been weighed down by a heavy heart and profound discomfort. Although Dan Dan had merely hoped for her companionship that day, in Rong Ci's eyes, it was Dan Dan who had been there for her, guiding her out of her suffocating emotions. Reflecting on this, she nodded in agreement. Yi Changbai extended his phone towards her, acknowledging her disinclination towards him, and maintained a respectful distance of 2 to 3 meters. Rong Ci and Dan Dan conversed for a while, during which she learned that Dan Dan had been taken to play by her grandmother, which was why she did not accompany Yi Changbai to the hot spring resort. Rong Ci and Dan Dan shared their fondness for sunsets, engaging in conversation for over 10 minutes. Afterward, Rong Ci returned the phone to Yi Changbai. After exchanging farewells with Dan Dan, Yi Changbai turned to Rong Ci and expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks, she replied. By this time, the sky had nearly succumbed to darkness. However, the mountain was illuminated by streetlights, making the descent quite manageable. With that, she turned and began her descent. Yi Changbai, observing this, followed closely behind her in silence. Upon arriving at the hot spring resort, just as they were about to enter, they encountered Lin Wu. Lin Wu paused momentarily upon seeing them descend the mountain one after the other, then pressed her lips together tightly. Rong Ci appeared oblivious to her presence, passing her by without a glance as he entered the hall. Lin Wu gazed at his retreating figure, then turned her head to look at Yi Changbai, furrowing her brows as she spoke. Changbai, you all. Yi Changbai replied coolly, we met on the mountain. He had previously video-called Shandan and ascended the mountain to show her the apple trees, a fact Lin Wu was well aware of. If Rong Ci was also on the mountain, their encounter was indeed quite reasonable. With this thought, Lin Wu relaxed, intending to say something. But Yi Changbai preempted her with a question, what about them? They're over by the pavilion, preparing the ingredients for the bonfire party, and we're just about to call you. All right. As they spoke, they walked side by side towards the pavilion. Chapter 60, I shall call her. Tonight's bonfire gathering featured hot pot, spicy chicken skewers, and barbecue. The crab roe chicken broth had already been simmering, and the spicy chicken skewers were ready as well, with a long table nearby laden with an array of meticulously prepared, top-quality fresh ingredients. The bonfire had been lit, and Shi Yuming and the others were already seated around it. Unable to resist, Shi Yuming had already begun to savor the infused spicy chicken skewers. Noticing everyone had gathered, he was about to formally commence the feast when he remembered Rong Ci. He turned to Feng Ting and said, Xin, could you please go upstairs and fetch your mother? Tell her we have delicious food here and invite her to join us. Though he suspected Rong Ci would, like earlier, remain holed up in her room, the protocol had to be observed. Lin Wu understood his intent. After all, they had done what was necessary, and if Rong Ci chose not to come down, that was her own decision. With this in mind, she encouraged Feng Ting, saying, Go on, Xin. Feng Ting frowned, reluctant to go, as she truly did not wish for her mother to join them. Yet, with so many urging her to call her mother, she felt compelled to comply. Just as she was about to set down her drink, Feng Ting spoke, I'll go. At his words, a hush fell over the group. After speaking, Feng Ting stood and departed. It did seem rather dismissive to always send the children to fetch Rong Ci. Lin Wu noted this as well. Feng Ting's intention appeared merely to appease the elder, and his assent to call for Rong Ci did not signify any affection toward her. After all, he had previously shown no feelings for her, and it was unlikely he would feel any now. Feng Ting, however, pressed her lips together, filled with concern. She worried that if Feng Ting went to call Rong Ci, she might indeed come down to join them. After all, her mother was most obedient to her father's wishes and would find it hard to refuse him. Meanwhile, on the other side, she had just immersed herself in her tasks when the sound of the door opening reached her ears. She paused, momentarily taken aback, and turned to see Feng Ting entering with a room card in hand. Rong Ci paused for a moment, like Qi Yuming and the others. She believed that Feng Ting's personal visit to summon her for a meal was merely a formality to appease the elderly matriarch. It held no real significance. Moreover, even if it did carry some weight, she found herself indifferent to it. She remarked, "I have work to attend to, so I won't be coming down." As she spoke, she turned her head to look at him, adding, "Rest assured, if Grandma inquires, I will cooperate with you." Upon hearing her words, Feng Ting smiled. His gaze as profound as an abyss, fixated on her without wavering. Noticing the intensity of his stare, Rong Ci instinctively curled her fingers around the keyboard. Although they had known each other for many years and had been married for quite some time, she often felt that she had never truly understood him. Frequently left wondering about the thoughts that lay behind his eyes. In the past, she might have sought to delve into the emotions that resided within him. But now Rong Ci pressed her lips together, steadfast in her conviction as she stated, "Thank you for coming to call me, but I do not wish to go down." Upon hearing her words, Feng Ting smiled silently and replied, "Understood." With that, he turned and departed. As he descended the stairs, Qi Yuming and the others were already enjoying their meal. They were somewhat taken aback to see him alone, like Feng Xin. They had assumed that if Feng Ting personally came to summon her, Rong Ci would certainly not decline. He Chang Bai inquired, "Did she not come down?" Feng Ting replied, "No." He then instructed the staff attending to them, "Please prepare one serving each of barbecue, spicy chicken, and hot pot. And send it upstairs for the lady." Upon hearing this, Lin Wu pursed her lips. Unable to refuse, Feng Ting instructed someone to prepare some food and send it upstairs. Which did not signify much. However, she found herself disliking the way he referred to Rong Ci as madam in the presence of others. As if he were acknowledging her as his wife. Yet, she then pondered that the staff at the villa likely did not know Rong Ci's name. Without addressing her as madam, how could anyone discern for whom he was delivering the food? Upstairs, Rong Ci was indeed feeling famished. Upon hearing the chime of the doorbell, she discovered it was the delivery staff bringing her meal. She stepped outside to open the door, allowing them to wheel in the cart laden with food. The staff meticulously arranged the dishes on the table, lifting the lids one by one while explaining the contents. However, the moment Rong Ci beheld the lids being removed, a frown creased her brow as she inquired, "Have you delivered to the wrong address? This is not what I ordered." The fragrant aroma of the spicy hot pot broth wafted through the air, accompanied by an array of seafood, beef, and lamb that were undeniably tempting. Indeed, she found herself longing to savor them. Yet, the crux of the matter remained, these were not her selections. "Indeed, these are the dishes that Mr. Feng has instructed us to deliver to you," the staff replied respectfully. "Your ordered meal is nearly ready in the kitchen and will be delivered shortly." As Rong Ci partook in her meal, she pondered the abundance before her. Even with the addition of 2 or 3 more dishes, she would find it impossible to finish. Not to mention the items she had ordered herself. Thus, this dining experience extended for quite a while. As the time for their meeting drew near, Rong Ci was still engaged in her meal. Yu Mashuan, having initiated the video call early, inquired about some documents. However, upon Rong Ci's entrance, he found her indulging in her food and remarked, "What are you eating? It looks quite delicious." Rong Ci adjusted the camera. Others also entered the scene and were momentarily taken aback upon seeing such an abundance of lavish delicacies. "Is this just the beginning of your feast?" they exclaimed in astonishment. Rong Ci, "No, I am almost finished with my meal." "Are you really going to consume all of that by yourself?" Rong Ci interjected, "It wasn't my order." Yu Emosun quickly responded, "Is it your husband's choice?" Rong Ci, "He had someone bring it up." Yu Emosun, "At least he has a modicum of conscience." In response, Rong Ci chose not to comment further. Her sole intention was to fulfill her obligations to the elderly lady. As the scheduled meeting time approached, she felt somewhat full, so she set down her chopsticks and signaled for someone to clear the remnants of the meal. She moved her laptop a bit further away, joining her colleagues to delve into the matter at hand and resume their work. They remained engrossed in their tasks until past 10 in the evening, with no indication of pausing. Just as Rong Ci and her team continued to focus intently on the content, the door swung open, and Feng Ting entered. The camera positioned at Rong Ci's seat could capture the entrance, and as soon as she realized this, she promptly adjusted the lens. In Chapter 61. Your husband's voice is delightfully melodious. Due to the angle and height of the camera, the others in the video conference could only see a figure entering from the doorway, possessing an impressive physique and exuding an air of elegance and composure. From merely observing their demeanor, it was evident that this individual was no ordinary person. Yet their face remained obscured. Initially, the company members speculated that there was an ambiguous relationship between Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan. However, they later discovered that Rong Ci was married and had a child who was already quite grown. Nevertheless, she rarely spoke of her personal matters, leaving her colleagues completely uninformed about her husband. Rong Ci's striking beauty, coupled with her abilities which surpassed their initial assumptions, indeed, even exceeding those of Yu Mashuan, further captivated them. Now that her husband finally made an appearance, it was unexpected that Rong Ci chose to divert the camera away. Just as Su Yuchuan and the others were about to tease her, Feng Ting spoke up first, inquiring, "Still busy?" Rong Ci turned her head to glance at him and replied, Feng Ting nodded slightly, uttering no further words, and proceeded to the wardrobe to fetch some clothes before entering the bathroom to take a shower. There were also 2 other young women in their group. Unable to contain herself, one of them remarked to Rong Ci, "Your husband has such a lovely voice." Indeed. Feng Ting was not only handsome in appearance but also possessed an exceptionally pleasing vocal quality. As Rong Ci listened to their praises of Feng Ting, she found herself at a loss for words and could only respond, "Thank you." The hour was indeed getting late, although everyone was still eager to continue working. Excessive toil was unwise. Yu Mashuan planned to conclude the meeting once they had addressed the remaining matters, leaving the rest for tomorrow or the day after. However, even the final touches of their work would take quite some time. Just then, Feng Ting emerged from the bathroom after his shower, and they had yet to finish. Observing her busy demeanor, Feng Ting refrained from speaking. Upon hearing the voice, Rong Ci turned towards the doorway. Before she could utter a word, Feng Ting spoke first, stating, "Mother is working." Feng Ting nodded in acknowledgement, "All right." In a moment of unrestrained joy, Feng Xin embraced Feng Ting's neck, momentarily forgetting to modulate her volume, exclaiming, "Thank you, Daddy." Fortunately, at that moment, Rong Ci had officially concluded her work. She turned off the camera and was about to speak to Feng Xin when she noticed Lin Wu standing at the entrance. Yangtze paused momentarily, pressing her lips tightly together. Feng Jingxin and Feng Ting also took note of Lin Wu. Feng Ting rose and exited, and before long, the 2 departed side by side. Observing this, Feng Jingxin contemplated following them, but upon noticing Yangtze's pursed lips and seemingly troubled expression, she refrained from doing so and softly called out to Yangtze, "Mother, it has been washed." Rong Ci did not inquire about who had assisted her with her bath, but instead asked, "Are you feeling sleepy?" "I am." "If you're tired, then you should go to bed." Upon hearing these words, Feng Jingxin let out a sigh of relief. "Understood. Then, Mother, you should also rest early." "Yes. Dear, I shall. Good night." "Good night, Mother." After saying this, Feng Jingxin approached and embraced Rong Ci briefly before happily departing. Rong Ci tidied up his belongings, took his clothes, and prepared to take a bath. Feng Ting and Feng Xin left without closing the door. Rong Ci paused for a moment and vacated his spot, for his belongings were indeed situated nearby. However, as Feng Ting entered, he casually shut the door behind him. This gesture suggested that he had no intention of going out that evening. Rong Ci was taken aback. Before she could utter a word, Feng Ting had already brushed past her and entered the room. As he passed by, Rong Ci acutely detected a lingering scent of Lin Wu's perfume on him. Moreover, there were faint lip prints on the collar of his nightshirt. He had just bathed, and his night attire was freshly donned. It was evident that the fragrance and the lip marks were recent remnants of their earlier encounter. In that fleeting moment when she first laid eyes on him, she had noticed that his lips appeared somewhat flushed, initially dismissing it as an illusion. Now, it was undeniably clear that it was not. Feng Ting had taken a seat by the bedside, seemingly intending to spend the night there. This revelation was somewhat unexpected for Rong Ci. She had thought otherwise. However, considering the watchful eyes of the elderly matriarch, it was plausible that he would not be sharing the night with Lin Wu. This led her to ponder whether Lin Wu had come here personally out of concern for him, worried about the possibility of something transpiring between them. It became apparent that Feng Ting understood Lin Wu's apprehensions. The perfume and lip marks lingering on him suggested that they had indeed shared a passionate kiss moments prior. Rong Ci, no longer pondering, emerged from the bathroom half an hour later to find Feng Ting engrossed in a book. However, the volume in his hands appeared to be one she had brought along. A frown graced her features, as she felt a twinge of displeasure at his uninvited appropriation. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Feng Ting glanced up, perhaps having noticed her expression, and inquired, "Do you mind?" Rong Ci was indeed somewhat concerned. However, aside from the annotation she had made during her initial reading of the book, it contained no confidential information regarding the meeting the company held today. Gradually, she regained her composure and replied, "A little." Feng Ting gazed at her intently and said, "All right, I will consult you before borrowing it next time." Next time? She did not believe that, given the current nature of their relationship, there would be another opportunity like this, being forced to share a bed while away from home. This was a compliment to her. Yet, Rong Ci chose to ignore it, taking the hairdryer into the bathroom to dry her hair. After finishing, she emerged to find Feng Ting still engrossed in his book. After Rong Ci completed her skincare routine, she lay down on the other side of the bed, preparing to rest. Feng Ting did not fall asleep immediately. The exact moment of his slumber remained a mystery to Rong Ci, as she soon drifted off herself. The following morning, she awakened quite early, just as the sun began to rise. However, the other side of the bed was already vacant. The room was enveloped in silence, signifying that Feng Ting had departed. The absence of his presence so early was perplexing. Perhaps he had not spent the night in the room at all. After enjoying her breakfast and tidying her belongings, she dragged her suitcase out the door. Feng Ting was seen complaining to Aunt Lu. Upon hearing this, Rong Ci could almost ascertain that Feng Ting had not spent the night with her, but rather in Lin Wu's room. Unable to endure even a single night. Such fervent passions ignited? Chapter 62 Invitation. At that moment, Feng Ting also spotted Rong Ci emerging with her suitcase. "Mother?" Feng Ting promptly nodded. "All right, I understand." "Mother." Rong Ci descended the stairs, dragging her suitcase behind her. Upon reaching the bottom, she encountered Feng Ting, who was with Lin Wu. Noticing her intent to leave with the suitcase in tow, he simply inquired, "Are you departing?" Rong Ci replied coolly, "Have you called a car?" "Yes, I have." He did not linger with her and simply said, "All right." As Rong Ci dragged her suitcase out the door, she departed without a second glance. Shi Yuming, having risen later than usual, joined Feng Ting and the others for lunch. He turned to Feng Ting and suggested, "Why not go upstairs and invite her once more?" This invitation, of course, referred to Rong Ci. Feng Ting replied nonchalantly, "There is no need, she has already left." Shi Yuming raised an eyebrow in surprise. "She has left?" He Zhejiang paused momentarily as well. Indeed, Feng Ting confirmed. She has matters to attend to at her company. Uemo-sun was aware of Rong Ci's change of heart regarding the employment of Lin Wu and her decision to join Chang Mo. Shi Yuming recalled that the previous night, Feng Ting had mentioned Rong Ci's absence from their meal due to her work commitments. Reflecting on this, he chuckled. It seems she was busy yesterday, and is equally occupied today. Such a hectic schedule. One might think that Chang Mo would falter without her. However, Rong Ci had gained her position through connections. She possessed little capability and was not a major stakeholder in Chang Mo. Her claims of being busy appeared to be mere pretexts. It was perplexing that she would resort to such flimsy excuses. Shi Yuming found himself at a loss for words. Lin Wu, understanding Shi Yuming's sentiments, quietly smiled to herself as she ate. As for Rong Ci, she remained oblivious to their thoughts. After leaving the hot spring resort, she made her way directly to Chang Mo, where she worked diligently until nightfall. The Rong family, comprising Mr. and Mrs. Rong Changsheng along with their two children, Rong Sun and Rong Yuna, are all gathered at home. Rong Ci smiled softly, contemplating that Feng Ting might have accompanied Feng Ting to the hot springs. Rong Yunha chose not to inquire further. Upon entering, Rong Ci paused as she caught sight of the villa across the way. During her previous visit to the hot spring resort, she had not thought to bring the key to that villa. Had she remembered to take it? She could have initiated the process of erasing all traces left by the Sun family and begun renovations anew. These two invitations were intended for the Feng family and Feng Ting. Dear Ci, please find an opportunity in the coming days to deliver them. Rong Ci hesitated for a moment before accepting, replying softly, all right. After dinner, she engaged in conversation with the elderly lady and Rong Changxing for a while. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, Rong Ci prepared to take her leave. Before her departure, the elderly lady stepped out to bid her farewell. Grasping her hand and saying, if those from the Feng family do not wish to come, do not feel compelled to persuade them. Their presence is not something I particularly cherish. Although Rong Changshang had lowered his voice and avoided her when extending the invitation, she was well aware of the underlying circumstances. Rong Ci replied, I shall do so. Madame Rong and Madame Feng share a profound friendship. Traditionally, one would expect Madame Feng to attend Madame Rong's birthday celebrations. However, given that Madame Feng is senior to Madame Rong, it is customary in their culture for elder relatives and friends to refrain from attending the birthday celebrations of someone younger. In the past few years, Madame Rong has chosen to keep her birthday affairs modest, merely gathering her family for a reunion dinner. Throughout these years, Master Feng Ting has never once come to celebrate Madame Rong's birthday. Initially, he would excuse himself by claiming to be busy. Yet Madame Rong is aware that even when he has leisure time, he would choose to socialize with friends rather than attend. The outcome has always been one of disappointment for her. This year, she resolved not to extend an invitation to Master Feng Ting. Yet, this year marks a significant milestone for Madame Rong, and many of the Rong family's business partners, including Rong Changsheng, have been invited. It is worth noting that, regardless of whether she and Master Feng have formally divorced, the long-standing friendship between the two matriarchs necessitates the invitation of the Feng family. Whether or not the Feng family chooses to attend is entirely their own affair. Rong Ci set down her bag and entered the bathroom. Half an hour later, as she emerged from the bath, she was greeted by the sound of a car resonating from downstairs. Rong Ci sat down beside her, a tranquil expression gracing her features as she began to dry her hair. The delicate fragrance of Lin Wu's perfume lingered in the air around her. Rong Ci, maintaining a composed demeanor, responded with a slight hum, turned off the hairdryer, and gently caressed her small face. Have you bathed? Feng Jing shook her head, not yet. Their gazes met perfectly. Rong Ci remarked, all right, let mother dry her hair first. Not long ago, Rong Ci, while drying her hair, spoke without looking at him. Feng Ting did not pursue the matter further. He rose and made his way to the dressing room, preparing to take a shower. As Rong Ci recalled an important matter, she switched off the hairdryer. Before he entered the bathroom, she retrieved one of the invitations from her bag and presented it before him, saying, my grandmother's birthday is approaching, and this is the invitation for the Feng family. As she drew closer to him, Rong Ci also noticed the distinct fragrance of Lin Wu's perfume lingering around him. Chapter 63, The Invitation He Gave. Rong Ci gently covered her nose, then nonchalantly released her hand, taking a small step back to increase the distance between them. Feng Ting appeared oblivious to her series of actions as he accepted the invitation and glanced at it. A 70th birthday celebration? Rong Ci, At this juncture, she did not inquire as she had before, whether he had time to spare, nor did she implore him to allocate a moment to attend the birthday celebration. Instead, she merely stated, please convey my regards to my parents. It remains uncertain whether Feng Ting took note of her omission in asking if he could free himself that evening. He cast a glance in her direction, casually set the invitation aside, and replied, understood. With that, he turned and entered the bathroom. Rong Ci cast a glance at his retreating figure, and after putting away the hairdryer, she proceeded to Feng Jingxin's room to assist her with a bath. After completing the bathing and drying her hair, nearly an hour had elapsed. Feng Jingxin nestled into her embrace, inquiring if she could sleep with her that night. Given the current circumstances between her and Feng Ting, was there truly any reason to refuse? Feng Ting, engrossed in his book, merely acknowledged her with a grunt, offering no further questions or attempts to detain her. The following day, the matriarch's birthday was fast approaching. However, during the past month, She had been preoccupied with corporate matters and had yet to procure a gift for the occasion. While having lunch, Rong Ci called Chu Xilan, inviting her to accompany her that evening for shopping for a present. Upon learning of the birthday gift for her grandmother, Chu Xilan readily agreed. The invitation for Feng Ting had yet to be sent out. After concluding the call, Rong Ci attempted to reach Feng Ting, the call connecting. Yet no one answered. Rong Ci was acutely aware that Feng Ting harbored a disdain for her, and indeed, for all members of the Rong family. Presently, Feng Ting was not answering her calls, and it was plausible that she was intentionally ignoring them. However, out of respect for the matriarch of the Feng family, Rong Ci felt compelled to adhere to the necessary formalities. After the call was naturally terminated, she attempted to reach out once more. This time, however, the call was swiftly disconnected. Rong Ci understood that Feng Ting was intentionally ignoring her calls. Rong Ci remained unfazed, merely going through the motions. She composed a message for Feng Ting, elucidating the purpose of her call and inquiring about her availability to deliver an invitation. That evening, after dining with Chu Xilan, Rong Ci wandered for an extended period but failed to find a gift that would please her. Suddenly, Chu Xilan remarked, "There is a charity auction taking place the night after tomorrow, perhaps we could consider it then? However, I do not possess an invitation." Chu Xilan appeared somewhat troubled, explaining, "The invitations for this auction were dispatched a fortnight ago, and acquiring one at this juncture is indeed quite challenging. However, you could." Chu Xilan's implication was unmistakable. She suggested seeking assistance from Feng Ting, who was currently occupied in his study. Rong Ci was aware that he forbade her from approaching his study, thus, she remained in the bedroom, reading while awaiting his return. Feng Ting, elegantly removing the tie from around his neck, cast a glance in her direction and inquired, "Do you desire an invitation to the auction?" Rong Ci was taken aback. "Indeed. Understood." After speaking, Feng Ting turned and walked into the cloakroom, shortly thereafter retreating to the bathroom for a shower. His prompt agreement surprised Rong Ci somewhat. However, since he had consented, she felt a sense of relief. As time pressed on, she set aside her book and lay down on the bed. By the time Feng Ting had finished his bath, she had already drifted into slumber. Rong Ci acquiesced. After finishing dinner, the butler suddenly approached her and said, "Madam, someone just delivered this for you." Rong Ci opened the envelope and glanced inside. It was an invitation to tomorrow's Chonghua charity auction. Feng Ting had truly managed to procure it for her, and there were even 2 tickets. Just as she contemplated this, preparing to take a shower, her phone suddenly buzzed twice. Chu Xilan had sent her 2 messages on WeChat. As Rong Ci opened the message, she paused for a moment. It was a screenshot from a social media post. In the photo, she could vaguely discern several couples among the passers-by, accompanied by Feng Ting. "You added Lin Wu as a friend? How else could she possess a screenshot from Lin Wu's circle?" "I have a friend who knows her. I asked her to send me a screenshot after hearing her mention it." What Chu Xilan did not disclose was that her friend was currently consumed with envy towards Lin Wu. This was due to the fact that nearly everyone in their social circle was aware that Lin Wu had secured a connection with Feng Ting, who adored her and treated her like a precious gem. Reflecting on the extra invitation she had received, Rong Ci sent another message to Chu Xilan, inquiring if she would like to attend the auction together the following day. Chu Xilan immediately responded with excitement, "Absolutely, we must go." Rong Ci has already anticipated it. Chapter 64, The Spear of Destiny. The following day, after Rin Ci and Chu Xilan adorned themselves, they proceeded to the auction. The attire of Rong Ci and Chu Xilan was rather modest, however, their striking beauty captivated many upon their entrance into the auction hall. Chu Xilan had previously attended several auctions and was relatively well known within the circle, while this was Rong Ci's first appearance. Upon seeing her accompanying Chu Xilan, many speculated about her lineage and which affluent family she belonged to. They occupied seats in the middle to rear of the hall and arrived not too early. Just a few moments after they settled in, the auction was poised to commence. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted in the front rows. Upon hearing the commotion, Rong Ci and Chu Xilan turned their gaze in that direction. Upon learning what had transpired, Rong Ci momentarily froze. Chu Xilan remarked, It is astonishing that Feng Ting and Lin Wu are here. They have indeed arrived. She then inquired of Rong Ci. Were you aware that they were also attending the auction? Rong Ci shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. She had not anticipated his attendance. Nor had Feng Ting informed her of his presence. Following the previous banquet and technology exhibition, Lin Wu's notoriety within high society had significantly risen. When she and Feng Ting made their appearance, numerous eyes turned towards her. During their last outing, when Mr. Feng had escorted her to the banquet, her ensemble had been valued at over 30 million. In comparison, her current attire also commanded a princely sum. Without even mentioning the exquisite diamond jewelry she adorned. Her gown was a bespoke creation from the esteemed designer Yims, who had remained largely reclusive for the past decade, crafting only 3 gowns each year. Each worth over 10 million. With the previous occasion costing over 30 million and this one several more, Mr. Feng had indeed lavished her with a staggering sum exceeding several tens of millions. Indeed. Lin Wu's ensemble, a resplendent blue satin gown, paired with captivating jewels, accentuated by her striking beauty, rendered her the most prominent woman at the evening's auction. It was common knowledge that the front row signified status and prestige. Amidst the discussions and envious glances, Lin Wu and Feng Ting settled into the central seat of the front row, evoking admiration from those around them. The prominence of their seats implied not only their elevated status but also hinted at their likely substantial expenditure for the evening. Goodness, don't even mention it. The more we talk, the more envious I become. The disparity between people can be infuriating, Chu Xilan remarked, leaning closer to Rong Ci with a slightly bitter tone, whispering. He and Lin Wu occupy the front row, while we are relegated to the back. It is not the first time Feng Ting has shown such favoritism towards Lin Wu. Rong Ci had long since grown accustomed to indifference and no longer cared. Moreover, her purpose for attending the auction was to purchase a birthday gift for her grandmother. As for seating arrangements, she paid them little mind. Chu Xilan remarked. Does Feng Ting not know our location? How is it that he hasn't cast even a glance in our direction? It was likely that Feng Ting had arranged her ticket. Whatever her seat may be, it seemed Feng Ting was indifferent. Regarding Chu Xilan's assertion that Feng Ting had not looked their way, one could say that he might not even be aware of their seat numbers. Even if he were, he would not necessarily feel compelled to pay attention to their situation. After all, during previous events, such as the banquet and the last technology exhibition, he had consistently overlooked her presence. Just as she was pondering this, the auction was set to commence, and the host took the stage, bringing about a hush in the surroundings. This evening's auction items had already been scrutinized by Rong Ci. Rong Ci has taken a keen interest in a set of emerald jewelry and a renowned piece of embroidered artwork. Ultimately, the decision of which item to bid on will depend on the circumstances. The auction is set to commence shortly. Yongxi's intentions were unmistakable. He did not raise his paddle for items that did not pique his interest. Previously, Feng Ting and Lin Wu had also refrained from bidding. Lin Wu's desired item was a diamond bracelet, crafted by a renowned foreign jeweler, its design evidently appealing to a youthful demographic. Undoubtedly, this bracelet was intended for Lin Wu by Feng Ting. The starting bid was set at 1.5 million. Lin Wu raised her paddle, escalating the bid to 3 million. Subsequently, others entered the fray, pushing the price to 4 million. At this juncture, Yongxi observed Lin Wu and Feng Ting conferring closely. After which Lin Wu raised her paddle once more, her voice resonating clearly throughout the hall, 8 million. Upon her utterance, the exhibition hall erupted with commotion. While the bracelet boasted an elegant design, its intrinsic value hardly justified the 8 million price tag, even 4 million seemed excessive. Yet, Lin Wu appeared quite enamored with the piece. Feng Ting, possessing considerable wealth, seemed disinclined to allow anyone to contest Lin Wu's claim, promptly offering the 8 million bid. The astonishment of the onlookers was palpable, as they speculated about Feng Ting's lavishness and his affection for Lin Wu. As anticipated, once the 8 million bid was announced, no further bids ensued. Lin Wu successfully acquired the bracelet. Meanwhile, Chu Xilan, consumed with envy, seethed, my teeth ache with resentment. Before Rong Ci could utter a word, a new round of bidding commenced. Lin Wu raised her paddle once more. The antique vase had an opening bid of 5 million. While others incrementally raised the stakes by 500,000 or 1 million, Lin Wu boldly announced her bid at 10 million. Instantly, the number of bidders dwindled. However, there were still plenty of affluent individuals present. Moments later, a male voice interjected, declaring, 15 million. Upon hearing the voice, Rong Ci turned to look. It was a remarkably young man of striking appearance. He was Rin Jifeng, as Chu Xilan informed Rong Ci. Rong Ci nodded slightly. Lin Wu appeared somewhat hesitant, glancing towards Feng Ting. From this, both Rong Ci and Chu Xilan could discern that the antique vase was something Lin Wu desired for herself. It was at that moment that Rong Ci suddenly recalled that her grandmother, Lin Lao Tai Tai, had always been passionate about collecting antiques. It was evident that Lin Wu intended to bid for the vase on behalf of Lin Lao Tai Tai. Feng Ting nodded in acknowledgement as Lin Wu raised her paddle once more, 25 million. Ren Jifeng chuckled, 30 million. Lin Wu hesitated further, leaning towards Feng Ting, seemingly indicating her intent to withdraw. However, Feng Ting shook his head. Lin Wu lifted her paddle again, 40 million. Ren Jifeng's voice rang out once more, 50 million. Upon finishing, he cast a smile towards Feng Ting. Lin Wu furrowed her brow and said to Feng Ting, perhaps it's best to let it go? 50 million was simply too excessive. Chapter 65, Mr. Feng, a favor, perhaps? Feng Ting chuckled, no worries, didn't you say your grandmother likes it? Go ahead and bid. As Lin Wu beheld Feng Ting smile, her heart swelled with sweetness, and she raised her paddle again, 60 million. Ren Jifeng promptly followed suit, 70 million. Afterward, he loudly addressed Feng Ting, Mr. Feng. The elderly at home adore such items, could you grant a favor and let it go? Feng Ting looked over, returning a polite smile, apologies, Mr. Ren. But I also have elderly at home who share a fondness for such things. Their exchange bore no restraint from the presence of others. Both Rong Ci and Chu Xilan naturally overheard the conversation. The vase was intended for old lady Lin. However, Feng Ting referred to the other party as a member of his own family, indicating that he had already embraced the Lin family as his own. This attitude starkly contrasted with his demeanor towards her family. Lin Wu raised the bid, 85 million. This time, Ren Jifeng did not participate. Ultimately, Lin Wu secured the antique vase for 85 million, once again drawing envious gazes from all around. Despite finalizing the purchase, Lin Wu felt a lingering sense of unease. Although the Lin family was considered a wealthy household, and her grandmother was indeed an antique enthusiast who spent considerable sums each year acquiring various treasures, the thought of spending nearly 100 million on a single antique was unfathomable. If her family were to discover this, they would likely be greatly alarmed. Moreover, during the bidding, Feng Ting had essentially suggested a price of 100 million, yet she felt the amount was excessively high and unilaterally adjusted it to 85 million. Contemplating Feng Ting's lavishness in spending, Lin Wu felt a warmth in her heart. Chu Xilan exclaimed, goodness! It's nearly 100 million. The combined total of the two auction items is almost 100 million, isn't it? This time, she felt more than just a pang of discomfort. Her entire being was enveloped in a profound sense of fatigue. Rong Ci pressed her lips tightly together, her expression far from pleasant. Upon noticing this, Chu Xilan inquired, Xiao Ci, are you all right? Feng Ting's kindness towards the mistress was particularly disconcerting, especially since this mistress happened to be the daughter of her mother's own mistress. Could she endure such indignation? Yet, Rong Ci's unease stemmed from something else entirely. Feng Ting's wealth was his prerogative to squander as he pleased, and her concerns did not lie there. What truly troubled her was the possibility that if she desired to bid on certain items, Feng Ting and Lin Wu might share the same intention. With her limited financial resources, she stood no chance against them. Chu Xilan began to grasp the gravity of the situation, that is indeed troubling. However, she has already acquired two pieces, surely she wouldn't bid again? One could only hope. Yet, Rong Ci was acutely aware that with Feng Ting's financial prowess, he could easily secure several more items that night, spending billions without so much as a blink. As Rong Ci contemplated this, the embroidered piece she had envisioned was presented on the exhibition stage. This exquisite artwork commenced with a starting bid of 5 million. A bid was swiftly placed, 6 million. Rong Ci raised a placard, 7 million. At first, Lin Wu truly did not notice Rong Ci. As soon as Rong Ci spoke, Lin Wu recognized the voice. With little expression on her face, Lin Wu promptly turned her head with an air of pride and declared, 10 million. Upon hearing Rong Ci's words, her heart immediately sank. Lin Wu recognized her voice, and Rong Ci could hardly believe that Feng Ting had not noticed it. Chu Zilan exclaimed with exasperation, "What the heck? She really did steal again." Ren Jifeng also made his move, declaring, 15 million. Rong Ci pressed her lips together, raising the placard, 18 million. Lin Wu had suddenly escalated the bidding by such a significant amount. Rong Ci felt her heart sink heavily. She had limited funds at her disposal. Initially, her budget for this auction was set at 30 million, considering the Rong family's current economic downturn. They possessed little surplus capital to squander. However, at this moment, Ren Jifeng, 28 million. The bid by Rong Ci stands at 30 million. Rong Ci spoke twice in succession behind him, her voice clear and gentle, remarkably melodious. Ren Jifeng, upon hearing her, turned to look. When he beheld Rong Ci, he paused momentarily, then arched an eyebrow and smiled. At that moment, Lin Wu continued to raise her placard, 40 million. With indifference, Rong Ci chose to disregard Ren Jifeng once more, his hand instinctively clenching into a fist upon hearing the voice. At that moment, Ren Jifeng spoke again, 43 million. Rong Ci closely followed, 45 million. Lin Wu, 50 million. Boom! Rong Ci's mind suddenly erupted with thoughts. Initially, she had set a budget of 30 million, indeed. However, at the moment Lin Wu made her move, she silently elevated her budget from 30 million to 50 million in her heart. A higher price was not beyond her means. She had even contemplated that just a few days ago, Feng Ting had gifted her a villa. Selling that villa could easily yield 2 to 300 million. Since this 2 to 300 million was essentially a windfall, what would it matter if she spent it now? Yet, she was acutely aware that this exquisite embroidery did not merit a price of 50 million. While she could afford to spend this sum, she realized she could not act impulsively under her current circumstances. If she were to sell the villa, she could certainly allocate those funds towards endeavors of greater significance. Contemplating this, Rong Ci quietly set her hand down. Chu Zilan suggested, perhaps you should reach out to Feng Ting. Rong Ci had contemplated this as well. However, would Feng Ting be able to set Lin Wu's heart at ease because of her? It was an impossibility. Even knowing this, Rong Ci still retrieved her phone and dialed Feng Ting. As the phone vibrated, he pulled it from his pocket. Lin Wu glanced over at that moment, noticing a string of numbers displayed without any labels. A stranger? She inquired. Feng Ting chuckled softly but remained silent, promptly ending the call. Watching the call disconnect without hesitation, Rong Ci felt the faint glimmer of hope she had been clutching dissolve into nothingness. For a fleeting moment, Rong Ci's mind went blank. Chu Zilan exclaimed in frustration, "Damn, he actually ignored your call." At that moment, the bidding had escalated to 95 million. Ren Jifeng rubbed his temples and turned to Feng Ting, "Director Feng, could you show some consideration?" Feng Ting smiled politely, "Next time, for sure." Ren Jifeng thought to himself, "Next time, my foot." He raised his paddle, directly pushing the price up to 120 million. Lin Wu raised her paddle, 150 million. Ren Jifeng was momentarily speechless. Observing this, Chu Zilan gritted her teeth and whispered in Rong Ci's ear, "This is the first time I've seen Ren Jifeng at a disadvantage." The Ren family, like the Feng family, belonged to the upper echelons of society. To the untrained eye, Ren Jifeng appeared to be at a financial disadvantage compared to Feng Ting, but that was far from the truth. Ren Jifeng was likely just weighing his options, unwilling to spend unnecessarily. While Feng Ting was prepared to disregard monetary value entirely in pursuit of a smile from a beautiful woman. With no further bids, the embroidered piece was once again claimed by Lin Wu. Feng Ting turned to Ren Jifeng, "Thank you, Mr. Ren." Ren Jifeng replied, "You are too kind, Director Feng." Chapter 66, She is quite interesting, Chu Xilan remarked. At this point, we can only hope that Lin Wu refrains from bidding on that set of emerald jewelry. Rong Ci harbored similar thoughts. However, is it truly feasible? The starting bid for the emerald jewelry is set at 10 million. Someone has offered 15 million. Rong Ci made his second bid, 18 million. 20 million. 25 million. Noticing that Lin Wu had remained silent, both Rong Ci and Chu Xilan breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as she was about to raise her paddle again, Lin Wu unexpectedly lifted hers. 50 million. Amidst the astonished gasps of the audience, Lin Wu calmly lowered her hand. Rong Ci clenched his fist, contemplated for a moment, and proposed 60 million. 65 million. 70 million. Upon hearing this, Rong Ci found herself still in a state of hesitation. Her grandmother's 70th birthday was a rare occasion, if 80 million. Just as she was contemplating this, Lin Wu raised the bid once more, 120 million. With a sudden constriction in her chest, Rong Ci took a breath and silently set down her bidding paddle. Perhaps it was due to everyone's prior acquaintance with Feng Ting's extravagant wealth that no one dared to raise their bid any further. Thus, once more, the item was secured by Lin Wu. The remaining lots did not pique Rong Ci's interest, however. The auction house's regulations stipulated that one could not depart until the conclusion of the auction, compelling Rong Ci to remain in the auction hall. The few remaining items were comparatively more expensive, and observing as Feng Ting nonchalantly spent over 360 million in a single evening, Chu Xilan could not help but exclaim, surely Feng Ting will not continue to bid? No matter how wealthy he is, such spending is unwarranted. Especially for that mistress. He certainly shows no restraint in lavishing her with money. Yet, the answer soon unfolded, as Feng Ting refrained from further bidding. After the auction concluded, Rong Ci and Chu Xilan exited the auction hall together. As they departed, Rong Ci did not cast another glance in Feng Ting's direction. Chu Xilan, however, remained attentive to that side and noticed Ren Jifeng approaching Feng Ting and Lin Wu to greet them. As Rong Ci and Chu Xilan exited the auction hall, an elder acquaintance of Chu Xilan approached them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the elder's gaze shifted to Rong Ci, who inquired gently, Xilan, this young lady appears rather unfamiliar, may I ask which esteemed family she hails from? Chu Xilan then proceeded to introduce Rong Ci. Upon hearing this, the matron's smile waned slightly. Ah, so she is the niece of the esteemed Mr. Rong. She is indeed quite lovely. She is somewhat aware of the situation regarding the Rong family. It is said that Mr. Rong's sister, having faced emotional turmoil in her youth, has struggled with her mental health and has largely resided in a sanatorium over the years. With such admirable beauty and a gentle disposition, if Rong Ci were also academically accomplished, her mother's mental health issues would hardly be a significant concern. Unfortunately, the Rong family's business has been on a downward trajectory for the past 2 years. With these two considerable drawbacks, no matter how captivating Rong Ci may be or how well she fits her ideals, she remains unworthy of crossing the threshold of her family. What a pity! Although the noblewoman uttered not a word, both Rong Ci and Chu Xilan subtly grasped the underlying sentiment. The noblewoman had more to convey to Chu Xilan. So they did not depart immediately. At that moment, Feng Ting, Lin Wu, and Ren Jifeng emerged from the auction hall. Ren Jifeng extended his hand to Feng Ting and Lin Wu, stating, I have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave for now. We shall converse another time. Feng Ting replied, until next time. Ren Jifeng nodded and departed with his companions. Subsequently, others approached Feng Ting to exchange pleasantries. He turned slightly, and as he faced Rong Ci, their gazes met perfectly. After a moment of hesitation, Rong Ci turned away first. Observing Feng Ting's continued indifference towards Rong Ci, Lin Wu slowly curled her lips into a smile. After conversing for over 10 minutes, Chu Xilan felt her throat parched. She accompanied Rong Ci to the beverage area, intending to drink something to moisten her throat before departing. The area was sparsely populated, and just as Chu Xilan was about to speak, a sudden murmur of conversation emerged from the side. Jifeng, are you interested in Feng Ting's girlfriend? Interest might be too strong a word, but she certainly is quite intriguing. Rong Ci and Chu Xilan were taken aback. It turned out to be Ren Jifeng and his companions. However, They had their backs turned to the two women, and a row of beverages obstructed much of their view, rendering them oblivious to Rong Ci and Chu Zilan's presence. During the auction, I noticed your interest in the gentle beauty beside Chu Zilan. She is likely still in the hall. Are you not inclined to greet her? Rong Ci did not anticipate that the conversation would abruptly shift to her. Chu Zilan paused, perplexed. What is happening? Have you suddenly lost interest? Ren Jifeng remarked, indeed. That lady is undeniably beautiful, yet she appears so gentle and quiet, lacking in character, which makes her seem rather uninteresting. How can you say you find Lin Wu unappealing? This clearly indicates that after your recent conversation with Lin Wu, your interest in her has intensified, you have found someone better and now regard the previous one with disdain. That is not the case. Ren Jifeng hesitated momentarily, as his friend chuckled. I see, Lin Wu has indeed become your ideal type, hasn't she? Nevertheless, this still indirectly suggests your interest in Lin Wu, ha ha ha. Before Ren Jifeng could respond, his friend continued, but to be fair, Lin Wu's proud and striking demeanor certainly evokes a stronger sense of allure and desire to conquer. Moreover, since Lin Wu entered this social circle, many have been captivated by her, even to the point of obsession. Unfortunately, she belongs to Feng Ting. One cannot deny that Feng Ting possesses an exceptional eye for women. Chu Zilan's smile faltered, and her expression turned serious as she contemplated reprimanding the two casually discussing others, only to be restrained by Rong Ci. Rong Ci shook her head gently and replied calmly, it's all right. Perhaps she lacks individuality, perhaps she is quite ordinary. Yet, she remains true to herself. She is well aware of who she is. The opinions of passers-by, whether favorable or unfavorable, hold little significance for her. After Ren Jifeng and the others finished speaking, they drained their glasses and set them down before departing. Chu Zilan was infuriated. I once believed Ren Jifeng to be a connoisseur of tea, finding him rather intriguing and full of character. To my astonishment, even he has fallen under Lin Wu's spell. Before Rong Ci could utter a word, a rather unsavory man approached them. He was already acquainted with Chu Zilan. His eyes, swollen and weary, glinted with a lecherous gaze directed at Rong Ci as he chuckled. Zilan, is this your friend? Before he could articulate further, Chu Zilan understood his implication. Who does he think he is, daring to covet my friend? Be gone. The man's expression soured at her retort. Chu Zilan, you. He stammered. In response, Chu Zilan shot him a fierce glare. The Chu family was not to be trifled with. And the man, sensing the danger, retreated. Chu Zilan took a hefty swig of her drink, her chest tightening with indignation. Is this the umpteenth man to approach you tonight? Why are they all such worthless scoundrels? And why is it that the quality men seem to be enamored only with someone like Lin Wu? Rong Ci helped her to catch her breath. She pondered, for Lin Wu was indeed remarkable and exceptional. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Chu Zilan's expression suddenly turned frosty. Following her gaze, Rong Ci spotted Lin Wu standing not far from them, holding 2 cups of water. It was unclear when she had arrived, but the smirk playing on Lin Wu's lips suggested that she had likely overheard the conversation between Ren Jifeng and his friend. As their eyes met, Lin Wu's smile deepened, yet she remained silent, casting a disdainful glance at Rong Ci before turning away with her cups in hand. Chapter 67, 2 brocade boxes. Oh my goodness! Chu Zilan exclaimed, her irritation escalating to the point where she felt an overwhelming urge to confront Lin Wu immediately. What was there to be proud of? Just because she was the daughter of a mistress, while being a mistress herself? What audacity! To think of herself as a captivating beauty. In my eyes, she is nothing but a foul mess. How disgusting! Rong Ci poured her another glass of water and inquired. What do you mean by a charmer? Lin Wu, akin to what Ren Jifeng's friend Yao Xinbo just remarked, those second-generation elites in our circle, who appear to be rather dim-witted, seem inexplicably enchanted by her. Everyone now refers to her as a charmer, the kind that is adored by all. Chu Zilan continued to murmur. It would be one thing if those simpletons were saying such things, but even Feng Ting and Ren Jifeng have joined in. Rong Ci shook her head, saying, I am fine. Since her childhood, Lin Lihai, Lin Lilan, and the elderly Lady Lin had all turned against Lin Wu. In recent years, Feng Ting had fallen deeply in love with her, while Feng Jingxin wished for her to become a mother. Through all these events, She had never confided her feelings to anyone. She had not even shed real tears over them. If she were to truly succumb to despair, any one of those occurrences would have been sufficient to shatter her. Yet, after all these years, she had managed to persevere. Compared to these matters, what did Ren Jifeng and others amount to? After listening to Ren Jifeng and his friends, it could be said that her heart remained utterly undisturbed. Chu Xilan paused, refraining from saying more, and reached out to embrace her, saying, "Xiao Xi. Very well, regarding your grandmother's birthday gift, I shall accompany you to purchase it another day. I refuse to believe we cannot find something that satisfies you." Rong Ci smiled, taking her hand and departing together. As they exited the building and made their way to the parking lot, they unexpectedly encountered Feng Ting and Lin Wu, who were also leaving. Feng Ting and Lin Wu glanced over, but Rong Ci chose to ignore them and entered the car first. Chu Zilan huffed at Feng Ting and Lin Wu before opening the passenger door. The vehicle soon drove away. Lin Wu turned to Feng Ting, who said, "Let's go." Lin Wu smiled sweetly, "All right." As she spoke, her gaze caught a glimpse of Rong Ci's departing figure, her smile deepening. "Well." From Feng Jingxian's tone, Rong Ci discerned that she was merely bored. Currently, her favorite pastime was to remain by Lin Wu's side. However, since Lin Wu and Feng Ting were attending the auction together that evening, she found herself alone and lonely, prompting her to think of Rong Ci. Rong Ci gently said, "Good night." "Good night, Mom." For the next 2 days, Rong Ci found herself ensnared in a whirlwind of work. She had intended to carve out some time to venture out and seek a fitting birthday gift for her grandmother, yet time eluded her grasp. After 2 relentless days, Uemo-sun, wishing to reward the staff, treated their team to a lavish lunch on the 3rd day. As the meal neared its conclusion, Rong Ci excused herself to visit the restroom. Not far away, Lin Wu and several others were departing from another private room. They swiftly entered the elevator, unaware of her presence. "Who are they?" Uemo-sun had somehow approached her side. He had evidently noticed Lin Wu along with Lin Li Hai and Lin Li Lan. In addition to them, he also spotted a beautiful woman and an elderly lady. The lovely woman shared an intimate demeanor with Lin Li Hai, making it apparent that she was his current spouse. As for the elderly lady, she was being supported by Lin Wu. Uemo-sun comprehended the situation. He turned to her and remarked, "That elderly lady is That is Lady Lin. However, she is no longer connected to me." "Indeed. She changed her surname long ago and severed ties with the Lin family. The Lin family is indeed no longer related to her. She has long since ceased to care for them. Her concerns lay elsewhere." Previously, there had been discussions involving Lin Wu's uncle, specifically the Sun family, regarding the acquisition of property in her grandmother's villa area, hinting at their potential relocation to the capital. She had speculated that the Lin family might also consider settling in the capital. Yet, she had not paid close attention to their affairs. Observing their apparent congregation in the capital, she feared that such plans were likely already in motion. This afternoon, work concluded early. After finishing their meal, Rong Ci and Chu Zilan arranged to go shopping together. However, after more than an hour of wandering, they had yet to find anything of interest. While Chu Zilan stepped into a fitting room to try on some clothes, Feng Jingxian's call came through once again. Rong Ci inquired lightly, "What's the matter?" Her father was on a business trip, leaving her feeling quite bored. Typically, even when Feng Ting was away, it did not deter Feng Jingxian from visiting Lin Wu. However, on this weekend, instead of seeking out Lin Wu, Feng Jingxian chose to call her. Likely because Lin Wu was preoccupied. After all, Lin Grandma and her family had already arrived in the capital. With Feng Ting absent, Lin Wu had little time to keep her company. That evening, she still could not find a satisfactory gift. With the old lady's birthday approaching, Rong Ci contemplated settling for something mediocre, yet ultimately, she refrained from making a purchase. The following morning, while Feng Jingxian was having breakfast, Rong Ci recalled that she needed to retrieve something and ascended to the master bedroom. Upon entering, she noticed 2 exquisitely crafted brocade boxes adorning her vanity. Chapter 68, A Gift in the Name of Marriage. Just like the property deed from before, the placement of these items on her vanity indicated that they were intended for her. Rong Ci, filled with astonishment, opened one of the circular brocade boxes. As she lifted the lid, her gaze fell upon the contents, leaving her momentarily speechless. This was, astonishingly, the exquisite set of emerald jewelry she had sought to acquire at the auction a few days prior. The other box, a substantial rectangular one, piqued her curiosity. Could it be? Setting the circular box aside, Rong Ci opened the second brocade box, revealing indeed a scroll within. She cradled the scroll and placed it upon the round table in the room, gradually unfurling it. Before her eyes unfolded a vibrant and radiant embroidered tapestry, alive with detail. Gazing at the two coveted items she had yearned for just days ago, she now found both treasures firmly in her possession. Rong Ci remained silent for quite a while. She pondered that, if her intuition served her right, these two items were birthday gifts sent by Feng Ting to her grandmother. One was presented in the name of the esteemed matriarch, while the other bore the names of both her and him as a couple. "Mom, I've finished eating, we can head out now." At that moment, Feng Ting scampered up from downstairs in search of her. After placing the exquisite box carefully, Rong Ci finally left the house with Feng Ting. Feng Ting expressed a desire to partake in shooting games, thus Rong Ci accompanied her to the shooting range, followed by a thrilling ride on the roller coaster. After spending the better part of the day with Feng Ting, the remainder of the time was now hers. Still brimming with excitement, Feng Ting wished to continue the merriment. In the past, Rong Ci would have readily indulged her, prioritizing her child's happiness above all else, relegating her own affairs to the background. However, now she calmly stated, "Mom has other matters to attend to, if you wish to continue. You may take the bodyguard with you." Feng Ting was reluctant to have the bodyguard accompany her. Pouting unhappily, she clung to Rong Ci and whined, "Mom." Formerly, this tactic was infallible, and Rong Ci had always succumbed to her child's charms. She had assumed Rong Ci would certainly yield, but instead, Rong Ci gently pushed her away and replied, "Mom truly has things to do, let us do this another time." Seeing Rong Ci's resolute demeanor and furrowed brow, Feng Ting realized her mother's affairs must be of great significance, leading her to relent. "All right then." After instructing the bodyguard to take good care of Feng Ting, Rong Ci entered the car, activated the navigation, and set off to a somewhat distant antique market she had yet to explore. After wandering for quite some time, she finally stumbled upon a set of scholars' four treasures, renowned for their exquisite materials and craftsmanship. Rong Ci instantly took a liking to the exquisite set of scholarly treasures, acquiring it for over 10 million. Although this collection cost merely a little over 10 million, it paled in comparison to the prices of the embroidered artwork and emerald jewelry she had previously admired. However, understanding her grandmother's tastes, she believed this set would resonate far more deeply with the elderly lady than the previous options. As she delicately caressed the unique texture of the paper and the finely carved brush handle made from rare ancient wood, Rong Ci could already envision the look of surprise and delight on her grandmother's face upon receiving this gift. Indeed, this collection of scholarly treasures was a birthday present she had personally selected for her grandmother. Just as she was lost in thought about the items purchased by Feng Ting, a call from Chu Zilan interrupted her reverie. "Zilan? I apologize, Xiao Ci. But I must leave the province tomorrow due to prior commitments and cannot accompany you to purchase your grandmother's birthday gift." "It's quite all right, I have already made the purchase," she replied. This antique shop was uncharted territory for Zilan, and her visit had initially been a mere stroke of luck, intending to explore further with Chu Zilan the following day if nothing suitable was found. To her delight, she had indeed stumbled upon the perfect selection. "Really? That's wonderful!" exclaimed Chu Zilan. As Rong Ci smiled, Chu Zilan suddenly remarked, "By the way, Xiao Ci, a few days ago you mentioned encountering the Lin family. I've been inquiring about them these past couple of days, and it appears the Lin family indeed intends to settle in the capital, reportedly spending these days searching for a residence." Upon hearing her mention the Lin family, Rong Ci's expression turned somber. "All right, I understand." She presumed that in the forthcoming days, they would not be visiting this area again. Previously, when Feng Ting placed the gift box on her vanity, she had assumed it was intended for her. However, upon discovering its contents, she realized that Feng Ting had asked her to deliver the gift to her grandmother on her birthday. Consequently, when she departed, she took the two brocade boxes along with her. with Chang Mo suddenly embarking on 3 or 4 new projects. The upcoming week would see Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan even busier. On Wednesday evening, Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan were dining with clients outside. As they approached the private room, they encountered Feng Ting, Lin Wu, Lin Lihai, and Grandma Lin. This time, both Grandma Lin and Lin Wu's mother, Sun Yuqing, had arrived in the capital. It was indeed necessary for Feng Ting, as the prospective grandson-in-law, to express his regards. He remained attentive to matters concerning Lin Wu. Last time, Grandma Lin and the others had overlooked her, but this occasion, they, along with Lin Lihai, took note of her presence. They paused momentarily, seemingly wishing to speak. But perhaps due to Feng Ting's presence, they ultimately refrained. As for Lin Wu and Feng Ting, they did not notice her due to their positioning. Grandma Lin and her companions did not approach either. Over an hour later, after finishing their meal, as Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan exited the restaurant, they again encountered Lin Wu and her party in the parking lot, preparing to depart. However, Feng Ting was absent, likely having left already. Upon seeing them, Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun were momentarily taken aback. Their client, Mr. Fan, approached Lin Wu and the others with great enthusiasm. Miss Lin, Mr. Lin. Chapter 69, Stress Response. It was Mr. Fan. As Mr. Fan approached, Lin Lihai and Lin Wu politely shook hands and engaged in small talk. Mr. Fan, are you discussing business with Mr. Yu? Indeed, I find myself quite interested in several projects from Mr. Yu's company, so I came to have a chat with him. Noticing that Yu Mo-sun and Rong Ci remained stationary, Lin Lihai paused for a moment but did not dwell on it. Mr. Fan, unaware of the underlying nuances, found Yu Mo-sun's behavior somewhat peculiar. After all, as a businessman, even if Yu Mo-sun was unfamiliar with the Lin family, it would not be detrimental to greet someone and foster new acquaintances. While Lin Wu and Lin Lihai conversed with Mr. Fan, old Madam Lin, having greeted Mr. Fan, made her way towards Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun, accompanied by Sun Yuqing. Yu Mo-sun observed Rong Ci. Rong Ci gazed at their approach, remaining still. The venerable matriarch Lin spoke kindly. Xiao Ci, it has been quite some time. Rong Ci remained silent. Observing her stubborn demeanor, Grandmother Lin sighed. Xiao Ci, you. At that moment, Sun Yuqing spoke coldly. Xiao Ci, regardless of the misunderstandings or grievances you harbor towards me, they solely pertain to my relationship with you and your mother, and have no bearing on Lihai or your grandmother. I hope you refrain from conflating those who care for you. Sun Yuqing, whose name aptly reflected her poised and aloof essence, was remembered by Lin Lihai as the epitome of his dreams, his cherished white moonlight. He had professed that it was only after encountering Sun Yuqing that he truly comprehended the essence of love. Their affection was mutual. Lin Lihai had remarked that beneath Sun Yuqing's seemingly indifferent exterior lay a kind-hearted individual, urging her not to mirror her mother's tumultuous nature but instead to acknowledge the merits of others. Unlike other interlopers in marital affairs, Sun Yuqing treated her well, albeit with a perpetually cool demeanor, projecting an aura of unattainability. Years had passed, yet Sun Yuqing remained as striking and haughty as Rong Ci recalled. Thus, her admonitions, unlike the typical superficial flattery directed at a stepdaughter, emanated sincerity and carried weight. After all, someone of her regal stature would hardly stoop to torment a stepchild. Any discord could only be attributed to the stepdaughter's immaturity. Sun Yuqing emphasized that her relationship with Lin Lihai and Rong Ci's mother held no sway over the affection Lin Lihai and grandmother Lin had for her. Children yearn for paternal love and familial bonds, a sentiment that intensified post-divorce. At merely 8 or 9 years of age, she loved both parents dearly. Reluctant to choose between them, yet her heart leaned towards her mother, filled with compassion for her plight. Consequently, during Lin Lihai's contentious divorce from Rong Shang, even when the latter had succumbed to mental distress, she resolutely chose to remain with her mother, disregarding the pleas from Lin Lihai and grandmother Lin. Despite her choice, her heart still harbored affection for them, though she concealed it to spare Rong Shang's feelings. More than a year after Lin Lihai's divorce, grandmother Lin visited the capital and discreetly arranged to meet her. After a year of separation, she longed to see grandmother Lin and secretly traveled to meet her. Unaware that grandmother Lin had brought Lin Wu along, grandmother Lin suggested that they were sisters and should foster a good relationship, which Rong Ci resisted. However, Upon encountering Grandmother Lin's reproachful gaze, she began to doubt her own character, questioning if she was indeed a narrow-minded child. Over a decade later, the memory remained vivid. One incident involved a server accidentally scraping a dirty tray against her ice cream, tainting it with grease. Lin Wu promptly selected the pristine one. And Grandmother Lin merely ruffled her hair with a smile, failing to replace the soiled treat despite the family's ample means. It was a moment that crystallized for her the altered sentiments Grandmother Lin held towards her. She could never forget the malevolent look on Lin Wu's face as she clutched the sullied ice cream. Numerous similar incidents involving Lin Lihai flooded her mind. Although her feelings towards Feng Ting had waned, she felt no embarrassment in expressing her thoughts. Upon hearing her words, neither Grandmother Lin nor Sun Yuqing exhibited any signs of discomfort, likely having anticipated her response. Grandmother Lin sighed, Xiao Xi. You understand the nature of your relationship with Ting Xin. Why force someone who does not love you to stay by your side? Only after a divorce can you truly begin anew. You wish to convey that you are looking out for my best interests, correct? Rong Ci interjected, fixing her gaze on both women. You have uttered an abundance of such platitudes, do you not find them tedious? You offer no fresh phrases, no genuine concern. How can you expect me to believe you? Before they could respond, she continued, however, I suspect it would be futile. Ultimately, words are but empty rhetoric. What truly matters is your actions, is it not? Both Grandmother Lin and Sun Yuqing were momentarily taken aback by Rong Ci's retort. Just as Grandmother Lin was about to speak, Rong Ci interrupted her. Mr. Fan, noticing the charged atmosphere, awkwardly smiled and nodded, very well. He then addressed Grandmother Lin and Sun Yuqing, Madam, Mrs. Lin, we shall take our leave now. Grandmother Lin nodded with a smile, but when she glanced at Rong Ci, she sighed once more. Since Lin Lihai's decision to divorce her mother, any deviation from their wishes triggered their sighs. As though she were the source of all their woes. Chapter 70, No Misunderstanding. Once they had distanced themselves, Mr. Fan inquired. Is there any misunderstanding between you and the Lin family? Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci exchanged glances, with Rong Ci responding, there is none. It is not a misunderstanding. However, Mr. Fan misconstrued her meaning, believing there was genuinely no misunderstanding between her and the Lin family. That is well, he remarked, seeing promise in Chang Mo. Given Feng Ting's level of investment in Miss Lin, the Lin family is poised for great advancement. The Feng family and Feng Ting are not to be trifled with, so even if you do not align with the Lin family, it is prudent not to offend them. Rong Ci smiled, finding the situation somewhat ironic. Only she seemed to face the peculiar circumstance of being advised to be on good terms with the mistress due to her husband's undue concern for her. Yu Mashuan could not abide such remarks and stated, our Chang Mo has no fear of Feng Ting. Due to our unique relationship with the government, our company is under their protection. We anticipate significant growth in the coming year, which will further solidify our standing against Feng Ting. Thus, his assertion that they were unafraid of Feng Ting was not mere bravado, it was a testament to the foundation Rong Ci had built for herself. Madame Rong's birthday falls on a Saturday. For Rong Ci, the absence of Feng Ting from the celebration is of little consequence. However, Feng Xin is determined to attend. To prevent Feng Xin from stealthily seeking out Lin Wu that day, thereby rendering her unreachable, Rong Ci proactively placed a phone call to Feng Xin on Thursday morning. Feng Xin was enjoying her breakfast, with Feng Ting also present. Upon seeing Rong Ci's call, Feng Xin felt a surge of joy and promptly set down her utensils to answer, Mother. Yes, came the reply, revealing that she had food in her mouth. Rong Ci engaged in casual conversation, Are you having breakfast? Yes. Have you eaten, Mother? I have, Rong Ci continued. I called to remind you that this Saturday is your grandmother's birthday. Therefore, you must not wander off but accompany me to your grandmother's house to celebrate her special day. Understood? Ah. She had been looking forward to spending time with Aunt Wu last weekend but was unable to do so. And now she had hoped to make up for it this week. Thus, upon hearing Rong Ci's words, she felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart. Nevertheless, she could not entirely disregard her mother's request. How could Rong Ci fail to perceive her discontent? She was acutely aware of her own thoughts. Gripping her phone tightly, She inquired of Feng Ting, "Is your father available?" "Father?" "Yes, he is," Feng Ting responded, glancing at Feng Ting, who sat across from her, and asked Rong Ci. "Mother, do you wish to speak with father?" "Yes, please hand the phone to him, I have something to discuss." "All right." Feng Ting passed the phone to Feng Ting, who was enjoying his breakfast. "Father, mother is on the line." Feng Ting paused his meal and took the phone. "What is it?" After listening, he replied, "Understood." He then asked, "Is there anything else?" "Good." With his response, Rong Ci felt a sense of relief. After a brief silence, she said, "Thank you." As for whether he would be available on Saturday, she had not inquired when she presented the invitation previously, and this time would be no different. This implied that he would not attend. Why ask further? Thus, she refrained from uttering another word and promptly ended the call. Feng Ting pursed her lips. But Feng Ting remained silent, his gaze merely fixed on her with indifference. Realizing there was no room for negotiation, Feng Ting reluctantly conceded, "Understood." Feng Ting commended her, "Good girl." Feng Ting pouted, unable to resist bargaining, "Then on Sunday, I want to go play with Aunt Wu Wu. And you must accompany us." Feng Ting chuckled softly, "All right." Upon entering, she was surprised to find Feng Ting at home, which was rather unusual at this hour. He had already arranged for the ingredients, intending for her and Feng Ting to have a meal before heading out. "I'd rather not," she stated. The butler hesitated, glancing at Feng Ting, seeking his opinion. Feng Ting was still on the phone, but he likely overheard the exchange between the butler and Rong Ci. He distanced the phone slightly and, upon concluding his conversation, remarked, "Listen to madam." Upon witnessing the situation, Rong Ci turned to Feng Ting and said, "Let's depart." "All right." Feng Ting replied, bidding farewell to Feng Ting, "Father, we shall take our leave now." "Farewell." Feng Ting inclined his body and waved his hand, responding, "Goodbye." Throughout the entire duration, Rong Ci did not converse with Feng Ting, instead, she departed alongside Feng Ting. Similarly, Feng Ting, after bidding farewell to Feng Ting, continued conversing on the phone while watching them leave. Once his tasks were complete, it was already past 11 in the evening. The following day, she rose early. After getting out of bed, prior to breakfast, Rong Ci gathered with Rong Changshang and others around the elderly matriarch, extending their congratulations and presenting the carefully prepared gifts one by one. Upon witnessing this ritual of gift-giving, Feng Ting paused momentarily and gently tugged at Rong Ci's sleeve. Rong Ci bent down, leaning in to inquire, "What is it?" Feng Jing's expression was one of embarrassment as she lowered her voice to say, "Mother, I have not prepared a gift." After speaking, she could not help but reproachfully add, "Why didn't you remind me, mother?" Rong Ci remarked, "I have prepared gifts for both your father and great-grandmother. As a child, it is perfectly acceptable for you not to bring a gift. However, should you wish to convey your sentiments, remember to prepare something for your grandmother's next birthday." Although Rong Ci spoke these words, her expression bore a hint of indifference. It was true that she did not remind her to prepare a birthday gift for the elderly lady. However, if she had truly been considerate, upon realizing that today was the elderly lady's birthday, she should have thought to prepare a gift. The present did not need to be extravagant or require excessive effort. A simple painting or even a trip to buy a gift while picking her up from the villa yesterday would have sufficed. Yet, her attitude towards Lin Wu was markedly different. Not only did she diligently remember the date, but she also counted down the days in anticipation of that occasion. It was precisely because she noticed Lin Wu's lack of attentiveness that she refrained from offering a reminder. Chapter 71. Today also marks the housewarming banquet for the Sun family. Feng Ting, unaware of the coldness on Rong Ci's face, felt reassured upon hearing her words. Rong Changshang presented a gift to the elderly matriarch, and Rong Ci followed suit, offering her own token of appreciation. The first gift she presented was an exquisite embroidered picture, which her grandmother had requested Ting to prepare for her. The elderly lady received it, unwrapped it, and after examining it for a while, she felt the gift resonated deeply with her sentiments. With evident satisfaction, she remarked, "He is truly thoughtful." Rong Ci once again presented the exquisite emerald jewelry set to the elderly lady, stating, "This is a gift from Ting." The quality of the emeralds was indeed remarkable, and the elderly lady found them quite appealing. However, since they were sent by Ting Shen, she merely cast a brief glance before closing the box and setting it aside, softly remarking, "It is beautiful, please convey my thanks to him on behalf of my grandmother." As for whether Ting Shen would come to celebrate her birthday today, she did not utter a single word of inquiry. She could not be bothered to ask. Nor did she wish to know. Rong Ci was aware of her indifference towards Feng Ting. In the past, she would have certainly spoken well of him, however. Now she refrained from such remarks and instead presented the gift she had prepared for the elderly matriarch. As Rong Ci had anticipated, among all the presents, the set of writing implements she gifted was indeed the one that delighted Grandma Rong the most. The elderly lady held it with such fondness that she quickly retreated to her study to compose a piece of calligraphy. After the gift-giving, the family gathered around the breakfast table, enjoying a lively meal. Grandma Rong wore a beaming smile, clearly overjoyed. Yet, amidst her happiness, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy occasionally flickered in her eyes. Both Rong Ci and Rong Changsheng were acutely aware that today marked a day of familial reunion. Yet, on such a significant occasion, one person was conspicuously absent. Contemplating this, Rong Ci turned away, his eyes slightly reddened. However, in order to preserve the atmosphere, they all tacitly refrained from mentioning Rong Yingshang. As the clock struck 9, a group of guests, who shared a closer bond with the Rong family, began to arrive one after another. In the evening, they would dine at a hotel they had reserved in advance, at which point the birthday celebration would officially commence. While Rong Ci was engaged in welcoming the guests, Rong Changsheng's son, Rong Yunhe, noticed Feng Jingxin sitting quietly to the side, seemingly lost in thought. He gently caressed her lovely face and inquired with concern, "What are you thinking about, xin? You seem rather distracted." Upon hearing this, Rong Ci realized that she was actually missing Lin Wu. Feng Jingxin had indeed heeded Feng Tingshen's words and obediently stayed at the Rong residence without wandering about. Yet, her thoughts were evidently not anchored there. By afternoon, their party made their way to the hotel. Around 6 o'clock, the guests began to arrive in succession. Rong Changsheng accepted the gift and led the guests to their seats, only to notice a hint of awkwardness in their expressions. The guest remarked, "I apologize, Mr. Rong. I have a wedding banquet to attend today. I will need to leave shortly after I have a glass of water." Upon hearing the news, Rong Changsheng and Rong Ci felt that since their guests had pressing matters, it was not appropriate to retain them. Initially, they presumed this was an isolated incident. However, after half an hour, they observed that numerous business partners had departed after presenting gifts, with many not attending in person but rather sending secretaries to deliver their offerings. They had arranged a multitude of banquets, yet under the current circumstances, it appeared that a significant portion of the tables would remain unoccupied that evening. On a day meant for celebration, with a meticulously planned birthday banquet, such a situation was disheartening. Should the elderly lady discover this, her mood would likely sour. While it was understandable that guests with obligations would leave early, their countenance would inevitably reflect their displeasure. Noticing that so many were hastening to another joyous celebration, Rong Changsheng could not restrain his curiosity and inquired of a relatively close associate, Mr. Lan, "Many friends have expressed their inability to stay for dinner, coincidentally citing attendance at another joyous occasion. If I may be so bold, could you enlighten me as to which celebration you are attending this evening? Might it be that those who departed prematurely, or merely sent gifts, are headed to the same festivity as you? What a remarkable coincidence!" At this juncture, the expressions of Rong Ci and Rong Changsheng shifted dramatically. They had assumed that the villa matter had been resolved and that no further complications would arise. Yet, they had not anticipated that the Sun family would orchestrate such a scenario for them. They could not believe that the Sun family had scheduled their housewarming party for today by mere chance. After all, the matriarch of the Sun family had been acquainted with Rong Ci's grandmother for many years, having celebrated countless birthdays together. Could the Sun family possibly have forgotten that today marked the birthday of Madame Rong? Certainly not, they were undoubtedly aware. It was precisely because they remembered that they had deliberately chosen this day for their celebration. Mr. Lan was oblivious to the long-standing grievances between the Rong and the Sun families, and he could empathize with Rong Changsheng's frustration over the half-empty banquet on such a joyous occasion. He lowered his voice and remarked, "This is an unavoidable circumstance, after all. The Sun family has the backing of Mr. Feng. They sent invitations, and we are not particularly close to the Sun family. Who would dare to disregard Mr. Feng's reputation? Old Rong, I am compelled to do this. If I do not attend the Sun family's housewarming, or if I merely make a brief appearance without partaking in the meal, the Sun family would surely perceive it as disdain." He continued. "It is rumored that Feng Ting may soon wed Miss Lin. If we were to offend the Sun family, it would be tantamount to incurring the wrath of both Miss Lin and Feng Ting, an affront we can ill afford." While some sought to avoid antagonizing Feng Ting, others were eager to cultivate favorable relations with the Lin and Sun families. After all, the Rong family had experienced a decline in fortune over the years, whereas the Lin and Sun families were firmly rooted in the support of Feng Ting. The choice was all too evident. Mr. Lan apologized to Rong Changsheng before taking his leave. Initially, the elderly lady in Hemingshui, Rong Ci's aunt, did not pay much heed to the departing guests. However, as more and more guests arrived only to leave shortly thereafter and preparations for the banquet commenced, it became increasingly apparent that the number of attendees in the banquet hall was dwindling, with only a few tables occupied and a substantial number of seats remaining vacant. The elderly lady and Hemingshui approached, furrowing their brows in inquiry, "Why have so many guests departed? What has transpired?" Upon hearing this, Rong Changsheng and Rong Ci were momentarily at a loss for words. However, given the circumstances, remaining silent was no longer an option. Rong Changsheng could only say, "The Sun family and the Lin family have both relocated to the capital. The Sun family has chosen today for their housewarming, and they have extended invitations to most of our guests. Thus, this has resulted in the current situation." At this point, both Rong Changsheng and Rong Ci exchanged worried glances with the elderly matriarch, concerned that she might not be able to bear the burden. The Sun family's ungratefulness had caused the Rong family such distress. This animosity would linger as long as Rong Yingsheng remained in the sanatorium. Moreover, their audacity to orchestrate such a spectacle on her birthday only deepened the matriarch's disdain for the Sun family. Nevertheless, the elderly lady was no stranger to life's tempests. Upon hearing this, she gripped the edge of the table tightly, and in the next moment, her gaze sharpened as she directed it at Rong Changsheng and Rong Ci. Articulating with precision, "Is it that person named Feng who was backing them? Otherwise, how could the Sun family, with no roots in the capital, manage to gather so many people so soon after their arrival?" The matriarch's mention of that person named Feng naturally referred to Feng Ting. Rong Ci lowered her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears. "Grandma, I am sorry." "It is not your fault," replied the elderly matriarch tenderly as she stroked her face. "You all have simply underestimated their treachery and shamelessness." "Grandma, it is all right." The old lady cast a glance around the banquet hall, which appeared overly desolate due to the scant number of guests, her expression calm and composed. "It is just a birthday, it matters not how we celebrate it. As long as you all are well, I desire nothing more. Everything else is trivial and not worth dwelling upon. Therefore, I reiterate, do not punish yourself because of the disgraceful actions of others, do you understand?" Her words also carried an echo of the events surrounding Rong Yingsheng from years past. Rong Ci and Rong Changsheng naturally understood and replied, "We see." Rong Ci also extended invitations to Yu Mashuan and Chu Xilan, who had just arrived. They were well aware of the intricate relations between the Rong, Sun, and Lin families. Upon hearing this, Chu Xilan erupted in indignation, exclaiming, "They are utterly despicable. I have never encountered such repugnant individuals." Yu Mashuan offered a comforting pat on Rong Ci's shoulder. After a brief moment, his phone chimed, and upon reading the message, he paused and said, "Allow me to assist you in bringing someone over." In a moment of ambiguity, Rong Ci questioned, To which Yu Mo-sun replied with a smile, "You'll find out shortly." Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Sun family banquet, the arrival of a steady stream of guests brought smiles to the faces of Old Lady Sun and Sun Man Shan. Just as Rong Ci had surmised, the guests indeed remembered Old Lady Rong's birthday. In fact, they had celebrated her birthday for so many years that it was a day they could never forget. Thus, they had deliberately scheduled their housewarming banquet for this very day. recalling their earlier intention to move across from the Rong residence, which was thwarted by Rong Ci's intervention that led them to seek refuge with Feng Ting. Their initial plans had been disrupted, causing considerable frustration. However, Feng Ting later compensated them, turning their misfortune into a blessing. With this in mind, and remembering that they had intentionally chosen today for their housewarming to lure away the guests invited by the Rong family, their spirits lifted even further. Xiang Rufang patted her hand and chuckled, indeed. Although the Sun family had invited numerous influential figures from the capital, many of them were not personally acquainted with. It was widely known that Feng Ting had spent over 4 billion at the auction, acquiring 4 items, and on the night of the auction, Lin Wu wore the diamond bracelet he had secured for her. The guests, although sycophantic in their demeanor, recognized Lin Wu's beauty. Whatever she adorned herself with appeared exquisite. Today, her elegant attire complemented the diamond bracelet, enhancing her grace and charm. Lin Wu graciously responded, "Thank you." Many guests had done their homework to curry favor with the Lin family, and one could not resist mentioning, "I heard that your grandmother, old lady Lin, has a penchant for collecting antiques. Wasn't that antique vase at the last auction purchased by Mr. Feng as a tribute to her?" The use of the word tribute clearly indicated that the speaker regarded Feng Ting as having embraced the Lin family as his own. Lin Wu nodded, affirming, "Yes. That antique vase indeed captured my grandmother's heart." The mere thought of the antique vase brought joy to old lady Lin, especially considering its value exceeded 100 million. It must be said that Feng Ting's attentiveness and generosity towards her granddaughter, Lin Wu, were remarkable. Upon hearing this, old lady Sun felt a pang of envy. As a senior relative of Lin Wu, she found herself without such treasures, while old lady Lin possessed an exquisite antique vase. However, she recalled Lin Wu mentioning that Feng Ting had acquired 2 other items that night, each valued at over 100 million, surpassing the vase in worth. Knowing that Feng Ting was aware of their housewarming today, she speculated that at least one of those items was intended for the Sun family. This thought elevated her spirits considerably. At this moment, He Changbai and Shi Yuming arrived. Upon seeing them, the Sun and Lin families approached with eagerness, for both were significant figures in the capital. Sun Liyao had previously met He Changbai, and upon seeing him again, her elegantly made-up face flushed with color. Xiang Rufang smiled at her daughter's youthful infatuation. The He family, like the Feng family, was a prestigious lineage, and He Changbai's outstanding qualities made him a desirable match for Sun Liyao. With Lin Wu and Feng Ting on one side, and Sun Liyao and He Changbai on the other, the former was bound to succeed, and if the latter did as well, the Sun family would thrive in the capital. Thus, the Sun family's demeanor grew warmer towards He Changbai and Shi Yuming. Lin Wu observed the Sun family's overly obsequious attitude and frowned, feeling it inappropriate for them to demean themselves before her friends. However, she refrained from voicing her concerns in front of so many guests. The Lin family had enjoyed affluence for decades, while the Sun family had only recently emerged. In terms of lineage, the Lin family remained superior, yet due to Lin Wu's presence, He Changbai and Shi Yuming overlooked these distinctions. After presenting gifts to the Sun family, they inquired about Lin Wu. "Where is Ting? Has he not arrived yet?" Lin Wu replied, "He encountered some business issues abroad recently, which have delayed him. He is still dealing with matters and will arrive a bit later." He Changbai and Shi Yuming nodded in understanding, not pressing further. Lin Wu, familiar with them, personally guided them to their seats. As the evening progressed, it was already time to commence the banquet. However, with the key figure, Feng Ting yet to arrive, Sun Man Shan hesitated on whether to begin the meal. He sought the opinions of Lin Wu and Sun Yuqing. Lin Wu replied decisively, "Let's start the meal. Our guests have graciously chosen to attend. We cannot let them wait hungry, even if they might be willing to. What if not waiting for Ting seems impolite?" Sun Man Shan inquired. "Not to worry. He is not the type to mind such trivialities," Lin Wu assured, effectively speaking on behalf of Feng Ting. Her confidence in representing him underscored their close relationship. Observing that Lin Wu felt assured enough to commence the banquet without waiting for Feng Ting, the others gained a deeper understanding of his regard for her, further motivating them to cultivate a closer relationship with the Lin family. In another part of the hall, despite many guests having departed, old lady Rong maintained the schedule without omitting a single procedure. Once all guests had arrived, She graciously took to the stage to express her gratitude for their attendance and to apologize for any disruption caused by unforeseen incidents, earning her a round of applause. After her speech, as the time approached for the meal to commence, Rong Changsheng instructed the hotel staff to prepare.
Emosun interjected, Uncle Rong. Could we wait a moment?
Someone is on their way and should arrive shortly, within 10 minutes.
Aware of Emosun's close relationship with Rong Ci,
Rong Changsheng acknowledged his request with understanding.
Is it one particular individual? He asked. We have space at the main table. Would he have any objections to joining us?
Emosun replied, he would not mind at all.
Very well, then.
Rong Chang nodded, instructing the staff to serve the other guests first, deciding that their table would be served later. As a few dishes were just being brought to the table, Yumashuan glanced at his phone and pulled Rong Ci aside, saying, the guests have arrived, come with me to greet them downstairs.
Rong Ci nodded and had just turned around when a familiar voice coolly interjected, there's no need. I have already arrived.
Nan Zhizhi responded with a soft acknowledgement. Those who remained behind were astonished upon seeing Nan Zhizhi, questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them.
After all,
it was Nan Zhizhi, a prominent figure frequently featured in the news, a technological mogul recognized by all within the nation.
Not only is his personal prowess exceptional,
but it is also said that his background is remarkably profound.
To think that such a national-level dignitary would attend old lady Rong's birthday banquet.
Upon encountering the esteemed elder Rong and Rong Changsheng, Nan Zhizhi momentarily paused, taken aback. However, swiftly regaining composure, he rose to greet them. Although Nan Zhizhi typically exuded an air of aloofness, he harbored a profound respect for venerable elders. Having previously met Elder Rong, he approached her with purposeful strides, assisting her to a seat as he gently articulated, there is no need to rise, please, take a seat. Madame Rong took a seat and remarked, Mr. Nan,
your presence truly honors me.
The elderly lady was being modest. Nan Zhizhi settled beside her, expressing, it has been many years since my last visit, my negligence is inexcusable. As he spoke, he beckoned Yumashuan to hand him the gift. Once received, he personally presented it to Madame Rong, saying, my arrival was rather abrupt, and I did not have the opportunity to prepare meticulously, I hope you will not find it lacking.
Madame Rong smiled and said, Mr. Nan, you are too kind.
Your willingness to take time out of your busy schedule to visit me is the highest expression of your regard.
After exchanging a few pleasantries with Madame Rong,
Nan Zhizhi caught sight of Rong Ci and Yumashuan, who stood behind him like obedient schoolchildren, having just received a reprimand.
He cast a cursory glance in their direction. Rong Ci and Emosun exchanged a knowing nod and promptly took a seat beside him.
Madame Rong remarked, in the earlier years, Xiao Ci received your care. It was only right, Nan Zhizhi replied. She has recently made some progress in her studies, so you needn't worry. Regarding Rong Ci's decision to relinquish her education for Feng Ting, both Nan Zhizhi and Madame Rong refrained from excessive admonishment.
They unanimously believe that enduring a few setbacks is not detrimental for the youth. Moreover,
it is essential for them to make their own choices to truly understand the essence of regret. The only concern lies in the possibility of being submerged in despair,
unable to emerge from the darkness.
Fortunately, after her period of stagnation, Rong Ci did not choose to remain in obscurity. Having witnessed the case of Rong Yingshang, Madame Rong harbored concerns, however, she understood that excessive interference would be counterproductive in the long run, thus ultimately allowing Rong Ci to make her own decisions.
Hearing Nan Zhizhi's words, the elderly lady felt a profound sense of relief. Well, that is indeed good.
Chapter 74, Apologies for my late arrival.
Rong Ci sat beside Nan Zhizhi.
However, Nan Zhizhi was engaged in conversation with old Madame Rong and had yet to acknowledge her presence. She turned her head and said to Yumashuan, thank you. She could sense that ever since Nan Zhizhi's arrival, her grandmother had genuinely brightened up.
As Rong Ci was about to speak, he heard someone say, Feng Ting.
Under the gaze of the crowd, he walked steadily to her grandmother's side and said, Happy birthday. Upon finishing his words, he presented the gift box with both hands and added, I was uncertain whether you liked the gift I prepared earlier, so I brought another one, hoping it will please you. Madame Rong truly did not anticipate that Feng Ting would arrive. Upon his arrival, there was no trace of joy upon her countenance. While the audacity of the Sun family was indeed shameless, it was undeniable that without his backing, they would not dare to be so brazen in the capital. The adage that one should not strike a smiling face held true, especially with so many witnesses present. Accepting the gift, the elderly lady spoke with a polite detachment, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, that was thoughtful of you." She then instructed a nearby server, "Please bring an extra chair and a set of utensils." Feng Ting, undeterred by her cold demeanor, noticed Nan Jiji beside him and greeted him calmly, "Mr. Nan." Nan Jiji nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor equally frosty. As Rong Ci glanced over, he returned the look and signaled the server to place the chair between him and Nan Jiji before settling down. The moment the guests from the Rong family spotted Nan Jiji, news of his presence at Madame Rong's birthday celebration spread like wildfire. Within minutes, the Sun family received the news, leaving them utterly astonished. Does the Rong family possess such formidable connections? Who could have known? Ah! That must be Yumashuan in the photograph, isn't it? The stunning lady beside him is actually the niece of President Rong? I had never heard President Rong mention her before. However, with the revelation that the beauty accompanying Yumashuan is indeed the niece of President Rong, everything fell into place. The Yu family is also a prominent household, and Yumashuan's prospects are said to be quite bright, with Nan Jiji holding high hopes for him as a student. If the granddaughter of Rong Changshang were to become involved with Yumashuan, it would mean the Rong family suddenly acquired a powerful network of connections. Reflecting on this, the Rong family should not be underestimated. The Lin and Sun families were equally unprepared for Nan Jiji's attendance at Madame Rong's birthday celebration. As the guests began to reassess their relationships with the Rong family due to the presence of Yumashuan and Nan Jiji, the expressions of the Sun family members grew increasingly grim. Sun Liu, who seldom followed national news, was aware that Lin Wu wished to learn from someone. But her lack of interest meant she had not bothered to remember the individual's name. She inquired, "Who is Nan Jiji? Why is everyone reacting so strongly? Is he a significant figure?" Lin Wu, her expression unchanging, replied, "He is a person of world-class influence in the field of AI, capable of representing the nation. And he is also my ideal mentor." Sun Liu was taken aback. "So impressive?" "Indeed." Sun Liu scoffed, "How shameless." Then, her mood soured further. Such a remarkable individual is attending that old woman's birthday celebration because they share a close relationship? No, Lin Wu responded coolly, they are only vaguely acquainted. To her understanding, Rong Ci had met Nan Jiji through Yumashuan. Nan Jiji's presence at the Rong family today was likely facilitated by Yumashuan. "Oh, that's a relief," Sun Liu remarked. He Changbai and Qi Yuming were seated at a nearby table, not far behind Lin Wu. He Changbai had been quietly dining when he paused upon hearing that Nan Jiji was attending the Rong family's birthday banquet, asking, "The Rong family's birthday celebration?" Qi Yuming explained, "Oh, today also marks the birthday of Rong Ci's grandmother. Both events are being held on the same day, and the guest lists overlap significantly. Since many guests from both families are essentially the same due to the connection between Tingshan and Lin Wu." He had been unaware of this until he overheard it in the banquet hall. He Changbai realized, so, the Rong family has practically no guests left? Qi Yuming shrugged. That is correct. It is said that 3/4 of the tables are empty. He chuckled. It's pitiful to see so many guests leave while they lack the means to retain them. Though he spoke of the Rong family's misfortune, his tone was laced with schadenfreude. He Changbai's expression shifted, and he abruptly stood up. Qi Yuming, taken aback, asked, "What's wrong?" He Changbai replied, "I need to make a phone call." Without waiting for Qi Yuming to respond, he swiftly turned and exited. Noticing He Changbai's hurried departure, Lin Wu and Sun Liu both turned their attention toward him. Lin Wu inquired, "Where did Changbai go?" "He has urgent business, he went to make a call." "Oh." Lin Wu did not press further. An empty seat next to her remained reserved for Feng Ting. Madame Lin glanced at the time and remarked, "Xiao Wu. Hasn't Tingshan arrived yet? Perhaps you should give him a nudge." Lin Wu shared this sentiment. She took out her phone to call Feng Ting. But the call did not connect. Today's gathering for the Sun family's housewarming was attended by a multitude of guests. And the Sun family members were busy toasting and mingling with them to foster relationships. Naturally, Lin Wu was an integral part of this process, as it was her presence that had drawn many guests to their celebration. With Lin Wu there, guests would undoubtedly be more inclined to show them respect. As they approached to offer their toasts, guests politely stood. After exchanging pleasantries, someone asked, "Miss Lin, hasn't President Feng arrived yet?" Lin Wu replied, "He is on his way and will arrive shortly." Just as she finished speaking, someone nearby remarked, "My friend told me that President Feng has also gone to the Rong family."
President Feng went to the Rong family? Is that true? With photographs as evidence. How could it be false? Just take a look. Indeed, it is President Feng. The guests turned to Lin Wu, their curiosity piqued. They were not closely acquainted with the Sun family, and their attendance at the banquet was primarily out of respect for Feng Ting and the recognition that the Rong family's business was currently in decline, making a comeback exceedingly difficult. Now, not only had Nan Jiji graced the Rong family with his presence, but even Feng Ting had gone to celebrate Madame Rong's birthday. What could this mean for their own reasons for being there? Chapter 75, Fulfillment of an elder's request to sit for a while. Upon learning that Feng Ting had gone to the Rong family, Lin Wu did not feel alarmed. Given the close rapport between Madame Feng and Madame Rong, it was only logical that if Madame Rong was celebrating her 70th birthday and Lin Wu could not attend in person, she would compel Feng Ting to go on her behalf. This was something she was well aware of. However, the fact that Feng Ting was now at the Rong family, even if it was due to Madame Feng's insistence, left her feeling rather displeased. Seeing the guests react to the news of Feng Ting's absence, assuming there had been a shift in their relationship, she coldly stated, "Madame Feng and Madame Rong share a good rapport. Ting is merely fulfilling an elder's request to visit the Rong family for a brief while." Previously, there had indeed been rumors of a strong bond between the Rong and Feng families. Guests had not witnessed any interaction between the two families in recent years and had dismissed it as mere gossip. However, Lin Wu's words seemed to suggest otherwise. At that moment, an individual entered from outside, carrying a gift box and approaching Lin Wu and the Sun family. He greeted Lin Wu, saying, "Hello, Miss Lin. President Feng has encountered a last-minute matter and may arrive quite late. He is concerned about missing the banquet, so he specifically asked me to bring a generous gift." Lin Wu extended her hand to accept it, saying, "I understand, thank you." Given that Madame Rong was a friend of Madame Feng, it was indeed reasonable for Feng Ting to visit the Rong family briefly before coming here. It is likely that Feng Ting anticipated the doubts surrounding his relationship with Lin Wu, presently at the Rong family residence. He thoughtfully arranged for the gifts to be delivered in advance, which clearly demonstrates his tenderness and concern for Lin Wu. Given Feng Ting's esteemed status, his considerate and gentle demeanor towards Lin Wu renders any notion that he does not value her utterly implausible. Reflecting on this, the onlookers exchanged smiles. Although the Sun family felt displeased upon learning of Feng Ting's visit to the Rong household, they refrained from expressing their discontent in the moment. As the awkward atmosphere began to dissipate, Sun Manshan cheerfully raised his glass, expressing gratitude for the guest's presence. With Sun Manshan leading the charge, the ambience soon became lively once more. Lin Wu, touched by Feng Ting's attentiveness, felt a warmth envelop her, causing her earlier displeasure to vanish. Qi Yuming remarked, "I'll make a call to inquire." After a brief conversation, he hung up and informed Chang Bai mentioned he had an urgent matter and left early. He asked me to convey his apologies. Understanding that he had pressing concerns, Lin Wu inquired with genuine care, "Did Chang Bai mention what the urgent matter was?" "That was not disclosed," Qi Yuming replied. Initially indifferent, he suddenly recalled something, adding, "Could it possibly be related to the person Chang Bai is fond of?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wu's smile faltered slightly, and her tone became somewhat subdued. "Chang Bai has not mentioned this matter since, so I am hesitant to speculate." "Indeed," Qi Yuming mused, stroking his chin with a smile. "Perhaps we could simply ask him next time to find out?" Lin Wu lowered her gaze, responding with a soft, affirmative hum. Meanwhile, upon taking a seat at the table of the Rong family, Feng Ting cast a glance at Rong Ci. Upon his sudden appearance, Rong Ci was indeed taken aback for a moment. However, she swiftly regained her composure. Noticing his gaze upon her, she maintained a neutral expression and inquired coolly, "Is there something you need?"
After that, the two of them fell into silence, exchanging no further words.
Rong Ci's two cousins had seldom encountered Feng Ting before. Now,
upon meeting him in person, they regarded him with a sense of curiosity. Having occupied a position of authority for many years, Feng Ting, even without deliberate effort, exuded an aura befitting one who has long resided in the upper echelons of society. When he noticed their gaze, he cast a fleeting glance in their direction. Overwhelmed by his presence, they instinctively averted their eyes, unable to maintain his gaze. Feng Ting, however, displayed no particular reaction to their shyness. Nor did he extend any pleasantries, calmly shifting his attention elsewhere. He is the one whom Rong Ci holds dear. Rong Ci collided with the situation head-on, unable to extricate herself even after all these years. Throughout this time, if Rong Changsheng bore no resentment towards Feng Ting for his treatment of his niece, it would be utterly implausible. However, what could such grievances accomplish? The Rong family was powerless against Feng Ting. Now that Feng Ting had arrived, Rong Changsheng, as the host, could only extend the courtesy befitting an ordinary guest, rising to raise his glass and saying, "I was unaware of your visit, Feng. Should there be any lapses in my hospitality, I hope you will forgive me." Upon hearing this, Feng Ting also lifted his glass, standing to clink it with Rong Changsheng's, replying, "You are too kind, Rong." He addressed Rong Changsheng as Rong, omitting the term for uncle altogether. This subtlety did not escape the notice of those present. It was clear that he wished to distance himself from the Rong family. Rong Ci had long been aware of this sentiment. At that moment, she neither desired nor required his acknowledgement of her kin. She understood that his presence was certainly at the behest of the matriarch, and with a cool demeanor, she remarked, "We appreciate grandmother's intentions. If you have matters to attend to, you may leave. Your presence here will only serve to disrupt the atmosphere." Feng Ting replied nonchalantly, "There is no rush." Rong Ci furrowed her brow, uncertain of his meaning. However, Feng Ting did not continue the conversation with her. Instead, he turned his attention towards Nan Zhizhi and remarked, "Recently, our company has developed a new segment of content that enables products to achieve complete invisibility and eliminate any radar detection. I wonder if Mr. Nan would be interested in learning more? Any radar?" Nan Zhizhi paused, his expression turning serious as he looked over. "Go on." Feng Ting appeared unperturbed by the prospect of technical disclosure and engaged in a detailed discussion with Nan Zhizhi. Rong Ci did not anticipate that Feng Ting would engage in such a discussion with her teacher. From their conversation, it was evident that Feng Ting possessed profound knowledge in the realm of artificial intelligence. Given that this was a subject of interest to Nan Zhizhi, both Rong Ci and Umo found themselves captivated. Initially, they merely intended to listen casually. However, as the dialogue unfolded, they became so engrossed that they even forgot to eat. At first, Rong Changsheng considered prompting them to eat while they listened. But observing their intense focus and concern of missing any crucial detail, he refrained from saying anything further. Among them, apart from Rong Ci, there were no individuals particularly familiar with Feng Ting. Moreover, the others were not particularly pleased with his presence. In such circumstances, Feng Ting should have felt awkward. Yet he somehow managed to establish himself as the focal point. Of course, the true guest of honor this evening was the esteemed elder Rong, and Feng Ting was mindful not to overshadow her. After several minutes of conversation, he suggested, "If Mr. Nan wishes to delve deeper into this topic, shall we arrange another time for a more in-depth discussion?" Chapter 76, The Night Wind is Chile, Let Us Enter. Nan Zhizhi responded, "Certainly." This indicated his intention to take his leave. Rong Ci replied with a hint of indifference, "Understood." Feng Ting did not engage her further and turned to the elderly matriarch, saying, "Madam, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Madame Rong remained seated, her tone notably indifferent. "Take care, no need to see you off." Feng Ting, however, did not take offense at Madame Rong's lack of courtesy. He cast a glance at Rong Changsheng, nodding in acknowledgement, before turning to exit the banquet hall. As Feng Ting emerged from the hotel, He Changbai paused mid-action as he alighted from his vehicle. Feng Ting swiftly entered his car and departed. He Changbai remained seated in the car, observing. It was only after the banquet concluded that Nan Zhizhi departed alongside Yu Moshuan. Feng Ting had indulged excessively in snacks, and once the dinner commenced, she could barely manage a few bites of the meal before retreating upstairs to engage in video games. Noticing that most guests had already left,
Rong Ci ascended to find her.
After dialing the phone, it was answered promptly.
Moments later,
Feng Ting hung up and informed Rong Ci, Dad said he would arrive in 15 minutes.
All right, I understand, Rong Ci replied, gather your belongings.
Your mother will take you downstairs to wait for your father. Feng Ting contemplated sweetly coaxing Rong Ci into assisting her, as she often relied on Rong Ci to tidy up her things. When the time was right, Rong Ci led Feng Ting downstairs.
In the elevator,
Feng Ting gently shook Rong Ci's hand, breaking the silence. Mom.
Rong Ci lowered her head and murmured, It seems that mother has been speaking less lately.
Previously, she had noticed that her mother no longer called her every day as she used to, nor did she continually inquire about her whereabouts. She genuinely appreciated this change in her mother.
Yet recently, she realized that during their encounters, mother seemed less inclined to engage in conversation than before.
It appeared as if mother had become increasingly reticent. Feng Ting had raised her single-handedly, and Rong Ci understood that she was not an indifferent person. The fact that it took her so long to notice her mother's diminished speech was merely a testament to her having grown accustomed to overlooking her. Oh. As Rong Ci observed, it was indeed quite exhausting, and Feng Ting did not inquire further. The night breeze was particularly biting today.
Upon exiting the hotel lobby,
the frigid wind stung their cheeks painfully.
Clearly affected by the cold, Feng Ting was reluctant to proceed.
Grasping her hand and turning to bury her little face in Rong Ci's abdomen, exclaiming, It's so cold, Mommy, hold me. Almost 6 years old, Feng Ting was, in fact, rather heavy. Rong Ci found it quite challenging to hold her, yet she still bent down and lifted her up.
Feng Ting clung to her neck,
burying her little face in the crook of her shoulder to evade the biting cold wind. The garments adorning Rong Ci are soft and warm. She revels in nuzzling her neck against him. Feng Ting possesses a rather strong sense of time. As Rong Ci carried Feng Ting to the parking lot, Feng Ting's car fortuitously arrived at that moment. Upon spotting them, the vehicle came to a halt at Rong Ci's feet. Noticing Feng Ting's arrival, Feng Ting remained nestled in Rong Ci's embrace, instead lowering the car window and playfully imploring from her seat, Daddy, carry me inside. Feng Ting offered no words, alighting from the vehicle and approaching to take Feng Ting into his arms. Elatedly, she swung her little legs in delight within his embrace. As Feng Ting leaned closer, Rong Ci once again caught a whiff of the fragrance belonging to Lin Wu that lingered around him. Previously, when he sat beside her, this scent had not been present, indicating that he must have visited the Sun family after departing from their side.
Rong Ci took a step back and said, Understood.
Feng Ting joyfully replied, Goodbye, Mom.
Rong Ci,
Feng Ting tenderly embraced Feng Ting as they boarded the car. Rong Ci did not wait for them to drive away, instead, she turned and made her way towards the spot where her vehicle was parked.
With that, her car swiftly merged into the flow of traffic.
As Rong Ci approached her parking space, He Changbai emerged from his vehicle, Rong Ci. She initially assumed it was a mere coincidence, considering that they had not entirely reserved the hotel for the day, and it was certainly plausible for He Changbai to be here for some reason. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement, signaling a greeting, before unlocking her car and preparing to depart. Noticing that Rong Ci continued to regard him as a stranger, He Changbai remained rooted in place. Rong Ci turned slightly and opened the car door, only to discover that He Changbai still stood there, gazing at her. Noticing that he seemed to have something he wished to convey, she asked, her expression tinged with a hint of coldness and detachment, Is there something you need? He Changbai hesitated, ultimately refraining from mentioning the events of the evening. He said, I merely have a gift for you.
Would you be available in a couple of days for a meal together?
It seemed that Shan had experienced a significant ordeal, her body and spirit bearing profound scars. Shan had previously mentioned that she bore a resemblance to her mother, who had already passed away. Thus, Rong Ci understood the slight attachment Shan felt towards her. To be honest, she held considerable affection for Shan as well.
Had they met in ordinary circumstances?
She would have set aside her personal grievances with He Changbai and spent more time with Shan. Yet, to meet with Shan alone,
At that moment,
He Changbai suddenly remarked, I can assist with a project from your uncle's side.
Rong Ci was taken aback.
He Changbai did not elaborate much, simply stating, take your time to ponder it over.
Once you have made your decision, feel free to call me anytime. Rong Ci remained silent. To be honest,
she found it difficult to place her trust in him. This was due to the close rapport he shared with Lin Wu and Feng Ting. Even if He Changbai sought her assistance with genuine intentions, and even if his collaboration with her uncle's project came to fruition, she could not help but wonder, should a dispute arise between her and Lin Wu in the future, would he, like Feng Ting,
leverage the project to coerce her on behalf of Lin Wu?
Chapter 77, the same words perhaps sensing the reason behind her hesitation, He Changbai remarked. I can assure you that my personal matters will never interfere with the professional dealings I have with your uncle.
Upon hearing this, Rong Ci responded, Are you certain? Absolutely, he affirmed.
Rong Ci was aware of her uncle's company's current predicament.
After a moment's hesitation, she replied, Very well. When you have time, feel free to reach out to me,
and I will arrange a suitable time for our meeting.
Rong Ci remarked, Very well.
At this juncture, He Changbai observed her disheveled black hair, tousled by the biting wind, and said, The night air is quite chilly, you should head inside. Upon hearing his words, Rong Ci paused, for they echoed precisely what Feng Ting had just conveyed to her. She nodded slightly, refraining from further conversation, and entered the vehicle. He Changbai remained still. As the car passed by him, Rong Ci lowered the window and offered a nod of acknowledgement before pressing the accelerator and departing. Only after watching her vehicle fade into the distance did He Changbai finally get into his car and leave. Madame Rong and her husband, Mr. Rong Changshang, had yet to retire for the night, while the siblings Rong Sun and Rong Yunha had already ascended the stairs to rest. It was evident that they were deliberately awaiting her arrival. Observing the elderly lady extend her hand towards her,
Rong Ci set down her bag and gracefully took a seat beside her.
Madame Rong clasped her hand and inquired, Xiao Ci,
do you intend to let go of Feng Ting?
Today, her demeanor towards him stood in stark contrast to her past behavior, making it nearly impossible to overlook.
Indeed, Rong Ci replied, we are preparing for a divorce.
Upon hearing this, the elderly lady chuckled, Very well, a divorce is indeed a good choice.
However,
her expression soon soured as she continued, Xin has become quite attached to him, he has treated her rather well over these past 2 years.
It is unlikely that he would grant you custody of Xin.
She harbored no desire for Feng Xin's custody, yet she refrained from voicing this sentiment.
Instead,
she simply stated, I am aware of that, I will discuss it thoroughly with him.
It is getting late, let us all rest.
Having not removed her makeup or taken a shower, she promptly opened her computer and immersed herself in work.
By around 4 in the morning,
she finally completed her tasks and sent off the organized content. Yu Mo-sun, equally overwhelmed, had nearly finished his own work as well, and added,
The teacher has asked us to visit him before 9.
Rong Ci replied, All right. They engaged in little further conversation. After shutting down her computer, Rong Ci entered the bathroom to remove her makeup and take a shower. By the time she finished, it was already past 5 in the morning. After setting her alarm for 8 o'clock, she turned off the lights and went to bed. The following day, when awakened by the alarm, she felt utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, she promptly rose from her bed without delay and proceeded to the washroom for her morning routine. As she descended the stairs, appearing somewhat weary, Old Lady Rong expressed her concern, asking, Why don't you sleep a little longer? I need to visit my teacher, she replied. Aware that Nan Jiji was strict with his students, as the old lady well knew, she simply said, I am not comfortable with you driving in your state.
Let the chauffeur take you instead.
Upon arriving at the villa of Nan Jiji, the trio of teacher and students immediately immersed themselves in the study,
diligently attending to their tasks.
It was not until noon, when mealtime approached, that they finally found a moment to breathe. At that instant, Rong Ci's phone abruptly chimed. It was a message from Chu Xilan, inquiring whether she would like to join her for skiing that afternoon.
All right, Rong Ci replied. Later that afternoon,
as she stepped out of Nan Jiji's study to fetch some water, Chu Xilan sent another message. This time, it contained several photographs. The individuals captured in the images were Feng Ting, Lin Wu, Feng Jingxin, He Changbai, and Shan Shan.
Following this,
Chu Xilan sent another message. My friends and I were having such a delightful time skiing, only to unexpectedly encounter them. What a damper on our spirits. Rong Ci merely opened a single photograph, and upon realizing who they were, she refrained from opening any subsequent images.
Rong Ci, no, I have matters to attend to. Chu Xilan, very well. Rong Ci put away his phone, picked up his cup, and once again entered the study.
Their busyness consumed the entirety of the day. As evening fell, Yu Emoson stretched lazily and said to Nan Jiji, "Teacher, let us treat you to dinner shortly."
Nan Jiji, not even bothering to glance in his direction, replied, "I have plans to go out soon." Rong Ci and Yu Emoson, ah?
I have dinner plans with Feng Ting this evening. Yu Emoson cast a glance at Rong Ci, who remained composed, sipping water.
Nan Jiji, holding the car keys, departed, saying, "When you leave, remember to close the door."
Just as his words lingered in the air, he added, however,
"I doubt I will be gone for long." Yangtze and Yumashuan, all right, teacher.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Jingxin and Feng Ting, along with Lin Wu, had been skiing for half a day, and their spirits were exceptionally high. Upon exiting the ski resort, Feng Jingxin cheerfully expressed to Feng Ting, "Dad,
I want to eat seafood later." However, upon hearing this, Feng Jingxin's previously joyful demeanor suddenly faltered. "What's going on? Why can't I come along?"
Feng Ting gently pinched her cheek and replied with a smile, "It's a very important matter." Nevertheless, Feng Jingxin pouted, turning to Lin Wu and snuggling up to her.
Aunt Wu,
hearing that Feng Ting mentioned it was a significant issue for her, Lin Wu felt a sweetness in her heart and bent down to embrace Feng Jingxin, saying, "It's about Auntie's important matter. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and I want to ensure everything goes smoothly."
Can Jingxin understand Auntie?
Although Feng Jingxin was still somewhat unhappy upon hearing Lin Wu's words, she obediently nodded, "I understand, but Aunt Wu,
you must make it up to me next week and take me out for something delicious."
Lin Wu assured her, "Absolutely." As she spoke, she smiled at Feng Ting.
Meanwhile,
He Changbai remained silent, but Dandan approached and held Feng Jingxin's hand, saying, "If we have the chance next week, let us all go out for a meal together." Having interacted a few times, Feng Jingxin and Dandan had already formed a good friendship.
She nodded in agreement, "Okay."
Chapter 78, even Yangtze's edge is out of reach after watching Feng Jingxin and He Changbai depart. Feng Ting and Lin Wu also got into their car and headed to the restaurant. A few minutes after arriving at the private room, Nan Jiji arrived as well.
Mr.
Nan, upon seeing him enter, Feng Ting and Lin Wu rose to greet him.
Nan Jiji showed no surprise upon seeing Lin Wu.
She politely introduced herself again, "Hello, Mr.
Nan, I am Lin Wu. We met previously at the technology exhibition."
"I know," replied Nan Jiji, displaying little emotion as he extended his hand to shake hers. After he took his seat, Lin Wu sat beside him and said, "I greatly admire you and have always hoped to meet you in person to discuss the expertise in the field of AI.
Nan Jiji responded. At that moment,
Feng Ting's phone rang, prompting him to rise and address his companions. "I will step out to take a call, you two continue your conversation."
Lin Wu nodded.
Once Feng Ting left, Lin Wu picked up the menu and handed it to Nan Jiji. "Mr. Nan, shall we order first and chat while we eat?"
Nan Jiji pushed the menu aside, saying, "Not yet." Lin Wu paused, still processing his response when Nan Jiji directly asked, "Do you wish to be my student?"
Taken aback by his straightforwardness, Lin Wu, undaunted by his status as a leading figure in the AI domain, confidently admitted, "Yes. I am very interested in the field of AI and wish to learn under your guidance to achieve greater progress." Having prepared for this meeting, she then took out her laptop and said, "May I show you the product I developed for my doctoral graduation?" Nan Jiji scrolled through her graduation project, and after reviewing several sets of data, he remarked, "In terms of graduation projects, this is indeed considerably more impressive than that of the average doctoral student."
Hearing this,
Lin Wu's smile deepened, and her confidence surged. Just as she was about to respond, Nan Jiji set the mouse down, diverted his gaze from the screen, and inquired,
"Is this what you completed this year?"
"Yes," she replied.
"Is there nothing else?"
Lin Wu hesitated, uncertain whether he was expressing satisfaction, hoping for more highlights, or dissatisfaction. But she recognized her own excellence and the accolades from her doctoral advisor, a prominent figure in her country who had participated in several space programs. The praise from her advisor held substantial weight, so she felt secure in her professional capabilities. With this thought, she regained her composure and said, "I conducted a technical analysis of the exhibits presented at the last technology exhibition. Would you like to hear about it?"
"Proceed," Nan Gigi encouraged.
Lin Wu began to elaborate on the technical aspects of an autonomous vehicle showcased at the exhibition, focusing on its perception, planning, and control.
After some time,
just as she was about to continue, Nan Gigi suddenly interjected, "That's enough." She halted her explanation. Nan Gigi stood up and delivered his final evaluation. "Your foundational knowledge is decent, but it does not meet my standards for accepting students."
Lin Wu was taken aback, biting her lip in disappointment.
This was not the response she had hoped for. As Nan Gigi made to leave, she quickly approached him, saying, "Mr. Nan,
what do you think I should improve?"
Nan Gigi paused, coldly stating, "Research more, stay updated on the latest developments in the field." Before she could respond further, he concluded, "I have done what I needed to. I will contact you in a few days." Feng Ting replied affirmatively.
With that, Nan Gigi departed. Feng Ting turned to Lin Wu,
noticing her troubled expression.
"Was the outcome unsatisfactory?" he inquired.
Lin Wu nodded candidly. "He didn't accept me."
"What exactly did Mr. Nan say?"
"Please share."
Lin Wu recounted the process along with Nan Gigi's assessment and advice.
"Your capabilities are indeed commendable," Feng Ting remarked. "I find his suggestions quite reasonable."
Lin Wu paused,
reflecting on her recent lack of focus on her professional studies and the new developments in her field.
Had Nan Gigi discerned her insufficient dedication and focus, deeming her unworthy of cultivation, thus rejecting her?
Realizing that it was her attitude toward her profession that had led to Nan Gigi's decision rather than a deficiency in her abilities, her spirits lifted considerably. "There will be future opportunities to try again," Feng Ting reassured. "All right," Lin Wu responded, confident that with a rectified attitude and her professional skills, passing Nan Gigi's scrutiny would no longer be a challenge.
Otherwise, wouldn't she already be a student? At the villa,
Rong Ci and Yumashuan had just finished purchasing and cleaning the ingredients, preparing to cook hot pot. Nan Gigi removed his coat, his tone remaining aloof. Yumashuan glanced at Rong Ci, who was bringing bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, and curiously remarked, "So we shouldn't have another junior sister or anything, right?" Nan Gigi ignored him, accepting the bowl that Rong Ci handed over and taking a seat. His silence indicated a negative response. Yumashuan chuckled, raising an eyebrow at Rong Ci. "I told you, from the first meeting, I could see right through her."
With a smile,
Rong Ci instructed him to enter the kitchen and bring out the remaining meat, saying, "Indeed, you are the most remarkable." Yuamosun complied and, filled with curiosity, inquired,
"Teacher, what level do you believe she occupies in her field?"
"She is slightly above the average exceptional doctoral graduates. It seems heroes share a similar vision. As the most pivotal figure among them, Nan Gigi confronts the world's finest products, technologies, and talents in this domain daily. Lin Wu's competence, among ordinary individuals, is undoubtedly commendable, yet it merely places her among the ranks of exceptional students. In comparison to those surrounding Nan Gigi, she still falls considerably short. As for the disparity between her and Rong Ci, it is even more pronounced. After all, Lin Wu is already 25 years old. And she cannot even approach the edges of the CUAP that Rong Ci developed many years ago.
Chapter 79. Do you think she is trying to seduce you, Imo-sun?
The following day, there were matters on the Sun-do side that required their attention. On that afternoon, Rong Ci and Imo-sun made their way to Sun-do. Upon their arrival, they had just begun to discuss some technical matters when Ren Jifeng and Yao Xianbo entered, guided by the staff of Sun-do. Upon seeing Rong Ci, both Ren Jifeng and Yao Xianbo exhibited a degree of surprise.
Yao Xianbo raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "She is actually an employee of Sun-do? How fortuitous!"
Ren Jifeng shrugged. He barely knew her.
So how could he ascertain whether she was indeed an employee of Sun-do? The staff member overheard their conversation and interjected, "Are you referring to Miss Rome?"
"She is not an employee here, she is a technician from Changyamo, here to assist with some system issues today." Noticing that she was being observed, Rong Ci turned her head and recognized Ren Jifeng and Yao Xin Bo as the individuals who had critiqued her at the auction.
Yao Xin Bo chuckled, "Look. She is ignoring us."
However, Ren Jifeng had little interest in continuing the conversation about Rong Ci. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Wu entered from outside. Upon seeing them, Lin Wu paused, her expression showing a hint of surprise.
"Miss Lin," Ren Jifeng greeted.
His demeanor shifting from the earlier indifference he had displayed when Yao Xin Bo mentioned Rong Ci. Lin Wu nodded, her expression calm as she greeted, "Mr. Ren, Mr. Yao."
Ren Jifeng approached her, asking, "Miss Lin, are you working at Sundu?"
"No," Lin Wu replied. "I specialize in algorithms and have come here to enhance my skills by learning from everyone." Although Ren Jifeng was a native of the capital,
he seldom remained in the city.
Since meeting Lin Wu, he had noticed a considerable amount of discussion about her within their circles. It was said that she was exceptionally gifted, graduating from university at 18 and currently pursuing a PhD at a world-renowned institution. Such a resume left him feeling somewhat inadequate. Furthermore, she was known to excel in racing and esports, reaching a level capable of winning awards.
In addition to these pursuits,
she enjoyed adventurous activities like rock climbing and skydiving. As he delved deeper into understanding Lin Wu, he found her even more captivating and alluring than he had initially perceived. His interest in her grew, yet he lamented the fact that she was involved with Feng Ting. With this thought in mind, he maintained a respectful distance, remarking, "Miss Lin is truly ambitious and eager to learn." Lin Wu responded, "Mr. Ren, you flatter me.
It is precisely because I recognize my shortcomings that I strive to learn more, is it not?"
Her humility, combined with her remarkable talents,
only increased Ren Jifeng's admiration for her.
Ren Jifeng and Yao Xin Bo had come to Sundu for work. Their company, Zonghang, collaborated with Sundu. In fact, the project that Chang Mo, Sundu, and Zonghang were involved in was the same, though Chang Mo's partnership with Sundu focused on system technology,
while Zonghang's collaboration centered on materials.
The group made their way toward Rong Ci and Uemosun.
President Zhang, Yao Xin Bo greeted, "These two are."
Uemosun looked up, recognizing the newcomers, and raised an eyebrow, "So it is Mr. Ren, Mr. Yao, and Miss Lin." Rong Ci cast a fleeting glance at Ren Jifeng, then turned her attention away from the entrance, failing to notice Lin Wu's presence.
Upon hearing Umashuan utter the name Miss Lin, she instinctively deduced it was Lin Wu. Nevertheless,
she refrained from looking up and continued her dialogue with the technical staff from Xuandu.
Zhang, smiling, inquired, "Do you and Run know Yao?"
Umashuan replied, "Indeed.
After all,
they are all from the upper echelons of the capital society, second and third generation alike.
Naturally, they are acquainted. However, their paths diverge from mine. Hence we are not particularly close."
Meanwhile, Lin Wu remained by Umashuan's side. She had also noticed Rong Ci.
Umashuan,
possessing ample capability in being a student of Nanjiji, despite his apparent bias against her due to his feelings for Rong Ci, she still aspired to cultivate a friendly rapport with him. After all, once she became a student of Nanjiji herself, their interactions would inevitably increase.
Time elapsed,
and after a span of nearly half an hour, Umashuan, while jotting down notes, remarked absent-mindedly, "Miss Lin appears to have been here for quite some time." Lin Wu responded, "I arrived at Xuandu this morning, but I have been busy for most of the day and felt a bit fatigued. So I went upstairs for a glass of water and to rest for a while." This reference to going upstairs for water and respite naturally indicated a visit to Feng Ting's office.
Upon hearing this, Umashuan paused, his tone growing even more indifferent. "Oh? So, President Feng is also at Xuandu?"
"No, he is at Feng's." This implied that even if Feng Ting were absent, she could freely enter and exit his office.
Was there no longer any secret between them?
Umashuan acknowledged this with a simple "oh," and chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead stepping forward with his notebook to engage Rong Ci, indicating the contents he had noted.
Rong Ci cast a glance, nodded slightly to indicate her understanding,
and then turned to continue with her work.
Lin Wu, observing this, inquired, "Could you share which part of the content has encountered an issue? I would appreciate the opportunity to discuss it with you."
Umo-sun replied coldly, "Miss Lin, I am currently engaged in work and it is not an opportune moment." Just as Lin Wu was about to respond, Rong Ci approached Umo-sun and conveyed a set of data to him. The moment Lin Wu saw Rong Ci walking over, her expression turned icy. The nature of Lin Wu's conversation with Yu Mo-sun remained unclear to Ren Jifeng and Yao Xian Bo, from their perspective. The two appeared to be enjoying a delightful exchange. However, Rong Ci abruptly intervened, pulling Yu Mo-sun away, casting a hostile glare at Lin Wu before departing. Her demeanor suggested that she perceived Lin Wu's conversation with Yu Mo-sun as an attempt to entice him. Lin Wu did not divert her gaze from the computer screen and replied coolly, "No, I was merely seeking Mr. Yu's insights on some professional matters." Upon hearing Lin Wu's statement, Ren Jifeng and the others recalled that both Yu Mo-sun and Lin Wu seemed to have pursued the same field of study. Additionally, Yu Mo-sun was a student of Nanjiji, whose capabilities were undoubtedly commendable. Lin Wu, being diligent and eager to learn, found no fault in her desire to consult Yu Mo-sun regarding professional inquiries. Yet, Rong Ci's narrow-mindedness led her to misconstrue Lin Wu's initiative as an attempt to seduce Yu Mo-sun, prompting her to hastily whisk him away while issuing a warning glare at Lin Wu. Chapter 80, Miss Rong, is skiing permissible? He inquired, "Are you acquainted with that woman?" Upon hearing him mention Rong Ci, Lin Wu's fingers tightened slightly on the keyboard. Rong Ci is indeed strikingly beautiful. Upon hearing Ren Jifeng's inquiry, she instinctively assumed he had an interest in Rong Ci. However, recalling the words she heard at the auction and Ren Jifeng's current demeanor towards her, she realized her initial assumption was misguided. With a rather expressionless face, she replied, "Not familiar, what's the matter?" Ren Jifeng glanced over at Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun, remarking, "The way she converses with Yu Mo-sun suggests she possesses considerable talent, doesn't it?" Lin Wu replied nonchalantly, "I'm not sure, but I've heard she only holds a bachelor's degree." "Only a bachelor's degree?" Ren Jifeng mused. "No wonder, then. With an education that pales in comparison to Lin Wu's, and lacking the captivating charm that Lin Wu exudes, it's only natural for her to worry about Yu Mo-sun being swept away." While he could understand her anxiety over Yu Mo-sun, the animosity she harbored towards Lin Wu, believing that other women were attempting to allure her boyfriend, struck him as rather petty. Contemplating this, Ren Jifeng's indifference towards Rong Ci morphed into a subtle disdain. Meanwhile, Yu Mo-sun found himself momentarily at leisure, peering through the glass window towards Ren Jifeng and Lin Wu in the conference room. After a few moments of observation, he leaned towards Rong Ci and murmured, "Does Ren Jifeng have feelings for Lin Wu?" As Rong Ci's mind grappled with data-related issues, she took a moment to comprehend who Ren Jifeng was after he mentioned the name. With a tone devoid of interest, she remarked, "It should be." Her indifference was palpable. And after speaking, she tugged at Yu Mo-sun to resume their work, urging him to refrain from gossiping. After all, completing their tasks promptly meant an early departure. Yu Mo-sun curled his lips in disdain, muttering about the gaze directed at them. Once he had expressed his thoughts, he ceased his idle chatter. Meanwhile, Ren Jifeng, noticing Yu Mo-sun's glance in their direction, mistakenly assumed he was looking at Lin Wu. He also interpreted Rong Ci's frown and her pulling Yu Mo-sun away as irritation at his lingering gaze upon Lin Wu. Lin Wu encountered a problem and halted her progress. She wished to seek Yu Mo-sun's advice, but upon looking over, she realized that both Yu Mo-sun and the technicians from Sundu were intently listening to Rong Ci's discourse. To an outsider, it might have seemed as though Rong Ci possessed remarkable technical expertise. Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun were preoccupied until after 5 in the afternoon, finally managing to resolve most matters at hand. The contract with Zonghong and Xindu had also been finalized. General Manager Jean invited Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun to the conference room to take a break and refresh themselves with some water. Noticing that Ren Jifeng and his team had also completed their tasks, he suggested, "It is getting late, shall we dine together?" Ren Jifeng felt a stir in his heart and glanced at Lin Wu. However, Lin Wu appeared oblivious to his gaze and replied, "I apologize. But Tingshin will be picking me up from the Feng family shortly. We have other arrangements, so I will have to decline. Enjoy your meal." Upon hearing Lin Wu's refusal, Ren Jifeng instantly found the dinner invitation rather unappealing and remarked, "I have matters to attend to as well, perhaps next time." Lin Wu did not seem surprised by his response, her expression remaining neutral. Yu Mo-sun increasingly perceived that Ren Jifeng harbored feelings for Lin Wu and recognized that Ren Jifeng's reluctance to join was indeed influenced by Lin Wu's absence. With both Ring Ji-feng and Lin Wu declining the invitation, General Manager Jean felt a moment of awkwardness and turned to Yu Emo-sun, inquiring, what about you? Yu Emo-sun clinked his teacup gently against Rong Ci's, smiling, we are free, aren't we, shall Ci? Rong Ci was aware that his smile was subtly mocking Ring Ji-feng, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Wu observed that Yu Ma-xuan treated Rong Ci exceptionally well, which caused her to furrow her brow. Although Rin Ji-feng and his companions claimed to be too busy to dine, matters had been settled. So they accompanied Rong Ci and Yu Ma-xuan downstairs, preparing to depart from Sun Du. At that moment, Lin Wu received a phone call. After hanging up, she announced, Ting Shin will be arriving soon, I shall join you. When the group reached the ground floor, Feng Ting was already awaiting them. Upon seeing them, he exited his vehicle and exchanged greetings with both Rin Ji-feng and Yu Ma-xuan. He cast a glance at Rong Ci but refrained from engaging her in conversation. Meanwhile, Lin Wu positioned herself beside him as he alighted from the car. The two stood together, indeed resembling a genuine couple. While Rin Ji-feng engaged in pleasantries with Feng Ting, Yu Ma-xuan smirked slightly and spoke in a detached tone, President Feng. We have arranged for a meal and shall take our leave. Feng Ting replied, President Yu, take care. Yu Ma-xuan and Rong Ci departed first. No sooner had they arrived home than a call from Yi Changbai came through. After a brief pause, she picked up the conversation, Hello, Mr. He. As soon as she finished speaking, she hung up the phone without waiting for a reply. Rong Ci did not anticipate that Yi Changbai would act with such swiftness. Nonetheless, she harbored distrust towards him. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to call her uncle, Rong Zhangsheng. Uncle, has our company collaborated on a project with the Yi family? Indeed. There has been progress on our end, Rong Zhangsheng replied, his tone filled with enthusiasm. However, he found it somewhat peculiar. How did you come to know about this? Shao Ci? I heard it from someone else, Rong Ci nonchalantly deflected, expressing further concern for Rong Zhangsheng before ending the call. Subsequently, she dialed He Changbai. He answered in an instant. Rong Ci remarked, I am available on Saturday and Sunday. He Changbai responded, very well, would you prefer to arrange the specific time? Or shall I? You may arrange it. All right. After ending the call, Rong Ci entered the bathroom for a shower. Noticing that it was still early, she turned her attention to the latest news in the realm of AI across various countries. The following morning, after a light breakfast, just as she was about to step out, He Changbai's call came through again. Last night, I discussed with Shan, and she expressed her desire to go skiing. Miss Rong, would skiing be suitable for you? Rong Ci, certainly. She is proficient in skiing. He Changbai, do you require me to prepare skiing equipment for you? No. I can procure it myself. Very well, see you on Saturday. Indeed. After hanging up the phone, Rong Ci proceeded to the office. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Feng Jingxin called, expressing a desire for her home-cooked dishes. Rong Ci visited in the evening, but Feng Ting was not at home, having gone on a business trip. That evening, Rong Ci decided to stay here. The following day, before sending Feng Jingxin off to school, she recalled her plans to go skiing with Dan on Saturday and brought along the skiing equipment she had previously left behind, thus avoiding the need to purchase new gear in a couple of days. Upon noticing this, Feng Jingxin inquired, Mom, are you going skiing? Yes, in a few days. Rong Ci replied. I want to go too. Feng Jingxin exclaimed. Although she had spent half a day skiing with Lin Wu and the others recently, she felt she hadn't had enough fun yet. Chapter 81, Keeping Uncle's Secret. After a moment of hesitation, Rong Ci inquired, when would you like to go? At this, Feng Jing's heart became somewhat uncertain. Rong Ci was aware that she truly desired to have her accompany her when both Lin Wu and Feng Ting were otherwise occupied. However, she was uncertain about when Lin Wu and Feng Ting would be unavailable, which left her in a state of hesitation. Feng Jingxin joyfully exclaimed, Great! After a week of relentless busyness, on Friday evening, Rong Ci finished work rather early. Upon returning home, just as she was contemplating preparing a meal, Feng Jingxin's call came through. Rong Ci paused for a moment before answering the phone. Mom, I am free this Saturday, shall we go skiing? Rong Ci had promised her that when she wished to go skiing, he would accompany her. However, tomorrow he had no intention of taking her along. The itinerary for the following day was, for him, somewhat of a social obligation. He did not wish to be burdened with her company during such engagements. He replied, "Mom will be busy tomorrow, you should choose another time." Feng Ting, in a playful manner, insisted, "No, I really want to go this Saturday."
"Please, Mom. Will you accompany me then?"
"This Saturday won't work, perhaps next week." "If you still wish to go next week, I will accompany you," he responded.
Feng Ting,
not heeding his words, continued to pout, hoping to soften Rong Ci's resolve. "Mom."
Rong Ci remained unmoved. "If you still wish to go next week, do speak to your mother again. Remember to eat well and avoid being finicky." Having said that, Rong Ci ended the call. Feng Ting did not reach out again.
Given her understanding of Feng Ting, it was likely that she was upset.
Rong Ci was indifferent, entering the kitchen to prepare dinner.
The following day, upon rising, He Changbai called again, inquiring whether she required a car to pick her up.
Rong Ci politely declined.
After having breakfast, she drove to the ski resort.
Upon her arrival,
He Changbai and Dan Dan were already there. Noticing her, He Changbai glanced over, while Dan Dan playfully brushed aside He Changbai's hand and joyfully ran towards Rong Ci, exclaiming,
"Auntie!"
As Dan Dan leaped into her embrace, Rong Ci gently hugged her, gazing at the radiant smile on Dan Dan's face. She tenderly caressed her cheek, remarking, "Dan Dan seems to have grown a little taller, and there is more fullness to her cheeks, making her even more beautiful."
At Rong Ci's compliment, Dan Dan beamed and nodded enthusiastically, "Yes. I've been eating a lot of meat." Rong Ci smiled gently.
Just as Shan Shan unexpectedly retrieved a crystal keychain from her pocket.
"Auntie, this is for you," she said. The keychain was a miniature pink cat bag,
which contained an adorable little white kitten, exquisitely charming. It appeared that He Changbai frequently accompanied Shan Shan, Feng Ting, and Lin Wu in their playful endeavors.
Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Shan Shan and Feng Ting to possess identical keychains.
Rong Ci paused momentarily, yet refrained from inquiring further. With a smile, she remarked, "It's beautiful.
Auntie loves it." "Thank you, Dan Dan."
Hearing Rong Ci express her fondness only brought more joy to Dan Dan, who then took Rong Ci by the hand and led her inside, saying, "Auntie, let us go skiing."
Rong Ci replied, "Okay."
Seeing them walk inside, He Changbai inquired,
"Have you had breakfast? We brought some for you. If you haven't eaten yet, please have a bite."
Rong Ci replied, "No need, I have already eaten."
"All right."
Once she donned her attire and put on her goggles, they commenced their skiing adventure.
While Dan Dan was still a novice,
Rong Ci had been skiing for many years and gradually guided Dan Dan along the slopes. The ski resort was quite crowded on weekends. Concerned for their safety, He Changbai followed closely beside them, ready to protect them should anyone accidentally collide with them.
However, the crowd was overwhelming that day.
After merely an hour of skiing, they were unexpectedly struck by two girls. Fortunately, Dan Dan fared well, but Rong Ci collided directly into He Changbai. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her waist,
drawing her securely into his embrace.
Startled by the sudden closeness to his broad chest, Rong Ci felt a wave of discomfort and instinctively attempted to push away, only to realize her foot was causing her some distress.
He Changbai did not release her, asking, "Did you twist your ankle?"
"It seems, yes," she replied. He Changbai signaled for a staff member to assist Dan Dan, then bent down to lift Rong Ci into his arms. Rong Ci believed he would have the staff assist her. However, she was suddenly swept into his arms, leaving her momentarily dazed. She quickly protested, "Please set me down first." He replied, "He Changbai is already waiting, we must attend to your foot issue first." After a brief pause, Rong Ci remained still.
Upon entering the house, He Changbai gently set Rong Ci down.
A nearby doctor examined her and found only a minor dislocation. He promptly realigned her bone, and soon she was fine.
He Changbai inquired, "Still want to slide?"
"I'm all right, I can continue," she replied. Since they were already there, she did not wish to dampen Shan Shan's spirits. Hearing the doctor confirm that her leg posed no significant issues, she felt no reason to decline. At that moment, someone in the distance gazed in their direction.
Yao Yao? What are you looking at? Sun Liao remarked, I think I spotted someone familiar.
The profile of that person ahead resembles He Changbai quite a lot.
However, he is accompanied by a child and a woman. It couldn't possibly be He Changbai, could it?
Just as she attempted to step forward for a clearer view, the individual donned a hat and goggles once more and departed. In the following hour, Rong Ci and Shan Shan encountered a couple of collisions but sustained no injuries. Noticing He Changbai holding her hand to support her, Rong Ci gently pulled away, saying, I'm fine now, thank you. He Changbai then released her wrist.
By noon,
they exited the ski resort and headed to a nearby restaurant for a meal. He Changbai handed her the menu, encouraging her to place the order.
At that moment, Shan Shan suddenly remembered something and asked Rong Ci, Auntie, what is your name?
Rong Ci, she replied.
Shan Shan nodded, Auntie Rong. Rong Ci smiled gently,
caressing her delicate face. Perhaps the exhaustion from skiing had taken its toll. Before finishing her meal, Shan Shan had already begun to doze off. He Changbai cradled Shan Shan in his arms, tenderly wiping the remnants of grease from the corners of her mouth.
After finishing her meal, Rong Ci set down her chopsticks and said, Shall we leave it at that for today?
Very well, she replied. However, He Changbai did not rise immediately. Instead,
he gazed at her and inquired, May I invite you again next time? Rong Ci remarked, Certainly.
He had assisted her, and since Shan Shan needed her, it was only fitting that she reciprocate his kindness.
Thank you. It is only proper.
Despite having spent the night together, Rong Ci still felt there was little to discuss between them, so she turned and departed without further words.
After watching her drive away,
He Changbai lingered for a moment before getting into his car.
Upon arriving home, Shan Shan was awake. Has Auntie Rong left again?
Yes, He Changbai replied,
embracing her.
Suddenly, he added, By the way, Shan Shan, from now on, just call her Auntie, not Auntie Rong, understood?
Also, please keep her name a secret from your uncle and don't disclose it to anyone else for now, alright? Shan Shan obediently nodded, okay. Chapter 82, next time. Don't come back.
After finishing their meal, Rong Ci and He Changbai drove for a short while before receiving a call from Chu's Island.
Xiao Ci, where are you? I'm utterly exhausted. Hurry and come pick me up for dinner. Rong Ci did not mention that he had already eaten. Where are you? At Yulian Garden,
replied Chu Zilan, referring to the ancient-style courtyard development from a few years ago. I came here early this morning with my aunt to look at houses.
It has utterly exhausted me.
After hanging up the phone, Rong Ci adjusted the navigation and proceeded towards Yulian Garden.
A little over 10 minutes later, Chu Zilan called again, exclaiming, Darn! Do you know who I just ran into here? Recently.
The only ones who can provoke an uncivilized response from Chu's Island seem to be Feng Ting and the Lin family.
He brought the Lin family to view the house.
Rong Ci gazed ahead, his expression devoid of emotion as he uttered a non-committal typically.
Feng Ting and Lin Wu would often take Feng Jing Xian along during their outings.
However, today, Feng Ting had left Feng Jing Xian at home,
as he intended to show the Lin family some properties.
Indeed, with the Sun family having already moved into their residence, it was only fitting for the Lin family to acquire a home now that they planned to settle in the capital.
Upon arriving at Yulian Garden, Rong Ci parked the car, informed Chu Zilan of his arrival, and sent her a location pin. Rong Ci inquired about her whereabouts,
as she wished to visit the sales office to use the restroom.
Chu Zilan sent her a location pin.
As Rong Ci was about to alight from the car, he beheld the approaching figures of old lady Lin, Lin Lihai, and Sun Yuqing, making their way towards the parking lot. Their faces were adorned with radiant smiles,
clearly reflecting their delightful spirits.
Rong Ci alighted from the car, yet Lin Lihai and his companions entered the parking lot from the opposite side, oblivious to her presence. A few minutes later, as Rong Ci arrived at the entrance of the sales department, she fortuitously encountered Feng Ting and Lin Wu. They were surrounded by 7 or 8 core senior executives of the sales department as they descended from within.
Upon noticing her,
Feng Ting cast a sidelong glance in her direction, while Lin Wu, entwined with Feng Ting's arm, regarded her with an equally indifferent stare. Upon entering the sales department, she made a beeline for Chu Zilan. Upon seeing her, Chu Zilan gritted her teeth and whispered, "The properties here start at 300 million. I just overheard the staff mention that the villa Feng Ting purchased for the Lin family is the highest tier among them, priced at over 600 million. Rong Ci, indeed." Chu Zilan glanced at her expression and continued, "Moreover, I have heard that the reason Feng Ting and the others chose to purchase property here is that Lin Wu's mother has a fondness for the style of this area." Upon hearing this, Rong Ci paused momentarily, her footsteps leaving no trace. It is no wonder that when she encountered Sun Yuqing earlier, she smiled so joyfully. Rong Ci suppressed his emotions and spoke softly, "I am going to the restroom." "Oh, all right." Upon entering the restroom, Rong Ci clenched her small fist. She had long ceased to feel anything upon hearing others speak of how exceptionally kind Feng Ting was to Lin Wu. However, when she overheard Feng Ting attempting to curry favor with Sun Yuqing, a flicker of emotion stirred within her. Suddenly, the voices of the sales staff from the nearby office pierced through the air. "Mr. Feng has such discerning taste, his girlfriend is truly beautiful." Indeed. His girlfriend's mother is equally stunning, exuding elegance and grace. Notably, her husband and mother-in-law indulge her every whim, prioritizing her preferences above all else, showering her with affection. Comparing her life to that of my own husband and mother-in-law, it only serves to intensify my frustration. Isn't it so? Mr. Feng treats his girlfriend with immense kindness. And they aren't even married yet. He casually purchased a villa worth over 600 million for her family. Sigh, as a woman myself, it is undeniable that Mr. Feng's girlfriend is indeed a quintessential winner in life. When Rong Ci emerged from the restroom, 10 minutes had already elapsed. After accompanying Chu Zilan for a meal, she suddenly felt compelled to visit the sanatorium. Upon returning home, she secluded herself in her room, immersing herself in her own pursuits. Time passed, though she remained unaware of its passage. Eventually, her phone buzzed once more, signaling a call from Feng Ting. Rong Ci cast a glance at the data at hand, making a note of it without paying further attention. The call was naturally disconnected. A few minutes later, another call came through. Yongxi still did not answer the call. As the words fell, Feng Jingxin had already reached the ground floor, throwing herself into his embrace. Feng Ting supported her delicate form and uttered a soft hum. Noticing that he was holding his phone, seemingly about to send a message, Jingxin inquired, "Daddy, what are you doing?" Feng Ting replied, "Your mother isn't answering her phone." Upon hearing him mention Yongxi, Feng Jingxin huffed in annoyance and turned her little face away. Observing her reaction, Feng Ting playfully pinched her soft cheek and asked, "Are you upset because of your mother? Did you make her angry?" Feng Jingxin widened her eyes in indignation, her frustration escalating, "It's Mom who made me angry." Feng Ting propped his face elegantly with his hand, as if intrigued. "Oh?" Feng Jingxin, puffed up with anger, complained, "Mom said she would take me skiing. But when I called her today, she said she had something else to do and would take me next time. Your mother has her own commitments and cannot take you out to play. Shouldn't you be understanding rather than upset with her?" "You." Feng Ting chuckled, gently pressing down on her head, and stood up, saying, "Let us go." Feng Jingxin paused, asking, "Where to?" "Oh," she murmured, then ran after him. On the other side, Rong Ci ordered takeout and had just finished her meal around 7 o'clock when a call from Grandma Feng came through. While she could choose not to answer Feng Ting's calls, she felt obliged to respond to Grandma Feng, who had shown kindness to her family. "Hello, Grandma," she answered. Grandma Feng inquired, "Xiao Ci, I heard from Ting that you have some matters to attend to. When will you be finished?" Unfazed, Grandma Feng continued, "Don't worry about me, I just care that you don't overexert yourself." "I assure you, Grandma, I know my limits," she replied. Rong Ci, all right. Feng Ting raised an eyebrow, "Shall I take my leave then?" The elderly lady. Chapter 83, Does Xiao Ci have a boyfriend? After ending the call, Rong Ci immersed herself once again in her work. By around 9 in the evening, after her mind had been thoroughly refreshed with knowledge, Rong Ci felt significantly uplifted. At that moment, a call from Yu Emosun came through. Would she care to join him for some leisure? Half an hour later, Rong Ci arrived at the bar. Yu Emosun greeted her at the entrance and inquired, "Would you like something to drink?"
Rong Ci paused momentarily before suggesting, why not have a drink? Yu Emosun leaned in to steal a glance at her, inquiring, are you feeling down?
Much better now, she replied. Yu Emosun refrained from probing further and ordered her a blue cocktail with a moderate level of potency.
With the glass elegantly poised in her hand,
Rong Ci sipped her wine delicately while listening to Yu Emosun engage in conversation with his friends. Neither she nor Yu Emosun was aware that someone at the bar upstairs was observing them.
Yao Xianbo remarked. So it turns out it's her and Yu Emosun.
The man beside him followed his gaze and, upon spotting Rong Ci, paused momentarily.
Noticing this, Yao Xianbo chuckled. Is she to your taste?
Indeed, he replied. This is the girl I mentioned to you a couple of days ago, the one who initially caught Ji Feng's eye but soon lost his interest. His friend scrutinized Rong Ci. Perceiving that although the bar was not chaotic, her ethereal and pristine demeanor stood out amidst the vibrant lights and pulsating music, rendering her presence one of serene grace. As if she had inadvertently wandered into this lively scene,
Yu Emosun inquired of Rong Ci, would you like to dance? Rong Ci,
although unskilled in the art of dance, harbored a desire to attempt it.
As she entered the dance floor, guided by Yu Mashuan,
she swayed to the music for over a minute, gradually finding her rhythm and allowing her body to relax in gentle undulations. Having indulged in a few drinks, she felt a slight intoxication, the warmth of alcohol gracing her cheeks with a charming rosy hue, while her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure,
exuding an irresistible charm that was more pronounced than usual.
Yao Xinbo, observing her, let out a sigh, remarking, though Miss Rome may not possess the same commanding allure as Miss Lin, she truly embodies an innocent and delicate beauty.
A veritable gem.
His companions offered no response. At that moment, Rong Ci felt her phone vibrate. Without halting her movements, she glanced at her device, and upon seeing the caller ID, she abruptly ceased her dancing. Yu Mashuan, noticing her sudden change in demeanor, leaned in for a closer look, and was instantly taken aback. It was her teacher. Rong Ci and Yu Emosun hurriedly departed from the dance floor. As they were leaving, Rong Ci inadvertently glanced up and beheld Yao Xianbo seated beside a strikingly handsome young man. Rong Ci, unfamiliar with Yao Xinbo, promptly averted her gaze and, alongside Yu Mashuan, exited the bar to take a phone call. As she began to speak, her tone was notably timid. Teacher,
please come to pick me up tomorrow at noon. Rong Ci was taken aback.
Ha? But the call had already disconnected.
Yu Emosun hurriedly inquired.
What did the teacher say? Rong Ci, the teacher asked me to pick him up tomorrow at noon.
He did not mention any particular matter.
Nor did he say to bring me along.
Rong Ci shook his head. Yu Emosun glanced at his phone.
Noticing that Nan Jiji had not reached out to him, and he instantly felt a pang of hurt, the teacher was biased.
In the lively atmosphere of the bar,
one could indeed find a sense of relaxation.
Rong Ci's mood improved significantly as he reached out to cover his chest. Feeling better?
Not yet. Only if you cover tonight's expenses will it get better.
Understood.
Of course, this was merely a jest.
Yu Emosun would never allow Rong Ci to pay the bill. The following day at noon,
Rong Ci drove to pick up Nan Jiji at his villa. Once Nan Jiji entered the car, she inquired, Teacher,
where are we headed? Nan Jiji provided an address.
Half an hour later, they arrived at a restaurant, where they were ushered into a private room.
Upon entering,
they discovered two distinguished middle-aged men already seated within. As they entered, the men rose to their feet, greeting them with, Welcome. Nan Jiji, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor, introduced Rong Ci, saying, This is my student, Rong Ci. Rong Ci had encountered them in the news. One held a significant position within the military,
while the other was a prominent figure in the political arena.
However, upon meeting Rong Ci, their demeanor was surprisingly gentle as they extended their hands, saying, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Despite feeling a bit bewildered, Rong Ci maintained her composure, greeting each of them with a handshake and respectfully stating, This conversation ought to be initiated by me to both of you. Ren Ian and Ji Huanying exchanged smiles, gesturing for her to take a seat. Once she was settled, Ren Ian remarked, We have known about you for several years now, and have always hoped that academician Nan could introduce us. Unfortunately, everyone has been quite busy. and time has eluded us. Recently, our team has been delving into the system you developed a few days ago, and fortuitously. We all found some time in the past couple of days, thus we wish to share a meal with you and finally meet. After some pleasantries, Rong Ci engaged in conversation with them, discussing systems, chips, and energy. Nan Jiji, seated quietly to the side, remained mostly silent, focused on his meal and tea. After more than an hour, Ren Ian poured a cup of tea for Rong Ci, who promptly accepted it. Setting down the teapot, Ren Ian's gaze was profound. Filled with experience, yet softened when he looked at Rong Ci. If I am not mistaken, Rong Ci, you must be in your 20s this year, correct? Rong Ci nodded in affirmation. Yes, I am 25. So young, he remarked. Upon hearing Ren Ian's question, Ji Huanying immediately grasped his intent and interjected. Do you have a boyfriend? Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback and replied, I am married, though I am on the verge of divorce. However, faced with Ren Ian and Ji Huanying, she refrained from elaborating on her personal circumstances. Both Ren Ian and Ji Huanying appeared quite surprised, yet they were not ordinary individuals. When Rong Ci mentioned her marriage, a flicker of emotion passed through her eyes, indicating that her union was fraught with difficulties, suggesting that divorce was indeed a possibility. This implies that her son might still have a chance. Countless esteemed young ladies aspire to enter the prestigious families of the Run and Ji clans. Generally speaking, even the most ordinary daughters of affluent families find it challenging to gain entry into the Run or Ji households, let alone someone who has experienced divorce. However, Rong Ci was different. Rong Ci possesses remarkable talent. With the technology that Chang Mo currently possesses, its development in the coming years will be unstoppable. Not to mention, the future position of Nan Jiji is highly likely to be succeeded by Rong Ci. This implies that Rong Ci's future is boundless. Moreover, despite his youth, Rong Ci has achieved such heights while remaining composed and gentle, devoid of any arrogance, traits that are exceedingly rare among young individuals. The more one observes him, the more one grows fond of him. Upon hearing this, Nan Jiji finally lifted his gaze and cast a cold glance at them. Chapter 84, Waiting for a person. Upon learning the reason for Nan Jiji's inquiry, he remarked, Ren Ian and Ji Huanying? I am already acquainted with them. He then added, by the way, that Ren Jifeng is actually Ren Ian's son. TSK, with such an impressive father. One wonders why the son lost his sight at such a young age. Rong Ci truly did not expect that Ren Jifeng was the son of Ren Yan. However, this was of no concern to her. On Tuesday, during the initial testing of Xuandu's autonomous vehicles, Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan arrived at Xuandu early in the morning. By the time they arrived, Ren Jifeng and Yao Xinbo were already present. Yu Mashuan, indifferent to him, pulled Rong Ci to engage in the testing work. Noticing that the preliminary preparations were complete but the staff had yet to commence testing, Yu Mashuan inquired, why has it not started yet? General Quan, President Feng will personally oversee the testing, we shall commence once he arrives. Yu Mashuan replied. Oh. Then, recalling something, he asked, by the way, why haven't we seen Miss Lin today? Didn't Lin Wu mention she would come to Xuandu for self-improvement? How is it that just a few days have passed and she is no longer here? General Quan chuckled, oh, Miss Lin expressed her desire for self-improvement, didn't she? President Feng stated that the most effective way to enhance oneself is to lead a team in a project. Last week, President Feng had someone reassemble a project that had been shelved by the company. In these past few days, Miss Lin she should be referred to as Director Lin now, has formed a team and is currently in a meeting. Yu Mashuan simply responded with a thoughtful silence. He glanced at Rong Ci, who was focused on jotting down notes regarding the previous testing content, showing no reaction to General Quan's mention of Director Lin assembling a team. He sighed softly and gently patted her head. Rong Ci brushed his hand away, saying, do not move recklessly. Yu Mo-sun responded with a calm demeanor, indicating that he was no longer perturbed, which put him at ease. At that moment, Feng Ting arrived, accompanied by He Changbai and Shi Yuming. He Changbai and Shi Yuming were evidently taken aback to find Rong Ci present, their expressions revealing their surprise upon seeing her. Feng Ting, however, approached them politely and acknowledged their efforts, stating, thank you for your hard work. Mr. Feng, the general manager interjected, can we commence now? Wait a moment.
We are expecting one more person.
Feng Ting glanced at his wristwatch and remarked, I will go upstairs to check, please hold on for a moment.
With that, he departed.
Rong Ci did not intend to linger, yet she was acutely aware that Feng Ting was waiting for another person, Lin Wu. This implied that they could only commence the formal testing once Lin Wu concluded her meeting. Yu Emosun seemed to have reached the same conclusion, nearly cursing in frustration. Soon, Feng Ting and Lin Wu descended the stairs, accompanied by Sun Liyao. Sun Liyao was not surprised to see Rong Ci, for Lin Wu had informed her in advance. Observing that Rong Ci, despite being Feng Ting's wife, was relegated to waiting like a subordinate for her sister to finish before they could proceed with their work, Sun Liao's gaze held a hint of derision and triumph. Rong Ci refrained from pondering why Sun Liao also appeared in professional attire at Xuandu, nonchalantly averting her gaze. Lin Wu, however, politely offered her apologies, saying,
I'm sorry for keeping everyone waiting.
Her apology was sincere, yet she directed her attention solely towards Ren Jifeng and Yu Mashuan, completely disregarding Rong Ci. It was evident that her apology did not extend to her. Mr. Rin is truly magnanimous, Yu Mashuan remarked coolly as he rose, adding, since we are all gathered, let us not squander any more time, let us commence. Feng Ting, in a courteous manner, countered, it is our fault, Mr. Yu, please proceed. With a cold snort, Yu Mashuan took Rong Ci by the hand and exited the conference room first. Observing their intimate gesture, Feng Ting averted his gaze, seemingly indifferent, while Li Changbai cast a lingering glance at the pair. Among the group, Feng Ting and Lin Wu stood as the focal point.
Upon reaching the test drive site,
the staff respectfully reported, Mr. Feng, Miss Lin, we are ready. This demeanor clearly established Lin Wu as the lady of the house. Let us begin, Feng Ting instructed.
Understood.
They could clearly monitor the driving conditions via surveillance. After the test drivers successfully completed a round, the staff inquired if Feng Ting and Lin Wu would like to experience it themselves. Feng Ting agreed, and they boarded the same vehicle. The surveillance footage revealed them engaged in cheerful conversation, their gazes seemingly intertwining. Rong Ci gazed intently at the surveillance monitor, her expression calm and composed.
In contrast, Yu Emosun wore a look of disdain.
Shi Yuming, curious to partake, was just about to engage He Changbai in conversation when Sun Liao approached him,
saying, Mr. He.
But He Changbai interjected, you may proceed, I have little interest.
Sun Liao was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Quanzong addressed Yu Emosun and Rong Ci, inquiring, Mr. Yu, Miss Rong, would you care to give it a try?
They were well aware of the vehicle's condition. Perhaps even more so than many of the staff at Sundu initially inclined to participate, their enthusiasm had waned, now replaced by frustration.
Yu Emosun scoffed, no. Thank you. Rong Ci smiled faintly and whispered into his ear about the engine specifications of the vehicle, asking, are you certain you don't want to give it a try? Yu Emosun shot her a glare before inquiring, how do you know that? Rong Ci gently touched his nose, acknowledging,
I inadvertently caught a glimpse of the data they brought over.
A good memory certainly has its advantages.
With that, he beckoned him to enter the vehicle.
After testing the car, half an hour had elapsed.
Feng Ting remarked, thank you all for your hard work today.
Shall we enjoy a meal together shortly?
Ren Jifeng replied, sounds good. Yu Emosun, however, pursed his lips and replied nonchalantly, I apologize, but we are unable to join you.
Please enjoy your meal.
We have matters to attend to and shall take our leave. Observing this, Feng Ting responded, in that case, let us arrange for next time. He then addressed the general manager, saying, please see off Mr. Yu and Miss Rong. The general manager promptly replied, of course.
Miss Rong.
Yu Mashuan curled his lips, internally scoffing, and preceded Rong Ci in leaving. Yao Xinbo lowered his voice and remarked to Ren Jifeng,
why do I feel that Yu Mashuan holds a particular disdain for President Feng and his associates?
This sentiment had already caught Ren Jifeng's attention during their previous encounter.
Initially, he thought he might be overthinking it, assuming that Yu Mashuan's temperament was simply such.
However, it now appeared that his instincts were indeed correct.
Chapter 85, Winter Camp. Upon departing from Sundu and while boarding the vehicle, Yu Mashuan remained visibly irate.
Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired of Rong Ci.
By the way, Who is that girl in the professional attire standing behind Lin Wu? I noticed her gaze towards you was rather unfriendly. Do you know her? Rong Ci, Lin Wu's cousin. Umo soon. Rong Ci shared a similar sentiment. She remarked, indeed. With Feng Ting profound affection for Lin Wu, she would find it entirely unremarkable if he were to present her with a message. What significance does it hold for the Sun family to work at Sundu? Uemosen felt it prudent to refrain from further discussion, realizing that continued conversation would only fuel his frustration. As he journeyed home, snow began to fall. Upon arriving, just as Rong Ci intended to step into the bathroom for a shower, her phone rang. It was a call from Feng Ting. Ignoring the call, Rong Ci entered the bathroom with her clothes in hand. Upon her emergence, she unlocked her phone to find that Feng Ting had attempted to reach her twice. Noticing her lack of response, he sent a message informing her that Feng Jingxin's parent-teacher meeting was scheduled for the following day. Afterwards, she set her phone aside, disregarding it. Feng Ting did not look up, merely acknowledging with a soft hm. Yay! Hooray! Feng Jingxin exclaimed, springing from the sofa, her joy manifesting in exuberant gestures. Feng Ting remarked, Father will also be attending tomorrow. Of course, Aunt Wu Wu will be there, so how could you not attend? Dad? The next day, as Rong Ci arrived at the office of Chang Mo, she was engaged in a conversation with Su Yuchuan regarding work, when her phone suddenly chimed. It was a message from Feng Jingxin's homeroom teacher. Will you be attending the parent-teacher meeting today for Feng Jingxin? After a brief pause, the homeroom teacher sent another message. Today, Feng Jingxin's father and another woman are attending the meeting on behalf of Feng Jingxin. The message included a photograph. In the image, Feng Ting and Lin Wu were seated together, with Feng Jingxin cozily nestled beside Lin Wu, affectionately clinging to her arm. Rong Ci was not surprised that Feng Ting accompanied Lin Wu to the school for Feng Jingxin's parent-teacher meeting. After all, Feng Jingxin would have preferred that she did not attend, wishing for Lin Wu to take her place, since Lin Wu was going in her stead. It was only natural for Feng Ting to accompany her. Setting her phone aside, Rong Ci resumed her work. The hours of busyness always seemed to pass swiftly. Before she realized it, Friday had arrived once more. That morning, shortly after rising, her phone rang again. This time it was He Changbai, expressing that Dan wished to go camping. Rong Ci inquired, Are we staying overnight? He Changbai replied, Rest assured, I shall ensure your safety. I will prepare a sleeping bag, tent, and heater. All you need to do is arrive. With her concerns alleviated, Rong Ci felt at ease. Around 2 in the afternoon, she departed in her car towards the campsite. Upon her arrival, she found He Changbai and Shan had just reached as well. He Changbai's companions were busy setting up tents and assembling the barbecue grill. Having recently experienced several days of snowfall, the mountains were blanketed in white. Upon seeing her, Shan approached and eagerly expressed her desire to build a snowman with her. In the past, Rong Ci often crafted snowmen alongside Feng Jingxin. Constructing a snowman posed no challenge for Rong Ci. Before long, they had fashioned a small snowman. Shan even took the initiative to prepare a scarf for their frosty creation, and after completing it, she hurried to ask the servants for a scarf and a carrot. He Changbai then approached Rong Ci. Upon seeing him, Rong Ci remained silent. He Changbai crouched beside her and inquired, Have you taken a position at Changma? Rong Ci was still preoccupied with arranging the snowman, not lifting her gaze. It reminded him of that day when they encountered each other at Xuandu. Her indifference towards Feng Ting and Lin Wu seemed to suggest that she no longer cared. He inquired, When did you go? He Changbai wished to delve deeper, but it was apparent that Rong Ci preferred to remain reticent, so he ceased that line of questioning and remarked, There were a total of 5 times. After a moment of contemplation, she grasped that he meant for her to accompany him merely 5 times. She replied, Understood. Dan fetched 2 scarves and expressed her desire to create a larger one, placing one big and one small side by side, akin to her and Rong Ci. She also enlisted He Changbai's assistance. He Changbai silently complied with her instructions. Once the large snowman was constructed, Dan requested He Changbai to capture a photograph of her and Rong Ci. Holding his phone, He Changbai gazed at Rong Ci's smiling visage in the camera and snapped several shots in quick succession.
The playful moments elapsed swiftly, and as the photographs were taken,
twilight began to descend.
The tantalizing aroma of food wafted from the barbecue grill, and the lights in the tent flickered to life.
He Changbai inquired, "Shall we indulge in some seafood?"
Handed her several skewers. There were quite a few people at the winter camp over here. The tents were not densely pitched, yet it was lively, with a bonfire party planned for later.
"Would you like to join? I'm open to it." Just as he was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from. Stepped aside to answer the call. "Shall we go for drinks later?" "Not going, you all go ahead." "What are you doing?"
At that moment, rushed over, clutching a skewer of barbecued wings.
"Uncle, barbecued wings." Bent down to take it. Overheard, "Are you eating barbecue?"
"Yes."
"Where?" "Outside."
He replied nonchalantly, "Went camping."
"Oh my."
With the heavy snowfall these past few days, camping, having snowball fights, and a bonfire sounds perfect.
How did I not think of that? After a moment, he belatedly added, "Wait, you went camping and didn't invite us?" Replied calmly, "I'll definitely invite you next time." "No, wait, that aunt is there, right?" "Where are you?" "I'm coming over right now."
"No, I can call in the others, and we can all go together."
I have to hang up.
Without waiting for to respond, hung up the phone. Chapter 86, Mother went camping and didn't tea take her. The sky had completely darkened.
The temperature in the mountains was growing colder. Handed something to
Rong Ci observed and remarked, "I am not cold, please drape it over me." He shook out his coat and casually placed it on her shoulders, before donning the smaller one himself. Indeed, Rong Ci did not feel cold, however. Upon donning a thick outer coat that shielded her from the majority of the mountain breeze, she found herself considerably warmer and thus refrained from further refusal. After savoring the barbecue, the bonfire party was soon to commence, prompting them to make their way over. As they approached, a bystander could not help but exclaim, "Ah! This family of three is truly radiant." After a moment of hesitation, Rong Ci explained, "We are not a family of three." The others chuckled, believing that although they may not be a family of three at present, there was a possibility that they could become one in the future. Shortly thereafter, Dan went off to play with friends of a similar age. The others had come to camp with family and friends, gathering in small groups to chat, play cards, build snowmen, and engage in snowball fights, creating a lively atmosphere. Once Dan had departed, the conversation between her and He Changbai grew subdued, as they were not particularly familiar with each other. There was indeed little to discuss. Conversations about family would inevitably touch upon Feng Ting and Lin Wu, a taboo for Rong Ci. Discussing work could lead to memories of unpleasant experiences at Sundu. Ultimately, He Changbai broke the silence, inquiring, "How have you been adjusting to Chang Mo?" Although Rong Ci found the situation rather tedious, she had no intention of engaging in a profound conversation with He Changbai. The ensuing silence between them suited her perfectly. As He Changbai spoke, she was absent-mindedly weaving a butterfly from dried grass and replied nonchalantly, adapting. "Yu Mashuan takes good care of you." "Yes." "Did you major in AI during university?" "Yes." "How did you meet Yu Mashuan?" He Changbai noticed her reluctance to converse further and recognized the distance she had maintained from him all along. Understanding the reason behind it, he chose not to press the matter any further. During their interaction, he received several phone calls, and by the time he returned, it was already quite late. Rong Ci painstakingly crafted several butterflies, which Shandan cherished dearly, carefully placing them into her pocket. Observing Shandan's affectionate demeanor towards her treasures, Rong Ci's smile faltered momentarily. Not so long ago, Feng Jingxin had been just like Shandan, wholeheartedly supportive of everything she did. Yet, those days have long since faded into memory. That evening, Shandan insisted on sleeping alongside Rong Ci. He Changbai turned to Rong Ci, inquiring about her thoughts on the matter. Dong Dan readily agreed and nestled happily into her embrace. Although they were to sleep together, it was merely within the confines of the same tent. At night, they still rested separately in their sleeping bags. And it was impossible for Dong Dan to dream of being held by Rong Ci this time.
Dong Dan's constitution was indeed somewhat frail.
The strong winds the previous night may have inadvertently caused her to catch a chill, for she awoke the next day with a cold. Rong Ci did not sleep well last night, and when she arose, her spirits were rather low.
Subsequently, she and Shandan boarded He Changbai's vehicle.
Rong Ci and Dan had barely settled into the vehicle when they succumbed to slumber. It was nearly time.
He Changbai did not press the matter further.
She picked up her phone and dialed Feng Ting.
The call was answered promptly, "Hello."
Meanwhile, her family was not particularly eager to see him.
After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Feng Ting responded, "All right."
After Rong Ci finished listening to him, she hung up the phone and turned to head towards the Feng Ting villa.
By the time she arrived, Feng Ting was already prepared with her backpack.
Upon seeing Rong Ci, she nestled beside Feng Ting, remaining still and deliberately averting her gaze from Rong Ci. She was still upset about Rong Ci not taking her skiing the previous week.
Feng Ting glanced at her, pausing momentarily. "Did you not sleep well last night?"
Rong Ci was taken aback by his question. Perhaps it was due to her lack of makeup and the disheveled state of her hair, which made her apparent fatigue all the more pronounced. She replied tersely with a non-committal not intending to elaborate. At that moment, the butler interjected with concern.
"Have you been suffering from insomnia?
We have some exquisite incense that can alleviate sleep troubles. I shall place it in your room later." Rong Ci then explained. "I usually have no issues with sleep, it was just that I went camping yesterday, and I am not quite accustomed to spending the night outdoors."
The butler frowned upon hearing this, remarking, "What is the allure of camping in this frigid winter?"
"I hope you don't catch a chill." Rong Ci smiled and remarked. "Camping in winter allows for snowball fights by the campfire, building snowmen, and playing hide and seek. The ambience is truly superior."
Last night, the others who came up to camp had an absolute blast.
She felt a twinge of envy. Hearing this, Feng Ting set down his newspaper and regarded her thoughtfully.
Feng Ting, however, felt a surge of irritation. The last time she was upset, her mother hadn't consoled her, and now
the fact that her mother hadn't taken her on such a delightful camping trip left her even more incensed. Grabbing her backpack, she jumped off the sofa, huffed, and bolted upstairs. Feng Ting's demeanor showed no trace of anger, yet Feng Ting abruptly halted her steps. Pouting, she turned back and stood still. Feng Ting glanced her way, but she did not approach Rong Ci.
Instead, she tugged at Feng Ting's hand, playfully pleading, "Daddy, can you come too? Please?"
Chapter 87. Unable to argue, Feng Ting did not look at Rong Ci and gently brushed Feng Jing's small nose, saying, "Daddy has matters to attend to. You must listen to your mother and be obedient." "Understood," Feng Jing responded reluctantly, casting a sidelong glance at Rong Ci. As she reached Rong Ci's side, she extended her hand, inviting her to hold it. This gesture signified her willingness to reconcile. Rong Ci held her hand, greeted the butler, and then stepped outside. By the time they arrived at the Rong residence, old Madame Feng had already been there for a while. Upon seeing only the mother and daughter and not Feng Ting, her expression immediately darkened. "Where is Ting?"
"Is he busy again?" Mrs. Rong, feeling a surge of anger, grasped her phone, intent on calling Feng Ting. She was already aware of the impending divorce between Rong Ci and Feng Ting,
and she believed that Feng Ting no longer needed to come over. She intervened, saying, "He is busy with work, and I understand that. Please do not pressure him." Upon entering the house, Feng Ting ascended the stairs to play video games with Rong Yunha.
Rong Ci engaged in conversation with the two elderly ladies.
Upon seeing the two paintings newly created by Lady Rong, Lady Feng was utterly enchanted. When she learned that they were crafted using the exquisite writing tools gifted to her by Rong Ci on her birthday, her interest in that set of writing instruments was piqued as well. She expressed her delight, and then inquired, "What of Ting? Surely he hasn't come unprepared?"
"He has indeed prepared something," replied Lady Rong.
However, the mention of Feng Ting brought a slight frown to Lady Rong's face. Nevertheless, she continued,
"The set of emerald jewelry he sent is of exceptional quality, and the embroidered artwork he delivered alongside it is quite commendable."
Lady Feng chuckled softly.
"Now that is more like it.
It seems he has taken my words to heart." Upon hearing this, Rong Ci refrained from interjecting. After remaining silent in the study for a while, the two elderly ladies emerged once more into the courtyard to enjoy tea. Madame Rong gazed at the house across the street and remarked casually, "It is indeed peculiar.
Just a few days ago, this residence was undergoing renovations day and night.
I assumed the owner was eager to move in, yet unexpectedly, the work came to a sudden halt."
Madame Feng chuckled, perhaps something unforeseen occurred, preventing them from relocating.
"Perhaps," replied Rong Ci. She had contemplated selling the property, yet she was apprehensive about it ultimately falling into the hands of the Lin or Sun families. Thus, she had refrained from taking any action. Furthermore, she had never ventured inside, as the Sun family had previously been involved, and she harbored no desire to enter.
Consequently,
the matter remained in abeyance. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, she unexpectedly sneezed, a chill running down her spine. The two elderly ladies immediately expressed their concern.
"Are you all right? Could it be that you've caught a chill?" Rong Ci took a tissue to dab her nose and remarked, "Perhaps so.
She might have caught a slight chill last night, it's just that her reaction wasn't particularly pronounced. Madame Rong and Madame Feng have been friends for many years. However, regarding the events that transpired during her birthday banquet, as well as the matters concerning Feng Ting and Lin Wu, she did not utter a single word to Madame Feng. The two simply engaged in cheerful conversation, delighting in each other's company.
After a brief moment of contemplation,
Rong Ci received a call from Chu Xilan, who informed her that she had once again encountered Feng Ting and the Lin family. She mentioned that Feng Ting was dining with the Lin family.
Chu Xilan exclaimed, "Why do I always find myself in such situations? I truly do not wish for this." She then inquired about Rong Ci's whereabouts. Rong Ci remarked, "At my grandmother's place, there are also Xin and Grandma Feng."
Rong Ci refrained from uttering a word. After concluding the phone call, Rong Ci sneezed once more. Rong Ci's aunt, Himing Xue, was concerned that she might have caught a cold, so she prepared a bowl of ginger soup for her.
After drinking it,
Rong Ci felt her head grow heavier and soon drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she realized she had developed a fever, and quite a high one at that. Leaving her head in a fog,
Feng Jingxin approached her with a worried expression, asking, "Mom, are you unwell?" Rong Ci, Upon returning to the ancestral home,
an experienced physician visited and prescribed her some medicine. After consuming a bowl, she ascended the stairs and succumbed to slumber once more.
When she awakened again,
she felt a considerable alleviation of the heaviness in both her body and mind. As she opened her eyes, she noticed a small lamp aglow beside her.
Turning her head,
she beheld Feng Ting engrossed in a book. She paused momentarily, and then it dawned upon her that she was in the ancestral home. In Feng Ting's room, the very place where he had spent his childhood.
Perhaps sensing the movement, Feng Ting turned his gaze towards her and inquired, "Awake?"
Rong Ci felt a slight discomfort in her throat, and her mood was not particularly cheerful. She had no desire to engage in conversation, thus refraining from speaking. As she reached for the coat beside her to put it on and was about to rise from the bed, Feng Ting approached her with a glass of water,
presenting it before her. After a moment of hesitation, Rong Ci picked up the call, neglecting to express her gratitude.
Feng Ting remained silent, reaching out to touch her forehead. Although Rong Ci felt a heaviness in her mind, her reflexes were not dulled. She deftly evaded his touch.
With that,
without waiting for her response, he rose and descended the stairs. A few minutes later, Zhang Lao, the elderly lady, Feng Ting
and Feng Jingxian all entered the room.
Zhang Lao examined Rong Ci and remarked that she had improved significantly, yet she needed to continue her medication. He noted that her constitution was weak and her heart burdened, making her susceptible to illness whenever she caught a chill. Thus, it was imperative for her to restore her health properly. Rong Ci listened attentively and nodded.
Lady Feng inquired further, "Are you hungry, dear?" Earlier in the afternoon,
Rong Ci had felt unwell and barely ate before dozing off. Now, as evening approached, she indeed felt hunger, yet lacked appetite.
Nevertheless,
the elderly lady insisted that she eat something, and then instructed Feng Ting to descend to the kitchen to fetch the meal prepared for Rong Ci. Obeying her command,
Feng Ting turned and made his way downstairs. Shortly thereafter, he returned, bearing the food.
Lady Feng and Elder Zhang took their leave, while Feng Ting remained.
seated beside Rong Ci as she dined, engrossed in his reading. Rong Ci glanced over and realized that he was still reading the book she had previously seen at the hot spring resort. She had not noticed it before. But now she discovered that he had not returned the book to her. She frowned slightly. Feng Ting chuckled softly and said, that day, after reading for half an hour, I found some of your thoughts quite intriguing, which offered me a fresh perspective. Hence, I took the liberty of borrowing it to peruse whenever I have a moment. Rong Ci pressed her lips together, ignoring him. She had little appetite to begin with, and now it had diminished even further. Feng Ting deeply propped his face on his hand as he gazed at her and remarked, after all these years, you still cannot even argue? Rong Ci averted his gaze. And Feng Ting let out a deep sigh, saying, all right, I shall not be upset with you any longer. Please, eat. Chapter 88, My lack of interest in racing. In the divorce agreement, she explicitly stated that she desired nothing. There were no matters concerning the division of assets or the custody of Feng Jingxin. She assumed he would soon notify her to collect the divorce certificate. With this thought, Rong Ci looked up, intending to inquire about the matter, when a series of knocks sounded from outside the door. Subsequently, Feng Ting's voice echoed, sister-in-law. I heard that you have been unwell. Are you feeling better now? Before Rong Ci could utter a word, Feng Ting spoke up, come in. The room had seen a flurry of comings and goings, and the door remained ajar. Upon hearing Feng Ting's voice, Feng Ting stepped through the threshold, greeting him with a simple, brother. Feng Ting replied with a nonchalant Feng Ting's gaze fell upon Rong Ci. Although their interactions had been limited, she was aware of his concern for her but found herself at a loss for words. Thus, she took the initiative to speak, I am feeling much better now. Feng Ting scratched her head, responding, oh, well, that's good to hear. At that moment, grandmother Feng arrived as well. Noticing that Rong Ci's complexion had improved somewhat, she felt a sense of relief and remarked, the soup in the kitchen is ready. Old Zhang mentioned that you could have some. Would you like to come down and join us, or should I ask Tingshin to bring it up to you? Rong Ci had little appetite and ate sparingly. Feeling the room was somewhat stifling, she chose not to linger indoors and descended the stairs alongside the elderly matriarch and Feng Ting. Upon reaching the lower floor, they found no sign of Feng Jing. Feng Ting inquired, where is Xin? The elderly matriarch replied, she just had a bit to eat. She couldn't manage any drink. We shall let her sip a little later. Upon taking a seat, Rong Ci accepted the soup handed to him by the butler, bowing his head to blow on it gently before sipping it delicately in small mouthfuls. Rong Ci gazed silently, sipping his soup. The elderly lady, unable to contain her discontent, remarked, is it not possible to discuss matters after finishing the soup? Feng Ting replied, it will only take a moment. The bowl of soup soon revealed its bottom. The elderly lady suggested, shall we not have another couple of sips? Rong Ci shook his head and rose, saying, no, I'm full. Even as Feng Ting slightly turned his body, she inadvertently caught sight of him conversing with Lin Wu on WeChat, apparently instructing her on certain matters regarding the project. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Feng Ting distanced himself further. After a while, Feng Ting brought over a plate of freshly washed fruit and inquired if she would like some. Rong Ci lifted her head and said, no. You go ahead and eat. It was only upon raising her gaze that she noticed Feng Ting had already exited the dining hall, his phone still in hand as he ascended the stairs. Feng Ting then settled beside her, casting a couple of glances in her direction. Rong Ci took note of this and inquired, what is the matter? She continued, it's just that my intellect doesn't quite match your and my brother's brilliance. I'm not as adept at studying. I have a few physics problems I find rather challenging. Rong Ci paused momentarily, yet before he could respond, Feng Ting continued. I wish to be taught by my brother, but he just mentioned that he has matters to attend to and suggested that I ask you to instruct me instead. With a moment of hesitation, he said nothing and retrieved his exam paper. Sister-in-law, you are truly impressive, thank you. After understanding, Feng Ting, disregarding her image, squatted on the coffee table and began to write. Once she completed the few physics problems, she neatly stored away her books and pens, declaring, all right. At last I can play on my phone. After a brief pause, Rong Ci's smile faded somewhat as she replied, no, thank you. I am not particularly interested in racing. Is that so?
Feng Ting, believing that Rong Ci had initiated the conversation out of interest, was somewhat taken aback. That day, you held the binoculars for quite a while.
I assumed you were intrigued as well.
Rong Ci remarked, I encountered a few acquaintances at the scene that day.
Rong Ci remarked.
I shall ascend the stairs to fetch a book. Feng Ting, brimming with vitality, replied, Indeed, sister-in-law, while you appear significantly more spirited.
It remains essential for you to rest adequately.
Rong Ci, indeed, I shall. With that, she rose and ascended the stairs.
Upon returning to her room,
she found Feng Ting absent. During her previous stays here, she would often bring 1 or 2 books with her. She searched her room but found nothing. Remembering that they might be in Feng Jingxin's room, she turned and made her way there. The door to Feng Jingxin's room was ajar. Before Rong Ci could reach her room, she heard Feng Jingxin's voice emanating from within, and woo, I am so bored. Could you please chat with me a little longer? Rong Ci paused in his steps. After a couple of seconds, Feng Jingxin's cheerful voice resounded once more, I will go down to drink the soup shortly, rest assured, and I will definitely partake. Rong Ci leaned against the wall. All right, and farewell, she said, blowing a kiss. After concluding the call, Feng Jingxin did not immediately leave the room. Rong Ci, feeling unwell with a sore throat, coughed twice as she entered Feng Jingxin's room. It was only then that Feng Jingxin noticed her arrival. She was lying on the bed, joyfully swinging her feet back and forth. Upon seeing her rise from the bed, she exclaimed, Mom, why have you left your room? Rong Ci, come here and fetch a book. Feng Jingxin approached, grasping her hand, and inquired, Great-grandmother mentioned that the soup is ready.
Mother, would you like to join me downstairs for a bowl?
Having just concluded a pleasant conversation with Lin Wu, Feng Jingxin was in high spirits and did not notice Rong Ci's unusual demeanor, responding cheerfully, All right, I shall head downstairs now. Young Ci,
Chapter 89, The Person on the Other End of the Phone. Half an hour later, Grandma Feng brought her the brute herbal medicine, Shao Ci.
So you were here all along.
Rong Ci set down the book and rose to take the tray.
Grandmother, why have you brought this yourself?
You could simply have called me to come downstairs for it. Given your frail condition, it would be better for you to move about less.
The elderly lady settled into another sofa, her expression displeased. I initially intended to have Tingshan bring it to you, but he is busy typing away in the study. It's the weekend, yet I wonder what could possibly be so pressing. Earlier in the dining room, Feng Tingshan had been instructing Lin Wu on various project matters. Rong Ci surmised that Feng Tingshan likely found it more convenient to type on the computer, which was why he retreated to the study. Rong Ci contemplated silently as she lifted the bowl to drink the medicine. The weather was cold now, and the concoction had cooled considerably.
Embracing the bowl,
Rong Ci gulped down the bitter herbal remedy with haste, leaving old Madame Feng frowning in concern. Such a bitter medicine, dear Ci, do take your time.
Rong Ci set down the bowl, expressing relief that it was not too bitter.
After taking a sip of water to rinse her mouth, the elderly woman kindly offered her a piece of candy.
Rong Ci had not dined. Dinner was nearly ready. But Rong Ci had already eaten and could not consume any more.
Old Madame Feng then descended to the dining area.
After approximately half an hour,
old Madame Feng and Feng Jingxin returned upstairs, their expressions notably grim. The elderly lady, with a stern countenance, remarked, At this hour, Tingshan is still at the company.
Is he trying to work himself to death?
Rong Ci had become so engrossed in her book that she had hardly noticed the sound of cars outside. It seemed that Feng Tingshan had ventured out late at night, likely to assist Lin Wu with some issue regarding her project.
Feng Jingxin pouted,
resting her chin on Rong Ci's lap, Daddy didn't take me. Naturally, Feng Tingshan would not bring her along.
If he did,
it would become known to all that he was married, and that his daughter had grown so large.
How could he possibly allow Lin Wu to suffer such scrutiny?
Rong Ci gently nudged Feng Jingxin, urging her to sit elsewhere. Your mother isn't fully recovered yet, go occupy yourself in another spot.
Feng Jingxin replied with a subdued, oh. Though still not entirely well, Rong Ci could no longer endure the fatigue by 10 o'clock.
She took a bath and retired early. Indeed, Dr. Zhang's skills were commendable, and she was nearly fully recovered. The elderly lady had requested Dr. Zhang to examine her once more, and he prescribed 2 doses of tonic to replenish her energy and blood.
Upon encountering the elderly lady,
Rong Ci sensed that her unwillingness to comply would result in her detention, compelling her to acquiesce.
Feng Ting, however, remained unfazed. Well, if mother drives father's car, I shall simply call father, and he will undoubtedly grant permission.
Without waiting for Rong Ci to respond, Feng Ting promptly dialed Feng Ting.
The call was swiftly connected,
only to be terminated shortly thereafter. Believing she had concealed her intentions adeptly, Feng Ting was oblivious to the fact that Rong Ci had discerned her subconscious inclination to utter Lin Wu's name upon the call's connection. This implied that the individual on the other end was indeed Lin Wu. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable as she lied in front of Rong Ci, Feng Ting remarked, "Mother,
could you please take me to school next time?" Rong Ci remarked, "Very well."
Rong Ci and Feng Ting happened to be on the same route.
They exited together in the same vehicle.
Feng Ting, having missed the early study session, began to recite his lessons in the car. As he stumbled over the words, Rong Ci offered gentle corrections, prompting Feng Ting to give her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, your memory is truly remarkable."
The vehicle first arrived at Feng Ting's school.
Rong Ci also graduated from this school. However, she had no time to ponder further as Feng Ting exited the vehicle, bidding her farewell. "Sister-in-law, goodbye."
"Yes, goodbye." The car once again merged into the bustling traffic. Upon returning to Changma, Yumashuan pinched her cheek playfully, inquiring, "Why does your complexion appear so poor? Are you unwell?"
"Yes, I had a high fever yesterday."
"You still came to work today despite having a fever?" "Well, I'm fine now, aren't I?"
Rong Ci replied dismissively.
"Are you going to Xuandu later?"
As Rong Ci gazed at the latest test data, he remarked, "Go ahead."
"All right, I shall call you over shortly."
Upon noticing discrepancies in 2 sets of data, Rong Ci sought out Su Yuchuan, requesting a revision. She was about to take a seat and peruse the documents on the table when Yumashuan approached her, stating it was time to depart.
Upon arriving at Xuandu, they exchanged no pleasantries with Director Quan and immediately immersed themselves in their tasks.
After more than an hour of diligent effort, the majority of matters had been resolved. With time no longer pressing, Director Quan handed each of them a cup of coffee.
Yumashuan took a sip and remarked, "This coffee is quite delightful. Even richer than what I had before. Your company's benefits seem to be improving."
At this mention, Director Quan adopted a gossipy demeanor, saying,
"That is all thanks to Miss Lin."
Yumashuan rolled his eyes in surprise. He had not anticipated that Lin Wu was involved in this. He set his coffee cup down and exchanged a glance with Rong Ci.
Rong Ci remarked, "I am thirsty." She continued to drink without hesitation. Umo-sun responded with indifference. The gossipy spirit of President Quan is still wandering around, stating, "Didn't President Feng assign a project for Miss Lin to handle entirely?" Umo-sun replied, "Yes." President Quan added,
"It seems that this is the first time Miss Lin is managing such a significant project. She is concerned about her performance, which is why her team has been working overtime on the weekends. I heard they worked until after 10 o'clock last night."
Umo-sun responded coldly, "Oh." He continued,
"To be honest, Miss Lin is quite diligent and responsible. She does not treat the project lightly simply because she is President Feng's girlfriend."
Umo-sun chuckled ironically. "Isn't it rather due to her insufficient abilities that she requires so many people to assist her with overtime?" President Quan understood his implication.
Everyone must undergo growth, after all. Perhaps, he nonchalantly remarked, glancing at Rong Ci, "Our little Ci managed her first major company project with remarkable composure." Through their recent interactions, President Quan had come to realize that Rong Ci possessed abilities surpassing even those of Umo-sun.
Thus, he believed Umo-sun's statement. He added,
"At the very least, her attitude is commendable. With such an attitude and President Feng's willingness to invest in her development, her future accomplishments are bound to be significant." Chapter 90. I have something to discuss with you at this juncture. President Quan couldn't help but sigh. To be frank, Miss Lin is indeed fortunate. Then came the pivotal revelation. President Quan stated, "I heard that last night, both President Feng and Miss Lin stayed overnight in the office upstairs."
And they reportedly have yet to rise.
As he concluded, President Kwon playfully raised an eyebrow at Uemo-sun.
Uemo-sun instantly grasped President Kwon's insinuation.
He was alluding to the fact that after finishing work last night, Feng Ting and Lin Wu were in the office upstairs.
Uemo-sun swiftly covered Rong Ci's ears, exclaiming, "My ears are tainted." Rong Ci.
She had heard everything.
It was too late to cover it up now.
Moreover, this morning, Feng Jingxin had called Feng Ting, and it was Lin Wu who answered the phone.
Which already clarified everything.
Uemo-sun was about to say something when Lin Wu appeared.
He released his grip on Rong Ci's ear and scoffed, "Aren't you already up?"
The general manager had also seen Lin Wu and cleared his throat lightly, very well. Lin Wu appeared to be in relatively good spirits, though she also seemed quite weary. Having worked overtime for several consecutive days, she had been informed that she spent the previous night with Feng Ting upstairs. The general manager cleared his throat again. It was only natural that she looked fatigued. After a brief respite, Rong Ci and Uemo-sun resumed their work.
As lunchtime approached,
they were deliberating on where to dine when Feng Ting entered the room. Upon his arrival, the others in the conference room stood to greet him.
Lin Wu, however, remained seated, looking up at Feng Ting with a smile. "You're here?" "Yes," Feng Ting replied, inquiring, "How is it going?" "Things are becoming clearer," she responded. "Excellent," Feng Ting remarked.
Lin Wu added, "It's largely thanks to your
assistance last night." Feng Ting smiled, "It was my duty."
He then addressed the others.
"Thank you all for your hard work these past few days. Let us have a meal together soon." His intention to treat everyone to a meal was clear.
And upon hearing this, Lin Wu's team felt elated, recognizing the benefits of working alongside her.
Suddenly, Lin Wu suggested, "Shall I also invite Yu Zong and the others?"
Implying that Uemo-sun, Rong Ci, and the entire project team should join as well. Such a suggestion is typically made in intimate relationships, whether between deeply connected partners or spouses.
Feng Ting showed no objection, "Sure."
Lin Wu then stood up and exited the conference room,
heading towards Uemo-sun and Rong Ci.
Kwon Zone greeted her with a broad smile, "Director Lin." Lin Wu returned the smile and nodded. Addressing him and Uemo-sun, "Ting is treating my team to a meal, would you both like to join?" In doing so, she inadvertently overlooked Rong Ci.
Kwon Zong was eager to accept, glancing at Uemo-sun and Rong Ci. Uemo-sun promptly replied, "We appreciate Miss Lin's kind offer, but we have our own plans."
Lin Wu furrowed her brow, "Yu Zong."
She hadn't anticipated that despite her repeated efforts, Uemo-sun remained steadfastly unyielding.
Her gaze drifted to Rong Ci, who was seated nearby, sipping water.
Aside from her striking beauty, Rong Ci genuinely fails to comprehend what merits such unwavering support from Uemo-sun. Does she possess exceptional talents or a dazzling presence? Since Uemo-sun declined,
she merely smiled, maintaining a cordial demeanor as she remarked, "Very well, perhaps next time." With that, she averted her gaze from Rong Ci and the general manager.
Turning to leave,
the general manager felt as though he had been overlooked. Miss Lin, at times, exhibited quite an air of arrogance. Although Lin Wu indeed had the means to be haughty, Feng Ting, as the true boss, consistently approached their encounters with courtesy and politeness.
Uemo-sun shrugged and remarked, "It's quite evident."
Lin Wu's arrogance suggested that she believed she had already assumed command. Yet, even without the backing of Feng Ting, her self-assuredness remained formidable. It seemed Feng Ting had heard Lin Wu mention their decision to forego dinner with them.
Moments later, he approached Uemo-sun,
extending a polite handshake and stating, "We shall take our leave now, we hope you will grace us with your presence next time."
Uemo-sun replied, "Of course."
Feng Ting smiled, glanced at Rong Ci, and then turned to depart with Lin Wu and others waiting at the entrance.
Around 6 o'clock in the evening,
Rong Ci and Uemo-sun concluded their work and prepared to leave, intending to address remaining matters gradually over the next few days. They still had ample time and were not in a rush. However, Lin Wu and her team appeared quite busy, showing no signs of wrapping up for the day. The general manager noted, "I heard they will continue working late tonight."
Uemo-sun replied, "Oh."
Rong Ci said, "Let us depart."
Uemo-sun smiled and replied, "I shall treat you to a meal." Rong Ci shook her head, responding, "No, I have other commitments."
She had assumed he would remain at the company to accompany Lin Wu. During dinner, Feng Ting settled beside Rong Ci and noticed her preoccupied with her phone.
Suddenly, she spoke up, "Do you have a moment later? I have something I wish to discuss with you." Chapter 91, If there are no objections, let us proceed with the signing.
Upon hearing her words, Feng Ting did not divert his gaze from his phone and replied, "All right."
Upon seeing him agree, Rong Ci felt a sense of reassurance.
The elderly lady had been conversing with the butler earlier and had not caught their exchange.
Now witnessing their interaction brought a smile to her face.
After dinner, the elderly lady instructed someone to bring out the Chinese medicine for Rong Ci. Feng Ting excused himself from the dining hall to make a phone call. As Rong Ci finished his medication and stepped out of the dining hall, he was greeted by the sound of a distant car approaching.
Rong Ci inquired, "Has he left?"
The elderly lady replied, somewhat irate, "Indeed, in such a hurried manner.
One can only wonder what he is off to do."
Rong Ci furrowed his brow, speculating that he might have gone to Xuandu to assist Lin Wu once more.
Yet,
he had promised to discuss matters with her later. The affairs at Xuandu had been rather numerous in recent days.
After having breakfast at the old residence,
Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan convened directly at the entrance of Xuandu. Upon their arrival, they found that Lin Wu and her team were already present.
Yu Mashuan remarked, "So early, did you not work overtime last night?"
"I did," Lin Wu replied. "The general manager said that in order to meet the deadline,
we still had to come in early today.
It's indeed quite the effort." Yu Mashuan chose not to comment further, while Rong Ci remained focused on his own work. After more than an hour, as Rong Ci contemplated a brief visit to the restroom, Feng Ting appeared.
This time,
it seemed he had not come specifically for Lin Wu. Upon entering, he greeted Lin Wu from a distance before making his way towards them.
Yu Mashuan inquired, "Director Feng, is there something you need?"
Feng Ting responded, "I took some time over the past few days to familiarize myself with the system you all have developed.
I must say, it is quite impressive. However, I have some thoughts I would like to discuss with both of you." Yu Mashuan glanced at Rong Ci and replied, "Director Feng, please proceed."
Rong Ci hesitated for a moment before saying, "I apologize, but I must excuse myself to the restroom."
"Please carry on with your conversation." Yu Mo-sun and Feng Ting nodded in acknowledgement.
Following this, a cacophony of voices erupted. As Rong Ci was about to turn her head to glance over, she noticed Feng Ting's expression change abruptly. He hurriedly dashed towards the conference room, and as he passed by her, he collided with her shoulder with considerable force, causing her pain and nearly causing her to stumble.
At that moment, Yu Mo-sun swiftly approached and steadied her, inquiring, "Are you all right?"
Rong Ci grasped her shoulder, which had just been jolted by Feng Ting, and shook her head, "It's nothing."
As she spoke, she coincidentally caught sight of Feng Ting entering the conference room,
swiftly emerging with Lin Wu in his arms, before vanishing in no time.
Seeing this, the general manager promptly inquired, "What has happened to Director Lin?"
Recalling how Feng Ting had nearly collided with Rong Ci out of concern for Lin Wu, Yu Mashuan's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "She won't be overworked to death."
The general manager,
observing Yu Mashuan's furious demeanor, he attempted a nervous chuckle. "Mashuan?
Feng is merely overly concerned about Director Lin, you needn't." Yu Mashuan anxiously turned to Rong Ci, "Silence." The general manager,
"Very well."
He fell silent. Rong Ci truly no longer cared. Seeing Yu Mo-sun's concern for her feelings, she smiled gently and said, "It's not that serious. The pain has lessened considerably."
Rong Ci shook her head, stood up, and patted his shoulder, saying, "You are not that fragile, let us continue working." Yu Mashuan replied gloomily, unable to restrain his curiosity as he inquired, "It has been quite some time since your divorce proceedings, why have they not been finalized yet?"
Rong Ci remarked, "I too wish to know." Last night, she intended to discuss this very matter with Feng Ting,
yearning to ascertain when they might officially finalize their divorce. However, Feng Ting unexpectedly departed last night, seemingly forgetting the promises he had made to her.
Yu Mo-sun urged, "Hasten the divorce." Rong Ci, I am aware. The traditional Chinese medicine prepared for her by old Zhang remains unfinished.
Rong Ci pressed her lips together in contemplation and decided to place a call to him.
However, there was no answer.
Rong Ci had no choice but to set down his phone. The matters concerning Sun Du had yet to be resolved.
Yet they could not neglect the affairs of Chang Mo.
After this afternoon, it was anticipated that little would remain of the issues with Sun Du henceforth. Visits to Sun Du would become infrequent. Reflecting on this, Yuemosun felt a surge of joy and remarked to Rong Ci, "From now on, I shall never return to Sun Du. I can no longer endure this indignity."
Rong Ci chuckled, "Very well."
When they arrived at Sun Du, Lin Wu and the others were finally not in a meeting anymore. How Lin Wu fared was of little concern to Rong Ci and Yuemosun. Their sole desire was to swiftly complete the day's tasks and bid farewell to Sun Du at last. Around 5 in the afternoon, their work was finally done. In the future, their presence here would be seldom required. As they descended to the ground floor, they unexpectedly encountered Feng Ting and Lin Wu emerging from the other elevator. A moment of surprise enveloped the group. Feng Ting approached and remarked, "I have heard that the system issues have been largely resolved. Thank you for your hard work, Yuzong."
Yuemosun replied with indifference, "You are too kind."
"Fengzong, it was my duty." Feng Ting continued, "I am quite pleased with the system you have developed, Yuzong. And I hope there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future."
Yuemosun responded, "Your praise is unwarranted, Fengzong."
Despite the cordial exchange,
he and Rong Ci had, in fact, already placed Sun Du on their blacklist.
As they conversed, they made their way to the parking lot. Just as Feng Ting was about to speak, an individual suddenly darted out from the side, brandishing a dagger and charging towards him. As Rong Ci and Yuemosun contemplated their departure, they initially failed to notice the unfolding events. When Rong Ci finally became aware, her eyes widened in shock. The distance separating her from Feng Ting was considerable, while Lin Wu was much closer. Once Lin Wu grasped the situation, she pushed Feng Ting aside, only to have a dagger plunged into her chest, causing a sudden eruption of blood that filled the air with a metallic scent. The assailant was swiftly subdued.
But Feng Ting's expression shifted dramatically as he cradled the injured Lin Wu and hurriedly entered the vehicle.
The car quickly vanished from the sight of Rong Ci and Yuemosun. Yuemosun urged Rong Ci, "Let us depart." It seemed that Feng Jingxian was also aware of Lin Wu's injury, as she stealthily left the old residence on the very night Lin Wu was harmed. Only one dose of the medicine remained. Momentarily taken aback, she recalled the matter of her divorce and ascended the stairs. Feng Ting was in the living room on the second floor, surprisingly accompanied by Qi Yuming.
Regarding Rong Ci, she remains indifferent to Lin Wu.
Thus, upon seeing him, she does not inquire about Lin Wu's current state. There is no need to circumvent Qi Yuming when discussing their divorce, she straightforwardly remarked. "That day I said." However, Feng Ting interrupted her before she could finish, stating, "Let us take a look at this, if there are no objections.
Let us sign it." Chapter 92, The Divorce Agreement. Rong Ci brought forth a document, a divorce agreement.
The first clause explicitly stated that he sought custody of Feng Jingxin. The remainder detailed the assets allocated to her, spanning several pages. She approached him to inquire about the progress of their divorce. As she spoke, she rummaged through her bag and produced a pen, ready to affix her signature. Despite her disdain for Rong Ci, the depth of his affection for Feng Ting over the years was evident to both Feng Ting herself and Qi Yuming. Given Rong Ci's profound love for Feng Ting, it was presumed that she would be heartbroken at the prospect of their divorce. Unwilling to part ways with Feng Ting, to everyone's astonishment, upon reviewing the divorce agreement, Rong Ci not only consented with remarkable ease but also raised no objections to Feng Ting's claim for custody of their daughter. This reaction completely bewildered Qi Yuming, who regarded Feng Ting in disbelief. She, too, seemed taken aback by Rong Ci's unexpected acquiescence to the divorce. Observing this, Qi Yuming could only smirk, certain that Rong Ci's response was far from what anyone would anticipate. Rong Ci remarked, "I will consult a lawyer regarding this divorce agreement tomorrow. Once I confirm that there are no issues, I shall sign it within the day after tomorrow and have my lawyer reach out to you." The document enumerated numerous assets he was willing to allocate to her, and as she casually flipped through it earlier, she seemed to have spotted shares from one of his companies. In her previous agreement, she had not requested anything from him.
Now that he was offering, she had no intention of refusing.
They had been married for many years. Although he had never loved her, he had also never laid any traps for her. Thus, upon seeing his willingness to divide his wealth, she felt an immediate urge to sign, yet hesitated. She was concerned that there might be loopholes within the clauses. Should any such vulnerabilities exist, she feared that in the event of his company's troubles, she might find herself targeted due to her ownership of those shares. When Feng Ting had this divorce agreement drafted, he might not have intended to harm her. However, she could not guarantee that after marrying Lin Wu, he would not exploit these loopholes against her. Feng Ting seemed taken aback by her wariness. After a moment's pause, he replied, "Very well." Qi Yuming gazed at Rong Ci's departing figure, still in disbelief, and turned to Feng Ting, questioning, "Is she all right?"
Moreover, you are vying for custody of Xin. Yet she displayed no reaction at all. This is exceedingly strange.
Feng Ting hesitated, then replied,
"Yes." Could it be that she did not desire custody of Xin? That seemed implausible, for Xin was her cherished darling.
At this juncture,
Qi Yuming appeared to recall something, abruptly asking Feng Ting, or perhaps you two had already reached an agreement concerning Xin's custody? With a solemn expression,
Feng Ting paused before responding, "No, we have not discussed it."
Goodness, why not?
Qi Yuming found himself questioning the very fabric of his existence.
Just then, old Madame Feng arrived via the elevator, announcing, "Dinner is ready."
Xiao Ci has already gone downstairs. Why are you two still sitting here idly?
Hurry, come down for dinner. Feng Ting rose as well.
Downstairs, Feng Ting sat contentedly on the sofa, leaning against Rong Ci while engaging in conversation with her. Rong Ci sat to the side, observing Feng Ting as she listened intently. It was a heartwarming tableau of mother-daughter interaction. Yet, the thought that Rong Ci had silently relinquished her custody rights over Feng Ting made Qi Yuming perceive this scene as profoundly disingenuous.
Qi Yuming furrowed his brow. Old Madame Feng remained unaware of the divorce between Rong Ci and Feng Ting.
She cheerfully called out to Rong Ci and Feng Ting, "Xiao Ci, Xin.
Come over for dinner."
Rong Ci and Feng Ting spoke in unison, "All right, let's go." Feng Ting clasped Rong Ci's fingers, joyfully making their way to the dining hall. Qi Yuming arrived and took a seat next to Feng Ting.
Rong Ci and Feng Ting were seated together. Madame Feng chuckled.
"Yuming hasn't visited in quite some time. When I saw you arrive, I specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare 2 additional dishes that you particularly enjoy. You must be sure to indulge." Qi Yuming smiled and replied, "Of course, dear grandmother, I shall devour all these meat dishes." Madame Feng responded with delight, "Excellent, excellent." Rong Ci delicately served food to Feng Ting, meticulously picking out fish bones with great care. At first glance, it appeared as though nothing had changed from the past.
However, Qi Yuming could not help but steal a few glances. Noticing Qi Yuming's gaze, Rong Ci cast a cold glance in his direction. Qi Yuming paused momentarily. In the past, due to the particularly close bond he shared with Feng Ting and He Changbai, he was aware that Rong Ci longed to establish a rapport with him and He Changbai. Yet, they had always dismissed her efforts. Nevertheless, Rong Ci never easily conceded defeat. Though perhaps not adept at socializing, she would proactively and gently approach them to greet them, her face adorned with a warm smile. But now, Rong Ci's gaze towards him was decidedly frigid, as if she were regarding a stranger with whom she had no connection. It was only at that moment that he realized Rong Ci seemed to regard Feng Ting in much the same way. Her once tender and meticulous gaze now devoid of the affection it once held, replaced instead by an air of indifference. This was at all a fade? Rong Ci's shift in attitude towards him is understandable. After all, no one desires to perpetually offer warmth only to be met with cold indifference. Yet, Xin is her daughter. How could this possibly be? Perhaps, this is one of her strategies. He then noticed that Feng Ting was indeed observing Rong Ci. In the past, such a scenario would have been inconceivable for Feng Ting. Qi Yuming smirked, bemused by the situation. He had anticipated this. Suddenly, old lady Feng cleared her throat. "Yuming, what are you gazing at?"
Noticing that Qi Yuming had been intently watching Rong Ci all evening, she furrowed her brow.
Realizing that the old lady might have misunderstood,
Qi Yuming tactfully chose his words. I simply noticed that my sister-in-law seems particularly quiet tonight and hasn't initiated any conversation with Tingshan.
I found it rather peculiar and couldn't help but steal a few glances.
Chapter 93. She is to meet the lawyer. Old lady Feng had also observed that Rong Ci was no longer as proactive with Feng Tingshan as before. This thought prompted a sigh from her as she cast a sidelong glance at Feng Tingshan, remarking, "This is still Tingshan's fault. That girl has been so forthcoming for such a long time, yet he has remained unresponsive."
Wouldn't any girl feel disheartened and withdraw? Upon hearing this,
Feng Tingshan merely smiled faintly, choosing silence over words. At present, Rong Ci prefers to remain silent rather than speak.
Upon hearing this,
she merely continues to eat in silence, with no intention of voicing her thoughts. Before the meal is finished, a phone call comes in for Feng Tingshan. He glances at the screen, rises, and steps away to answer the call. Once the meal is concluded, he informs elderly Madame Feng, "I have matters to attend to.
I must take my leave."
Feng Jingxin, astute as she is, likely surmises that the call was from Lin Wu.
She expresses her desire to visit the hospital as well, stating, "Father, I wish to accompany you." Feng Tingshan replies, "Very well."
Elderly Madame Feng adds, "Do bring Xiao Ci along, tomorrow is Saturday. And it would be perfect for a little outing to refresh our spirits." Rong Ci finally spoke, "Grandmother, I have to meet a friend shortly." Old lady Feng replied,
"Very well."
Feng Jingxin, still concerned that Rong Ci might follow them, felt relieved upon hearing this. As they prepared to leave, she turned to Rong Ci and said, "Goodbye, mother."
Rong Ci, "All right, farewell."
As the car door closed, the vehicle belonging to Feng Tingshan swiftly departed.
Rong Ci promptly departed in her vehicle.
Once she had driven beyond the confines of the old residence, she dialed Umo Sun.
Upon his answering,
she candidly stated her intention, "I am seeking a divorce from Feng Tingshan. He has just handed me a divorce agreement, offering a portion of his assets.
I wish to consult a lawyer to ascertain if there are any legal loopholes within." Umo Sun, who was dining with someone at the time,
felt a surge of joy upon hearing this and replied, "I will immediately connect you with a reliable lawyer."
In a hospital room,
Feng Jingxin and Feng Tingshan continued their conversation with Lin Wu, while Qi Yuming stepped into the corridor to make a phone call. He spoke to Yi Changbai, saying,
"Tingshan is preparing to divorce Rong Ci." Yi Changbai, currently in another city, halted in his tracks upon hearing this. "What?"
he exclaimed, processing the information.
"Are you certain?"
"Of course I'm certain, I was present at the scene."
"What is there to doubt?"
Qi Yuming replied, adding, "Moreover, Tingshan did not grant her custody of Xinxin."
Yi Changbai tightened his grip on the phone.
However, Qi Yuming began, but Yi Changbai interrupted him, stating, "I have something to attend to, I'll make another call." Without waiting for Qi Yuming to respond, he abruptly ended the call.
Qi Yuming muttered to himself, "What could be so urgent?"
As he grumbled, Yi Changbai found Rong Ci's number, hesitating before dialing. Yet, after a few seconds, he went ahead and called her. At that moment, Rong Ci had just returned home. Upon seeing his call, she answered casually, "Mr. He, is there something you need?" In truth, he found it difficult to inquire about her situation with Feng Tingshan. Even the simple question of her well-being felt inappropriate given his current position. Rong Ci assumed that he was calling to arrange a meeting with Shan Shan. Noticing his pause, she spoke up, saying, "If it's to meet Shan Shan, I have matters to attend to tomorrow and may not be available.
Could we possibly meet the day after or next week?"
Earlier, Umo Sun had called her, informing her that he had already scheduled a meeting with her lawyer, and she needed to see him tomorrow morning. It was imperative for her to finalize the divorce as soon as possible. Yi Changbai was aware of her misunderstanding,
yet he refrained from clarifying and simply replied, "All right."
At this juncture, Rong Ci anticipated that he would end the call. When he did not hang up, she inquired with curiosity, "Mr. He, is there anything else?" Yi Changbai could sense that Rong Ci's tone remained calm,
seemingly devoid of the anguish or despair he had anticipated. But was that truly the case?
Perhaps she was merely suppressing her emotions.
Rong Ci inquired, "Is there anything else?"
She replied directly, I have other matters to attend to.
If there is nothing further, shall we conclude for now?
He Changbai had no choice but to respond, very well. Without further ado, Rong Ci hung up the phone. For the past few days, she had been preoccupied with matters concerning Sun Du and Chang Mo, leaving little progress on her own affairs. Now that she found herself with some free time, she was eager to resolve this matter swiftly. With this thought, she set her phone aside and opened her computer. Qi Yuming had just called He Changbai with the intention of discussing this very issue. He stated, no. She agreed. Whether it pertains to the divorce or custody, she raised no objections and signed the papers with remarkable calmness.
I was utterly astounded. Upon hearing this,
He Changbai was equally taken aback, convinced that this behavior was uncharacteristic of Rong Ci.
Like Qi Yuming, he too believed that Rong Ci would never willingly relinquish custody of Feng Ting.
This situation defied logic.
Qi Yuming inquired, so? What do you think is the reason behind this?
Without waiting for He Changbai to respond, he continued, could it be that she wishes to garner Tang Shen's sympathy?
Hoping to instill a sense of guilt in him? He Changbai had no answer.
Undeniably, given Rong Ci's feelings for Feng Ting, this possibility existed.
After a moment of silence, he asked, what about Tang Shen? How did he react?
He Changbai replied nonchalantly, perhaps she genuinely desires a divorce? Qi Yuming was momentarily stunned.
Are you suggesting Rong Ci?
That is impossible. She has loved Tang Shen since her teenage years, after all this time, she would never willingly part from him. He Changbai responded with a double entendre.
People can change.
Qi Yuming remained resolute in his conviction, I still believe it's improbable. At this juncture, he belatedly noticed He Changbai's silence.
Chapter 94, absolutely in your favor, he asked, Changbai? Are you busy?
He Changbai replied, no. After a brief pause, he added, well. Before Qi Yuming could speak, He Changbai took the initiative and said, let us leave it at that. He Changbai replied, all right. The following day, upon arriving at the law firm, she found Yu Mashuan already there. Noticing her arrival, Yu Mashuan waved at her. Rong Ci took a seat, and Pei Su Chen's assistant poured her a cup of tea. Rong Ci then handed the divorce agreement to Pei Su Chen, who accepted it. Yu Emosun, a longtime friend of Pei Su Chen, approached to observe. Upon noticing the initial clause concerning the custody of Feng Ting, he glanced at Rong Ci. A few years prior, he had indeed encountered Feng Ting on several occasions. Rong Ci regarded her as if she were the essence of his life, frequently speaking on the phone about how wonderful his daughter was. Upon noticing this, he surmised that during the more than a year Feng Ting had spent abroad with Feng Ting, she had likely developed feelings, perhaps even engaging in actions that would chill Rong Ci's heart. Observing her focus solely on the loopholes in the property agreement and her indifference towards the custody of their daughter, Yu Emosun realized that she intended to relinquish her claim to her child. He refrained from probing further. To him, Rong Ci was a person of gentle disposition, deeply attached to her emotions. The very fact that she was willing to part with her daughter indicated the profound disappointment she felt. Contemplating this, Yu Emosun chose not to dwell on it any longer and shifted his attention to other matters. After a while, he raised an eyebrow, so many properties, indeed. One must say, Feng Ting is rather generous. Rong Ci sipped her tea in silence, choosing not to respond. Yu Emosun casually flipped through some papers before refraining from further interruption to Pei Su Chen, instead moving over to Rong Ci's side to discuss matters pertaining to their thesis. They selected only a small portion of their conversation, employing a specialized jargon that only the two of them could comprehend, leaving Pei Lawyer's assistant utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Pei Lawyer was diligently explaining the contents of the agreement to Rong Ci. After more than an hour, Pei Su Chen turned to Rong Ci and said, I have thoroughly verified the agreement, and I assure you, there are indeed no issues. In fact, one could say that this agreement is decidedly advantageous for you. Rong Ci paused for a moment and inquired, what does that mean? There was no need to elaborate on the cash. The real estate had already been declared free of any ownership disputes. Pei Su Chen remarked, regarding the portion of shares in his company that Mr. Feng Ting has allocated to you, it is explicitly stated that you are entitled to receive dividends annually.
Should any unforeseen circumstances arise within the company,
all legal responsibilities and obligations for compensation will be borne solely by Mr. Feng Ting and will not concern you in any manner.
Paused for a moment. Yu Mashuan widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Are you certain you didn't make a mistake? Can Feng Ting truly be so conscientious?"
Pei Shuqing chuckled, "Little Sun.
Are you questioning my professional competence?" Yu Mashuan replied, "Not exactly. It's just that I am rather taken aback." Rong Ci felt a mixture of surprise and yet an absence of great astonishment.
Throughout the years of their marriage, although Feng Ting had remained rather indifferent towards her and had seldom offered assistance, she understood him well enough to realize that if he were to provide her with something, it was indeed highly probable that he would entirely alleviate her concerns. Thus, her decision to have someone review the contract stemmed not from suspicion of his potential deceit, but rather from a concern regarding possible loopholes.
With this thought in mind,
she spoke in a calm tone, "As long as everything is in order, that is satisfactory." With that, she picked up a pen from beside her and, without any hesitation,
inscribed her name.
She addressed Pei Su-chen, saying, "Then I shall leave the subsequent divorce matters in your capable hands, Lawyer Pei."
Pei Su-chen nodded in response.
"I have a meeting to attend shortly. I will reach out to Mr. Feng Ting this afternoon to follow up on the divorce proceedings between you and him." As the hour of noon approached, Rong Ci and Yu Emosun proceeded to Rong Ci's residence after sharing a meal with Pei Su-chen, resuming their scholarly endeavors.
Rong Ci casually answered a phone call. "Hello, who is this?" "Good day, Mr. Feng Ting.
I am Ms. Rong Ci's attorney, Pei. I would like to inform you that Ms. Rong has signed the divorce agreement. She has entrusted me with the subsequent matters concerning your divorce."
"May I inquire if you are available at the moment?"
Upon hearing this, Feng Ting paused briefly before lowering his gaze and responding. "I have 2 video conferences scheduled for this afternoon, and I fear I may be unable to attend."
"You may come to Feng Group tomorrow morning around 10. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Feng."
"Until we meet again," Pei Su-chen replied before ending the call. Feng Ting then resumed his perusal of documents.
As night fell, Yu Emosun had other commitments and departed first. No sooner had he entered his vehicle than a call from Feng Jingxian came through.
It was evident without a doubt the purpose of her call. Rong Ci currently harbored no desire to engage with her, thus she did not answer. Feng Jing called 2 or 3 times in succession, but upon noticing her lack of response, he refrained from continuing to call.
Upon arriving at the Rong family villa community, it coincided with the peak hours of vehicular traffic in and out of the neighborhood.
Rong Ci halted her vehicle, trailing behind the other owners as they awaited the car's recognition.
At that moment, someone rapped on her window. Rong Ci turned his head and beheld He Changbai.
With a gentle sigh, she was taken aback to encounter him here. She slowly lowered the car window and addressed him, "Mr. He." He Changbai, fixed his gaze upon her countenance and, noticing her serene expression devoid of any trace of the weariness he had anticipated, hesitated momentarily.
Rong Ci initiated the conversation. "Mr. He, is there something you need?"
He Changbai responded, "I came over upon seeing your car, just wanted to say hello."
Given their level of familiarity,
it was entirely unnecessary for him to approach her merely by chance. Though he harbored such thoughts, he refrained from voicing them, owing to the assistance he had previously extended to her. Moreover, she would soon accompany Dan, which meant their paths would cross again. They were not friends. Yet creating an atmosphere of excessive tension between them would not yield favorable outcomes. Contemplating this, Rong Ci nodded. "Then you may continue your tasks." He Changbai remarked, "I have heard of a renowned pastry shop in this vicinity. I have not frequented this area much and have searched in vain.
Do you happen to know the exact location of the cake shop?"
Rong Ci, with unwavering certainty, remarked, "There is indeed a renowned cake shop nearby. But it is not located on our street, it is situated a kilometer away on another thoroughfare."
Rong Ci pointed out the direction to him.
He Changbai replied, "All right.
Thank you. No need."
At that moment, her vehicle was recognized, and she said, "Goodbye." He Changbai, "Goodbye." Chapter 95, perhaps it is shut down. He Changbai was indeed aware of the location of that cake shop. After Rong Ci departed, he did not visit the establishment. Qi Yuming intended to inquire why He Changbai did not contact Feng Ting and Lin Wu himself. However, he reconsidered and thought that He Changbai must have other pressing matters to attend to, being quite pressed for time. As he had not yet visited Lin Wu that day, he dismissed the thought and readily agreed. Feng Ting was unavailable. After hanging up, He Changbai purchased a bouquet and a fruit basket. Then proceeded to the hospital to meet Qi Yuming. In the hospital room, upon hearing this, Lin Wu lowered her head to caress the flowers he had just sent, saying, "I see." That evening, Rong Ci stayed at the Rong residence. The following day, she rose early. Observing the well-tended succulents on the windowsill, she stretched with a sense of delight. As she descended the stairs, her aunt was already awake, diligently preparing breakfast for her and the two children. Upon seeing her aunt smiled and remarked, "Rong Ci, you seem to be in splendid spirits today." Rong Ci had just finished his previous engagement and, with a smile, remarked, "Indeed. It is rather delightful." As a steaming bowl of noodle soup was prepared, he sat down, ready to savor it, when his phone suddenly chimed. It was yet another call from Feng Ting. Rong Ci did not respond. Feng Ting continued to call persistently. Rong Ci promptly turned off her phone, then devoted herself to savoring her noodles. Gazing at the unresponsive call that had failed to connect, Feng Ting pursed her lips and hurried to find Feng Ting in the master bedroom. Upon hearing her plight, Feng Ting remarked, "Your mother may have turned off her phone." "What? Is it out of battery?" Feng Ting furrowed her brows. Feng Ting could not deny this possibility and replied, "Perhaps." "What shall we do then?" "I wanted to go skiing today. My mother had previously promised to take me when she had the time. Originally, Aunt Wu had been injured and lacked the spirit to engage in any activities, preferring to accompany her to the hospital. However, due to the prevalence of bacteria in hospitals, everyone had advised against frequent visits. Furthermore, since Aunt Wu was now recovering well, her worries had diminished. With some leisure time on her hands and no one to accompany her, she had sought out her mother for a day of fun. Little did she know that her calls were met with silence. "Try calling again later, your mother should be back on her phone soon." Feng Ting, feeling disheartened, replied, "All right then." It is indeed impossible for Rong Ci to refrain from turning on her device. After all, she has numerous matters to discuss with Yu Mashuan. Later, Pei Shuchen may also reach out to her. After the passage of more than half an hour, she finally powered on her device. Shortly after doing so, a call from Feng Ting came through. Rong Ci opened her computer, seemingly oblivious, and continued to work on her thesis. Feng Ting noticed that Rong Ci still did not answer, but Feng Ting was already preparing to leave. She said, "Dad, Mom still isn't picking up. Could you please call her for me?" Feng Ting said nothing in response and used his own phone to call Rong Ci. Rong Ci noticed and reached out to disconnect the call. Feng Ting observed and paused before saying, "Your mother did not answer your father's call either. Mother was busy and did not see it, right? Otherwise, she would not have neglected to answer father's call." "Perhaps." Feng Ting replied as he donned his suit jacket and retrieved a black coat. "Father has left. If you wish to play, you may summon the bodyguard to accompany you. But I want my mother to be with me." Although she was not fond of her mother's supervision, there were times when she yearned for her mother's company. Feng Xin replied, "Oh." After making 2 more attempts to call Rong Ci, and still receiving no answer, she reluctantly decided to let the bodyguard and Aunt Lu accompany her for amusement. Not long after he arrived, Qi Yuming made his entrance. Feng Ting cast him a glance, to which Qi Yuming smiled and said, "Came to witness the commotion, did you?" Before Feng Ting could respond, Cheng Yuan approached him and remarked, "Lawyer Pei has arrived." Feng Ting instructed, "Please have him come up." Under Chang Yuan's guidance, Pei Su-chan entered the reception room designated for guests. Feng Ting extended his hand for a shake, saying, "Please, have a seat." Pei Su-chan, opting for brevity, sat down and presented the divorce agreement that Rong Ci had signed yesterday, sliding it across the table to Feng Ting. Feng Ting accepted it. It was the weekend, and Qi Yuming had specifically come to ascertain whether Rong Ci would indeed sign. Observing the situation, he leaned in closer.
Upon seeing that Rong Ci had genuinely signed, he expressed his astonishment. She really went ahead and signed? Feng Ting glanced at Rong Ci's name inscribed on the document, displaying no particular reaction, and began conversing with Pei Su-chen. After discussing various matters, he stated, the properties and shares listed in the agreement are numerous. I will require some time to process the necessary changes. Once all the formalities are complete, I will reach out to you. Pei Su-chen responded affirmatively, understood. Feng Ting then instructed Chang Yuan, please see lawyer payout. Upon exiting the phone group, Pei Su-chen contacted Rong Ci to relay the outcome. She furrowed her brow and inquired, how long will it approximately take to finalize everything? That depends on Mr. Feng's progress, came the reply. I see, Rong Ci said. Thank you, lawyer Pei. The following day, she resumed her duties at Chang Mo. In the afternoon, while discussing matters with Uemo-sun, his phone suddenly rang. Uemo-sun glanced at the caller ID, frowning slightly. Rong Ci inquired, what's the matter? He handed her his phone, it's a call from Ren Jifeng. As they were all part of the same circle, despite their limited interactions, they still had each other's contact information. Since their last encounter at Xuandu, he believed there was no need for further communication with Ren Jifeng. Why was he suddenly reaching out? Yu Mashuan, puzzled, decided to answer the call. After a brief conversation, he hung up and informed Rong Ci he wishes to collaborate with us on a new project. Recently, the two projects led by Rong Ci had garnered significant attention from their mentors, and it had been confirmed that they would once again work closely with the government. The news had yet to be disseminated, yet Ren Jifeng had approached them in advance. Yu Mashuan smirked, Ren Yayan is truly a cunning fox. However, considering Ren Yayan's position, it was only natural for him to leverage first-hand information to benefit his own. Such practices were commonplace in high society, and Yu Mashuan had grown accustomed to it. He clenched his teeth, remarking, our company indeed needs to collaborate with others to expand the project, but lately, I found Ren Jifeng rather unappealing. Rong Ci was aware that he was displeased by Ren Jifeng's affection for Lin Wu. Rong Ci truly regarded it as inconsequential. She calmly stated, the project's smooth progress is of utmost importance, we must strive to secure the maximum benefit, while everything else is secondary. She had encountered Ren Ian once. He may possess personal motives, yet based on their teacher's attitude towards him, it is evident that Ren Ian is indeed trustworthy. Yu Mashuan remarked, I understand. He merely speaks for the sake of speaking. Rong Ci smiled, saying, all right. As long as he is happy. After Ren Jifeng's phone call, Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan resumed their serious discussion. However, half an hour later, Yu Mashuan's phone rang once more. Upon seeing the caller ID, he felt a mix of disdain and satisfaction. Rong Ci recognized the familiar caller and inquired, who is it? Uemo-sun chuckled, he Chang Bai. Is he seeking collaboration as well? The likelihood is quite substantial. Much like Ren Jifeng, he and Yi Chang Bai, along with Chi Yuming, typically have little interaction. It is unlikely that Yi Chang Bai would reach out without a compelling reason. Moreover, much like the Ren family, the He family has influential connections in both the political and military spheres, making them well informed. Uemo-sun turned to Rong Ci and asked, will you accept the call? Rong Ci is the wife of Feng Ting, and despite being childhood friends with him, He Chang Bai holds her in disdain while readily accepting Lin Wu, the mistress, and maintaining a close relationship with her. In his view, He Chang Bai is far more detestable than Ren Jifeng. Rong Ci remarked, proceed. She did not wish for Uemo-sun to act impulsively. Uemo-sun took the call. As he had anticipated, He Chang Bai, much like Ren Jifeng, was indeed reaching out to seek collaboration. Uemo-sun replied nonchalantly, thank you for your kind offer, General Manager He. However, the project is in its initial stages, and there are numerous matters to attend to at the company. Regrettably, I truly cannot spare any time tomorrow, perhaps we can reconvene at a later date? What about Thursday? He inquired. Uemo-sun responded, I cannot guarantee my availability then either, but should time permit, I will certainly contact you at the earliest opportunity. He Chang Bai was aware that both projects at their company were highly sought after, and Uemo-sun would undoubtedly have no trouble finding investors. He said, very well. I shall await your call, General Manager Yu, at any time. After hanging up, Uemosun gleefully struck the table, laughing incessantly. Wonderful. Rong Ci smiled as well. Uemosun, while smiling, suddenly fell silent, gazing at Rong Ci and said, "Do you think Feng Tingshan's side might also be interested in collaborating with us? Considering that they and Sun Du are essentially of the same ilk. There exists a competitive relationship between them. However, cooperation can indeed be pursued amidst competition. Just last time, didn't Feng Tingshan take an interest in their language system and actively seek collaboration? If we examine their two projects closely, there are indeed numerous opportunities for collaboration with Sun Du." Upon hearing this, Rong Ci replied nonchalantly, "I am not certain. However, let us set aside personal grievances and focus solely on the project at hand." He acknowledged this with a nod. At this juncture, Yumashuan found himself rather eager for a call from Feng Tingshan. Yet, his anticipation was in vain. Subsequently, he received several other calls, all seeking his collaboration on new projects, but none were connected to Feng Tingshan. As he neared the end of the workday, a call from an unfamiliar number came through. He glanced at it momentarily before deciding to answer. The voice on the other end spoke first. "Is this Mr. Yu? I am Lin Lihai, the father of Lin Wu." Yumashuan immediately halted his steps, distancing the phone slightly, and remarked to Rong Ci, "It's Lin Lihai." Rong Ci gazed at him in silence. Having known each other for many years, Uemosun naturally comprehended her unspoken sentiments. While he might overlook grievances with others for the sake of collaboration, such leniency was entirely unwarranted when it came to the Lin family. Indeed, Lin Lihai had approached Uemosun in search of partnership. After articulating his intentions, Uemosun responded, "I grasp Mr. Lin's meaning. Should it prove suitable, we will certainly prioritize Mr. Lin's interests, rest assured." He sought an opportunity to invite Uemosun to dinner, yet Uemosun excused himself under the pretext of other pressing matters and terminated the call. Turning to Rong Ci, he remarked, "Ren Jifeng and He Changbai, as prominent figures among the nation's elite, can be expected to receive information promptly. However, the Lin family, as newcomers to the capital, who have yet to firmly establish their footing, receiving such news at this early stage suggests." Rong Ci understood that the Lin family might have received news so swiftly, likely due to either Feng Tingshan or He Changbai divulging it to them. Given Feng Tingshan's affection for Lin Wu and the relationship between He Changbai and Lin Wu, it was hardly surprising that they would inform the Lin family. Uemosun curled his lips in displeasure. His good mood had been abruptly shattered. Yet, he was aware that Rong Ci was feeling even worse. He remarked, "Come. My dear senior brother has plenty of wealth, allow me to treat you to a sumptuous feast." Rong Ci's mood was not as bleak as Uemosun imagined. Many matters had become inconsequential to her, she had truly learned to let go. Her feelings were no longer easily swayed by the opinions of others. Moreover, this time, the initiative rested firmly in her hands. There was nothing for her to worry about. Nonetheless, since Uemosun had invited her to dinner, she graciously accepted. With a smile, she said, "Thank you, senior brother." Upon finishing her words, she stepped out the door alongside Uemosun. Chapter 97, Ji Qingyue. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Rong Ci's expression remained impassive as she noticed the Lin and Sun families approaching. Uemosun, on the other hand, muttered a curse under his breath. Fate has a peculiar sense of irony. The members of the Lin and Sun families were delighted to see Uemosun. Lin Lihai exclaimed, "Mr. Yu, what a pleasant surprise to see you again." Uemosun responded with a faint smile, "Indeed, it is a pleasure to see you." Lin Lihai continued, "What a coincidence. How about joining us?" Earlier, Lin Lihai had intended to invite Uemosun for a meal. And now that they had crossed paths, he was eager to seize the opportunity. Uemosun replied, "No, this is my personal time. Perhaps next time." "Very well. Then we shall wait for another occasion." With Uemosun's words, Lin Lihai felt it inappropriate to press further. Uemosun nodded and turned to Rong Ci, saying, "Shall we proceed?" Rong Ci nodded slightly, choosing not to cast another glance at the Lin and Sun families, and ascended the stairs alongside Uemosun. Observing their retreating figures, Lin Lilan furrowed her brow. She had heard from Xiao Wu that Uemosun's demeanor towards her had been rather indifferent due to Rong Ci. Would he, In this instance of the Chang Mo project, decide against collaborating with them for the same reason?
Given Yu Mo Sun's previous aloofness towards them, such a possibility certainly existed. Sun Man Shan remarked with a smile, indeed. Previously, due to the obstruction from old Madame Feng, Xiao Wu and Ting Shin's situation had seen no progress.
Yet now, it has suddenly taken a turn for the better, hasn't it?
Therefore, let us not lose hope, there must still be opportunities ahead. The turning point Sun Man Shan referred to was, in fact, the impending divorce between Feng Ting and Rong Ci. Speaking of this, old Madame Sun felt a surge of joy. Initially, they were unaware of this development until Qi Yuming inadvertently mentioned it to Xiao Wu. They later learned that the delay in their divorce certificate was the reason. Feng Ting wished to spare Xiao Wu the burden of worrying and intended to reveal the news only once it was finalized, thus aiming to surprise her. Reflecting on this, old Madame Sun smiled and said, Ting Shin has long wished for a divorce. Now, with Xiao Wu injuring herself to save him, he is resolutely determined to part ways with Rong Ci, disregarding old Madame Feng's opposition. Ting Shin is genuinely devoted to Xiao Wu.
Indeed.
It is not in vain that Xiao Wu has waited for so long, her good days are about to arrive. Sun Yuqing and Lin Lihai also smiled upon hearing this. However, as they regarded the direction in which Rong Ci and Yu Mo Sun had departed, old Madame Sun's smile suddenly faded somewhat. That girl, Rong Ci, is surely reluctant to divorce. I wonder if the marriage will ultimately not come to an end. Sun Yuqing's expression turned cold as she replied, I heard from Xiao Wu that Ting Shin can largely make his own decisions regarding this matter. His previous reluctance to divorce was merely to find a suitable opportunity, not wanting to hurt old Madame Feng's feelings. Ting Shin is wholly devoted to Xiao Wu. Now that she nearly lost her life to save him, his silent resolve to seek a divorce from Rong Ci indicates he no longer wishes for Xiao Wu to suffer due to old Madame Feng. He has made up his mind, so the likelihood of this divorce succeeding is quite high. I have no doubts concerning Ting Shin's side, old Madame Sun said calmly. What I fear is that Rong Ci may cause some trouble, forcing Ting Shin to compromise. At this point, she addressed Lin Lao Tai and Lin Lihai. This matter likely requires your discussion with her. Both Lin Lihai and Lin Lao Tai shared this sentiment. Unbeknownst to Rong Ci and Yu Mo Sun, the Lin and Sun families were engrossed in their thoughts. As they exited the elevator and were about to head to the private room, three tall figures approached them. Upon seeing the trio, Yu Mo Sun thought, did he neglect to consult the almanac before leaving home today? Why does he keep encountering such bothersome individuals? Rong Ci glanced over at Ren Jifeng, Yao Xinbo, and another individual who appeared somewhat familiar, yet their name eluded her memory. Upon noticing Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci, the three men initiated a greeting towards Yu Mashuan. What a coincidence, Yu Xiao. Yu Mashuan smiled, though the expression did not quite reach his eyes. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Earlier that afternoon, Ren Jifeng had attempted to invite Yu Mashuan to dine together to discuss potential collaboration, but his invitation had been declined. Now, encountering them, he chose to disregard Rong Ci and suggested, since we've met, why not join us? Yao Xinbo chimed in with a smile, indeed. It has been a while since we last shared a meal. However, Yu Mashuan politely declined, stating, I have matters to attend to, it is rather inconvenient. With that, he turned his gaze towards another individual, what brings you here today, Ji Xiao? Ji Qingyue's handsome face bore little expression as he replied, I took a few days off. Yu Mashuan nodded, wishing to avoid further interaction, he added, let us save the meal for another time, we have business to attend to. Ji Qingyue nodded in agreement. Thus, Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci entered the private room first. Once they were some distance away, Ji Qingyue finally spoke, who offended him? Although Yu Mashuan did not overtly display his disdain, his demeanor unmistakably indicated a desire to avoid them. Yao Xinbo looked puzzled, I doubt it was anyone. Ren Jifeng furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Upon entering the room, Yao Xinbo took a sip of tea and remarked, one cannot deny, Yu Mashuan is quite impressive. Should those two projects come to fruition, his value will undoubtedly skyrocket. At this juncture, he glanced at Ren Jifeng. I heard from Xinbo that you previously had an interest in the woman beside Yu Mashuan, but soon shifted your affections elsewhere. Why the sudden disdain for her? Has she wronged you in some way? Just moments ago, Ren Jifeng had refused to even glance at Rong Ci. His dislike was evident. making it difficult for him to feign indifference. The memory of being captivated by Rong Ci's beauty and grace was now a topic Rong Ci could no longer bear to hear mentioned.
He frowned and replied, "Can we refrain from discussing her? Let us order."
Upon hearing this, Ji Qingyue shrugged and shifted the topic.
Chapter 98. Do you think I prevent her from seeing the child?
On Wednesday morning, as Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan were engaged in a meeting, Yu Mashuan's secretary entered to inform him that He Changbai had arrived.
Yu Mashuan thought to himself. It was obvious that He Changbai had come without prior notice for a reason.
Given He Changbai's esteemed status, Yu Mashuan felt it inappropriate to dismiss him. Thus, he turned to Rong Ci and said, "Please continue to preside over the meeting, I will step out for a moment."
In the past,
He Changbai was already seated in the reception room when Yu Mashuan arrived alone.
Upon noticing Yu Mashuan's solitary entrance,
He Changbai slightly shifted his profound gaze and rose to extend a handshake, saying, "I apologize for coming unannounced, and I hope you can forgive me, General Yu."
Yu Mashuan replied, "You are too kind, Mr. He."
Once seated, He Changbai promptly got to the point, handing over a document to Yu Mashuan.
"This represents my sincere intent to collaborate. I encourage you to take a look."
As Yu Mashuan perused the document, he became increasingly engrossed. He Changbai maintained a commendable demeanor, stating, "There is no rush, I understand the need for comparison. Should you have any concerns regarding the terms I propose in the future, please feel free to reach out.
I am always available for discussion and negotiation." He Changbai did not linger unnecessarily and, after exchanging pleasantries, took his leave. Given He Changbai's genuine intent and amiable attitude,
Yu Mashuan found no grounds for criticism and felt obliged to escort him downstairs. Upon returning, Rong Ci had completed the meeting.
Unable to contain his thoughts, Yu Mashuan remarked to Rong Ci, "This He Changbai possesses remarkable execution skills.
Just 2 days ago, he rejected my proposal over the phone. Yet today he arrives with a thoroughly sincere collaboration plan, without uttering a single superfluous word." He added, "To be honest, the proposal he presented has truly piqued my interest." Rong Ci remarked, "Perhaps we should observe for a while, if it truly seems fitting, collaborating with him would not be an issue."
Yu Mo Sun shared a similar sentiment.
However, this development rendered his intentions to complicate matters for He Changbai rather challenging, leaving him with a sense of frustration that had no outlet. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, Rong Ci was still engrossed in her tasks when her phone suddenly rang.
Rong Ci glanced at her phone.
It was still a call from Feng Ting. In the past couple of days, Feng Ting had not reached out to her. She chose not to answer and continued with her own affairs.
2 days later, on Friday morning, shortly after getting out of bed, Rong Ci received another call from Feng Ting.
Upon glancing at her phone, Rong Ci placed it on the table, disregarding it entirely,
and proceeded directly into the kitchen to prepare breakfast.
Observing that Rong Ci continued to ignore her calls, Feng Ting felt a surge of frustration,
almost compelled to throw her phone. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself.
With her eyes slightly reddened, she lowered her head and ate her breakfast in silence. Occasionally conversing with Feng Ting, who was seated across from her, "This is the 4th time. Since last Saturday, I have called my mother 4 times.
Yet she has not answered a single one." Her appetite for breakfast had vanished. What if her mother continued to remain unresponsive? Feng Ting paused his meal momentarily and replied, "Within 2 weeks." Feng Ting's spirits plummeted instantly. 2 weeks? That feels like an eternity.
Feng Ting nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is somewhat prolonged."
Feng Ting sighed, "But I wish to go out this weekend. Aunt Wu's injuries have not yet healed, so she cannot accompany me. Father, will you come with me?"
Feng Ting earnestly proposed. "Father has many commitments on Saturday, but I will be free on Sunday."
"If you wish to go out on Saturday, perhaps you could join Uncle He and Dan Dan?" Feng Ting nodded in agreement. "All right. As long as I am not left to venture out alone."
Feng Ting made a phone call to He Changbai, requesting his assistance in taking care of Feng Ting for the day. He Changbai consented, of course. On Saturday, He Changbai took Feng Ting and Dan Dan to Happy Valley. The amusement park boasted an abundance of attractions. However, regardless of whether the activities were entertaining, fantastical, or exhilarating, Feng Ting appeared disinterested, lacking the joy she once exhibited. She seemed to carry a weight of unspoken concerns.
Noticing the slight resemblance to Rong Ci in her features, he inquired, "Is something bothering you today, xin?"
Sitting on a swing, Feng Ting licked her ice cream cone softly and murmured, "I miss my mother a little."
While living abroad,
there were times when she might not see her mother for 2 or 3 months, yet her mother would call every day and engage in video chats.
Now,
despite her persistent attempts to reach out, her mother had not answered a single call. This was a situation she had never encountered before. Rong Ci and Feng Ting have signed a divorce agreement, and the custody of Feng Ting has been granted to Feng Ting. Although Yi Changbai is aware of this, he remains uninformed about their current relationship since the signing of the agreement. Upon hearing FengTing's words,
Yi Changbai inquired, "What has transpired?"
Feng Ting could only relay that Rong Ci has not answered her calls recently.
Yi Changbai realizes that Feng Ting is still unaware of her parents' impending divorce. Feng Ting nodded, affirming, "Yes, that is what father said."
Yi Changbai paused,
choosing not to elaborate further. Feng Ting agreed, "All right."
Yi Changbai has refrained from contacting Rong Ci not out of her busyness, but rather out of concern for the profound impact the divorce may have on her.
Moreover, since she does not have custody of Feng Ting,
he worries that asking her to accompany Shan at this time might evoke painful memories, further deteriorating her spirits.
Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after finishing his tasks, Feng Ting called Yi Changbai, asking, "Where are you now?"
Yi Changbai provided him with the address, and Feng Ting drove over to join them.
"Daddy."
Although Yi Changbai treats her well, seeing Feng Ting brings a brighter smile to FengTing's face. Feng Ting left his long coat in the car, and in his impeccably tailored suit, he bent down to lift her up, playfully pinching her cheek.
"Did you have fun playing with Uncle He and Shan today?" Feng Ting, her spirits lifted, nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, I had a great time." She snuggled into Feng Ting's embrace, reluctant to come down.
Feng Ting carried her into the restaurant, only setting her down once they reached the private room. He turned to Yi Changbai and said, "Thank you for your efforts today."
"It was no trouble at all," Yi Changbai replied.
"They played together without needing my constant presence, which made it easier for me." Observing the two children engrossed in their own world, Yi Changbai turned to Feng Ting and asked, "I am aware that custody of Jing Xin rests with you. But how have you both arranged the visitation rights for the child?" Upon hearing this, Feng Ting understood the underlying concern.
He smiled. "Do you think I would prevent her from visiting the child?" Yi Changbai indeed entertained such thoughts.
Feng Ting took a sip of tea and continued, "While the custody is with me, the agreement clearly states that as long as she wishes to see the child, she may do so at any time, without restrictions."
Yi Changbai was taken aback by this revelation.
Just then, the two children glanced over, prompting them to shift the conversation. Feng Ting suddenly remarked,
"I heard you've been in contact with Chang Mo recently?" Yi Changbai paused before answering, "Yes." He then asked, "What about you? Do you have any intentions?"
Feng Ting replied, "Nothing is decided yet, it is still early, and I am not in a rush."
Indeed. Rong Ci's thesis remains unfinished. Uninterrupted. The weekend passed in a state of fulfillment and tranquility.
On Monday, Rong Ci returned to work at Chang Mo as usual.
From this day forth,
those who had previously contacted Yu Mo Sun, expressing a desire to collaborate with Chang Mo, began to visit with their proposals. Ren Jifeng arrived on Thursday, coincidentally.
Yu Mo Sun was away on a business trip on Wednesday.
Upon receiving the message, Rong Ci set aside his work and proceeded to the reception room. As he observed the door of the Chang Mo reception room swing open, Ren Jifeng rose to his feet.
However, upon realizing that only Rong Ci had entered,
his movements faltered momentarily. Rong Ci extended her hand courteously and said, "Hello, Mr. Ren.
My surname is Rong. Mo Sun is currently away on a business trip and is not in Changma.
I am now entrusted with handling all matters pertaining to Changma. If there is anything you wish to discuss, you may speak with me just as you would with him."
Entrusted with such authority? By what right does she assume this role? Is she merely the girlfriend of Mo Sun?
Ren Jifeng found himself questioning whether the words spoken by this individual were genuine or merely a deliberate attempt to assert her significance in Mo Sun's eyes.
Even if her claims were indeed truthful, the proposals they presented were laden with complex materials and technical jargon. Could she truly comprehend them? It was rather absurd that, fully aware of his intention to discuss collaboration, she had come alone without even a technical representative by her side. Yet, it seemed that Yumo-san genuinely held her in high regard. Contemplating this, Ren Jifeng chose not to turn away. Despite his awareness of her potential incapacity to understand the proposals from their company. To avoid any unnecessary complications, he extended his hand and gently shook hers, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, Miss Rong." He took a seat and handed the documents to Rong Ci, stating, "Here is our company's proposal for your review, Miss Rong." Rong Ci received the document and said, "All right, let me take a look." As she spoke, she opened the file and was about to begin reading when another secretary of Yumo-san knocked on the door and leaned in to whisper in her ear. "Miss Rong, there are visitors downstairs. They claim to be Lin Lihai and Lin Wu, and they request to wait for you in your office." Rong Ci interrupted him softly, saying, "Please send them away." Understood. After the secretary of Yumo-san departed, Rong Ci apologized to Ren Jifeng before she formally commenced her review of the proposal he had provided. While examining the collaboration proposal presented by Ren Jifeng, Rong Ci pondered that although he had arrived somewhat later than others, he evidently possessed the confidence that accompanied such a delay. For his proposal was meticulously detailed and nearly perfectly aligned with her requirements. As Rong Ci perused the documents, she appeared profoundly earnest, as if she truly comprehended their contents. She was merely putting on an act, and he was too indifferent to expose her charade, especially since he was in no haste. After a considerable span of half an hour, Rong Ci set the documents aside and remarked, "Mr. Ren's proposal indeed aligns perfectly with the needs of our company. We will give it due consideration." Yet, on the surface, he remained exceedingly courteous. "Thank you very much for your acknowledgement. I look forward to the opportunity of collaborating with your esteemed company. With that," he added, "I have matters to attend to, Miss Rong. Until next time." Before the departure of Rong Ci, she had already sensed that Ren Jifeng seemed less than fond of her. Now, in the reception room, despite Ren Jifeng's attempts to be courteous, she could still perceive his dismissive demeanor. In the realm of commerce, she was merely in search of a partner, prioritizing her own interests rather than seeking friendship with him. She feigned ignorance of his attitude and smiled, saying, "Very well, until next time." Upon concluding her words, she instructed her secretary, Yumashuan, Secretary Qian, "Please escort General Ren." With that, Ren Jifeng departed. Once downstairs, he encountered a familiar figure, Miss Lin? Indeed. Lin Wu and Lin Lihai had not left. Yumashuan's secretary had dismissed them under the pretext that Yu was away on a business trip, but they had lingered, believing it was merely an excuse for Yumashuan's reluctance to meet them. Thus, they waited downstairs, hoping to engage Yumashuan in conversation when he eventually emerged. However, it was Ren Jifeng they met instead. It had been half a month since Lin Wu's injury, and while her wounds were nearly healed, they had not yet fully recovered. Ren Jifeng had inquired about her at Xuandu the previous week but learned of her injury from the staff there. Her wounds had been quite severe, and her time in the hospital had not been easy, leaving her complexion somewhat pallid. Observing her condition stirred a pang of sympathy in Ren Jifeng. Yet, knowing that her injuries were a result of her selfless act to save Feng Ting left him momentarily at a loss for words. Beside them, Lin Lihai, noticing Ren Jifeng's distinguished demeanor, surmised that he was no ordinary individual and inquired, "Xiao Wu, may I ask who this is?" Lin Wu did not miss the fleeting concern in Ren Jifeng's eyes. With a calm tone, she replied, "This is Ren Jifeng, General Ren." Then she proceeded to introduce, "This is my father, Lin Lihai." Upon realizing Lin Lihai was Lin Wu's father, Ren Jifeng courteously responded, "Ah, so you are Lin General. A pleasure to meet you." After the customary pleasantries, Lin Wu spoke up, "General Ren, are you here to discuss a collaboration with General Yu?" "Indeed, Miss Lin, and you and General Lin as well?" "Yes," Lin Wu affirmed. "Have you met General Yu yet?" "No, General Yu is currently away on a business trip." Lin Lihai chuckled, "So General Yu really is away. I thought he was avoiding us." Ren Jifeng paused, noticing they remained seated. He asked, "Were you not invited upstairs?" Lin Wu replied, "No. General Yu's secretary informed us of his absence and asked us to leave. Ren Jifeng's expression darkened. Lin Wu observed this and asked, "What's the matter? Is something amiss?"
Ren Jifeng replied coldly, "General Yu is indeed absent, but the person I was to negotiate with was Miss Rome, whom we met at Xuandu. She claimed that General Yu was unavailable and that she would handle all matters regarding Changma, representing it in our discussions." Whether Rong Ci's assertion of representation was truthful or not, her reception of him while neglecting Lin Wu was a clear affront to her.
Lin Lihai was taken aback. Lin Wu hesitated for a moment before casually saying, "Is that so?"
Lin Lihai, reflecting on Rong Ci's treatment of him and Lin Wu, pressed his lips together.
However, hearing Lin Wu's nonchalant response, he reluctantly said, "Very well."
Ren Jifeng frowned, preparing to speak when Rong Ci descended the stairs.
Upon seeing the three of them,
she paused momentarily. Before she could utter a word, Lin Wu's phone rang.
She answered, "Tingshan?" A smile graced Lin Wu's lips. "You've arrived? All right. I'll be right out." Chapter 100, A Unique Aura. Ren Jifeng inquired, "Has General Feng arrived?"
"Yes," Lin Wu replied, her tone softening at the mention of Feng Tingshan. "My wounds are not fully healed, and Tingshan is concerned, so he came to pick me up." Throughout the conversation, she completely ignored Rong Ci. As she dismissed Rong Ci with her indifference, it was evident to Ren Jifeng that Lin Wu held her in disdain, choosing not to engage with someone of her character. He found Lin Wu's pride and directness captivating, further enhancing his perception of her allure. In that moment, he felt that any further conversation with Rong Ci was pointless. He deemed her unworthy. With this thought, he expressed to Lin Wu, "I too shall take my leave, shall we depart together?" Ren Jifeng was not the first man to develop an aversion to Rong Ci due to Lin Wu. Ren Jifeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his thoughts would be so openly exposed, yet instead of feeling shame, she appeared audaciously unapologetic. He smirked, feeling as though he had witnessed a spectacle. Indeed, in a vast world, there exists every sort of character. Seeing Rong Ci unreservedly depart with them, Lin Lihai furrowed his brow in surprise. Lin Wu, for her part, subtly hesitated but then continued forward as if she had not noticed her presence. At the parking lot, Feng Tingshan had just alighted from his vehicle, leaning against the door as he awaited Lin Wu. Rong Ci also noticed Feng Tingshan. She walked towards the direction where her car was parked, maintaining her composure. After getting into the vehicle and setting the navigation, she drove away. Feng Tingshan and his companions had not yet departed. As she drove forward, she caught sight of Feng Tingshan tenderly and attentively opening the car door for Lin Wu. Upon learning about Ren Jifeng's matter, he was both amused and angered. He coldly declared, "In that case, there is no need for us to collaborate with him, as it would only be a source of annoyance to see him." Rong Ci shares the same sentiment. There are other worthy partners beyond Ren Jifeng, she need not compromise her own principles. Saturday afternoon. As Rong Ci was organizing the evening gown she intended to wear, her phone rang. It was a call from Feng Jingxin. She had refrained from answering previous calls, assuming that Feng Jingxin would consequently lessen her attempts to reach out. However, to her surprise, Feng Jingxin had continued to call her 2 or 3 times throughout the week. Yet, she had not answered any of them. This time was no different. Noticing her lack of response, Feng Jingxin appeared less disheartened than before. After so many unanswered calls from her mother, she had initially felt too saddened to attempt to call again. Nevertheless, her father had encouraged her to call whenever she wished, assuring her that her mother would eventually answer. Thus, whenever she wished to speak with her mother, even knowing she might not pick up, she would still call her without hesitation, driven by her thoughts. She nonchalantly set her phone down and observed Feng Tingshan, who had changed into a more formal attire. She lay on the main bedroom bed, swinging her legs playfully. "Father, are you going to pick up Aunt Wu Wu so soon?" Feng Tingshan replied, "Yes, all right." After completing his preparations, he left the house shortly thereafter, around 8 o'clock. He and Lin Wu appeared together at the entrance of the banquet hall. Lin Wu was adorned in an exquisite outfit that turned heads, her beauty captivating and difficult to overlook. As they entered the hall, they attracted the attention of nearly everyone present. He Changbai and Shi Yuming had already arrived and approached them upon noticing their entrance. Ren Jifeng and Ji Qingyue had just arrived as well and turned to see the commotion.
Upon catching sight of Lin Wu, Ren Jifeng's eyes sparkled with admiration once more. Ji Qingyue looked at Feng Ting and Lin Wu, inquiring of Yao Xinbo, "Is that Lin Wu?" Yao Xinbo nodded, "Yes, stunning and intriguing, isn't she?" Yet,
no matter how captivating, she remains someone else's girlfriend. Feng Tingshan's presence commanded attention. As he arrived, many attendees flocked to greet him.
in no time,
a crowd had gathered around him and Lin Wu. Meanwhile, Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci arrived fashionably late. Consequently, when Yu Mashuan made his entrance, the gazes directed at him were more fervent than usual. Simultaneously, the crowd was equally mesmerized by Rong Ci. It must be said that both Mr. Feng and Mr. Yu were indeed fortunate individuals. After all, whether it was Miss Lin or Miss Rong, despite their differing temperaments, they were both unparalleled beauties. The moment Rong Ci and Yu Emosun made their entrance into the grand hall, He Changbai, Shi Yiming, Ji Qingyu, and Ren Jifeng immediately took notice.
As Chang Mo has become the most prominent company in recent circles,
it was only natural for the host of the banquet to invite Yu Emosun.
However, He Changbai was uncertain whether Rong Ci would accompany him. Now,
seeing her elegantly linked with Yu Emosun, He Changbai's deep gaze sharpened. Qi Yuming had anticipated the possibility of Rong Ci's presence at the banquet but was taken aback by her stunning appearance. Even if he harbored no fondness for her, he could not deny that the pure and alluring gentle aura she exuded was indeed exceptional.
Chapter 101, May I invite you for a dance? Alas,
all that glitters is not gold. Contemplating this, he felt a sense of ennui and averted his gaze. Ren Jifeng was equally captivated by Rong Ci's beauty,
sharing a sentiment akin to Qi Yuming's.
Thus, he almost immediately turned his face away in disdain.
Yao Xianbo found himself rather fond of Rong Ci's charm. Initially reluctant to divert his gaze, he observed Ren Jifeng's reaction and inquired, "What's the matter? Is she bothering you again?"
Ren Jifeng recounted the events from a couple of days prior at Changmo in detail.
Yao Xianbo replied, "I must say,
I never would have guessed that Miss Rong could be such a person." Ji Qingyu paused in his drinking, responding,
"Perhaps there exists an enmity between her and that Miss Lin that we are unaware of?"
Ren Jifeng dismissed this notion, stating,
"Just because there is a grievance between them, does that justify her seeking retribution?"
Lacking knowledge of the entire situation, Ji Qingyu refrained from further comment. As Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan entered the banquet hall, they were immediately enveloped by the crowd.
Many people lavished compliments upon Yu Mashuan. He responded modestly, stating, "You flatter me.
The achievements of Changma are the result of the collective efforts of our entire team." At this juncture, he glanced at Rong Ci and added, "Especially Xiaozi.
Her contributions have been indispensable.
Whether in the previous CUAP or the recent two projects, the core technology rests in her capable hands.
However,
her identity must remain undisclosed for the time being." This time, even the core personnel involved in the project had signed confidentiality agreements with the government. While her identity cannot be revealed, it is still permissible to emphasize her significance to the gathering. Lately, there has been increased interest in Changma, and many are aware that Rong Ci is not only an employee but also shares a close relationship with Yu Mashuan. He even entrusts her with managing various company affairs in his absence. Hence, upon hearing Yu Mashuan's remarks, many instinctively perceived Rong Ci's professional capabilities as commendable. Nevertheless, they did not take Yu Mashuan's assertion that Rong Ci has played an invaluable role in Changma's success to heart. For it was widely known that she had only joined the company in the past 2 to 3 months.
It seemed likely that Yu Mashuan's sentiments were influenced by affection, wishing to elevate Rong Ci in the eyes of others.
Rong Ci is indeed strikingly beautiful, and it is only natural for Yu Mashuan, in his prime,
to be captivated by her charm.
Though this is what everyone thinks inwardly, their faces betray nothing as they smile and compliment. Miss Rong truly embodies both talent and beauty. Over there, Lin Wu, upon hearing this, could not help but smirk with irony.
No, she must be observing Yu Mashuan. He is aware of He Changbai's intention to collaborate with Chang Mo.
As for Rong Ci, He Changbai has always harbored disdain for her. It is inconceivable that she would fixate on her.
Regardless of Rong Ci's beauty, He Changbai would never find her appealing.
Lin Wu chuckled softly, "It's nothing." He Changbai did not press further and noticed that the crowd around Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci had thinned.
She said, I will go over to greet Yu Mashuan. Tingshin, have you confirmed your collaboration with Chang Mo? If so, shall we go together to extend our greetings? Feng Ting replied, I am in no hurry. You may go ahead.
Hearing this, He Changbai responded, all right. She approached and confronted Rong Ci directly, President Yu, Miss Rong. Upon seeing her, Yu Mashuan smiled dim slightly, ah.
It is President He.
Mr. He, Rong Ci politely called out. At that moment, Ren Jifeng approached. Unlike He Changbai, he merely greeted Yu Mashuan with a simple Mr. Yu. Yu Mashuan's smile seemed to fade further.
Mr. Ren has also arrived? My apologies for being too occupied earlier to notice.
Ren Jifeng naturally observed that Yu Mashuan appeared even less welcoming towards him than during their last encounter. He was not surprised by this. With a cold glance at Rong Ci, he suspected she had undoubtedly whispered sweet nothings about the incident that day into Yu Mashuan's ear. He paid little mind to Yu Mashuan's demeanor and remarked, a few days ago, I visited Changma.
I wonder if Mr. Yu is aware. Indeed, Xiao Ci informed me.
Yu Mashuan replied. I have also reviewed Mr. Ren's proposal, and I find it quite commendable. However, personally, I still harbor reservations.
I regret to inform you, Mr. Ren, that a collaboration may be unlikely.
Ren Jifeng was taken aback by Yu Mashuan's ability to blur the lines of professionalism due to Rong Ci.
He frowned.
I had assumed Mr. Yu was a person of clear distinction between public and private matters.
I am, Yu Mashuan said, now candidly. Yet, circumstances dictate otherwise.
His implication was clear, in matters concerning Rong Ci, his objectivity was in question. His father had instructed him to place the focus of their upcoming 2-year collaboration on Changma, indicating that the prospects of these two projects were more promising than many had anticipated.
Despite a minor discord with Yu Mashuan,
Ren Jifeng had no intention of relinquishing his partnership with Changma. Since Mr. Yu believes there are issues with my proposal,
I will bring a revised plan for discussion at Changma soon.
Casting a glance at He Changbai, he added, given that Mr. Yu has other commitments,
I shall not impose further. Farewell.
With that, he turned to leave, having never mentioned Rong Ci throughout their conversation.
He Changbai, listening on the side,
discerned that Yu Mashuan's reluctance to collaborate was indeed related to Rong Ci, despite Ren Jifeng's deliberate avoidance of the subject.
Not wishing to pry, he pretended not to notice and said, I have also prepared a new proposal. I wonder if Mr. Yu and Miss Rong would be available for dinner on Monday?
Given the strong ties between He Changbai, Lin Wu, and Feng Ting, even if He Changbai's proposal was exceptional, Yu Mashuan had previously held a certain disdain for him. However, with He Changbai setting aside personal grievances and extending the invitation to include Rong Ci, he found himself harboring a modicum of goodwill towards He Changbai.
Nonetheless, maintaining a professional demeanor, Yu Mashuan replied, Monday, you say?
It's uncertain at this moment, but I will reach out if I am free.
Rest assured, Mr. He Changbai, unperturbed, responded, with Mr. Yu's assurance, I feel at ease.
As he finished speaking, the host of the evening's event suddenly took to the stage to deliver a speech. Following this, the host and his wife began to dance amidst the applause and music, prompting many guests to join in.
The night was adorned with numerous glamorous and distinguished socialites. At that moment, an